Su Bai traverses a parallel universe, inheriting a thriving express delivery company. In pursuit of enhancing delivery efficiency, he innovates a drone, launching a rapid drone delivery service that becomes an internet sensation. Little did he anticipate that this would attract the attention of the Dragon Science Institute, intent on transforming his drone into a bomber. Consequently, the express delivery company ascends to prominence as a military-industrial powerhouse. Coincidentally, the Dragon Nation initiates a comprehensive industrial assessment, observing the remarkable technologies within Su Bai's company, leaving the nation in a state of bewilderment. Optical invisibility for drones, solely for the secure delivery of packages. Couriers equipped with exoskeleton armor to ensure employee safety. Qinglong genetic agents to enhance the physical capabilities of staff. How then does one explain the existence of a starship? Your courier company boasts technology surpassing even that of the Eagle Nation. During this grand industrial assessment, Shunfeng transforms into Dongfeng, propelling the technological prowess of the Dragon Nation to the pinnacle of global advancement. Chapter 89. The military exercise concludes with a resounding victory for the blue team. Within the blue team's base, an air of jubilation envelopes the crowd. They gaze in exhilaration at the screen, displaying their team's overwhelming advance, filled with excitement. Their admiration shifts towards Su Bai, the mastermind behind two cutting-edge technologies. This young man, merely in his 20s, has achieved remarkable feats, a prodigious talent in military technology unparalleled in the world. The thoughts of several high-ranking officials gradually transition from the exercise field to Su Bai, fully aware that the red team's defeat is merely a matter of time, while Mr. Su is the pivotal factor influencing the battlefield. Mr. Su, how did you develop these two remarkable weapons? Our Xuanwu military district is in dire need of talents like you, and our Qilin military district as well. Mr. Su, perhaps you could find an opportunity to visit our military for guidance. What are you all discussing? Mr. Su is the chairman of Shunfeng Express, an individual of immense responsibilities. We are grateful that he took the time to create such advanced technologies. The high-ranking officials collectively raise their thumbs in praise. Meanwhile, Yang Jun, who understood the underlying context, merely smiled in silence. Mr. Su requires no recruitment or flattery. He is a purebred citizen of the Dragon Nation. One might even say that Su Bai is a magnificent gift bestowed upon the Dragon Nation by the heavens. As time passes, on the front lines, the White Tiger robot stands at the forefront, seamlessly switching between two forms while systematically obliterating targets. Furthermore, it boasts an impressive endurance of 330 hours, rendering concerns about energy supply moot. Coupled with the well-organized forces of the blue team, their morale soared as they swept through, rapidly diminishing the numbers of the red team. However, many indomitable soldiers of the Dragon Nation on the red side did not yield so easily. Encountering a high-tech unit like the Mechanical Tiger during a military exercise is, in fact, a fortuitous event. After all, should such a fearsome entity manifest in real combat, it would spell calamity. They exhaust their remaining resources, devising various strategies to attempt to breach the encirclement of the White Tiger robots. In this military exercise, defeat is highly probable, yet it cannot be one that is so humiliating. Otherwise, the results would be too disheartening. Thus, before retreating, they must at least take down 1 or 2 Mechanical Tiger units. Consequently, several red team units directly abandoned their positions. Since defense proved futile, they resolved to forsake it altogether. Even capturing a single Mechanical Tiger would be deemed a success. Regrettably, their hopes were dashed. A portion of the red infantry exposed on the surface fell victim to bombardment from the sky-armored aircraft. In optical stealth mode, the Thor missiles were unleashed, resulting in a vast number of soldiers being eliminated. Did we just get bombed by an aircraft? What a joke. We didn't even see a shadow in the sky. The radar didn't register any relevant signals. Have today's stealth aircraft advanced to such a degree? Is it truly possible that our aerial forces and ground tank units were thus eliminated? Do we genuinely have aircraft above us? This is utterly astonishing. Despite the skepticism of many, the rules of the exercise dictated their reluctant departure. Furthermore, relevant intelligence could not be relayed to the Red Team command. Wei Hong and others remained oblivious to the entity responsible for the demise of a significant number of their soldiers. Report to the commander. An enemy unit of White Tiger robots is merely 10 kilometers from our base. However, they charge forth too swiftly, becoming disconnected from the main forces. Our flanking units have already completed their maneuver and stealthily circled to the rear of the White Tiger robots. At this moment, a communications officer quickly reported. Upon hearing this, the attendees quickly perked up, as this was indeed a rare piece of good news. As long as they could pose a threat to the Mechanical Tigers, this military exercise would not be in vain. Relay my orders. The 13th and 14th Infantry Squadrons of the Red Team are to engage in a full assault before the enemy's mechanical Tiger units can reunite with their main forces. Wei Hong rapidly issued the command. Once the order was given, the monitoring screen displayed a cluster of red dots surrounding the blue dots opposite them. Wei Hong could not help but swallow hard. Surely, with so many on their side, they could destroy at least one mechanical Tiger. However, the blue dots moved swiftly while the red dots steadily diminished. Clearly, this tactic had failed. Commander, it's not working. The enemy's mechanical Tigers far exceed us in both firepower and mobility. Preliminary estimates indicate that at least a squadron of bombers is required to contain the actions of one mechanical Tiger. An officer spoke with a bitter expression. The current situation was that the Red Team's aerial forces had long since vanished, while the enemy's mechanical Tigers numbered beyond imagination, at least 500 strong. Even if bomber units were dispatched now, it remained uncertain whether they could inflict any damage, given the formidable appearance of the robot's external armor. Moreover, with their own forces unable to even make contact, the extent of weaponry required to achieve effectiveness was an enigma. Alas, after hearing the analysis, Wei Hong shook his head in resignation. He instinctively glanced at the dwindling number of his forces, now barely over 50,000. Looking at the time, less than 2.5 hours had passed. Just then, the announcement echoed across the entire exercise venue. Due to the Red Team's elimination exceeding 80, this large-scale military exercise is hereby concluded. The Blue Team has emerged victorious. Upon hearing this news, many officers in the command room breathed a sigh of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted. It is over. This brief 2.5-hour military exercise felt like a nightmare, and they finally found liberation. Some individuals appeared numb, as if they had been thoroughly intimidated. On the battlefield, the expressions of the surviving Red Team members mirrored that sentiment. Some were finally able to observe the mechanical Tigers up close, gazing at the pristine white giants with a multitude of emotions swirling within. Who could possibly be the genius behind such exquisitely crafted machines? Meanwhile, many infantry from the Blue Team arrived, their faces awash with shock as they beheld the mechanical Tigers leading their charge. These mechanical Tigers are truly magnificent. Measuring over 2 meters in length, they possess remarkable speed and ample weaponry, truly impressive. Fortunately, I am on the blue side. If I were facing them, I would be utterly defenseless, rendered incapable of retaliation, and likely driven to despair. Goodness, there are hundreds of mechanical Tigers, and they can seamlessly transform into humanoid forms. It is not an exaggeration to say that one towering figure is more formidable than my entire tank battalion. As the exercise concluded, the White Tigers returned to their formation. They all transformed into their tiger forms, leaping into the air, spreading their wings, and flying back to the Blue Side's arena in perfect unison. Their sheer number obscured the sky. Both the red and blue forces stood in awe. Today has truly broadened my horizons. 2 new technologies have decisively influenced the battlefield. Keep in mind, this is a large-scale exercise involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the battle concluded in just 2.5 hours. Unbelievable. Did we expend even a single soldier? At most, we consumed a bit more ammunition and artillery shells. I must say, this astonishing battle damage ratio has set a new world record. Mr. Su is truly remarkable for his youth, harnessing the power of technology to achieve a dimensional strike. Our victory has come so effortlessly, and Mr. Su is undoubtedly the greatest contributor. Amidst the chorus of praises, Su Bai humbly responded, "The generals have also exerted great effort. The flawless performance of the Tianqiong fighter jets and the White Tigers is one aspect. The successful cooperation among us has also been a crucial factor." Moments later, the military exercise concluded, and the commanders from both the red and blue sides convened. "Old Yang, you truly disregard martial ethics. Let me put it this way. I do not believe we were defeated by you. Our side was clearly overcome by high technology." Upon encountering Yang Jun, Wei Hong expressed his dissatisfaction. "Haha, old Wei, you should stop being obstinate. Isn't this high technology still from our blue side?" Observing Wei Hong's disheartened expression, Yang Jun's joy was nearly overwhelming. "Old Yang, quickly send me the parameters of the White Tigers. I strongly suspect the directing team has never encountered such new weaponry. How can a single White Tiger hover in the sky without falling? Isn't that absurd?" Wei Hong's words brimmed with indignation. "Old Wei, are you saying it is not impressive? When I first encountered it, I was equally taken aback. After watching this, you'll understand." Yang Jun chuckled as he displayed the relevant video. White Tiger robot, 2 forms. In humanoid form, it stands at 2.4 meters tall and weighs 6.6 tons. Just as it began, Wei Hong was momentarily stunned. This contraption is so heavy yet can soar through the air. How is its propulsion technology so extraordinary? He continued to watch. In humanoid form, it averages a speed of 679 kilometers per hour, while in tiger form, it reaches a staggering Mach 1. Wei Hong finally comprehended why our infantry had no means to contend with the robots. Mach 1 is a speed that only fighter jets could rival. What about its weaponry and endurance? That formidable laser beam can continuously fire for an extended period. Old Yang, this is utterly unscientific. Wei Hong spoke with an edge of urgency. There is nothing unscientific. Your perception of it as unscientific simply stems from the technology not having reached that level yet. Yang Jun paused before continuing to play the video. Boom! On the screen, a silver-white light coalesced within the robot's mouth and was instantly fired. It created a massive crater on the ground, measuring a full 80 meters in diameter. Gazing at this terrifying might, Wei Hong was left speechless, his jaw dropping in disbelief. Furthermore, the White Tiger robot showcased additional weaponry, small missiles, Vulcan machine guns, and ultra-alloy blades, epitomizing an all-out offensive and defensive capability. By the time Wei Hong glimpsed the power-related parameters, his eyes widened in astonishment. An endurance of 330 hours? This device is truly monstrous. This top-tier technology, Wei Hong exclaimed, his hands trembling with excitement. All his confusion dissipated. Even if he were still resistant, he had to concede to the formidable nature of this creation. Such an extraordinary mechanical tiger. A single unit could withstand thousands of troops, and there were hundreds on the opposing side. It was futile to consider our 300,000 soldiers. Even if there were another zero, they would still be no match. Old Yang, what about the other technologies? What is this new equipment that can silently eliminate our aircraft and armor divisions? Wei Hong could not restrain his curiosity. Old Wei, it's the fighter jets. Tianqiong fighter jets, the most advanced drones in the world. Fighter jets? And they are unmanned? Quick, let me see. Wei Hong's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. This is another formidable weapon. As a commander, he understood the critical importance of air superiority on the battlefield. Vertical takeoff and landing, a speed exceeding 20 Mach, surpassing the first cosmic velocity, flying at altitudes of up to 120,000 meters, self-targeting Vulcan machine guns, Thunder God missiles, and so on. Does this also possess laser weaponry? Is it a fighter jet or a bomber? How can it be this versatile? Wei Hong's face was etched with disbelief. Clearly, this type of Tianqiong fighter jet surpassed his comprehension. Optical stealth, undetectable by all radar, even imperceptible to the human eye. Old Yang, upon reaching this point, Wei Hong suddenly understood. This Tianqiong fighter jet is exceptionally outrageous. With full optical stealth, it can strike without being found, reaping a harvest like the Grim Reaper. No wonder our forces dwindled so swiftly. This technology is utterly insurmountable. Old Yang, you are too unfair. With such astonishing technologies, I must ensure our Qinglong Military District acquires some. After the shock, Wei Hong could not help but grumble. Old Wei, rest assured, the White Tiger robots already have a production line, and the mass production of Tianqiong fighter jets is gradually being realized. In the future, not just your Qinglong Military District, but all military districts in our Dragon Country will be equipped with these two new technologies. Yang Jun's face radiated joy. Really, Old Yang, it seems our Dragon Country is growing stronger. Hearing this, Wei Hong's eyes sparkled with gratitude. These two top-tier weapons are invaluable. He had previously worried that the cost might limit the application of these two types of weaponry. It now appeared that he had been overly concerned. He envisioned a battlefield where land-based robots swept through enemies like a torrent, laser weapons incessantly firing and obliterating everything in their path. In the skies, stealth drones bombarded with impunity, firmly securing air superiority. The enemy would be completely unaware. Such a scene was invincible. Old Yang, who or which organization developed these two marvelous creations? Was it the Dragon Science Institute or the Design Institute? Wei Hong inquired with great curiosity. Neither. The true developers are this individual, Mr. Su Bai, the chairman of Shunfeng Company in our Dragon Country. Yang Jun replied, shaking his head and providing a swift introduction. Upon hearing this, Wei Hong's pupils constricted, his face reflecting pure astonishment. Chapter 91. The premier military-industrial enterprise of the Dragon Nation. Will Mr. Su also develop gene drugs? Is it true that both of these cutting-edge technologies were developed by Mr. Su? However, I recall that Mr. Su is the chairman of Shunfeng. Their expertise in civilian technology is impressive, but I never anticipated their prowess in military applications to be so formidable. Wei Hong's gaze towards Su Bai brimmed with incredulity. By the way, Mr. Su, The rocket artillery that eliminated the drug cartel in the Golden Triangle, as well as the high-explosive weapon that sank the unmanned island of the Cherry Blossom Nation, are also products of your company, aren't they? He had long coveted the rocket artillery. Moreover, from his deductions, the Tianqian fighter jet that appeared in this military exercise seemed remarkably similar to the stealth missile that obliterated the Cherry Blossom Nation's unmanned island. This must undoubtedly be the handiwork of the same eminent figure, likely Mr. Su standing before him. On the other side, Yang Jun also cast a curious glance in their direction. Due to the existence of the Tianqian missile vehicle being highly classified, even the commanders of the White Tiger Military District were unaware of it. Noticing the intense gaze of the two military leaders, Su Bai nodded affirmatively. Yes, esteemed commanders. The Shunwei rocket artillery and the Tianqian missile vehicle are indeed products of my company. Furthermore, the relevant production lines have already been developed. Upon hearing this, both Yang Jun and Wei Hong could not suppress their gulp of astonishment. This Shunfeng company is truly remarkable. In the realm of aviation, the Tianqian unmanned system dominates the skies, while in the army sector, it boasts the White Tiger robots and two formidable missile vehicles. This is unequivocally the foremost military-industrial enterprise of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, Su Bai is still in his 20s, with boundless potential ahead of him. It is hardly a stretch to envision Shunfeng becoming the preeminent military enterprise in the world in due time. Mr. Su, you have imparted a valuable lesson to me today. The power of technology is indeed magnificent, Wei Hong exclaimed, repeatedly giving a thumbs up, unable to contain his admiration. He felt utterly convinced, reflecting on the military exercise during which he had been quite irate and skeptical of the directing team's decisions. In retrospect, he realized he had failed to appreciate the astonishing capabilities of new technologies. Wei Hong could not help but sigh, acknowledging that he had grown old and was struggling to keep pace with the times. Commander Wei, you flatter me. I am merely responding to the invitation of Elder Qin from the Dragon Institute of Technology, hoping to contribute to our nation's defense. Su Bai humbly shook his head. After hearing this, Wei Hong and Yang Jun exchanged glances, both sensing an unusual expression in each other's eyes. Contributing? I find that hard to believe. Which of Mr. Su's products does not far exceed the current world standards by at least half a century? This is clearly a case of upgrading from a bird gun to a cannon. Simultaneously, their admiration for Su Bai only grew. Achieving so much while remaining unpretentious is indeed a rare quality. Mr. Su, do you have any other technological developments in the pipeline? Wei Hong could not help but inquire. Yang Jun shot him a disdainful look. If this old fellow was trying to be the first to utilize Mr. Su's new technology, he will be the first to oppose it. Recently, I am working on a product related to gene drugs. Progress is going well, and once successful, I will inform everyone promptly. Su Bai sought felicitate. Gene drugs? At this, both Wei Hong and Yang Jun displayed a flicker of confusion on their faces. Was T Shunfeng a company focused on courier services? Their Shunfeng No. 1 drone and kamikaze transport vehicle were all related to logistics. Even their military products, such as the Tianqian fighter jet and White Tiger robots, had no connection to gene drugs. Why would Mr. Su suddenly venture into this domain? Furthermore, gene drugs involve fields such as human physiology, clinical medicine, and pharmacology, which are a considerable leap from their previous weaponry developments. Is Mr. Su proficient in these areas as well? Seemingly sensing their doubts, Su Bai clarified, there is no need for concern, esteemed commanders. Gene drugs are indeed a novel area of research, but many foundational scientific principles are fundamentally interconnected. After hearing these words, the two men nodded thoughtfully. They indeed lacked technical expertise. However, there is a saying, simplicity is the ultimate sophistication. Given that Mr. Su has successfully created such outlandish and advanced weaponry, gene drugs seem less daunting by comparison. Regardless, Mr. Su, I have faith that you will undoubtedly accomplish the development of the gene drugs. Yang Jun enjouraget, patting Su Bai on the shoulder. Yes, Mr. Su, I eagerly await your good news. If there is anything the Qinglong Military District can assist with, do not hesitate to reach out, Wei Hong added sincerely. Thus, the grand-scale military exercise at Zhu Rai came to a close. The unveiling of the two new technologies, the Tianqian fighter jet and the White Tiger robots, was indeed striking. After exchanging contact information with numerous military dignitaries, Su Bai promptly returned to the Kamikaze Research Institute. Mr. Su, you have finally returned. Lu Wei and the other researchers had set aside their work and waited at the entrance half an hour early. Noticing this, Su Bai frowned and inquired, Lu Wei, how is the progress with the Qinglong drug? Mr. Su, we have been waiting for you. We've encountered numerous challenges. Lu Wei scratched his head. All right, compile the issues, and I will resolve them. As Su Bai spoke, he made his way towards the sterile laboratory. With Lu Wei and the others hastily following, their faces alight with joy. They knew that Mr. Su would be able to tackle any problem that arose. Among the 31 researchers present, very few possessed backgrounds in biology or clinical medicine. Thus, even though Mr. Su had provided the related research protocols, unexpected situations often emerged during practical operations. For instance, in the area of microbial culture, the Qinglong drug was intended to significantly enhance immune capabilities. Yet the specific drug molecules they had produced not only failed to improve outcomes, but, rather oddly, reduced the number of B cells. Consequently, the antibodies diminished, resulting in a decrease in immune capacity. The team racked their brains, but could not identify the issue. Su Bai meticulously examined the recent research logs and related data. Deep in thought, let us take this one step at a time. First, let us address the sharp reduction in B cell numbers. The drug molecules in Petri dish now 13 have decreased by 0.3%. Additionally, for Petri dish number 14, reset the activation signal and observe the speed of B cell proliferation. Su Bai articulated a multitude of conditions, while Lu Wei and the others diligently recorded them. For now, the principles behind these phenomena were secondary. It would be challenging to comprehend them in the short term. The team firmly believed that if they followed Mr. Su's methods, the experiment would undoubtedly succeed. Chapter 92. The Qinglong drug is launched. Official testing commences. At the Kamikaze Research Institute, Su Bai returned at 4 in the afternoon and worked tirelessly until midnight, finally concluding all forthcoming matters. In this research endeavor, the 3 research groups, the first focusing on gene cloning and expression and the second on protein purification, encountered no significant issues. Under the diligent study and efforts of numerous researchers, the mastery of DNA synthesis techniques has been achieved, and operations related to protein separation and purification have gradually become proficient as well. The most challenging task, naturally, lies with the responsibilities of the third group. The design of drug molecules with specific functions, alongside the construction of carriers and gene transfer, has posed significant challenges. The Qinglong agent boasts 2 primary functions. Firstly, it serves to comprehensively enhance the human immune system, increasing the quantities of immune cells such as T cells, B cells, and natural killer cells, while also steadily improving their collaborative capabilities. To prevent excessive immunity or immune deficiencies, the components of the drug molecules within the agent are particularly unique, capable of augmenting cellular and humoral immunity while also modulating immune response to a certain extent. This involves a multitude of complex steps, including molecular design, synthesis, and screening. Even Su Bai must deliberate carefully before gradually advancing in this area. Furthermore, the Qinglong agent also enhances various physical attributes of the human body. For instance, in terms of strength enhancement, the drug molecules include creatine and coenzyme Q10, each with distinct effects. Creatine effectively increases muscle strength, while coenzyme Q10 enhances anti-fatigue capabilities. It is essential to perfectly combine these elements, alongside the molecular aspects related to immunity, resulting in a uniquely designed molecule. In summary, the development of the Qinglong agent is a process that requires gradual progress and extensive trial and error. Su Bai di Mansunurieth, conducting experiments while treating the process as an accumulation of experience. 2 days later, in the sterile laboratory, the team donned sterile research attire and meticulously observed the conditions of various culture dishes. Presidensu, following your design approach, we reduced the content of purine sulfate in dish number 26 by 0.3%, and the B cell count did not decline sharply as it did previously. This issue has finally been resolved, exclaimed a researcher, holding the latest data with palpable excitement. It is indeed President Su's brilliance that has eradicated a long-standing dilemma. And what of the situation in dish number 14? Has there been any improvement? Su Bai Nguyen, nodding sotfelli. President Su, we are still observing. The current conclusion is that after altering the activation signal conditions, the proliferation rate of B cells has indeed accelerated somewhat, though it has not met expectations. Another researcher swiftly responded, "Where are the relevant data?" As soon as Su Bai finished speaking, the researcher promptly submitted the pertinent charts. All right, let us proceed with another set of experiments based on the molecules I described, to assess how efficiently the CD40 molecule transmits co-stimulatory signals to B cells, Su Bai suggested, simulating the related process on the computer. I shall attend to that immediately. In the following days, researchers continued to report on their respective progress. Even when confronted with difficulties, Su Bai could discern the simple issues at a glance, resolving them in mere moments. More complex challenges took no longer than half an hour. In essence, everything advanced in accordance with Su Bai's meticulously laid plans. Many researchers, once novices in biology, unwittingly transformed into seasoned professionals in human physiology, pharmacology, and other domains. The collective sentiment was one of admiration. President Su is truly remarkable. After finishing high school, I completely forgot my biology knowledge, yet I have managed to regain it. Furthermore, I feel that my current level is hardly inferior to that of a professional associate professor. Our Kamikaze Research Institute is growing ever more substantial, with various electronic engineering and mechanical engineering laboratories, and now, a sterile laboratory specifically crafted for the development of the Qinglong agent, as well as a polymer laboratory. We are far more advanced than many research institutions. There's no problem that President Su cannot resolve. In a remarkably short time, we have achieved success in cultivating various microbial strains. This is nothing short of a miracle in biological experimentation, considering that many experiments require thousands of trials. President Su is truly exceptional. Thus, under Su Bai's guidance, the development of the Qinglong agent proceeded in a well-organized manner. As time flowed by, 2 months later, in the sterile laboratory, a transparent test tube containing a blue reagent appeared before the team. Under the illumination of the lights, it sparkled magnificently, exuding a unique charm that was irresistibly captivating. It possessed a technological allure far surpassing that of any pharmaceutical product available on the market. This was the culmination of their research, the Qinglong gene agent. President Su, have we succeeded? Lu Wei could not contain his curiosity. Indeed, upon receiving confirmation from Su Bai, the faces of all present were suffused with excitement. Wow, this has truly been a challenging journey. Over the past 2 to 3 months, under President Su's patient guidance, I have progressed from a novice to a proficient understanding of human physiology and related fields. Now, we finally have tangible results. This agent looks extraordinary. Even its color is an exceedingly rare blue. I'm already envisioning its effects and hoping they align perfectly with our expectations. It is a miraculous drug that not only significantly boosts immune capabilities, but also enhances overall physical attributes. It has emerged from our hands, well, with the exception of President Su, of course. No one possesses a deeper understanding of these fields than President Su. The researchers' eyes gleamed with excitement as they engaged in fervent discussions. So, President Su, what is our next step? Someone raised their hand to inquire. Has the drug development reached a conclusion? It seems there are still many steps to undertake, especially since this is intended to function within the human body. We must ensure absolute safety, even at the cost of efficacy. It is imperative to conduct rigorous monitoring to guarantee that no issues arise. Quite simply, we can officially commence the testing phase. Su Bai replied with a smile, swiftly outlining the next steps. The testing would be divided into several segments. The first step involves preclinical testing, primarily through animal experiments, to observe the drug's absorption, distribution, metabolism, and excretion, assessing its effects while identifying any side effects. Subsequently, model selection and validation will predict the drug's performance in humans. If all progresses smoothly, we can advance to the final human testing phase. Chapter 93. The fortunate white mice perfectly pass animal testing. At the Kamikaze Research Institute, the biological laboratory welcomed several new companions, white mice designated for testing the Qinglong gene agent. These are among the most commonly used animals in medical research due to their remarkably high genomic similarity to humans, coupled with their rapid reproduction and convenience in model establishment. Thus, a group of white mice was divided into experimental and control groups, and the testing officially commenced. After the blue reagent was injected into the mice, various physiological signal monitoring instruments were activated. Initially, everything proceeded smoothly, aligning with expected outcomes. The drug molecules quickly entered the various cells of the mice and were promptly absorbed. Next, the observation of its efficacy commenced. President Su. In the experimental group, due to individual variances, the rate at which the lab mice absorbed our serum varied. Yet overall, it remained within a stable and acceptable range. A researcher approached to report this. Nearby, someone instinctively exhaled a sigh of relief. After several hours, although the efficacy had yet to manifest, it at least indicated that the Qinglong serum was unequivocally safe. We have taken the correct first step. Excellent. I believe the time has come to initiate the transition of environmental conditions. After reviewing the first set of experimental data, Su Bai paused, and, after issuing instructions for the subsequent tasks, the team of researchers promptly set to work. The first objective was to ascertain whether the immune capabilities of the lab mice had improved. The mice in the experimental group were vaccinated, and their immune responses to the pathogens in the vaccine were observed. The results of this experiment emerged swiftly. Director Su, based on our assessments, following vaccination, the antibody levels in the blood of mice number 3 and 11, compared to the control group, increased by 200%. Their resistance to pathogens is a staggering 5 times that of the control group. Other mice also exhibited varying degrees of enhanced immunity. Lu Wei, suppressing his inner joy, spoke rapidly. These findings unequivocally demonstrated the formidable efficacy of the Qinglong serum. The enhancement of immune capability by several multiples meant that the mice's immune systems could deftly contend with any pathogen, achieving a true state of invulnerability. These lab mice were extraordinarily fortunate. Throughout their lifespans, they would remain unscathed by viral afflictions. Upon hearing Lu Wei's report, the researchers present were equally elated. However, Su Bai maintained his characteristic calmness and slowly stated, "Indeed, the Qinglong serum has fully manifested its effects regarding immune capabilities. Now, let us examine its efficacy in enhancing physical attributes." Subsequently, the team set out earnestly to conduct further tests, placing the experimental group of mice in more adverse environmental conditions. Various tests, including treadmill, swimming, and rotational rod assessments, were employed to monitor their physical transformations. These experiments were not to be completed in a mere day. After all, to fully realize the effects of the Qinglong genetic serum, even humans must undergo persistent training. Thus, after a full 10 days, Su Bai finally received the relevant data report. The weight gain curve of the experimental group of mice is stable, with the weights of vital organs such as the liver, kidneys, heart, and spleen increasing accordingly. In the blood, red and white blood cell counts, as well as hemoglobin levels, have risen by approximately 20% compared to the control group. Additionally, various biochemical markers assessing the metabolic levels of the mice, Su Bai felt increasingly satisfied. All data corroborated that the physical attributes of the mice had indeed been enhanced. Within 2 weeks, their strength had multiplied by 12 times, reaction speed had increased by 16, and endurance had improved by 18. The experimental group of mice was undeniably healthier than their counterparts of the same size. Director Su, does this mean? A nearby researcher, observing Su Bai's expression, could not help but inquire. Precisely, all tests conducted on the lab mice have been successful. Su Bai affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, excitement radiated from the faces of the team. Some individuals even raised their fists in exhilaration. This is fantastic. The animal testing phase should be considered complete, correct? Our Qinglong genetic serum has successfully passed all preclinical tests, and one cannot deny the remarkable efficiency. Indeed, typical genetic serums require hundreds of experiments. Yet under Director Su's guidance, we achieved success in a single round. This is nothing short of miraculous. I can hardly wait to commence human trials. I wonder who will be the fortunate individual to first experience the effects of the Qinglong serum. The researchers buzzed with animated discussion. However, to ensure absolute safety, Su Bai proceeded to initiate tests with other animals. He procured some crab-eating macaques and administered a larger dosage of the Qinglong serum compared to the lab mice. The advantage of the macaques lay in their closer physiological resemblance to humans, enabling a more accurate prediction of relevant parameters. After another 10 days, the experiments involving the macaques were also completed. With efficacy guaranteed, no side effects had emerged. Everything was now in readiness, and Su Bai contemplated commencing the final tests. As human trials necessitated prior communication with governmental bodies, Su Bai dialed Qin Guoxing's number. "Mr. Qin, I hope you are well," came the affable voice from the other end. "Mr. Qin, here's the situation. I have developed a genetic serum, which has now passed animal testing. We need to proceed to the next phase of human-related experiments, and I kindly request your assistance in finding a volunteer." Su Bai succinctly Kimbath. "What, a genetic serum?" Qin Guoxing questioned, incredulity lacing his voice. Wasn't T Shunfeng Company primarily engaged in logistics? How had they suddenly ventured into genetic serums? Furthermore, Su Bai's description suggested they were at the final stage, merely awaiting human trials. This implied that regardless of the serum's efficacy, its safety was assured. Moreover, based on experience, nothing created by Su Bai was ever mediocre. It became evident that beyond electronic and mechanical engineering in the military sector, he was also well-versed in human physiology, clinical medicine, and pharmacology, a true prodigy. Contemplating this, Qin Guoxing momentarily fell into a stupor. "Mr. Qin, are you all right?" Su Bai's reminder jolted him back to reality. "Mr. Su, you claim to have developed a genetic serum? May I see what kind of serum it is?" Qin Guoxing instinctively swallowed hard. "No problem, Mr. Qin. I'll send it to you right away." Su Bai promptly agreed. Moments later, Qin Guoxing received the relevant materials. His heart raced with apprehension as he sought to temper his expectations regarding the serum's efficacy. On one hand, this was Su Bai's first foray into this domain. On the other hand, Su Bai was a research genius. The breadth of his expertise was indeed vast, but what if this genetic serum might possess extraordinary effects? Taking a deep breath, Qin Guoxing opened the document. Qinglong genetic serum. He gasped. The color is extraordinarily unique. Although Qin Guoxing was not a seasoned professional in pharmaceuticals, his intuition told him this substance was indeed remarkable. Reflecting on the market, nearly 99% of serums were colorless and transparent. In contrast, the Qinglong serum appeared strikingly distinctive. He continued to read. Upon injection, it can significantly enhance the human immune function, effectively preventing all common respiratory infectious diseases, such as colds and influenza. This is simply incredible, isn't it? Qin Guoxing's eyes widened in disbelief, momentarily questioning the accuracy of his vision. While it is true that there are numerous medications designed to bolster one's immune system, he had never before encountered one with effects as astonishing as those of the Qinglong potion. This meant that, upon injection, an individual could be exempt from all ailments, such as colds and fevers, for the rest of their life. It was utterly inconceivable. After marveling at this revelation, he realized there was additional information to peruse, and he eagerly flipped the page, his breath quickening with anticipation. Another remarkable feature described was the significant enhancement of physical fitness through a certain degree of exercise. This encompassed improvements in strength, speed, reflexes, endurance, and other metrics. In animal trials, the lab mice had exhibited substantial increases. The more Qin Guoxing read, the more he felt a tingling sensation at the back of his neck. He had underestimated Mr. Su's level of research. This was no ordinary potion. It was a miraculous elixir. The effects were extraordinary, bordering on the fantastical. With this thought in mind, Qin Guoxing promptly dialed Su Bai's number. Mr. Su, I have thoroughly reviewed the materials you sent. The Qinglong potion is outstanding. Its effects are truly remarkable. Additionally, all the experimental tests are impeccably conducted and in compliance with regulations. We will immediately assist you in finding suitable volunteers for human trials. May I inquire what conditions you have? Qin Guoxing exclaimed with boundless excitement. Conditions? Mr. Qin, if possible, it would be best for the volunteer to be in a sub-healthy state. Not too robust, yet not overly frail. Su Bai pondered for a moment before responding. A volunteer in a sub-healthy condition is certainly manageable. Mr. Su, please allow us 3 days to arrange this. After hanging up, Qin Guoxing called upon his assistant to devise a recruitment plan for volunteers. Before long, the proposal was finalized and, upon passing scrutiny, was swiftly disseminated under the auspices of the Lonka Institute. Did you see that? The Lonka Institute just released a recruitment plan. They are seeking to test a potion aimed at enhancing physical fitness. A potion? Sounds intriguing. Where's the link? I want to participate. Since it's the Lonka Institute conducting the research, safety should be assured. However, the testing period appears to last at least a month. I'm quite busy with work, so perhaps I'll pass. There's even a monetary reward. Since I have some free time lately, I think I'll give it a shot. Thus, approximately a dozen interested volunteers with ample time on their hands made it onto the final selection list. Following Su Bai's instructions, Qin Guoxing meticulously screened these candidates. This fitness coach and this retired soldier are both far too healthy. Discard them. And why is there a pregnant woman among the candidates? That's not acceptable either. What about this elderly gentleman who has just recovered from serious illness and is idly at home? After several rounds of stringent evaluations, Qin Guoxing finally settled on the final candidate, a middle-aged man named Wang Jie, age 30, who worked as a programmer. He had just completed a project and had ample free time. Furthermore, due to the demanding nature of his profession, Wang Jie often pulled all-nighters, leading to various minor ailments such as metabolic disorders, cervical spondylosis, and lumbar disc herniation, though none were particularly severe. His health was certainly in a sub-healthy state. Akin to the typical couch potato, he was, without a doubt, the most suitable candidate for this human trial. Upon receiving the notification, Wang Jie quickly made his way to the Lonka Institute. Mr. Qin, hello. Upon meeting Qin Guoxing, Wang Jie greeted him with great politeness. After all, this was the esteemed vice president of the Lonka Institute, a renowned expert in aerospace technology who had made significant contributions to national defense. And thus Wang Jie held him in high regard. Haha, Mr. Wang, there's no need to be so formal. I want to be participating in this human trial. Qin Guoxing chuckled and quickly clarified. He then produced a confidentiality agreement, its cover marked with a prominence. Wang Jie was taken aback. An S-level confidentiality agreement? Mr. Qin, what is this about? It pertains to the Lonka Institute and certain affiliated enterprises, hence the necessity of signing this document. After listening to Qin Guoxing's explanation, Wang Jian nodded in understanding. This was akin to the technical and operational confidentiality agreements that programmers within a company are accustomed to signing, only with a much higher level of confidentiality. After quickly scanning the document, Wang Jie promptly affixed his signature. So, Mr. Qin, what exactly do I need to do next? He inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. I cannot disclose specifics at this moment. Suffice it to say, once you arrive at the research institute, everything will become clear. Qin Guoxing responded, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie felt even more perplexed, his brow instinctively furrowing. Having signed the agreement and arrived at the Lonka Institute, he was still unable to ascertain the subsequent arrangements. Wasn't this test related to the potion? Was there truly a need for such secrecy? Sensing, Dong, Ye, Confusion. Qin Guoxing slowly reassured him. You need not worry, Mr. Wang. The potion carries a very low risk. It is a reagent that has been successfully applied in experiments and poses no safety hazards. Perhaps I was overthinking it. In that case, Mr. Qin, I shall proceed. Wang Jie replied earnestly. Throughout his journey, all of Wang Jie's travel expenses were reimbursed, and he arrived punctually at the Xinfeng Research Institute. Xinfeng Research Institute? Out of curiosity, Wang Jie checked his phone for information. Strangely, he found little to no relevant data about this research institute. Perhaps it was newly established or classified for national security reasons, which explained its absence from online records. With this thought in mind, he stepped through the doors of the institute. Chapter 95. The Marvelous Azure Reagent and the Tailored Exercise Plan. In the reception area of the Xinfeng Research Institute, Wang Jie was greeted by two young individuals. One was an exceptionally attractive woman clad in professional attire, presumably a secretary, while the other was a young man exuding a unique charisma. Hello, Mr. Wang. This is our company's chairman, Su Bai, the principal developer of this potion. Yang Sui gratefully introduced. Having only recently learned that her young boss had devised such a miraculous genetic reagent, inspired by a previous bout of illness, she felt an inexplicable sense of gratitude towards Su Bai for his concern for the health of his employees. What? The chairman of Xinfeng? Mr. Su, so the drones, the Xinfeng transport vehicles, and the security robots are all products of your company? Wang Jie was momentarily stunned, utterly astonished. Anyone familiar with the internet in Longwu knew that the most popular tech company today was none other than Xinfeng Express, which had launched numerous high-tech products and rapidly captured a significant portion of the delivery market. Wang Jie was aware that their boss was quite remarkable, but he had never imagined that it would be this young man before him, barely in his 20s. Truly astonishing. Indeed, Mr. Wang. And this time, the Qinglong genetic potion. You may take a look at the relevant introduction. As Su Bai spoke, he handed over the materials. Our latest product boasts the capability to comprehensively enhance the human immune system. Moreover, after a sustained period of exercise, there is a significant enhancement in various fundamental qualities of the human body. Yang Shui swiftly added from aside. Meanwhile, Wang Jie, fixated on the document, felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. The comprehensive enhancement of the human immune system, along with a substantial increase in strength, speed, endurance, and other metrics. This product is simply extraordinary. Over the past few years, during seasonal transitions, Wang Jie would inexplicably contract colds. Consequently, he had consumed a fair share of cold medications. Most of them were mediocre at best, with effects that were tolerable. Compared to the Qinglong agent, they were entirely in a different league. As for the function of enhancing human qualities, Wang Jie had never heard of such a thing. From his amateur perspective, this could only be achieved through specific training, with medication merely serving as an auxiliary role. For instance, if a programmer with a slight belly were to engage in more abdominal exercises daily, he might develop abs and significantly improve his endurance after several months. However, this process is not one that everyone can endure. The notion that a substance could universally elevate all physical indicators seemed utterly implausible. If this agent truly possessed such miraculous properties, it would likely lead to the downfall of numerous pharmaceutical companies and gyms alike. Mr. Su, is it true that your new product is indeed so formidable? Wang Jie could not help but swallow hard, pausing before speaking. He distinctly remembered that the main business of Xinfeng Company was supposed to be express delivery. Now, they had ventured into the pharmaceutical realm and produced an extraordinarily remarkable agent. This seemed almost fantastical. Yes, Mr. Wang, you are welcome to visit our laboratory and witness it for yourself. Observing Su Bai's confident demand or Fang Yin audit, albeit with a hint of skepticism. In this day and age, there have indeed been numerous successful cross-industry ventures, so regardless, it was worth a visit. Shortly thereafter, Wang Jie beheld a verdant solution within a test tube. Under the illumination of the lights, it exuded a sense of technological sophistication, starkly contrasting with the colorless and transparent medications he had previously encountered. It seemed to possess a peculiar magic that rendered him momentarily entranced. Mr. Su, your Qinglong gene agent is truly exceptional. Since I have passed the relevant selection, allow me to give it a try. Wang Jie turned, his heart brimming with anticipation. Aside from their considerable success in express delivery, Shunfeng Company was also an outstanding military-industrial enterprise with top-notch research capabilities. Moreover, academician Qin Guoxing from the Dragon Institute had declared that the risks associated with the agent were exceedingly low. Additionally, Wang Jie had seen data from experiments conducted on mice and crab-eating macaques, all indicating 100% safety. Thus, there was no reason to hesitate. Even if the Qinglong agent did not meet expectations, he would still receive a volunteer's compensation. It was a win-win situation. Excellent. Mr. Wang, for the time being, you will need to adhere to dietary restrictions and engage in moderate physical training. Your accommodations and training facilities are all arranged. Su Bai explained promptly. He then pulled up a detailed schedule. Wang Jie stepped forward to examine it. Each day began at 7:30 a.m., with breakfast consisting of a nutritious meal including corn porridge, eggs, and milk. Afterward, he was to rest briefly before commencing a light jog. Lunchtime featured a variety of delectable dishes, with rice as the staple, complemented by 3 dishes and a soup, balancing meat and vegetables. Following a midday rest, physical training would commence, encompassing strength training, flexibility exercises, and reaction drills, with activities including boxing, badminton, and table tennis. In the evening, the dietary options would differ again, and there would be additional exercise activities, with lights out promptly at 11 p.m. Moreover, the program was progressive and could be adjusted according to one's physical condition. Aside from exercise, meals, and sleep, the remaining time was designated for leisure. As long as he did not disclose his location or any details regarding the tests, he was free to engage in activities such as gaming, reading novels, or watching films. Upon reviewing this tailored regimen, Wang Jie felt quite satisfied. He could indulge in ample food, engage in exercise, and even earn a bonus. This was far more enjoyable than his usual work routine. Consequently, in the following days, Wang Jie commenced a nearly repetitive lifestyle according to the plan. The first couple of days were quite challenging as he had not engaged in serious running for a long time. After completing a kilometer, he was breathless, nearly exhausted. As for other strength training activities, such as boxing, since Wang Jie had never attempted them before, he awoke the following day feeling sore all over. Fortunately, he persevered. As time progressed, Wang Jie adhered to the regimen, and thus a week passed. Mr. Su, here are Wang Jie's latest health metrics from the past few days. Lu Wei reported, handing over the most recent data. On the day Wang Jie arrived, his health was in a rather poor condition, suffering from insufficient sleep and elevated blood pressure. However, after about a week of adjustment, he had significantly improved, showing no abnormalities and meeting expected conditions. All right, that will suffice. Inform Wang Jie that we can officially commence the injection of the agent. Su Bai remarked after a cursory glance. Chapter 96, Successful Injection of the Agent. Abrupt Surge in Abilities. In the laboratory of the Kamikaze Research Institute, Wang Jie reclined upon a medical examination bed, feeling remarkably at ease. The surroundings were equipped with various medical devices, such as heart monitors, blood pressure monitors, and infusion pumps. Once all connections were successfully established, Wang Jie instinctively took a deep breath. The moment to initiate the injection of the agent had finally arrived. Mr. Su, everything is prepared. A researcher holding the Qinglong agent turned to announce. Yes, Mr. Wang, please relax. There is no need for excessive tension. Su Bai nodded, his tone calm and reassuring. At these words, Wang Jie endeavored to compose himself. After a few seconds, he quickly spoke up. Mr. Su, I am ready. You may proceed with the injection. Following Su Bai's gesture, the researcher, after a series of sterile procedures, gently pressed the plunger, slowly introducing the azure solution into Wang Jie's body. Every operation was executed flawlessly. Meanwhile, Lu Wei and the other personnel remained vigilant, monitoring Wang Jie's physiological data. Perhaps due to it being their first human trial, the expressions of the researchers reflected varying degrees of nervousness. Blood pressure normal, respiratory rate normal, heart rate normal, blood oxygen saturation within the normal range. Until the entire vial of Qinglong agent was administered, Wang Jie's vital signs showed no complications. Report to Mr. Su. Injection completed. Wang Jie's blood pressure, heart rate, and blood oxygen saturation are all within expected parameters. A researcher promptly reported. Upon hearing this, everyone present exhaled a collective sigh of relief. At this juncture, the safety of the Qinglong agent had been effectively validated. Simultaneously, Wang Jie, reclining on the medical bed, instinctively relaxed for a moment. The process of administering the injection was largely uneventful, save for a brief moment of discomfort as the needle pierced Mr. Wang's arm. It was akin to the typical experience of receiving an injection at a hospital. Excellent. Let us continue to monitor the relevant data. Su Bai instructive. Mr. Wang, please bear with us for a moment longer. After a brief pause, he added. The ensuing minutes marked the diffusion of the Qinglong agent's molecules throughout Wang Jie's entire being. These medicinal molecules would permeate Wang Jie's various cells before gradually taking effect. Hence, a cadre of researchers remained fixated on the array of gauges and monitors. 10 minutes later, a voice broke through the tension. Mr. Su, all of Wang Jie's vital signs are within the normal range. Upon receiving this report, Su Bai exhaled a sigh of relief. It appeared that the injection phase had been a success. Following the removal of numerous instrument connections, Wang Jie rose from the medical bed and engaged in a brief stretch. How do you feel now, Mr. Wang? Su Bai Wei. Feelings? Nothing particularly noteworthy, Mr. Su. When can I expect the agent to take effect? Wang Jie furrowed his brow in confusion. We must continue to monitor for a while longer. Mr. Wang, please adhere to the prescribed regimen. Su Bai promptly explained. The dietary components would remain unchanged, while the exercise regimen would gradually intensify. After all, merely injecting the Qinglong agent would at best enhance immune capabilities. It required a corresponding training regime to ascertain the improvements in physical fitness metrics. Understood, Wang Jie readily agreed. To be honest, after more than 10 days, he felt noticeably stronger. Of course, any normal individual who diligently exercises would naturally experience such improvements. Moreover, he was exceedingly eager to discover the true efficacy of the Qinglong agent. Thus, Wang Jie resumed his somewhat monotonous daily routine. On the first night, as he drifted into slumber, an extraordinary sensation enveloped him. It felt as though a warm current surged within his body, only to vanish upon his conscious awakening. This left Wang Jie perplexed. In the following days, he continued his training regimen, including running. He vividly recalled that when he first arrived at the Kamikaze Research Institute, even a mere kilometer left him utterly exhausted. Gradually acclimating to this intensity, he still found himself breathless, with his heart pounding in his chest after each session. However, in recent days, this fatigue had begun to dissipate. His heartbeat was no longer as tumultuous, and his breathing had become significantly steadier. Wang Jie was uncertain whether this was due to his relentless perseverance over the past 10 days or the gradual efficacy of the Qinglong agent, or perhaps a combination of both. 3 days later, 1 week post-injection of the Qinglong agent, Wang Jie was astonished to discover that persistent ailments such as lower back pain and shoulder inflammation had mysteriously vanished. Could it be that a prolonged absence from computer screens had facilitated this recovery? He quickly dismissed this notion. Such chronic ailments were not easily remedied. The only plausible explanation was the Qinglong agent's remarkable efficacy. Had he truly become stronger after the injection? With uncontainable excitement, Wang Jie continued his daily exercise routine. First came the grueling kilometer run, which he completed with minimal exertion, feeling as light as a feather. When did I become this capable? Wang Jie marveled, unable to suppress his astonishment. Next was the boxing training. Mr. Wang, please moderate your strength, urged the researcher paired with him, drenched in sweat. Upon hearing this, Wang Jie glanced at his own fists. Had his power suddenly increased? It seemed so, yet he couldn't quite ascertain the extent. The only thing he could confidently declare was that his endurance had indeed improved remarkably. Previously, 30 minutes of boxing had been his limit. Now, after over an hour, he still felt invigorated. The only word that accurately encapsulated his experience was comfortable. Following boxing, he engaged in badminton, where he surprisingly triumphed over a researcher who had previously been his equal. It was effortless, truly effortless. Unbeknownst to him, his abilities had significantly enhanced. Wang Jie's joy was palpable. He had indeed grown stronger. Reflecting on his time before arriving at the Kamikaze Research Institute, he was merely a sub-healthy couch potato. Today, all his minor ailments had vanished, and he felt even more robust than the average individual. Wang Jie even pondered whether his colleagues and superiors would recognize him upon his return to work. The once ordinary programmer had transformed into a veritable athletic powerhouse. This agent was nothing short of miraculous. He thought excitedly as he continued his exercise regimen. Meanwhile, the researchers meticulously monitored Wang Jie's physiological state. collating data to report back to Su Bai. Chapter 97, the final test. From couch potato to athletic champion. Next came table tennis. A sport Wang Jie had always disliked due to its demanding nature, which tested reflexes, agility, flexibility, and balance. Throughout his life, he had struggled with hand-eye coordination, often failing to return the ball. Even after more than 20 days of training, he still harbored some reluctance towards this activity. However, today, he miraculously discovered that table tennis was an exhilarating sport. Regardless of how he swung the paddle, he was able to return the ball with precision. Goodness, this Qinglong agent is astonishing. I feel as if my skill level rivals that of a national-level athlete. Wang Jie exclaimed with elation. He was utterly surprised to find that after the injection of the Qinglong agent, he had developed a genuine affinity for the sport. Simultaneously, the researchers were reporting back to Su Bai about Wang Jie's progress. Mr. Su, here is the summary of Wang Jie's physical condition over the past few days. Everything is normal and progressing as planned. Furthermore, his metrics for strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance have all shown marked improvement. He has indeed become significantly stronger. After reviewing the report, Su Bai swiftly scanned the figures on the chart. In terms of strength, Wang Jie had increased to 13 times his previous capacity. His speed had escalated to approximately 12 times, with other physical attributes also exhibiting varying degrees of enhancement. While ordinary exercise contributed to some extent, it could not account for such astonishing results within such a short time frame. It is well known that many human attributes are determined at birth. For instance, speed is often dictated by muscle fiber type and the efficiency of the nervous system, factors that are predominantly innate. Wang Jie's running speed had undeniably increased, seemingly shattering his previous limitations. Indeed, our agent has fulfilled its intended purpose, Su Bai remarked with satisfaction. Clearly, the System S products are extraordinary. The Qinglong agent, acquired at the cost of 30,000 technology points, is truly worth its price. There exists no other pharmaceutical formulation in the world that can rival the efficacy of the Qinglong elixir, even if certain aspects of alternative medication surpass it. Such effects are ephemeral and accompanied by substantial adverse side effects. It is no exaggeration to assert that this Azure potion embodies technological advancements that exceed current global standards by at least half a century. Observations thus far can nearly proclaim the research and development a resounding success. However, Su Bai pondered for a moment. After all, this was human testing, and it had only been approximately a week since the injection of the elixir. The time elapsed was insufficient, and to ensure absolute certainty, further observation was imperative. Subsequently, Wang Jie underwent a remarkable transformation. Each day, he could feel extraordinary changes within his body. He eagerly urged the research personnel to commence daily training, progressively increasing the intensity with each passing day. Wang Jie even believed that if he persisted with this regimen, he could easily secure an Olympic medal for his country. It is noteworthy that he was already 30 years old, an age when most individuals witness a decline in physical prowess. This can only be attributed to the formidable effects of the Qinglong elixir. As time swiftly passed, 2 more weeks slipped by, and the Qinglong gene elixir project entered its final phase. Mr. Wang, we require a comprehensive assessment of your physical condition. Su Bai declared. Once you pass, this experiment will be deemed a success. Mr. Su, I am fully prepared. Let us begin. Wang Jie responded, brimming with confidence regarding his physical condition. The group then proceeded to the testing arena. Mr. Su, does this mean that if Mr. Wang passes today's tests, our Qinglong elixir will be successfully launched? Yang Sui inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. She had come specifically to witness this moment. During this period, the company had been thriving, and apart from an overwhelming influx of orders, there was little else to worry about. Mr. Wang appears to be in remarkably better spirits than before. Yang Shui observed, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. She distinctly remembered their first encounter, during which Wang Jie appeared far from well. Now, he radiated vitality, seemingly transformed in demeanor. Those unaware of the situation might mistakenly believe he had suddenly become an athletic champion. Indeed, this was merely the surface transformation. Next, you must pay close attention. Su Bai interjected. The first test would be the 100-meter sprint, evaluating explosive power, reaction time, and muscle strength. On your marks, get set, go. Upon the command, Wang Jie shot forth like an arrow toward the finish line, his speed akin to a gust of wind. The final time for the 100-meter sprint was recorded at an astonishing 1:076 seconds. When this figure was announced, the observers were left in sheer disbelief. What does 1:076 seconds signify? Typically, an individual who completes the distance in under 12 seconds possesses extraordinary athletic capability. The standard for a national-level athlete is to finish in under 94 seconds. Thus, in a mere short span, Wang Jie had nearly ascended to the status of a national-level athlete. This was nothing short of miraculous. Incredible. Wang Jie's explosive power and muscle strength have surged across the board, exclaimed one ordinary individual, marveling at the transformation from an everyday person to a national-level athlete. All achieved through a single elixir, a feat beyond comprehension. Mr. Su, this is truly remarkable. Is our product really this extraordinary? Yang Shui's face was alight with wonder. The subsequent test was the 1,000-meter run, a distance Wang Jie was intimately familiar with. Taking a deep breath, he appeared eager to commence. 1,000 meters begin. Upon the command, Wang Jie surged forward. This middle-distance event assessed speed and endurance, and he maintained a steady pace, crossing the finish line in 2 minutes and 28 seconds. This result also left the audience in awe, surpassing the standards of a national-level athlete. At 30 years of age, one would typically expect a decline in physical condition. Yet after the injection of the Qinglong elixir, he seemed to have reversed the aging process. All right, let us pause the running for now. Next, we will assess Wang Jie's strength level. Just as everyone was immersed in Wang Jie's astonishing physical attributes, Su Bai's voice brought them back to reality. Before Wang Jie was a professional strength testing apparatus. After donning the necessary equipment and warming up, he concentrated his entire strength and delivered a powerful punch to the target. The results flashed on the screen. 323 pounds. Approximately 300 pounds is the benchmark of a professional boxer, signifying that Wang Jie had achieved professional-level strength. 332 pounds of punching power? This is on par with professional boxers. Unbelievable. Wang Jie, who has undergone professional training, can generate such formidable force. With further refinement, he could rival a champion. The researchers buzzed with excitement. Yang Shui gazed at Su Bai with profound admiration. Mr. Su, our elixir is reaching extraordinary heights. In response, Su Bai mantanda candimina. Indeed, it is quite impressive. Now, let us examine Wang Jie's progress in other areas. Next came the pull-up test, which measured Wang Jie's upper body strength, particularly in his back and arms. To the astonishment of all, he executed a flawless series of 60 standard pull-ups. The onlookers were captivated. What does performing 60 standard pull-ups represent? Within military standards, completing 30 in one go is already considered exceptional, yet Wang Jie had doubled that number, showcasing the astonishing development of his arm musculature. Even Wang Jie himself was taken aback. He distinctly recalled being unable to perform even a single pull-up prior to receiving the Qinglong elixir. Following this were high jump and triple jump tests, in which Wang Jie effortlessly cleared heights of 35 meters and distances of 42 meters, respectively, both of which aligned with professional standards. By this point, the conclusions were abundantly clear. Wang Jie's metrics for strength, speed, explosive power, and reaction time had undergone a qualitative leap compared to just over 20 days prior. The final assessment was an arduous marathon, a true test of endurance, cardiovascular capacity, and the stability of muscles and joints, spanning a staggering 895 kilometers. Had he not previously engaged in similar endeavors, this task would have seemed insurmountable. Wang Jie had only ever run a few thousand meters at most. Thus, prior to commencing, Su Bai cautioned, Mr. Wang, should you find this too daunting, we can postpone the full marathon for another day. After all, you have already accomplished quite a lot today. Wang Jie, however, confidently patted his chest, exuding unwavering assurance as he replied, Mr. Su, although I have never run such a long distance before, I believe it should not pose much of a challenge. This statement holds true. Wang Jie even felt that after completing the series of tests, he was merely finishing his warm-up. Thus, once everything was in place, Wang Jie set off, commencing the full marathon test. He maintained a steady pace, his gait light and buoyant, as if savoring the euphoria that running imparted to his body. Accompanying him were researchers diligently tracking his progress. When Wang Jie reappeared before the crowd, 2 hours and 6 minutes had elapsed. How was that? My performance was satisfactory, wasn't it? Wang Jie panted heavily as he inquired. This marathon had finally offered him a semblance of intensity. After finishing, he felt a pleasant warmth enveloping his entire being. Not merely satisfactory. 2 hours and 6 minutes is a feat many professional marathon runners struggle to achieve. Mr. Wang, you are nearing world-class standards. One of the researchers exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. During the 2+ hours that Wang Jie engaged in the marathon, all data regarding his physical condition had been comprehensively compiled. His immune capabilities were significantly enhanced compared to his peers. This implies that he would be immune to common ailments, such as colds and influenza, in the future. Furthermore, his fundamental metrics, strength, speed, and endurance, had all escalated to professional levels. Even at his worst, he was at a semi-professional caliber. All tests conducted today were successfully passed, and the efficacy of the Qinglong elixir perfectly met expectations. Mr. Su summarized. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present were alight with exhilaration. After months of research and development, they had finally perfected the Qinglong genetic elixir. Compared to other products on the market, their speed was nothing short of miraculous. Some individuals were fervently pumping their fists, releasing their inner jubilation. This elixir not only grants immunity to most viral diseases, but also enhances human qualities in a comprehensive manner. I find myself at a loss for words to praise it. The world's foremost genetic elixir has been successfully birthed under the guidance of our esteemed Mr. Su. It is truly miraculous that an ordinary person can transform into an athletic prodigy in just over 20 days. One might wonder, what would happen if our elixir were administered to individuals who are already exceptional? For instance, in a 100-meter dash, they would likely shatter world records in mere minutes. The crowd continued to discuss animatedly, with some already envisioning the outrageous scenarios of record-breaking feats in the future. Next, we shall continue our observation for one final week. Once we confirm that everything is in order, we can commence large-scale applications. Mr. Su promptly announced. In the blink of an eye, a week had passed. Wang Jie could still sense the remarkable changes within his body, and he felt no discomfort whatsoever. Observing this, Mr. Su was firmly convinced that the Qinglong elixir possessed a 100% safety profile. He immediately dialed Qin Guoxing's number. Old Qin, the Qinglong genetic elixir has been successfully developed. I am sending you the comprehensive data from Wang Jie's tests. Upon seeing the footage of Wang Jie completing various test items, Qin Guoxing was utterly astonished. Is this really the Wang Jie from a few months ago? He swallowed hard, momentarily questioning his own vision. The 100-meter run was completed in 10.76 seconds, undoubtedly at the level of a national first-class athlete. The 1,000 meters took 2 minutes and 26 seconds, also at a semi-professional standard. His punching power reached an astonishing 323 pounds. With some focused training, he could easily step into the boxing ring, completing 60 pull-ups in one go and finishing the marathon in just 2 hours and 6 minutes. Qin Guoxing was momentarily dumbfounded. Wang Jie had transformed from being sub-healthy to an athletic virtuoso, a truly staggering metamorphosis. And all of this was merely the result of a single genetic elixir. It was simply incredible, a genuine miracle drug. Mr. Su, is Wang Jie still at your research facility? Qin Guoxing, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his voice tremble as he spoke. The Qinglong elixir has yielded such extraordinary results in an ordinary individual. What about its effects on someone with an already robust physique, such as a soldier? Just the thought made Qin Guoxing's breath quicken. This elixir holds immense significance for our nation. Of course, that is excellent news. Please hold on. I'm on my way. After hanging up, Qin Guoxing immediately drove to the Shinkei's Research Institute. Chapter 99, Super Soldier Serum, a benefit for Shunfeng employees. Moments later. At the Shinkei's Research Institute, Qin Guoxing encountered programmer Wang Jie, scrutinizing him with his murky eyes. Mr. Wang, to what extent do you feel you have become stronger? Qin Guoxing could not help but inquire. Though Wang Jie's physique appeared largely unchanged, his aura seemed to have transformed entirely compared to before. Old Qin, it's incredible. I can guarantee that after just 2 more months of training, I could represent our great nation in the Olympics and secure a few medals. Wang Jie declared with unwavering confidence. Olympic medals? Is it truly that outrageous? Qin Guoxing was immensely curious, and when he witnessed Wang Jie showcase a series of training accomplishments, he felt a tingling sensation spread across his scalp. Judging by the results, Wang Jie seemed to have made substantial progress. His 100-meter time improved by 0.15 seconds, while the 1,000-meter distance was completed in under 2 minutes and 20 seconds. His punching power soared to 330 pounds, and he managed to perform 65 pull-ups, with his marathon time improving by a full minute. After all of this, Qin Guoxing noticed the fine beads of sweat forming on Wang Jie's forehead, suggesting he still had energy to spare. This is extraordinary. It is simply too extraordinary. This means that in the span of just about a week, Wang Jie's physical capabilities continue to enhance progressively. Even now, his limits remain undetermined. Mr. Su, your Qinglong elixir is truly remarkable. It significantly boosts immunity while enhancing human qualities. The changes observed in Wang Jie are nothing short of miraculous. After reviewing all the projects, Qin Guoxing repeatedly gave a thumbs up, expressing his admiration. This elixir has the potential to comprehensively elevate the qualities of our citizens, which is truly impressive. However, Mr. Su, I have a humble request. Would it be possible to create a specialized version of the elixir specifically for military personnel? Qin Guoxing's words were filled with sincerity. A specialized version for military use? Mr. Su furrowed his brow, immediately diving into his thoughts. He recalled that the system's marketplace offered a variety of elixirs. There were intelligent elixirs that could endow ordinary individuals with extraordinary intellect and creativity. However, this was not particularly suitable for soldiers, and the cost was a staggering 7-digit figure in technological points, prompting Mr. Su to quickly dismiss the idea. The Super Soldier Serum. Mr. Su scrolled down the list until he finally found an elixir that met their needs. It easily surpasses human limits, granting the user a physique akin to that of a superhuman. A prime example would be the protagonist from the American sci-fi film Captain America, who transforms from an ordinary soldier into an all-powerful super warrior. Checking the price, it was 48,000 technological points, which just so happened to match Mr. Su's balance. Without hesitation, he proceeded with the exchange. Suddenly, a gleaming document pertaining to research and development appeared before Su Bai. He swiftly perused its contents. Compared to the Qinglong Gene Serum, the Super Soldier Serum presented a significantly greater array of challenges. However, he reassured himself that with a few months' time, he could likely develop it. Old Qin, a gene serum specifically designed for soldiers, is certainly within reach. Coming back to his senses, Su Bai nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, that is truly splendid. Please inform me at your earliest convenience when you are ready. Qin Guoxing exclaimed, his joy rendering him almost speechless. The miraculous effects of the Qinglong Gene Serum, when utilized by ordinary individuals, were already astounding. The thought of its potential impact on soldiers left Qin Guoxing in awe. Mr. Su, I am sincerely grateful for your development of this serum. Following Qin Guoxing's departure, Wang Jie busied himself packing his belongings, eager to return to his professional duties. He intended to showcase to his colleagues and superiors just how much he had transformed, from an unhealthy, sedentary individual to a paragon of athleticism. He anticipated that the entire company would be left in astonishment. By the way, Mr. Wang, please keep the details regarding the serum confidential for the time being. We shall announce the relevant information at the appropriate moment and notify you then. Su Bai remarked with a smile. Wang Jie had been fortunate enough to experience the benefits of the Qinglong serum, and now his goal was to gradually expand the circle of fortunate recipients. Thus, Su Bai tirelessly initiated the construction of a series of production lines. Yang Shui assisted in finalizing the factory location, procuring necessary equipment, and sourcing raw materials for the medication. Meanwhile, Su Bai directed 31 researchers, enlisting additional workers, as they meticulously constructed the production line. Furthermore, through connections with military enterprises, the official approvals and production licenses for the Qinglong serum were swiftly secured. Indeed, the efficiency of the state was commendable. As Su Bai gazed at the stack of documents in hand, he couldn't help but express his admiration. With these permits, the medications produced would be entirely legal and compliant, ensuring that there would be no safety loopholes. After a period of time, the production line was successfully established, and bottles containing the Azure Serum were unveiled before everyone. Mr. Su, our latest product has finally been launched, Yang Shui exclaimed, her countenance brimming with joy. Excellent, Yang Sui. Let's commence with a small-scale application, starting with the employees of Shunfeng Company. Su Bai replied, pleased with the progress. Small-scale application? Mr. Su, does this qualify as a unique company benefit? Yang Sui inquired, unable to contain her curiosity. Indeed, given that Shunfeng is currently in no financial distress, there is no need for the Qinglong serum to be made available to the general public. Firstly, pricing this product is quite challenging. When it can enhance immunity, eliminate all influenza and cold-related ailments, and bolster physical health, how can one determine an appropriate price? It's not like courier services, which can gauge value through order volumes. Secondly, once this serum is released, Shunfeng will undoubtedly become a target for numerous pharmaceutical companies and fitness enterprises. The moment an employee receives an injection, they will no longer have the need for cold medications, potentially severing these companies' revenue streams. Therefore, only employees who are contracted with Shunfeng for an extended period will be eligible for the injection. Consequently, Yang Shui meticulously compiled a list of employees, identifying approximately 5,500 individuals for the inaugural injection of the Qinglong serum. During the initial days, they experienced no unusual effects. believing it to be merely an ordinary medication. However, as time progressed, many Shunfeng employees found their physical condition remarkably improved. Tasks that once left them breathless after climbing several flights of stairs now felt effortless. Moreover, employees who previously struggled with chronic ailments witnessed miraculous recoveries post-injection. Conditions such as gastritis, tendinitis, and back pain vanished. As one entered Shunfeng's headquarters, the air was filled with exclamations of astonishment. Wow, I feel invigorated every day. The company's serum is incredible. I no longer experience the discomfort I used to. This product is truly remarkable. In the corporate realm of Shunfeng Express, numerous employees reveled in the joy brought by their enhanced physicality. The Qinglong serum is extraordinary. Previously, a large package required 4 people to handle. Now, we can manage it with one less person without any issues. I feel an abundance of energy throughout my body. Our product is truly phenomenal. Working at Shunfeng is such a blessing. Is it really so outrageous that only employees with at least 6 months tenure qualify for the serum? I must work harder for a few more months. In the chairman's office at Shunfeng headquarters, Yang Shui entered with a light step, softly speaking, "Mr. Su, the feedback report regarding the first batch of serums has been completed." Dressed in a striking crimson professional attire, her red lips and bright smile complemented her elegantly styled hair, radiating the charm of a modern urbanite. Yang Shui had also undergone the serum injection. For her, the most significant benefit was that even after long hours of overtime, she rarely felt fatigued. Additionally, her previous minor ailments, such as eye strain from prolonged screen time, had dissipated. No longer would she need to worry about catching colds or flu. All these benefits were thanks to Mr. Su's efforts. "All right," Su Bai replied, swiftly scanning the document. "Mr. Su, a total of 589 employees with contracts of at least 5 years have received the first batch of the Qinglong gene serum. We assigned dedicated personnel to oversee this task. Currently, everything is proceeding smoothly, with no adverse reactions reported. Many individuals have experienced significant enhancements in their physical capabilities and are exceedingly satisfied with the new product." Yang Shui quickly added, "To prevent the Qinglong serum from being resold or distributed illicitly, the company meticulously organized relevant regulatory departments to draft a series of regulatory documents. After all, the efficacy of this serum was so potent that it overshadowed a multitude of medications and health products. Furthermore, a single vial of the Qinglong serum is compact and easily portable, unlike the Dawn Robotics, which possesses an intelligent system. Thus, the potential for black market activities surrounding such a product was alarmingly high. Given that Shunfeng had become the largest courier company in the nation, employing around 100,000 individuals and rapidly expanding, it was essential to implement strict oversight to thwart any unscrupulous intentions regarding the Qinglong serum. Indeed, we can assess the situation and prepare for the subsequent second and third batches of employees. Su Bai nadith, serori satisfied. This newly produced Qinglong serum differed slightly from the one administered to Wang Jie. It had been diluted by Su Bai to reduce its potency. While retaining its comprehensive immunity-boosting properties, the enhancement of physical attributes had been diminished. Additionally, Su Bai had instituted protective measures to ensure that any attempts to replicate the serum through Shunfeng employees would be futile. At the very core of technological advancement, Su Bai firmly holds the reins. "Mr. Su, there are no issues. I will immediately communicate with the factory." Yang Shui responded with a gentle nod. With over 100,000 employees at Shunfeng Company, approximately half have signed long-term contracts. This implies that there remains a shortfall of over 40,000. As for the remaining employees, upon discovering the efficacy of the Qinglong agent, many have expressed regret for not joining Shunfeng Company sooner. Nevertheless, as Shunfeng continues to expand and strengthen, the remaining employees will ultimately benefit from this welfare. By the way, Yang Shui, I entrust the company's affairs to you for the next few days. Just as Yang Shui was turning to leave, Su Bai unexpectedly spoke up. Upon hearing this, a hint of grievance flickered across Yang Shui's delicate face. It seems the young boss has a new idea. "Mr. Su, haven't you just completed the development of the Qinglong agent? Shouldn't you take a break?" Yang Sui inquired, slightly furrowing her brow. "This is merely the beginning. Let me put it this way. The Qinglong agent is still too rudimentary." Su Bai shook his head, exuding an aura of mystery. Having said that, he departed the office without a backward glance. "Too rudimentary?" Yang Shui tilted her head, pondering for a long time without grasping the meaning behind his words. "The agent significantly enhances human capabilities and boasts immunity to toxins. If this is merely a foundational potion, What does it leave for other pharmaceutical companies? Ah, Mr. Su is truly passionate about research. She couldn't help but sigh as she watched Su Bai's retreating figure. In the independent villa of Jiutianhuafu, within the study, a plethora of documents regarding super soldier serum lay scattered on the desk. After some comparative analysis over the past few days, Su Bai was unequivocally certain that, in comparison to the super soldier serum, the Qinglong agent was virtually inconsequential, barely even qualifying as a budget version. It could exponentially elevate all aspects of human abilities, transcending limits to meet the standards of the perfect human. The super soldier serum, valued at 48,000 technological points, certainly justified its cost. A smile involuntarily graced Su Bai's lips. Ordinary individuals who received the Qinglong agent could potentially break world records after training. But if they were to utilize the super soldier serum, the records in sports would be mere trifles. Strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance could all multiply by dozens. Those who have watched the sci-fi film Captain America would understand. It is a formidable weapon capable of creating the most elite super soldiers, invincible and unstoppable. Should it be developed, it would mark an extraordinary achievement. Once all the materials were organized, Su Bai promptly contacted Qin Guoxing. "Old Qin, I have devised a plan for the military-grade genetic agent," he declared. "It can be considered a comprehensive upgrade of the Qinglong agent, capable of forging superhumans." Upon hearing Su Bai's assertion, Qin Guoxing momentarily froze. Superhumans? Is it truly that exaggerated? This deviates significantly from my expectations. Qin Guoxing initially believed that a 20 to 30 enhancement in physical capabilities over the standard version would suffice for soldiers. However, it was now evident that Mr. Su aimed to create something of the highest caliber. Subsequently, Qin Guoxing reviewed the materials provided. After perusing them, he felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Indeed, superhumans, akin to those seen in science fiction films, could stand against an army single-handedly. "Mr. Su, this concept is quite extraordinary," Qin Guoxing exclaimed, his throat dry with shock. "Old Qin, I will come by tomorrow to discuss the development of the super soldier serum in detail." Su Bai paused before continuing. The next day, he boarded a bulletproof Hongqi vehicle and arrived at the familiar locale of the Dongfeng Research Institute. Chapter 101. The Pinnacle of Warriors. Even geniuses have their differences. In the reception area of the Dongfeng Research Institute, "Mr. Su, I have thoroughly reviewed the super soldier serum you intend to develop. Considering the original Qinglong agent, I am confident you can accomplish it. If you require anything, do not hesitate to let me know," Qin Guoxing said with a smile. "Old Qin, first and foremost, do you have experimental facilities at Dongfeng Research Institute, such as relevant biological laboratories, sterile labs, and polymer labs?" Su Bai inquired first. The Dongfeng Research Institute spans over 4,000 acres with several research buildings. But Su Bai had primarily utilized electronic engineering, mechanical engineering, and computer laboratories in the past. He was not well versed in this aspect. "Mr. Su, Dongfeng Research was established as a comprehensive, super-large research base. All kinds of biological laboratories are readily available, so you need not worry about that." Qin Guoxing elaborated slowly. "That's reassuring. Next, we must discuss the research personnel," Su Bai stated, aware of his limited knowledge regarding experts in medical fields, genetic engineering, pharmacology, and human physiology in Longhua. He would rely on Qin Guoxing to recruit talent for assistance. Additionally, due to the numerous experiments required during the serum's development, some graduate students could also be enlisted to assist. There are many senior experts in clinical medicine at the Long Science Institute, but genetic engineering would require some time. As for the graduate assistants, they would be able to assemble quickly. "Mr. Su, barring any unforeseen circumstances, this project could officially commence within a week," Qin Guoxing mused, unable to contain his excitement. The super soldier serum would be of immense significance not only to its recipients, who would see a direct transformation in their physical capabilities, but also for the entire Longhua defense sector. If successful, it would undoubtedly be a milestone event. 7 days flew by. In a comprehensive conference hall at the Dongfeng Research Institute, numerous academicians, professors, and researchers from the medical field of Longhua gathered. Additionally, several top graduate students who passed the internal selection of the Long Science Institute were present. At the forefront sat academician Guizhe, an expert in genetic engineering, alongside the renowned academician Zhou Mingjie, a luminary in clinical medicine. Among the graduate students, one figure stood out with striking beauty: long flowing hair, a flawless complexion devoid of makeup, and captivating eyes that seemed to speak. This was none other than Qin Yusin, the celebrated belle of the Long Science Institute and the granddaughter of Qin Guoxing. She had not gained entry through favoritism, but had successfully qualified, as the top candidate in the selection test for this project. Only yesterday did Qin Yusin learn from her grandfather that the chief engineer for this project was none other than Mr. Su. What is Mr. Su planning to do by gathering so many medical experts? Qin Yusin pondered, a hint of confusion crossing her charming face. After all, having participated in the creation of the Tianqiong fighter jet, Su Bai's talents in the military sector were well recognized. Subsequently, Shunfeng introduced groundbreaking technologies such as the Xinfeng transport vehicle and the Baihu robot, leaving no doubt that Mr. Su was leading these initiatives. Yet this time, Qin Yusin found herself perplexed. Many others present shared her confusion. Thanks to Qin Guoxing's heartfelt invitation, some had even chosen to forego their current projects to attend, and thus they were all eager for the outcome of this development to be something truly remarkable. Suddenly, two figures appeared at the forefront of the conference room. One was naturally Qin Guoxing, while the other was a young man in his 20s. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Mr. Su Bai, the chairman of Shunfeng Corporation. He is also the chief engineer for this project. Qin Guoxing introduced swiftly. The chairman of Shunfeng? The one responsible for numerous groundbreaking technologies? This young man? The assembly buzzed with astonishment. I had always envisioned the head of Shunfeng to be an enigmatic figure, yet he is even younger than I am. To have a luminary like Mr. Su lead the engineering efforts? But isn't Shunfeng primarily a courier service? The researchers exchanged incredulous glances. Their eyes filled with wonder as they turned towards Su Bai. Ladies and gentlemen, please take a look at this. Without further ado, Su Bai immediately brought up the relevant data concerning the super soldier serum. In front of the attendees, there were screens that could be enlarged for closer inspection. This is what we aim to develop. The super soldier serum, dedicated to creating the most elite super warriors. Its effects are twofold. It significantly enhances immune capabilities, rendering one invulnerable to toxins. Furthermore, it dramatically amplifies various physical parameters, strength, speed, endurance, by dozens, even hundreds of times, capable of producing the perfect human. Su Bai responded rapidly. Upon concluding, the entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment. Super soldiers? Perfect humans? Is such an outrageous undertaking truly feasible? It feels as though we are in a dream. However, as the data unfolded, the experts present, particularly the senior academicians seated at the front, began to breathe more rapidly. Based on their extensive experience, it appeared that Mr. Su's proposal was indeed plausible. Moreover, Su Bai showcased a video of the Qinglong serum. The audience was further astounded. It became clear that prior to this, Mr. Su had already developed an extraordinarily advanced serum. Did this imply that the project had already achieved half of its success before it even commenced? Mr. Su is truly a polymath. Based on my rudimentary understanding, the Qinglong serum has likely advanced the field by at least half a century. Impressive, impressive. Mr. Su, who conceived the super soldier serum, is nothing short of remarkable. With the Qinglong serum as a model, this endeavor might genuinely come to fruition. Mr. Su is barely in his 20s, yet has achieved so much. I wholeheartedly endorse your guidance in our research efforts. A single dose of the Qinglong serum transformed a man in suboptimal health into a sports leader. And the prospect of the far more powerful super soldier serum coming to fruition is simply staggering. The praises for Su Bai echoed throughout the room. Meanwhile, at the back, Qin Yu gazed at Su Bai with admiration in her eyes. Although she was already a paragon of excellence, she found herself dwarfed in comparison to her peer Su Bai. He had accomplished so many extraordinary technological feats and now ventured into serum development. One cannot help but acknowledge the disparity among geniuses. With that in mind, I shall proceed to assign tasks. Su Bai surveyed the room and spoke slowly. Starting tomorrow, we will commence the research for the Super Soldier Serum Project. Chapter 102. Xuanfeng's young man transforms into a Hercules, the secrets of new technology temporarily under wraps. The research process for the Super Soldier Serum bears similarities to that of the Qinglong genetic serum. However, due to the stark differences in their functionalities, numerous details diverge significantly. The complexity and difficulty of the serum far exceed that of the Qinglong serum. Therefore, Su Bai made rational assignments based on everyone's professional backgrounds. There were still 3 research groups. The first focused on gene cloning and expression. This time, several experts joined, including the esteemed genetic engineering specialist, academician Guozhe, who has dedicated decades to this field. Led by Guozhe, a team quickly arrived at the biological laboratory to observe gene expression in host cells using DNA synthesis techniques. The second group dealt with the extraction of target proteins, which demanded less theoretical knowledge and more practical skills. The third group, naturally, was the most challenging. They were tasked with designing the serum's molecular structure, employing specific gene transfer techniques, and cultivating relevant microbial populations. Continuous observation of the drug molecule's efficacy involved a wealth of experiments and data collection, leading to the majority of graduate students being assigned to this group. Under Su Bai's direct leadership, once the tasks were delineated, the project team, nearly 150 members strong, embarked on the research around the clock. During the first week, due to inexperience and the overwhelming complexity, various issues arose. Although every character, number, and letter in the documentation was recognizable, many seemed to suffer from a sudden reading impairment, unable to comprehend the material when pieced together. Particularly, the graduate students, who had anticipated a smooth project under Mr. Su's guidance, were caught off guard by the initial challenges they faced. Some found their confidence severely shaken, pondering how Mr. Su, despite his youth, could produce materials that felt like cryptic texts. Seeing this, Su Bai remained unfazed, having grown accustomed to such reactions. He often wished for multiple incarnations of himself during the initial phases of any project. Thus, he calmly and patiently elucidated the concepts. The expressions on the faces of the attendees transitioned from confusion to tranquility, and finally to enlightenment and astonishment, especially when several academicians pulled out their notebooks. Attentively absorbing to his explanations is that even academician Zhou Mingzhi, a renowned clinical expert in the country, so engrossed. Mr. Su's knowledge is profoundly extensive. I cannot afford to lose focus. Indeed, Mr. Su is a true winner in life. Not only has Shunfeng Corporation risen to become the strongest in the nation, but he is also a successful entrepreneur. In the realm of research, he possesses unique insights that have earned him my utmost respect. It was revealed that drug molecules could incorporate substances like propylglycerol, known for their significant side effects. Yet according to the new design approach, their effects could be entirely negated. One can only say that Mr. Su is truly remarkable. It might take me a century to conceive such ideas. Throughout the research process, one could frequently hear praises for Su Bai. This young chairman of Shunfeng, with his extraordinary research capabilities, gained the recognition of all. Thus, the Super Soldier Serum project gradually found its footing. Simultaneously, during this period, some miraculous occurrences began to unfold outside. Under Yang Shui's direction, the Qinglong genetic serum was systematically applied. As more Shunfeng employees received the injections, the public began to notice astonishing phenomena. Initially, it was the employees themselves who observed the changes. Those who were previously robust found themselves brimming with vitality, as if an inexhaustible energy was surging within them. Meanwhile, employees who had suffered from various ailments, frequent colds, chronic conditions, lumbar disc herniation, and shoulder pain from prolonged work, suddenly felt revitalized, with all their discomfort vanishing overnight. It was simply astonishing. Soon, the families of some employees began to take notice as well. It is well known that delivery personnel typically belong to the category of manual laborers, burdened with the arduous task of delivering numerous packages each day, often returning home utterly exhausted. Previously, the obligation of public grain delivery was quite tormenting for them. However, following the administration of the Qinglong genetic serum, the situation appears to have undergone a remarkable transformation. Consequently, Shunfeng Company has exhibited a flourishing spectacle, with a significant enhancement in the speed of deliveries. Furthermore, this phenomenon has sparked a fervent discussion online. What could be the reason? The Shunfeng couriers I have encountered lately seem to have gained considerable strength. One individual is capable of shouldering a large item and ascending to the 7th floor, exhibiting strength surpassing that of an ox. Indeed, my husband works at Shunfeng, and previously, achieving one delivery per week was already a considerable feat. Yet recently, he seems to have ingested some form of supplement, and I find it nearly unbearable to inquire further. As he remains tight-lipped, could the preceding observations be shared? It appears that Shunfeng Company is indeed somewhat extraordinary. Should I consider a career shift to their delivery service? It seems a plausible option. I too have made an observation. Today, a delivery man effortlessly lifted a large sofa, an item that would typically require the strength of 4 individuals to carry. What on earth has transpired? Have the Shunfeng employees undergone some sort of mutation? In an instant, netizens began to speculate wildly. The Shunfeng couriers have transformed into modern-day Hercules. Shunfeng employees are extraordinarily robust, and a video will take you behind the scenes. Sensing the rising heat, various self-media outlets began releasing articles, fueled solely by imagination and unfounded analyses. The most ludicrous claim even suggested that the Shunfeng CEO, an unscrupulous entrepreneur, had secretly administered hormones to employees in order to enhance company efficiency. To my astonishment, some unsuspecting individuals believe this narrative. After all, a sudden surge in strength must surely indicate the influence of hormones, mustn't it? Conversely, many fervent fans of Shunfeng vehemently refuted such claims. Foolishness. What unscrupulous editor penned this article? Hormones entail side effects that can be fatal. Such slanderous media should swiftly be silenced. Consequently, Shunfeng promptly issued an announcement. We extend our gratitude to all concerned friends. The recent enhancement in our employees' physical fitness is attributed to the successful development of a new technology, the specifics of which remain confidential for the time being. Upon the release of this news, the entire internet erupted as if boiling over. What? Shunfeng has developed a new technology that enhances the physical capabilities of its employees? How remarkable! I had assumed that Shunfeng had simply recruited numerous strongmen as delivery personnel. However, this notion seems even more far-fetched. What kind of technology could directly augment human strength? The specifics are confidential. This is clearly tantalizing us. What could possibly warrant such secrecy? Could it involve classified military technology? How vexing. My curiosity knows no bounds. Chapter 103. What Mr. Su says is the unassailable truth beyond doubt. Discussion surrounding Shunfeng's new technology swiftly ascended to the top of trending topics on the internet. The bright red trending label was particularly conspicuous. Shunfeng had undeniably become the most sought-after high-tech enterprise in all of Longhua. Earlier today, a mobile phone manufacturer had just concluded a press conference, only to discover that they had been relegated to the second page of trending topics. How infuriating! Who has stolen their headline? What celebrity scandal or gossip could possibly overshadow them? Upon further investigation, it was revealed that Shunfeng Company had unveiled a new technology. It's Shunfeng Company. Then it's of little consequence. This merely reflects their misfortune. Shunfeng's new technology appears to be a privilege reserved solely for its employees, a pure company benefit. Why doesn't Team I Company possess such impressive technology? I envy the employees of Shunfeng. I am tempted to make a direct career shift. However, the latest news reveals that Shunfeng is currently not in need of additional personnel. Alas, I must wait for the next opportunity. Speaking of which, what sort of technology could it be? I read an article claiming that Shunfeng has injected its employees with hormones. Is that truly the case? It seems quite plausible. Hormones, you say? Have you ever encountered a substance that could so dramatically amplify strength? Such things cannot be used recklessly, and Shunfeng is a state-owned enterprise. How could they possibly engage in such practices? If it were true, the employees would have already spoken out against it. A multitude of netizens engaged in heated discussions, with speculations about the new technology proliferating. The public quickly divided into two factions. One faction believes that Shunfeng has developed numerous cutting-edge technologies, elevating the company to the status of a premier enterprise. They surmise that some beneficial substance for the human body has been created. However, its precise nature remains elusive. The other faction, though fewer in number, holds a rather unconventional viewpoint. They extend the hormone theory, asserting that the CEO of Shunfeng has become so obsessed with technological advancements that he is conducting experiments on the bodies of his employees. While many may currently possess strength akin to that of an ox, the potential side effects could be terrifying. Issues such as cardiovascular complications and liver problems could arise, and some even go so far as to claim that it could significantly shorten lifespans. They advocate for a thorough investigation by the authorities. There will always be conspiracy theorists online, calling for official investigations. Shunfeng is a company vigorously supported by Longhua. It is these conspiracy theorists who should undergo scrutiny. Consequently, the authorities dispatched cyber police, apprehending individuals with malicious intents. Among them were those who harbored anti-national sentiments and had accepted funds from foreign influences. Various peculiar characters could be found. In any case, the number of individuals intrigued by Shunfeng's new technology continues to grow. Whenever a branch office posts recruitment information, a plethora of applicants rush to submit their resumes. As a result, Yang Shui felt compelled to call Su Bai for clarification. Mr. Su, not only are members of the public submitting resumes, but numerous executives and managers from our partners are also inquiring about the Qinglong serum. What should we do? Yang Shui spoke with a hint of urgency. Shunfeng is currently not in need of personnel. Those in the business community have also adopted a stance of confidentiality. Su Bai pondered for a moment before responding. Presently, Shunfeng, with the backing of Dawn Robotics, has experienced a substantial increase in operational efficiency. Many long-term contract employees, after receiving the serum, are now equivalent to at least 5 of their former selves. Therefore, the over 100,000 Shunfeng employees are more than sufficient. As for inquiries from other companies, those with good relationships will certainly not engage in such practices. After all, we have publicly stated that it is a trade secret. Those who navigate the business world understand the corresponding rules. Only those with ulterior motives will continue to pursue this matter, and it is best to ignore them. Very well. I shall proceed as you advise. Furthermore, Mr. Su, the individuals who have been maliciously defaming our Shunfeng company online have also been dealt with by the police. Yang Sui Suddenly Rechalet. There are always those green-eyed, psychologically unstable netizens who believe that Shunfeng is concealing something nefarious, certain that there must be some unspeakable secret. Yang Shui found herself at a loss for words regarding these assertions. One can only say that Shunfeng has become exceedingly popular, garnering a loyal customer base while simultaneously attracting a fair share of detractors. Such conspiracy theories are largely disregarded. Those who cross the line will indeed face consequences. Thanks to the police. All right, Yang Shui, that will suffice for now. After concluding the call with Yang Shui, Su Bai returned to the laboratory. Apologies for the wait. Su Bai addressed Qin Yu, who had been waiting for quite some time. He had intended to review a set of experimental data, but had been interrupted by Yang Shui. There's no need to worry, Mr. Su. You haven't kept us waiting for long. Qin Yu gently shook her head. Clad in a pristine research uniform with her hair tied in a high ponytail, her neck, resembling exquisite mutton fat jade, exuded a captivating charm characteristic of a scientific beauty. Mr. Su, here are the test data for Petri dishes numbered 21 to 26. Additionally, I have just compiled the summary of issues. Here it is. Qin Yu promptly added. Quite impressive. Su Bai briefly scanned the documents and nodded. He was thoroughly pleased with the work capabilities of Qin Lao's granddaughter. Despite being merely a graduate student with limited experience, her admission to the Lonka Institute signified exceptional talent. Her progress in such a short span was particularly remarkable. Moreover, having such an aesthetically pleasing presence in the project team undoubtedly enhanced the research efficiency. Qin Yu, please take this material to Old Zhou's group. Verify whether the DNA ligase cleavage persists after substituting uracil with thymine in the specific sequence. Su Bai quickly instructive. Understood. Qin Yu nodded slightly and departed with a light step. Moments later, in these 6 sequences, uracil replaced with thymine. What is the underlying principle? Zhou Mingzhi, a clinical medicine expert in the country, inquired with a perplexed expression. Several Petri dishes exhibited the same issue. DNA ligase reactions did not conform to expectations. After considerable deliberation, Zhou Mingzhi found himself at a loss for how to proceed. So what shall we do now? A nearby researcher questioned, observing Zhou Mingzhi's furrowed brow. Let us not concern ourselves with the principles for now. We shall proceed as Mr. Su has advised. Zhou Mingzhi swiftly commanded. In a short period, Su Bai had already won the admiration of the entire project team through his scientific prowess. Coupled with the possession of the Qinglong serum, he garnered the respect of numerous researchers. Consequently, Mr. Su's words were regarded as gospel, leaving no room for doubt. To question his directives would merely reflect one's own inadequacies. When the experimental success of this group was reported, Zhou Mingzhi gazed at the latest data, his eyes brimming with delight. The issue with DNA ligase cleavage has been completely resolved. Mr. Su is indeed formidable. Chapter 104. The first sample yields remarkable results. The International Military Combat Tournament. Time passed, and a month and a half slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, at the Dongfeng Research Institute, within the laboratory, a deep blue reagent appeared before the onlookers, shimmering under the light. Many stared at this substance, rendered momentarily speechless. Is this truly the legendary super soldier serum? Have we genuinely developed it? The color is astonishing, closely resembling the Qinglong serum, albeit in a deep blue hue. I specifically compared it to the serum in the movie Captain Eagle, and it appears to be identical. The scientific experts engaged in fervent discussion. However, this is not the end. We must conduct relevant tests to ascertain its efficacy. It should be regarded as our first sample for now, Su Bai remarked, shaking his head in explanation. Mr. Su, you have outdone yourself, managing to produce the sample in such a short time, surpassing 99% of experts in speed. We must act swiftly and commence animal testing. Amidst the excitement, the first sample of the super soldier serum was injected into the experimental group's white mice. Squeak. The little white mice emitted a series of high-pitched squeals post-injection. Mr. Su, tracking reveals that the drug molecules have successfully acted upon the limbs, heart, and kidneys of the white mice. Currently, there are no adverse reactions. Qin Yu promptly reported. Very well. Maintain continuous observation. Su Bai nodded in affirmation. At this stage, the safety of the serum sample had merely been validated. The subsequent increase in the white mice's physiological indicators remained to be seen. 3 days later, upon receiving the detailed data report, a smile instinctively graced Su Bai's lips. Compared to the control group, the experimental group of white mice exhibited a 3% increase in cardiac red blood cells. The activity level of glial cells rose by 6%. And other metrics, such as blood creatinine and microglobulin, also increased in tandem. These findings indicated that the white mice had indeed enhanced significantly. However, the experiment was not entirely flawless. The white mice injected with the serum experienced a 20% increase in blood pressure after engaging in high-intensity exercise on a treadmill. While not fatal, this posed a considerable burden on the heart, constituting a noticeable side effect. Nevertheless, everything else aligned with expectations. Ladies and gentlemen, to achieve such results with our first sample is quite rare. With just a little more effort, we shall soon see the successful emergence of the super soldier serum. Su Bai surveyed the room. Upon hearing this, the faces of all present researchers radiated joy. In just over a month, they had achieved remarkable results. An unimaginable feat in conventional research. A drug capable of enhancing a specific bodily function without significant side effects typically required decades of study to yield any insights. Yet, under Mr. Su's guidance, they had completed approximately half of the project in a remarkably short time. No wonder this young man could achieve success in both business and scientific endeavors. His intellect was truly exceptional. Let's press on. We are merely a step away from success. We must expedite improvements to mitigate the side effects and aim to finalize the serum by next month. The increase in blood pressure among the white mice is indeed excessive. Perhaps we should consider incorporating some neuromuscular blocking agents into the molecular composition. The experts were invigorated, eagerly embarking on subsequent improvement efforts. Simultaneously, at the Baihu Military District on a training ground, a cadre of Dragon Kingdom soldiers stood at attention, their faces etched with determination. Gazing resolutely ahead, upon a platform stood Commander Yang Jun, his expression grave as he began to speak. Warriors, I have gathered you today for a singular purpose. The International Military Combat Tournament is about to commence, and ultimately, 2 of you will be selected to represent the Dragon Kingdom. Please train diligently and strive for glory, bringing honor to our nation. At this pronouncement, the assembled elite soldiers nodded, their eyes alight with fervor. The International Military Combat Tournament. I am determined to secure one of those 2 selection spots. Let the warriors from Sakura Nation, Eagle Country, and Bear Nation witness what it means to be a Dragon Kingdom soldier. Numerous elite soldiers from our various military districts have registered. Only 2 will be chosen from this pool of top-tier fighters. I must exert myself to the utmost. I recall the last tournament. Our Dragon Kingdom did not fare well, nearly suffering disgrace. However, if I'm selected this time, I will dedicate myself wholeheartedly to clinching the championship for our Dragon Kingdom. The hearts of the soldiers ignited with fervent ambition, while filled with confidence, some bore expressions of solemnity. After all, they're all elite soldiers hailing from various military districts, each possessing remarkable prowess. To stand out among these esteemed warriors, one must possess abilities that surpass the ordinary. Yet, who can assure themselves that they are significantly stronger than their counterparts? Regardless, one must strive earnestly for a chance to secure one of the coveted slots, leaving no room for regret. Consequently, the assembly of elite soldiers commenced their rigorous training with fervor. Yang Jun, observing the formidable ranks of warriors, found himself furrowing his brow despite what should have been an abundance of confidence. The reason was quite straightforward. During the last military combat competition, due to certain exceptional circumstances, Long Country had achieved its worst results in history, failing to even secure a place in the top 10. This was undeniably a significant defeat. Following that, the military districts of Long Country seemed to be harboring a collective resolve, silently exerting themselves to reclaim their dignity. While winning the championship might be a lofty goal, at the very least, a spot on the podium must be secured. However, at the international military competition, the competition is fierce and formidable. Throughout the years, Long Country's best ranking has only been a 3rd place, with the champions and runners-up predominantly coming from the Eagle Nation, Sakura Country, and Bear Country. Long Country's performance is on par with that of the continental nations, placing them in the 2nd tier. Military combat emphasizes speed, precision, and ferocity, greatly differing from traditional martial arts, and it rigorously tests a soldier as physical attributes. There exists a prevailing theory which suggests that in this regard, the Caucasian races of Western nations, being tall and robust, inherently possess an advantage. Many countries in the Asian continent naturally dispute this notion. How, then, does one explain Sakura country's ability to achieve commendable rankings in competitions? Thus, innate factors represent only a minor aspect. What is far more critical is the examination of scientific training, tactical acumen, and overall competencies. This group of elite soldiers must bring home some prestigious accolades for Long Country. Yang Jun's heart brimmed with hope. Chapter 105. The Super Laboratory Mice. Comprehensive Animal Testing. At the Dongfeng Research Institute. Mr. Su, following our improvements, the second sample of the super soldier serum has successfully been developed. Qin Yu entered the office, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Excellent, Mr. Su nodded in satisfaction after reviewing the data report. He summarized the issues encountered with the first sample. Under high-intensity exercise, the blood pressure of the laboratory mice inexplicably rose. The corresponding solution, in simple terms, involved altering the fundamental drug molecules, such as incorporating relevant molecules of neuroblockers. However, this was not as straightforward as merely adding more water or flour. It involved intricate molecular-level issues. A single modification could drastically alter the results, and some changes could even yield adverse effects. Hence, Mr. Su was involved in guiding the improvements for the initial sample throughout the process. He was thoroughly familiar with the research materials in his mind, and the enhancement work was swiftly completed. Typically, biological experiments could take months to ascertain the causes. Strike while the iron is hot. Qin Yu, notify immediately. Let's commence the second round of animal testing. Mr. Su instructed promptly. Understood, Mr. Su. Qin Yu nodded slightly. The second serum sample exhibited a profound shade of blue, yet it appeared even more crystalline and transparent than the last. It swiftly entered the bodies of the experimental laboratory mice. Squeak, squeak. The multitude of laboratory mice emitted high-pitched sounds, and with elevated levels of blood creatinine and microglobulin. The situation seemed entirely consistent with the previous findings. Continue monitoring. Aside from the blood pressure issues, we must not overlook any other factors. Mr. Su emphasized after a brief pause. The research experts present nodded in agreement, displaying a newfound calmness compared to before. Many were already preparing for the development of a third sample. After all, in biological experimentation, producing dozens or even hundreds of samples is commonplace. It is rare for someone like Mr. Su to achieve a sample with exemplary efficacy on the first attempt. This young man indeed possesses extraordinary talent, prompting senior academicians to consider recruiting him, while graduate students wish to study under his tutelage. Yet, due to his position as the chairman of Shunfeng Company, such aspirations remained unlikely. Mr. Su, the data from the experimental laboratory mice has arrived. A week later, a research staff member reported swiftly. 168 hours post-injection of the serum. The laboratory mice exhibited normal heart rates, normal respiratory rates, and after 30 minutes on the treadmill, their blood pressure remained within normal ranges. The blood creatinine content increased by 4 percentage points, and microglobulin rose by 0.6 of a percentage point. Compared to the control group, their muscle, skeletal, and nervous systems showed significant enhancements. Based on our calculations, their strength has increased by 89 times, reaction speed by 62 times, and endurance has soared by 113 times. Moreover, all physical indicators of the laboratory mice continue to rise, with no side effects detected. Upon hearing this report, not only Mr. Su, but everyone present was filled with exhilaration. This experiment has already demonstrated that the laboratory mice, after receiving the serum injection, have become more robust, with significantly enhanced resistance, effectively transforming from a batch of ordinary mice into super mice. Some even displayed such strength that they nearly broke through their enclosures, almost escaping. Consequently, the project team had to construct special cages to accommodate them, illustrating the remarkable extent of their physical prowess. It seemed as though they possessed boundless energy, and, crucially, throughout all these days, no side effects had manifested. Mr. Su, does this mean our super soldier serum has successfully passed the animal tests? Someone, unable to contain their excitement, inquired. Indeed. However, we must continue observing for a while longer, as the time frame has been somewhat brief. Mr. Su affirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, the research experts were ecstatic. Wonderful. We have finally developed the super soldier serum. I must commend Mr. Su for swiftly identifying the core issues. With the experiments on the laboratory mice nearing completion, they were but a step away from witnessing the birth of the first super soldier. Speaking of which, these laboratory mice have grown quite audacious. In all my years of experimentation, I have never encountered such spirited mice. The crowd buzzed with excitement, their gazes towards Mr. Su filled with reverence. With 2 samples produced, The miraculous super soldier serum had been completed with an efficiency that far surpassed all their combined efforts. Days later, after confirming the condition of a laboratory mice, Mr. Su continued, "Our serum has successfully passed the tests on the laboratory mice. However, to ensure absolute safety, we must employ other animals for multiple rounds of testing." Upon hearing this, the research personnel nodded in agreement. The serum project necessitated meticulousness, as it is ultimately intended for human application. Data derived solely from laboratory mice would be insufficient. Numerous drugs undergo clinical trials with thousands of iterations before approval. The serum has just begun validation through laboratory mice, and the next steps involve testing on two primary animal subjects, the crab-eating macaque and the Duroc pig. Both species possess physiological and anatomical characteristics remarkably similar to those of humans. In comparison to laboratory mice, their lifespan is considerably longer, allowing for extensive evaluations of drug efficacy over time. Consequently, the team embarked on subsequent animal experiments with fervor. Within the laboratory, several new cohorts were introduced. Mr. Su, the crab-eating macaque experiment group, and the Maximus pig experiment group, all of whom have completed their serum injections. Following the tracking process, the drug molecules successfully integrated into their erythrocytes. As of now, there have been no adverse reactions. After receiving the report, Su Bai glanced over the relevant data. Due to the biological variations among species, the serum's efficacy manifests differently in laboratory mice and crab-eating macaques. Within a week, laboratory mice can transform into super mice, while the macaques and Maximus pigs require approximately 12 days. When extrapolated to human subjects, this duration translates to roughly 25 days. Thus, Su Bai remained patient, opting for continuous observation. It is noteworthy that the enhanced laboratory mice continue to exhibit increasing physiological metrics. Remarkably, one specimen's strength has increased by over 20-fold. This indicates that individual differences significantly influence the serum's efficacy. With this in mind, Su Bai advised we still lack sufficient data. Let us add 5 more groups of crab-eating macaques and Maximus pigs for our experiments. Chapter 106, Zero Side Effects. These crab-eating macaques have become extraordinary. Consequently, dozens of animal experiments commenced until reaching the maximum capacity of the Dongfeng Research Institute's biological laboratories. A multitude of research experts busied themselves, and all experimental areas underwent reinforcement. After all, the emergence of a laboratory mouse with strength exceeding 20-fold, along with the possibility of crab-eating macaques and Maximus pigs transforming into super versions of themselves, posed an exponential increase in research complexity. Both the crab-eating macaques and Maximus pigs are known for their gentle temperaments, which is why they are utilized in experiments. However, one cannot dismiss the possibility that these strengthened creatures might exhibit erratic behavior after serum injections. It is essential to note that none of the research personnel had previously conducted such experiments. Historically, no analogous experiences exist for reference. Everyone is navigating this uncharted territory cautiously, as these super animals represent a world-first trial. Therefore, to mitigate any potential risks and prioritize the safety of the research staff, Su Bai repeatedly emphasized the necessity of maintaining safety as the foremost priority. Even if this control group becomes invalidated, we must avoid any issues beyond the experimental scope. Approximately 2 weeks later, Mr. Su, here are our latest findings. Qin Yu gently presented the report. Throughout the serum project, her exceptional abilities had led her to become Su Bai's assistant. She meticulously compiled numerous queries and data before submitting them to Su Bai. Su Bai quickly skimmed through the documents. During this period, the serum molecules have fully exerted their effects within the crab-eating macaques and Maximus pigs. All experimental animals have experienced a comprehensive enhancement in immune capabilities. The average improvements in physical attributes are as follows: strength increased by 108 times, reaction speed by 94 times, and endurance by 172 times. Furthermore, none of the animals exhibited any adverse reactions, indicating a complete absence of side effects. Everything is normal, and the results are remarkable. Upon concluding her statement, Qin Yu's face radiated pure joy. Hearing this, a smile graced Su Bai's lips. At last, they had successfully developed a super-enhanced version of the Qinglong serum with no side effects. Next, they would initiate the final human testing phase. Su Bai immediately contacted Wuxin. Old Qin, regarding the development of the super soldier serum, our animal tests have all passed flawlessly. We are merely left with the final step of human testing. Upon hearing Su Bai's words on the other end of the line, Qin Guoxing abruptly rose from his chair. All animal tests passed? With such rapid progress? He quickly accessed the relevant video, where the crab-eating macaques appeared indistinguishable from ordinary experimental subjects at first glance. However, in the next moment, he watched in astonishment as a crab-eating macaque darted up to a branch with astonishing speed, making him feel as if he had pressed fast forward. This crab-eating macaque is becoming extraordinary. Qin Guoxing couldn't help but exclaim. Within the laboratory group, all crab-eating macaques exhibited similar lightning-fast agility. Additionally, other physiological metrics of the experimental animals surpassed their limits. If such extraordinary abilities were to manifest in humans, the implications would be staggering. Mr. Su, the super soldier serum you have developed is exceptionally powerful. It appears that the goal of creating super soldiers is truly within reach. However, it will take some time for me to find suitable candidates, so please bear with me. After ending the call, Qin Guoxing felt his heart racing with excitement. Once he calmed down, he began to contemplate suitable candidates for the human testing phase. This super soldier serum could not be made available to the public like the Qinglong serum for volunteer selection. Firstly, the general populace might resist such an extraordinary substance that could amplify strength and other attributes tenfold or more. Such a concoction sounds like something out of a science fiction film, and despite any grandiose claims, very few would dare to volunteer for injection. Secondly, ordinary individuals would be unable to accurately assess the serum's upper limits. After much deliberation, he decided to proceed directly by selecting military personnel for the trials, specifically the strongest soldiers. Thus, Qin Guoxing made his way to the White Tiger Military District. In the reception area, he encountered Commander Yang Jun. Old Qin. What brings you here this time? Yang Jun greeted him with a smile. Old Yang, I have something rather extraordinary. I wonder if you might be interested. Observing Qin Guoxing's mysterious demeanor, Yang Jun scoffed. How remarkable could your flying machine possibly be? Unless it was developed by Mr. Su. Yang Jun replied with a serious tone. Indeed, it was created by Mr. Su, but we are currently awaiting candidates for human testing. Look here. Qin Guoxing immediately pulled up the relevant data. Upon hearing Mr. Su's name, Yang Jun's eyes sparkled with interest. What caliber is Mr. Su? He has created the Tianqiong fighter and the White Tiger robot, significantly enhancing the entire Dragon Nation's defense. Can anything he develops be subpar? What is this? A super soldier serum? Is it really that impressive? Yang Jun was captivated by the name and quickly began to read further. Comprehensively enhances human immunity, renders one impervious to toxins, increases strength, speed, endurance, and other physical attributes, easily surpassing limits. Yang Jun felt his breath quicken. When combined with the recent animal experiments showcasing the lightning-fast crab-eating macaques and the immensely strong Maximus pigs, the success of such an outrageous substance was evident. Old Qin, you rascal! Mr. Su has developed such an incredible thing, and you only now inform me. After reviewing the information, Yang Jun's voice wavered with excitement. The super soldier serum is astonishing. With comprehensive enhancements to physical capabilities, a single super soldier could take on a battalion of elite fighters. Imagine if there were a legion of super soldiers. The prospect of deploying this technology on a grand scale within the Dragon Kingdom's army, possessing a battalion of super soldiers, would undoubtedly allow them to assert dominance globally. It is likely that the nation's defense capabilities would be exponentially enhanced. This innovation is nothing short of extraordinary. Lao Qin, where is Mr. Su? I shall procure some of it at once. Yang Jun exclaimed, unable to contain his excitement. Lao Yang, why are you so elated? Did I not mention that the final human trials have yet to be completed? I believe the chosen candidate must be the strongest soldier. I entrust you with this matter. How does that sound? Qin Guoxing paused thoughtfully. You have come to the right person. The military district is brimming with talent, and fortuitously, numerous elite soldiers have recently congregated in my White Tiger Military District. I will initiate a selection process. Lao Qin, please convey to Mr. Su that the required candidates will arrive within a week at the latest. Yang Xing declared confidently, making a strong assurance. Chapter 107. The elite soldier Zhao Hu. Is this young man the chief engineer? In the afternoon, a selection announcement sparked fervent discussion among the soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom's army. A genetic serum is to undergo human trials, requiring a soldier. It promises to enhance physical attributes. Could it truly be that astonishing? Volunteers are welcome. I'm eager to give a try. Enhance human capabilities? That rings a bell. Ah, yes. I recall that some employees from Shunfeng Company experienced a sudden boost in their physical strength. It seems this is indeed a reality. I too wish to participate. The soldiers buzzed with excitement, and soon the number of volunteers surged. However, some opted out. After all, several elite soldiers were preparing for the upcoming International Military Combat Championship. and this new serum trial coincided with their schedule. Despite the claims of enhanced physical prowess, the extent of its effectiveness, the duration required, and the associated risks remained completely unknown. The participating soldiers were oblivious to these uncertainties, and many felt a sense of trepidation. Upon arriving at the training ground, they saw Yang Jun standing before them with a grave expression. Attention, soldiers! For this testing phase, those selected will receive military rewards. I reiterate, participation is entirely voluntary. Think it over carefully before deciding to stay. Let us commence the selection process immediately. After hearing Yang Xing's words, none of the soldiers present chose to leave. The allure of military rewards and the potential for enhanced physical capabilities was too enticing to resist. Thus, the rigorous selection officially began. First up was a physical fitness test, a full marathon of 125 kilometers, with a completion time of under 2 hours and 10 minutes required to pass. Next was a strength assessment, where participants had to perform a minimum of 45 pull-ups in one breath, rigorously challenging their upper arm strength. These two tasks alone eliminated a third of the soldiers. Following that were skill evaluations, encompassing shooting, hand-to-hand combat, reconnaissance, and other tests to holistically assess the soldiers' capabilities. In Yang Jun's view, only those with outstanding skills qualified to test the super soldier serum. After the second round of assessments, over half of the participants were filtered out, leaving only the cream of the crop. Finally, a series of psychological evaluations were conducted, measuring the soldiers' willpower, endurance, and adaptability. After enduring a gauntlet of grueling tests, only one soldier emerged triumphant. Zhao Hu, whose name echoed his fierce demeanor, robust as a tiger. He was also one of the elite soldiers from the White Tiger Military District and a strong contender for a spot in the Military Combat Championship. Report, Commander. In the office, Zhao Hu stood tall and straight. Ah, you've arrived. Yang Jun replied. Zhao Hu, please sign this agreement. Yang Jun scrutinized the soldier with admiration in his eyes. Indeed, to rise above a multitude of elite soldiers speaks volumes about his capabilities. Through sheer determination, he was on the cusp of becoming the first super soldier of the Dragon Kingdom, or perhaps even the world. Though the endeavor was still in its infancy, Yang Jun firmly believed that Mr. Su's serum was likely to succeed. SSS level agreement? Upon seeing those 3 letters on the cover, Zhao Hu was momentarily taken aback. The agreement he signed upon entering the Special Forces was merely an S level. To his knowledge, an SSS designation represented the highest level of confidentiality within the Dragon Kingdom. Any dissemination of information, in any form, was strictly prohibited. Gazing at the exceedingly stringent clauses within the agreement, Zhao Hu inhaled deeply. Clearly, this testing was far from simple. He quickly inscribed his name and affixed his thumbprint. Report, Commander. The agreement has been signed, Zhao Hu promptly announced. Yang Jun approached and patted him on the shoulder, his expression serious. Zhao Hu, this experiment is of utmost importance. You must cooperate fully. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's curiosity intensified. He had lost count of how many times the commander had emphasized similar sentiments. A selection process aimed at the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, filtering down to just him, combined with the highest confidentiality of the SSS level agreement, left Zhao Hu with a palpable sense of the project's significance. Understood. Zhao Hu snapped to attention, responding with fervor. He promptly made his way to the Dongfeng Research Institute. Mr. Su, the soldier participating in the human trials, Comrade Zhao Hu, has arrived, Qin Yu announced. Leading Zhao Hu to the chief engineer's office, her excitement palpable. In the interim, the test subjects, whether they be laboratory mice, crab-eating macaques, or max pigs, showed increasing physical metrics without any adverse effects. Fortunately, the rate of growth had begun to stabilize, and with Zhao Hu's arrival, the final piece of the project was set to fall into place. Mr. Su, good day. I am Zhao Hu. Zhao Hu hesitated momentarily before speaking. He was perplexed. What title did this Mr. Su hold? Typically, the lead on such a significant project would be someone of academic distinction, likely an esteemed scholar of 60 or 70 years with gray hair. Yet, the Mr. Su before him appeared to be merely in his 20s. Seemingly sensing his confusion, Qin Yu quietly clarified, Comrade Zhao Hu, this Mr. Su is the chief engineer for our project. Additionally, he owns a company called Shunfeng. Chief engineer? Shunfeng Company? Zhao Hu was taken aback by this revelation. This young man was the chief engineer of such a pivotal project? Remarkable. As for Shunfeng Company, he was well aware of it. It was the most sought-after logistics enterprise in the Dragon Kingdom, albeit more accurately described as a high-tech firm, known for its advanced drones and ultra-fast transportation vehicles. This young man is also the chairman of Shunfeng? Does that imply he developed many of those high-tech products? Mr. Su, if I may be so bold, may I inquire, is that transformable white tiger robot also a weapon developed by you? Zhao Hu swallowed hard, unable to suppress his curiosity. He had recently participated in a large-scale military exercise and was profoundly impressed by the mechanical tiger. As a member of the blue team, he had been effortlessly carried to victory by several mechanical tiger units without exerting much effort. Coupled with the videos circulating online of the security robot from Shunfeng effortlessly subduing thieves, it was as if, yes, upon seeing Su Bai nod in affirmation, Zhao Hu felt a shiver run down his spine. This chief engineer, Su, must be an extraordinary individual. Chapter 108. Full cooperation in testing. Trust in Mr. Su is unquestionable. To have developed such an extraordinarily powerful piece of technology as the White Tiger robot, the person before him, Mr. Su, was undoubtedly a titan in the military industry. Zhao Hu regarded him with newfound respect. Even his gaze shifted. Mr. Su, what exactly do you require of me this time? Zhao Hu could not help but inquire. Comrade Zhao Hu, this project involves human testing. We have developed a super soldier serum and hope to transform you into a super warrior. Su Bai quickly explained. Super soldier serum? Upon hearing those words, Zhao Hu was momentarily dumbfounded. Wasn't this something only found in science fiction films? An ordinary soldier, after injection, would experience a dramatic surge in strength, reaction speed, and endurance, transforming into a super warrior capable of sweeping through enemies single-handedly. The very notion that Mr. Su claimed they had developed such a miraculous substance was simply astonishing. As if a thought struck him, Zhao Hu furrowed his brow and asked, Mr. Su, I have another question. Recently, there have been reports that many employees at your Shunfeng company have suddenly enhanced their physical capabilities. Could this be related? In response, Su Bai nodded. Indeed, that's the Qinglong gene reagent. It can enhance various aspects of human capability to a certain degree, but in comparison to this super soldier serum, the effects are worlds apart. Wonders apart? Is it truly that extraordinary? Rumors online suggested that Shunfeng employees were as robust as oxen, which in Zhao Hu's eyes was already impressive. If the serum was 1,000-fold more potent than the Qinglong reagent, the thought of it being injected into himself left him astounded. At that moment, a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. With such remarkable effects, it must imply significant side effects as well, for where in the world does one get something for nothing? To gain superhuman strength, one must surely pay an extraordinary price. Noting Zhao Hu's troubled demeanor, Qin Yu interjected, Comrade Zhao Hu, our serum has passed rigorous animal testing, with no adverse reactions or side effects reported. You can rest assured on this matter. No side effects. So, one can attain superhuman abilities without bearing any risks? After listening, Zhao Hu's brow furrowed even deeper, questioning the scientific validity of such a phenomenon. In truth, upon arriving at the Future Research Institute, Zhao Hu had mentally prepared himself for the possibility of failure, even the chance of becoming incapacitated. If such a situation were to arise, he would accept it, for as a soldier of Longhua, dedicating himself to technology was not a life wasted. Yet, the notion that this serum bore no side effects made him skeptical. How about this, Comrade Zhao Hu? Seeing is believing. Come and witness it for yourself. Su Bai said slowly. Subsequently, they made their way to the laboratory. Zhao Hu was immediately captivated by the deep blue serum in the transparent vial. Under the light, it shimmered and sparkled, appearing as though it belonged to another world. Utterly mesmerizing. Is this the super soldier serum? It certainly seems extraordinary. Just the color alone is remarkably unique. Zhao Hu exclaimed in awe. He then observed the transformed super animals, a white mouse, a crab-eating macaque, and a max pig. Wow, that little mouse is so agile, almost like a prodigy. And those monkeys, their speed climbing trees is so fast, I can barely see them. That pig too, its strength is absolutely terrifying. Zhao Hu was utterly astonished, overwhelmed by the prowess of these super animals, each one more impressive than the last, and all seemingly in perfect health with no adverse signs. At that moment, all of Zhao Hu's concerns dissipated. With so many successful animal tests and the brilliance of the developer, Mr. Su, there was no reason for him not to proceed with the injection. He couldn't help but envision the future, enhanced in every aspect, his body moving as swiftly as lightning, effortlessly executing complex maneuvers. Most importantly, in terms of strength, he imagined being able to smash through steel with a single punch. This super soldier concept was simply exhilarating. How about it, Comrade Zhao Hu? Are there any aspects you are still unclear about? Su Bai paused, his tone serious. Mr. Su, this super soldier serum is absolutely incredible. I am willing to undergo the injection and fully cooperate with your testing. Zhao Hu's eyes sparkled with determination. That's wonderful. Next, we have a training plan tailored specifically for you. Once your physical metrics have adjusted to a certain threshold, we can proceed with the official injection. Su Bai continued to elaborate. A training plan? No problem, Mr. Su. Zhao Hu nodded vigorously. He had immense confidence in his physical abilities, having fought his way through the ranks of elite soldiers. He believed that as long as the tasks did not exceed his limits, any training would be a mere walk in the park for him. However, the following days unfolded quite differently than Zhao Hu had envisioned. First and foremost, the schedule was exceedingly rigorous, adhering precisely to a minute-by-minute timeline. For example, one had to rise at precisely 6:15, spend 5 minutes washing up, 10 minutes for breakfast, and immediately commence running training after a brief rest. The entire day was structured this way. Even the timing for bathroom breaks was predetermined, leaving no room for personal freedom. In the initial days, Zhao Hu struggled to adapt. The training felt unbearably monotonous, akin to the arduous regimen of a monk. Secondly, the food intake had significantly increased. Zhao Hu noticed that his daily rations were progressively larger, and he was required to finish every morsel without waste. Ironically, the training exercises, such as the 100-meter dash and variable speed runs, were no more than a 10-kilometer run, quite easy for someone with Zhao Hu's warrior physique. With the increased caloric intake and reduced expenditure, Zhao Hu suddenly felt his weight surge, his muscles visibly slackening. Despite the confusion, he adhered to the plan, believing that trusting Mr. Su was undoubtedly the right choice. Perhaps this was indeed how super soldiers were forged. Thus, a week later, Qin Yu approached with the latest data report. Speaking softly, Mr. Su, Comrade Zhao Hu's physical metrics have now reached the anticipated thresholds. Su Bai took the report, swiftly scanning through it. This muscle density, this bone density, and the overall physical condition, truly befitting of a warrior. In fact, in certain aspects, he surpasses Wang Jia, who had injected the Qinglong reagent, by a considerable margin. It is foreseeable what a wondrous sight it would be once he successfully absorbed the serum molecules. Qin Yu then added, Mr. Su, we are ready to proceed with the injection at any time. What do you think? Chapter 109. An outpouring of strength. The birth of the ultimate human. Absolutely. Let's commence the serum injection immediately. Su Bai nodded affirmatively. Thus, during Zhao Hu's 10,000-meter run, he was abruptly halted, his expression one of confusion. However, upon hearing that the injection was about to begin, Zhao Hu became exhilarated. At long last, the time had come. The super soldier was beckoning him. Yet, a twinge of anxiety lingered within him. After all, this was a historical first for humanity, a superhuman experiment fraught with the potential for failure. Moments later, Zhao Hu entered a laboratory. His eyes were immediately drawn to a peculiar apparatus situated in the center. It was a medical bed, flanked by curved metallic panels that could seemingly converge, resembling a cylindrical enclosure. Additionally, the bed was adorned with various interfaces, accompanied by an array of instrument displays. Most astonishingly, there were 8 transparent test tubes filled with a deep blue serum, seemingly poised to be introduced into Zhao Hu's body. Was this the injection process? Truly a marvel of high technology. Zhao Hu couldn't help but exclaim. He had imagined a simple injection akin to those at a hospital. A single syringe plunged into his arm to push the plunger. Now, it appeared to resemble a scene straight out of a movie. After all the interfaces were connected, Zhao Hu reclined on the medical bed. With a clang, the curved panels slowly closed, leaving only his head exposed. Comrade Zhao Hu, you may wish to relax a bit. Noticing Zhao Hu's tension, Su Bai paused momentarily. In response, Zhao Hu took a deep breath to steady himself. Mr. Su, the vital signs of Comrade Zhao Hu are normal, and all serums are prepared. Everything is ready. Qin Yu reported promptly from the side. Excellent. Su Bai then turned his gaze back to Zhao Hu. Mr. Su, I am also prepared. Let's begin. With that, Su Bai signaled to the surrounding researchers. They promptly commenced the final steps. Click, click, click. The sound of buttons being pressed filled the air. Subsequently, the esteemed clinical expert, academician Zhou Mingzhi, activated the switch. The deep blue serum within the 8 transparent test tubes visibly diminished. Heart rate normal, respiratory frequency normal, body temperature within normal ranges. Blood pressure and blood oxygen saturation all normal. Numerous researchers fixed their eyes on Zhao Hu's vital signs, some sweating nervously. Approximately 1 minute later, all the serums were successfully injected. With a clang, the metallic panels opened, and 2 prepared researchers rushed forward to assist Zhao Hu. He felt a slight weakness throughout his body, but after a minute of recuperation, he gradually returned to normal. Mr. Su, is the injection complete? Zhao Hu inquired, examining his hands, seemingly unchanged. Indeed, Comrade Zhao Hu, do you feel any discomfort? Su Bai asked solemnly. No, Emere. Su, I only felt a bit dizzy for a moment. But now I feel completely fine. Zhao Hu shook his head, puzzled. He had expected to feel instant strength after the injection, yet it appeared not to be the case. That is good to hear. The effects of the super soldier serum manifest gradually. Su Bai continued, Comrade Sao, we kindly ask for your cooperation for a while longer as we monitor the serum's effects. Upon hearing Su Bai's explanation, Zhao Hu nodded in agreement. Despite not perceiving any immediate changes, he resolved to follow Mr. Su's instructions. Thus, Zhao Hu resumed his daily regimen, akin to a stoic ascetic. The initial days were uneventful. However, on the third night, as he lay down to sleep, he suddenly sensed a warm current emanating from his abdomen, radiating throughout his body. It was a most pleasant sensation, but once he became fully aware, the warmth abruptly vanished. Yet, as time progressed, he not only became aware of the warmth's presence, but also discovered he could consciously control it. In the following days, Zhao Hu noticed numerous changes. Firstly, his appetite had inexplicably increased significantly. Following Mr. Su's dietary plan, he had been consuming roughly 15 times his previous intake, yet in recent days, he found himself perpetually unsatisfied. He was compelled to report this to the researchers, who subsequently doubled his food portions, finally allowing him to satiate his hunger. In other words, his energy intake had surged to 3 times its original amount, transforming him into a veritable glutton. Secondly, the variety of his daily training exercises expanded considerably. Initially, Zhao Hu's performance was consistently at a high level, but after these few days, he instinctively surpassed his previous limits, a truly miraculous feat, for instance. His previous maximum for pull-ups was 57, yet he recently achieved a staggering 97. Additionally, his best time for the 10,000-meter run was approximately 27 minutes and 30 seconds. But in recent days, he achieved a time under 20 minutes, outpacing even the world record holder by several minutes. Remarkably, he felt there was still room for improvement. This was far from his ultimate potential. Lastly, Zhao Hu's joints became more agile, and his skin had hardened considerably. He could effortlessly stretch his body and execute various complex movements with exceptional flexibility. Is this the super soldier serum? I feel an overwhelming surge of strength coursing through me. Zhao Hu exclaimed, his eyes filled with astonishment. Throughout these days, he had become as robust as an ox, entirely devoid of any side effects. Mr. Su had not deceived him. This substance was indeed extraordinary. As Zhao Hu continued his training, each day his body underwent miraculous transformations. He effortlessly surpassed world records in various sports. Even the researchers conducting the tracking tests were left in awe. This is truly unprecedented. This fellow grows more formidable by the day. Superhumans have truly emerged in this world. Thus, a month swiftly passed. Mr. Su, based on our observations over the past month. First and foremost, Comrade Zhao, whose vital signs remain within normal ranges. Furthermore, his bodily changes are astounding. His energy intake has reached 33 times its original amount. His strength has increased by a staggering 196 times, his reaction speed by 132 times, and his endurance has astonishingly soared to 308 times. In summary, Zhao Hu's physical attributes can only be described as skyrocketing. He has indeed become the strongest human on this planet. Qin Yu's exquisite face was etched with sheer astonishment. Chapter 110. Effortlessly lifting a tank. The serum development is a success. We are ready for a comprehensive test. The experiment has nearly passed. After reviewing the data, Su Bai expressed dissatisfaction. In comparison to the super soldier serum, the Qinglong gene agent's enhancement of various human capabilities is almost negligible. Of course, the two are not comparable in terms of cost, nor do they cater to the same demographic. The Qinglong agent is suitable for the general populace, while the serum is best utilized on exceptional warriors to maximize its efficacy. Very well, I shall notify the relevant parties at once. Qin Yu gently nodded, her gaze towards Su Bai's bright eyes filled with admiration. The serum project had spanned several months, during which Qin Yu had acquired a wealth of knowledge. Originally a graduate student in physics under Su Bai's guidance, she had ventured into fields such as human physiology and pharmacology, progressing from ignorance to a rudimentary understanding. She had transformed into a cross-disciplinary talent. Artistament to Su Bai's extraordinary prowess. Not just she, but the entire project team of 150 individuals had reaped immense benefits. If she could continue working on projects under Su Bai's tutelage, she could scarcely imagine the heights to which she could ascend. The following day at the testing ground, Zhao Hu rubbed his hands together, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Ever since he had injected the super soldier serum, He had been experiencing remarkable transformations daily. Even he was oblivious to the limits of his own physical capabilities. Regardless of the appearance of 1,000 sandbags, Zhao was confident he could shatter them all within an hour. This was no exaggeration, given his current strength. It would take merely a slight exertion to crush a robust sandbag, akin to squashing an ant. Since you are so eager, let's not delay any further. We shall commence immediately, Su Bai said with a smile. The first test was a 100-meter explosive power assessment. 3, 2, 1. At the command of the researchers, Zhao shot forward like a bullet, racing towards the finish line. He moved with such speed that his figure became nearly indistinguishable to the naked eye. The time for the 100 meters was announced. 33 seconds. Upon hearing this, the researchers stood in stunned silence. Completing the distance in under 4 seconds. Was this explosive power attainable by mere mortals? The super soldier was indeed extraordinary. Zhao immediately proceeded to the next assessment, a full marathon endurance test, spanning 125 kilometers. This segment was even more astonishing, as Zhao maintained an accelerating pace throughout. Observers, after a brief moment of watching, found their eyes straining from the effort. Over such a long distance, Zhao sprinted with reckless abandon, leaving many recording researchers dumbfounded. Was this fellow not feeling fatigued at all? The marathon result was 17 minutes and 36 seconds. With this outcome, not only the researchers but even Zhao himself was taken aback by his own swiftness. During the test, he had been so focused on pushing forward that he had completed it almost unconsciously. His complexion remained unflushed, and not a bead of sweat graced his brow, indicating that even the intensity of a full marathon was far too easy for him. Zhao, it seems you need not rest just yet. Su Bai praised him, pausing momentarily. Indeed, Mr. Su, the marathon was merely a walk in the park for me. I crave something more challenging. Zhao nodded, confidence radiating from his demeanor. No problem. Do you see what lies ahead? Following Su Bai's gesture, 3 objects appeared on the field. A small car, an armored vehicle, and a massive Type 99 tank. Mr. Su, do you mean to test the extent of my strength? Zhao quickly grasped the implication, his eagerness palpable. He approached the small car and effortlessly lifted it, even tossing it away as if it were shot put, sending it soaring 70 to 80 meters away. Witnessing this display of raw strength, many researchers were left agape. How astonishing. A small car weighs over a ton, and yet Zhao treated it as if it were weightless. Next, Zhao grasped the side of the armored vehicle, applying a slight force to lift it with ease. Could he truly handle this 10-ton behemoth? Goodness, such scenes belong in films. As the crowd gasped in awe, Zhao stood before the Type 99 main battle tank, one of the largest tanks in Longhua, weighing a staggering 55 tons. With his legs slightly bent and arms straining, he gritted his teeth and summoned all his strength to lift the tank. If he could hoist the Type 99, what could possibly stand in his way? Quick, look! Zhao, this strength, my heavens! With a thunderous sound, Zhao not only lifted the 55-ton tank, but also advanced forward. From another angle, due to the tank's immense size, it appeared as though it were floating in midair. Then, with a powerful heave, he hurled the Type 99 several meters away. Phew! Finally, something that posed a challenge. Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow, breathing a sigh of relief. He believed he ought not to have struggled so. There was still room for improvement. After the strength test concluded, a series of additional assessments ensued. For instance, punching through steel plates was child's play for Zhao. As he'd been training in this regard daily, his skin was remarkably resilient, and his defensive capabilities had increased substantially, allowing him to charge forth amid a hail of bullets without issue. Having passed all the extraordinary tests, the researchers in attendance had their eyes open to new possibilities. The feats Zhao accomplished were beyond the realms of imagination, even for films. Strength, speed, endurance, reaction time, all metrics had surpassed human limits, confirming that the super soldier had indeed been born. Upon witnessing this, Su Bai surveyed the room and boldly declared, "Ladies and gentlemen, with the advent of our first super soldier, it is evident that our serum project has met expectations and achieved resounding success." With these words, cheers erupted among the researchers, their excitement palpable. The super soldier, my contribution played a part. This is no small feat. It feels like a dream. The perfect human, equipped with maximized abilities, have been pioneered by our Longhua. The significance of the super soldier serum was monumental. Our national defense capabilities would surge, enough to instill fear in any adversary. Chapter 111. No matter how absurd the development, Mr. Su always makes it happen. After the jubilant celebration, all the researchers turned their gaze toward Su Bai, their eyes filled with reverence. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for leading us in this monumental research endeavor. You are indeed a top-tier scientific expert. Without you, we would have achieved nothing. Indeed, to have successfully developed the serum after merely 2 samples. Such speed is unparalleled in the world. It is all thanks to Mr. Su. So young, yet infinitely superior to us professors in scientific technology. Mr. Su, your prowess is truly awe-inspiring. Amidst the chorus of accolades, the current project nears its conclusion. Besides Su Bai, Qin Yu's charming countenance, although radiant with joy, was inexplicably shadowed by a flicker of sorrow. As the serum approached its final stages, she pondered whether there would be future opportunities to partake in Mr. Su's endeavors. At that moment, Zhao Hu approached, performing a most respectful salute to Su Bai. I owe my transformation into a super soldier to the opportunity granted by Mr. Su. Admiration was etched across Zhao Hu's face. With his extraordinary physique, he could now protect his homeland and vanquish foes, a feat made possible by Mr. Su's contributions. Zhao Hu, what are your plans moving forward? Su Bai waved, posing sotfeli. This fellow had become a superhuman. Ordinary missions could likely be accomplished single-handedly. However, Zhao Hu served as a secret weapon, and any premature exposure could yield significant repercussions. It was imperative for the military to consider how to best harness the capabilities of a super soldier. Mr. Su, to be frank, I aspire to participate in the upcoming international military combat tournament as a super soldier. Zhao Hu's voice bore a hint of anger as he continued. My brother, Zhao Long, was ambushed 3 years ago during that tournament by a samurai named Jing Tian from the Sakura Nation, nearly rendering his legs useless. He remains hospitalized to this day, and it may be impossible for him to return to duty. I must avenge this wrong. As he spoke, Zhao Hu clenched his fists, a fierce glint igniting in his eyes. Since the Sakura Nation's actions lacked honor, let us show them the might of Longwa's soldiers. Su Bai, in agreement, expressed his support. After much contemplation, he recognized that the new technologies within Longwa's defense would eventually need to be unveiled to the public, and there was no need to conceal them indefinitely. Initiating with the superhumans would serve both to fulfill Zhao Hu's aspirations and to present a glimpse of Longwa's advancements to the world. Furthermore, the Tiancong fighter jets and Baihu robots could also be showcased at an opportune moment to deliver a modest shockwave of Longwa's prowess. By the way, was it not Zhao Long who suffered leg injuries? If the super soldier serum could aid in his recovery, perhaps he could stand again. Su Bai sadenirikov. Upon hearing this, Zhao Hu's eyes brimmed with tears. Mr. Su, should such a precious serum be used on my brother and succeed in restoring him, I extend my heartfelt gratitude in advance. His tone was laden with appreciation. After all, this serum was the culmination of months of labor by the esteemed Mr. Su and a cadre of scholars and professors from Longwa, rendering it invaluable. However, Zhao Hu, it may not remain scarce for long. Su Bai replied with a smile, shaking his head. While a super soldier is indeed formidable, their applications are limited. Given that the serum's development is nearing completion, why not allow Longwa to cultivate a greater number of super soldiers? With that thought, Su Bai promptly dialed Qin Guoxing's number. Old Qin, wait. Just as Su Bai was about to continue, Qin Guoxing interrupted. I surmise that the human trial for the super soldier serum have been successful. His voice was tinged with excitement, as every time Mr. Su reached out, it often heralded good news. Indeed, old Qin. I will send over the relevant footage for your review. Upon hearing Su Bai's words, Qin Guoxing could hardly contain his joy. It appeared his prediction had come true, Mr. Su was indeed a genius capable of bringing even the most outlandish innovations to fruition. Once he received the materials, Qin Guoxing, brimming with enthusiasm, eagerly clicked to view. Is this the esteemed Zhao Hu? On the surface, he appears no different from any ordinary soldier. The initial test involved a 100-meter dash. Wait, this speed could be true? Qin Guoxing questioned, doubting his own eyes, and replayed the footage. Indeed, Zhao Hu surged forward like a bullet, completing the distance in a mere 33 seconds. Is this explosive, muscular power within the realm of humanity? After all, the project is titled Super Soldier Serum, so technically, Zhao Hu has transcended to superhuman status. Qin Guoxing swallowed hard, unable to suppress his astonishment. While countless athletes strive to break the world record of 9:58 seconds, Zhao Hu surpassed it by over 6 seconds, defying the limits of human capability. As he continued to watch, he marveled at Zhao Hu's relentless pace in the full marathon. Is he not slowing down? He treats the marathon as if it were a sprint, completing it in just over 17 minutes. At this point, Qin Guoxing was nearly speechless. Despite his expectations of superhuman prowess, he had never anticipated such extraordinary strength. Next came the strength assessment. When Qin Guoxing witnessed Zhao Hu effortlessly lifting a multi-ton armored vehicle, his breath quickened. This is the emergence of a veritable Hercules, he thought. But wait, there's a Type 99 tank nearby. This can't be possible, can it? His heart raced with trepidation. On one hand, the notion of a single individual lifting such a massive object was absurd. On the other, as a super soldier, if Zhao Hu could indeed lift it, nothing on land could possibly impede him. He's lifting it? My heavens! He can even walk with a Type 99 tank on his back. Qin Guoxing's eyes widened in shock. What terrifying power, coupled with the earlier tests of speed, endurance, and strength. All indicators had shattered the ceiling of human capability. Undoubtedly, Zhao Hu was the epitome of a super soldier. Moreover, he could reportedly pierce steel with his bare hands. Conventional bullets would have no effect upon him. He could leap over 10 meters in a single bound. Scaling a 60-story building was child's play. After reviewing all the tests, Qin Guoxing felt utterly numbed. Chapter 112. A single punch shatters the sandbag. Mr. Su's creation is flawless. The super soldier was extraordinarily powerful, surpassing Qin Guoxing's wildest expectations by hundreds of times. He had drawn inspiration from the character in the film Captain America, a super soldier who faced dozens of foes without faltering. Yet Zhao Hu was even more astonishing than that cinematic depiction, providing a truly eye-opening experience today. Undoubtedly, Mr. Su's creation was nothing short of impeccable and awe-inspiring. With this realization, Qin Guoxing immediately set aside his current project and drove to the Dongfeng Research Institute. Upon arriving at the testing site, he was filled with reverence as he approached Su Bai. Mr. Su, congratulations on successfully developing another pinnacle of technology. This young man had made significant contributions to Longwa's defense. Once the Tiancong fighter jets and Baihu robots were deployed across major military districts, the nation's defense capabilities would undoubtedly experience a remarkable leap forward. Soon after, Qin Guoxing's attention was captured by Zhao Hu, who appeared to be unyielding in his exertion, sprinting lap after lap with an apparent lack of fatigue. The astonishing speed rendered Qin Guoxing nearly speechless. Mr. Su, Comrade Zhao Hu, what is this? He could not help but inquire. An extreme endurance test. Su Bai replied nonchalantly, turning his head. A standard marathon is trivially easy for Zhao Hu. He has already run approximately 100 kilometers, and this is merely the warm-up. After 100 kilometers, that's just the beginning? Is this what they call a superhuman? Qin Guoxing mused, realizing the stark difference between witnessing it firsthand and merely viewing it on video. Perhaps in the future, we could construct specialized training facilities tailored for superhumans. Ordinary exercise equipment simply cannot meet their needs. After a moment's contemplation, Su Bai added, such as rooms that enhance gravity and resistance, though that would have to wait until the super soldier units are fully established. Mr. Su, I came here today specifically to discuss these matters with you. With such an extraordinary serum, we can certainly apply it on a large scale. Subsequently, we can create dedicated equipment and training grounds for them. Qin Guoxing's eyes sparkled with excitement. That is absolutely feasible. The first step is to establish a production line for the super soldier serum. Elder Qin, I require relevant personnel, production facilities, equipment, and raw materials. As for the scale, Su Bai nodded. We need to consult with the military on this. Mr. Su, I will have old Yang come over immediately. Qin Guoxing swiftly contacted Yang Jun and sent him the live training footage of Zhao Hu. Old Qin, what is happening here? Yang Jun questioned, perplexed as he observed the scene on the screen. It appeared that something was moving at high speed on the track. It was unclear exactly what it was. It resembled a human figure, but no human could possibly move that swiftly. Old Yang, can't figure it out? Let me enlighten you. This is our Dragon Nation's first super soldier. The serum developed by Mr. Su has been successful. Qin Guoxing's excited words left Yang Jun speechless. He had never anticipated that the blindingly fast figure on the screen was a soldier in motion. Furthermore, with the serum project a success, did that mean this was Zhao Hu? As the figure came to a halt, Yang Jun could not help but swallow hard. It was indeed Zhao Hu. His appearance was not markedly different from before, but his physical capabilities had transcended human limits. Zhao Hu then commenced another project, strength training. Before him lay rows of suspended sandbags. Zhao Hu rubbed his hands together, eager to begin. Why are there so many sandbags? What is he planning to do? Yang Jun Courier, Buzlet. I suspect Comrade Zhao Hu intends to obliterate them all. Do you believe it, old Yang? Qin Guoxing, though witnessing it for the first time, recalled Zhao Hu's effortless ability to pierce through steel plates. A mere pile of sandbags would pose no challenge for a super soldier. Destroy them all? That. Yang Jun instinctively began to utter the words impossible. Yet having witnessed that incredible speed, who could doubt it before seeing it with their own eyes? Thus, with a mixture of trepidation and anticipation, Yang Jun continued to watch. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening sounds reverberated in everyone's ears. Zhao Hu in the training area shattered a sandbag with a single punch, the force of which was astonishing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Zhao, who could not only use his fist to destroy, but could also employ his legs and even his head as weapons, leaving chaos in his wake. In a short span, he dismantled hundreds of sandbags. Both Qin Guoxing and Yang Jun gazed at this extraordinary spectacle, their scalps tingling with disbelief. This is utterly terrifying. Old Qin, where is Mr. Su? At the Dongfeng Research Institute? Wait, I'm coming over immediately. After hanging up, Yang Jun felt his heart racing in his chest. As a soldier of the Dragon Nation, the allure of the super soldier serum was irresistible. Throughout the journey, Yang Jun's exhilaration was palpable, refusing to subside. What? This guy can effortlessly lift a Type 99 main battle tank? That's a behemoth weighing over 50 tons. Can he really withstand a hail of bullets while advancing? Is his defensive capability maximized? The tests have passed flawlessly, with no adverse reactions. This serum is truly impeccable. On the vehicle, Yang Jun's astonishment grew with every passing moment. He yearned to reach his destination immediately. Finally, after more than 3 hours, he met Su Bai and Qin Guoxing. Mr. Su, you are truly remarkable. The success of the Super Soldier Serum Project signifies a monumental transformation for our Dragon Nation's army. The birth of Zhao Hu as a super soldier marks a new milestone in our national defense. Yang Jun exclaimed, his thumbs raised in admiration, nearly elevating Su Bai to the heavens. Reflecting on the past year, he marveled at each of Su Bai's revolutionary technological advancements. From the initial Tianxiong fighter jets and optical cloaking laser weapons that ensured air superiority, to the 2 types of Dongfeng missile vehicles, particularly the Tianquan missile vehicle. With its formidable stealth capabilities and strategic significance, the Baihu robots, capable of switching between 2 forms, could serve as the mainstay of ground forces once their numbers increased. And now, the serum, envisioning an army of unstoppable super soldiers on the battlefield, joy radiated from Yang Jun's face. Chapter 113. Unfolding the Heavenly Soldier Project, the combat competition commences. Thank you for your kind words, Director Yang. Since this serum is specifically designed for military personnel, we must maximize its efficacy. Contributing to the defense of our Dragon Nation makes all our efforts worthwhile. Su Bai humbly deplave. Upon hearing this, both Yang Jun and Qin Guoxing felt even greater admiration for Su Bai. His extraordinary scientific prowess and fervent patriotism were a divine gift to the Dragon Nation. Director Yang, we are currently planning the large-scale application of the Super Soldier Serum. The construction of the production line and specialized training rooms is already underway. Su Bai quickly added, Mr. Su, what is the expected timeline for the production line? When can we commence mass production? The international military combat competition is imminent, and aside from Zhao Hu, we need another participant from our Dragon Nation. Yang Jun inquired, his brow furrowed. The earliest would be in 40 days. However, Director Yang, we still have some serum stored in the lab, enough to create a new super soldier. Su Bai's words brought immense joy to Yang Jun. This is truly fantastic. With 2 super soldiers participating in the combat competition, what other nation could hope to compete with them? Achieving victory would be a mere formality given their prowess. As for the second military slot, it had just been confirmed a few days prior. His name is Ma Sheng, and he carved a bloody path through the ranks of elite warriors. His prowess comparable to that of the erstwhile Zhao Hu. Thus, the decision regarding the grand competition was solidified. The Dragon Kingdom would dispatch super soldiers, sweeping through the arena and delivering a modest technological shock to the world. As for subsequent matters, Mr. Su, I have a proposal. I suggest we initiate a plan to assemble an army comprised of super soldiers, starting with a scale of approximately 100 individuals. What are your thoughts, Mr. Su? Yang Jun proposed. 100? That is indeed a suitable number. This figure will provide invaluable insights for the future composition of the forces, Su Bai mused, nodding thoughtfully. We shall take it step by step, expanding from single super soldier to 100, and then gradually increasing our numbers. Given the size of the Dragon Kingdom's military, Su Bai estimated that the ultimate scale could potentially reach around 10,000. If that is the case, I can promptly draft the relevant plan, and the review process should be swift. By the way, Mr. Su, what might we call this formidable initiative? Qin Guoxing and Yang Jun simultaneously turned their gazes toward Su Bai. A name? Su Bai found himself momentarily perplexed, as he was notoriously challenged when it came to naming. After a brief mental search, he solemnly declared, "The Celestial Soldier Program." What do you think? The name Celestial Soldier Program brought a spark to their eyes. Indeed, those four characters exude an air of dominance. Thus, with Su Bai at the helm, the Celestial Soldier Program officially commenced, aiming to forge a unique battalion of super soldiers for the Dragon Kingdom. First, on the military district side, the newly appointed king of soldiers, Ma Sheng, received orders and promptly arrived at the Dongfeng Research Institute. After signing an SSS-level confidentiality agreement, and following a procedure akin to that of Zhao Hu's injection, he successfully became the second super soldier. It is noteworthy that, owing to individual differences, the two super soldiers possess varying strengths in their abilities. If Zhao Hu embodies innate strength, then Ma Sheng leans more toward speed. When he moves at full throttle, he can reach the enemy's vicinity in the blink of an eye, akin to the wind and lightning. Furthermore, during their combat training sessions, the two super soldiers could engage in fierce exchanges from one end of the arena to the other, reminiscent of two unparalleled masters in a duel. Such scenes are beyond the realm of cinematic exaggeration. Thus, the two super soldiers trained tirelessly, preparing thoroughly for the military combat competition. Meanwhile, the selection process for the first phase of the Celestial Soldier Program, targeting 100 candidates, was also underway. Once the production line was completed, it could be launched immediately. On Su Bai's end, the establishment of the serum production line required numerous professionals in pharmaceutical engineering, material management experts, and more. Therefore, Su Bai selected several individuals for the serum research project, and together with the specialists brought in by Qin Guoxing, they worked tirelessly to commence construction. Among them was Qin Yu, the granddaughter of Qin Guoxing. This young woman, striking in appearance and exceptional in capability, was a rare interdisciplinary talent. She consistently collated issues promptly for Su Bai, thus becoming one of his assistants in the production line project. "Mr. Su, my grandfather asked me to inform you that the International Military Combat Competition is about to begin. They wish to invite you to witness it live." Qin Yu gently reminded him. "Witness it live? Absolutely." Su Bai contemplated for a moment before readily agreeing. The venue for this competition is conveniently located in the Dragon Kingdom, eliminating the need for air travel. Additionally, Su Bai was eager to observe the caliber of the super soldiers after a period of training. Moreover, the serum production line was nearing completion, relieving him from the necessity of constant oversight. "Qin Yu, I will be attending the competition for the next 2 days. You will preside over the project in my absence, following the process I provided. It should be manageable." Su Bai paused for emphasis. "Me? But..." Qin Yu's delicate face flashed with a hint of hesitation. She was merely a graduate student, and the production line's construction involved seasoned experts from renowned research institutes across the nation, academicians, professors, and researchers in abundance, instilling in her a sense of overwhelming pressure. "No worries. It is just for 2 days, and I have faith in you." Upon hearing Su Bai's encouragement, Qin Yu nodded slightly. "Very well, Mr. Su, I will handle these tasks. You can rest assured." The following day, a large-scale venue in Central Dragon Kingdom hosted the highly anticipated military combat competition, as it was broadcasted live to a global audience. Advanced real-time translation technology was employed, ensuring no communication barriers arose. Here it comes, the International Military Combat Competition I've been eagerly anticipating. Finally, it is about to commence. I hope our Sakura nation can once again triumph over the Dragon Kingdom's forces, just as in the last event, leaving them in disarray. The Dragon Kingdom shall prevail. May our contestants showcase our prowess. The previous defeat was truly regrettable. What nonsense are the people from Sakura Nation spouting? What do you mean by triumph? It is you who employs underhanded tactics, is it not? If you have the capability, step forward and face us openly. Before the competition commenced, netizens from various countries engaged in lively discussions in the comment section. Chapter 114. Easily defeating the Eagle Sauce mercenaries in the first round. Esteemed viewers from around the globe, as well as representatives from participating nations on site, thank you for your patience. The International Military Combat Competition is about to begin. With the booming announcement of a Dragon Kingdom host, the match was set to commence shortly. First, the rules were introduced. They were straightforward and consistent with those of past competitions. Each nation would send 2 contestants, competing in a one-on-one elimination format, with random draws determining matchups. The victors would advance to the next round, while the defeated would return home immediately. In instances of contestants from the same nation, avoidance rules would apply until the finals, necessitating redraws. Throughout the history of the competition, there has never been a case where 2 soldiers from the same country reached the final stage. After all, The competition is fiercely intense, with each nation fielding top-tier warriors. Even if one is significantly stronger, the opponents only grow tougher in the later rounds, posing an immense test of stamina and endurance. Furthermore, as this is a free combat tournament, the use of weapons is prohibited, relying solely on physical abilities and tactical acumen. Next, the contestants from various countries took turns to draw lots. The first to step forward were, of course, the two representatives from the host nation, the Dragon Kingdom. Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, despite having received the super soldier serum, appeared outwardly indistinguishable from ordinary soldiers. However, their confidence radiated, suggesting an undeniable determination to succeed. Following them, cheers erupted for contestants from the Eagle Sauce Nation, Sakura Nation, and the Bear Nation, among other historically strong countries. In the comments, supporters fervently rallied behind their respective contestants. Our Eagle Sauce Nation faced a slight setback in the last competition, falling to Sakura Nation's Ito in the semifinals. However, throughout the history of the military combat competition, we have secured the most victories. This time, Eagle Sauce shall emerge victorious. Haha, what do I see? Is that not last competition's strongest soldier, Ito Koen from Sakura Nation? With him in the mix, a consecutive championship for Sakura Nation is assured. Ito, take down everyone in your path. The two warriors from the Dragon Nation appear quite formidable. May they achieve commendable results. Last time, we didn't even make it into the top 10. Upon witnessing the eliminations, I promptly switched off the broadcast. Can our Dragon Nation rise to prominence? This competition is being held right at our doorstep, and our previous best was a bronze medal. Surely, progressing to the finals this time is not too much to ask. As the first round commenced, the opening match featured Zhao Hu, representing the host Dragon Nation, who drew the mercenary Daniel from the Eagle Nation as his opponent. Oh, how exhilarating! A clash between a Dragon Nation soldier and an Eagle Nation mercenary? This promises to be intriguing. Only one of these two strong contenders can advance, and I wager it will be Daniel from the Eagle Nation. Two strong contenders? Perhaps we should reconsider the Dragon Nation soldier. How could he possibly match Daniel? Numerous netizens from the Eagle Nation surfaced to unleash their scorn. After all, Daniel is the previous season's bronze medalist, rich in experience and possessing world-class combat prowess. In contrast, Zhao Hu, the Dragon Nation, merely presents an impressive facade. In reality, he is an unknown novice, and it would be entirely unsurprising for Daniel to dispatch him effortlessly. At that moment, Zhao Hu and Daniel ascended to the arena. Lo and behold, the Dragon Nation soldier boasts an impressive physique. However, I advise you to concede early. There is no way you will withstand 10 rounds against me. A smirk played on Daniel's lips, his arrogance nearly overflowing. He had heard whispers of some mysterious martial arts from the Dragon Nation, but in his view, they were merely flamboyant displays lacking substance. As a premier mercenary from the Eagle Nation, Daniel had undergone the most rigorous training, making him one of the most elite fighters on the Blue Planet. Thus, no matter whom the Dragon Nation dispatched, they were mere footnotes in his narrative. Meanwhile, Zhao Hu remained silent, merely scoffing in response. Many Dragon Nation netizens watched anxiously. Our Zhao Hu appears quite formidable, yet his opponent is no pushover. Eagle Nation's Daniel has a remarkable history and is indeed a challenging adversary. Let us trust in Zhao Hu and our Dragon Nation soldiers. Surely, we cannot afford to be eliminated in the very first match, can we? Why are some individuals trembling with fear before the battle even begins? I see that Daniel is not a mythical creature. What is there to fear? Zhao Hu, unleash a punch that sends him sprawling. And thus, the inaugural contest commenced. Zhao Hu, the Dragon Nation, versus Daniel of the Eagle Nation. With the referee's signal, a cold smile flickered in Daniel's eyes. He lunged forward with a swift stride, hurtling toward Zhao Hu at a blistering pace. Taste this. Daniel gathered all his strength into his right leg and executed a flying kick aimed at Zhao Hu's chest. Many spectators were left bewildered, as it all transpired in the blink of an eye. It seems the previous bronze medalist indeed possesses remarkable skill. A significant number of Dragon Nation spectators felt a wave of anxiety for Zhao Hu. The opponent was aggressive from the outset, and this match would not be easy. Yet, in the very next second, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Just as the flying kick was about to connect, Zhao Hu, with lightning speed, extended his left hand and firmly grasped Daniel's right leg. Not only did he completely nullify the force of the attack, but he also lifted Daniel effortlessly. This astonishing scene left the audience in utter disbelief. Wait, what just happened? Zhao Hu of the Dragon Nation not only blocked the kick with his bare hands, but also seized the mercenary, Daniel, towering at 2 meters and 5 centimeters. Found himself ensnared by Zhao Hu, who stood at just under 1 meter and 90. It was as though a smaller individual had captured a giant. My heavens! How is this even possible? What immense strength does this man possess? Clearly, the soldiers of the Dragon Nation are teeming with hidden talents and extraordinary warriors. Simultaneously, Daniel, caught in Zhao Hu's grip, experienced a drastic change in expression. His confident assault had been effortlessly thwarted as he attempted to struggle free. He discovered the overwhelming power of his opponent. It was as if he were under divine restraint. In the next moment, with a slight exertion, Zhao Hu hurled Daniel into the air, sending him soaring 7 or 8 meters upward. As Daniel descended in free fall, a fist the size of a sandbag barreled toward him. Thud! His pupils dilated as he felt an overwhelming surge of energy radiate from his chest. As if his very organs had been shattered, he was propelled 8 or 9 meters away, crashing into the ropes at the edge of the arena. Coughing up blood, Daniel instinctively raised his head, his gaze toward Zhao Hu filled with terror. It was an utter domination, a sheer display of power. To be tossed into the air while weighing over 100 kilograms, and to be struck with such force, defied all reason. What manner of monster is this? Chapter 115. The arena erupts in shock. Are all competitors from the Dragon Nation Hercules? Meanwhile, the audience present and those watching the live stream erupted in astonishment. What did I just witness? Zhao Hu from the Dragon Nation just launched Daniel into the air? That aerial interception was simply spectacular. Such terrifying strength? In just one round, the Eagle Nation mercenary is already spitting blood. The disparity is staggering. Is it truly possible for a human to achieve such feats? This is beyond remarkable. The soldiers of the Dragon Nation could rival Hercules. Absurd. When did our Dragon Nation produce such a prodigy? It feels as though I'm living in a dream. Everyone marveled at Zhao Hu's extraordinary power. Such a scene, where one is effortlessly tossed aside, could only be witnessed in cinematic spectacles. With just a single move, he incapacitated the previous bronze medalist. Truly unbelievable. After all, Daniel, for all his faults, is a top-tier mercenary from the Eagle Nation, one of the strongest soldiers in the world. In comparison to Zhao Hu of the Dragon Nation, they exist on entirely different planes. The chasm between them is as wide as the sky from the earth. Many viewers, observing Zhao Hu's calm demeanor, felt a chill run down their spine. Terrifying, this man is truly terrifying. Now I declare wait. Just as the referee began to speak, Daniel struggled to rise from the ground. What a joke. To be eliminated in one move is an utter disgrace. Gritting his teeth, Daniel attempted to continue the fight, but his body betrayed him, and as he stared at Zhao Hu, his legs began to tremble involuntarily. Seeing this, Zhao Hu slowly approached. What do you intend to do? Daniel stammered, his words faltering. Zhao Hu grasped Daniel's shoulder and, with a gentle flick, tossed him against the ropes on the opposite side. Thud! Once again, the Eagle Nation mercenary coughed up blood, and this time he succumbed to unconsciousness, unable to rise again. The Eagle Nation competitor, Daniel, has been defeated. Zhao Hu of the Dragon Nation advances to the next round. With the referee's declaration, Zhao Hu's first match concluded with ease. His goal in this competition, aside from claiming victory, is to confront another individual, Ikeda from the Cherry Blossom Nation. Next, the second match featured another Dragon Nation soldier, Ma Sheng, who faced off against a battle maniac from the Bear Nation. There was little to say. Ma Sheng showcased just a hint of his super soldier capabilities, and within 2 or 3 rounds, he eliminated his opponent. At this point, the audience was left utterly bewildered. What is happening? Another soldier from the Dragon Nation exhibits such terrifying strength? His speed was so astonishing that I could barely catch a glimpse. The Bear Country is undeniably among the top contenders, yet their warriors were effortlessly subdued by the Dragon Kingdom's fighters. They stood no chance at all, succumbing to defeat in less than 10 seconds. This was easier than an adult defeating a child. Who are these formidable contestants from the Dragon Kingdom? How could they be so ferocious? Other nations boast elite soldiers, yet they were eliminated without a trace of resistance. Do they not care about their dignity? In previous international military combat tournaments, the Dragon Kingdom merely participated without making a significant mark. But what has happened this time? What could have fueled such an astounding transformation? Winning both matches with overwhelming force is utterly ridiculous. Not only the audience, but also the representatives from various nations were left in shock. Over at the Eagle Sauce's camp, everyone hurriedly checked Daniel's vital signs, deeply concerned that this inhuman fighter from the Dragon Kingdom might have killed him in a matter of moments. Fortunately, he merely lost consciousness temporarily. The 2 contestants from the Dragon Kingdom displayed extraordinarily formidable combat prowess. What is the meaning of this? Even the strong Daniel was utterly dominated, and the battle maniac from Bear Country could not withstand the onslaught either. They were at least 100 times stronger than any previous Dragon Kingdom soldier. Their strength exceeded the limits of human capability, while the other S-speed was so swift that it could only be captured by a high-speed camera. These two were like demons. Meanwhile, when Ida from the Cherry Blossom Country witnessed the remarkable performance of the two Dragon Kingdom soldiers, a chill ran down his spine. What on earth is happening? The mercenaries from Eagle Sauce and the warriors from Bear Country exhibited no resistance whatsoever. Having sparred with Daniel before, their strengths were closely matched. If Zhao Hu from the Dragon Kingdom could easily defeat Daniel, it meant that if he were to face this man later on, there would be no way for him to prevail. With this thought, Ida was suddenly filled with the desire to withdraw from the competition. He had entered the tournament aiming for the achievement of a consecutive championship. However, now two towering obstacles from the Dragon Kingdom stood in his way, seemingly insurmountable. Could it be that they secretly consumed some sort of stimulant? After all, the competition is held on the Dragon Kingdom's home turf, and for the sake of pride, Ida's thoughts turned dark. Yet, he quickly dismissed this notion. To be able to hurl a 2-meter soldier into the air for 7 or 8 meters, what kind of divine strength is this? If there truly were such miraculous substances, they would have spread throughout the world by now, wouldn't they? What need would there be for holding a combat tournament then? With a head full of questions, Ida faced his first opponent. At the Dragon Kingdom's viewing room, it was evident that these were indeed super soldiers. Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng proceeded to the next round without breaking a sweat. It was as effortless as flipping a switch. We won far too easily. I didn't even have time to react. Yang Jun exclaimed in astonishment. It should be noted that the eliminated soldiers from Eagle Sauce and Bear Country were not mere pushovers. However, under the absolute might of Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, they stood no chance of victory. This military combat tournament has allowed the Dragon Kingdom to hold its head high. In the past, when faced with such challenging opponents, the Dragon Kingdom often found itself on the losing end. But this time, the situation was markedly different. Yang Jun could state with absolute certainty that the championship was already within their grasp. In fact, he felt confident that even if all remaining competitors banded together against Zhao Hu, they would still be unable to secure a win. Mr. Su, we owe it all to your research. The super soldier serum is truly remarkable. Yang Jun's eyes sparkled with admiration. It is likely that other nations are now questioning whether our side has resorted to cheating. Such doubts are understandable, as the performances of Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng have been nothing short of extraordinary, raising suspicions. Yet, Yang Jun dismissed such thoughts. The serum is undeniably safe. It significantly boosts the human immune system and breaks through the limits of human capability, and most importantly, it has 0 side effects. Moreover, it is a closely guarded secret of the Dragon Kingdom, and other nations cannot find any loopholes. Indeed, it appears they have effectively harnessed the serum's capabilities. Su Bai nodded, his expression calm. Subsequently, everyone redirected their focus back to the competition arena. Chapter 116. A single punch shatters Ida, piercing the venue's ceiling. The International Military Combat Tournament was in full swing, with almost all spectators fixated on the two contestants from the Dragon Kingdom. Even the previous champion Ida, who had mastered the advanced martial arts of the Cherry Blossom Country, was rendered trivial in comparison to the superhuman displays of the two Dragon Kingdom fighters. What are karate and judo when the soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom can simply overpower their opponents in strength and speed, as if they were not even competing in the same event? As the rounds progressed, Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng effortlessly eliminated their opponents, not breaking a sweat. Goodness, how can these two soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom be so terrifying? No one can last even 10 seconds against them. Many began to wonder if they had taken performance-enhancing drugs. However, one would expect the effects to have worn off by now, and truly, such exaggerated substances could not possibly exist. One possesses immense strength, while the other is as swift as the wind. This is simply beyond comprehension. Is there truly no one who can stand against the contestants from the Dragon Kingdom? It seems not. The previous runners-up were easily subdued by them, and with only Ida remaining, he would surely meet the same fate. This tournament was destined for the Dragon Kingdom to soar. The audience erupted in astonishment. Fear glinted in their eyes as they gazed upon Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, realizing that even their nation's strongest warriors appeared as infants before them. What a farce. As the next rounds unfolded, any contestant facing Zhao Hu or Ma Sheng opted to forfeit. There was no need for a contest. Surrendering early was a form of relief rather than enduring a brutal beating. Thus, the two super soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom smoothly advanced to the top 8 of the tournament. Hooray! Both of our military representatives from the Dragon Kingdom have made it into the top 8. In terms of performance, they had surpassed the previous tournament and maintaining this momentum, winning the championship would be a mere formality. Our country is amazing. We sent forth two individuals far exceeding the average standard throughout these matches. There have been beatdowns and surrenders. Regardless, today I have thoroughly enjoyed the spectacle. Now all hope rests on Ida from the Cherry Blossom Country. Punch Zhao, who, kick Ma Sheng. Go Ida. You are the Namba, one of the Cherry Blossom Country. Among the spectators, the enthusiasm of the Dragon Kingdom's netizens surged. For this was the first time in many years that two contestants had reached the top 8 without being eliminated. Moreover, their stunning performances had captivated all Dragon Kingdom viewers. And support for Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng was growing among foreign crowds. On one hand, they were awed by the formidable power of the two super soldiers. On the other, countries whose contestants had been eliminated by Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng shifted their allegiance to support the Dragon Kingdom, hoping for their victory. After all, being defeated by the champions was no disgrace. In the next match, Ida from the Cherry Blossom Country would face Zhao Hu. At this moment, Ida wore a grim expression, his face etched with seriousness. What were the soldiers from a Sand Country doing? How could they have allowed the Dragon Kingdom to advance so easily? What a spineless act. Ida inwardly chastised. He had initially hoped that someone would at least tire Zhao Hu out or discover his weaknesses. Yet, after so many rounds, Zhao Hu remained unperturbed, brimming with energy like an indomitable superhuman. Upon introspection, having reached the quarterfinals with barely over half of his stamina remaining and his martial arts techniques largely exposed, Jing Tian felt his chances of victory were exceedingly slim. Should I, like the representatives of the third country, concede defeat? No. I am a combat expert from the great Sakura Empire. I cannot allow myself to be vanquished by the Dragon Nation. Gritting his teeth, Jing Tian staggered onto the arena. Suddenly, a thunderous sound echoed as Zhao Hu leaped onto the stage from below. Turning to face Jing Tian, his gaze was imbued with a hint of fury. What manner of beast is this? As he beheld Zhao Hu's imposing presence, Jing Tian was engulfed by a wave of panic. This platform, towering at 3 meters. How could this man possess such explosive leaping power? Moreover, Jing Tian was inexplicably enveloped by an aura of lethal intent, a sensation he had not encountered in previous rounds. As if his opponent was truly prepared to engage in earnest. The match between Sakura's Jing Tian and Dragon's Zhao Hu commenced. At the referee's command, Zhao Hu surged forward in an instant, startling not only Jing Tian, but also the audience with his unexpected aggression. What is happening? Previously, he had always awaited his adversary's strikes to counter. Yet this time, Zhao Hu took the initiative. Come on, Zhao Hu. Our Dragon Nation's previous champion fell to Jing Tian's hands. This Sakura's weakling deserves a thorough thrashing. Although this is a military combat tournament, national grudges should be set aside, yet the sight of his arrogant face ignites my fury. Zhao Hu, unleash your full might and obliterate him. In the next moment, Zhao Hu assumed a stance for an uppercut. This is it. Jing Tian realized, alarmed, that he had no time to defend against such rapidity. Bam! In an instant, Jing Tian felt an immense force radiate from his abdomen, reverberating through his entire being, as though his very organs were being shattered. With a pained expression, he was brutally propelled into the air. Crash! Jing Tian collided with the ceiling, leaving a gaping hole shaped like a human figure. Did I just witness that? Jing Tian broke through the ceiling? My heavens, such power is utterly terrifying. This confrontation concluded in mere seconds. Jing Tian, the previous champion, was so easily dispatched. The audience was left in a state of shock, their gasps echoing throughout the venue. Dragon Nation's Zhao Hu prevails. Even the referee was momentarily stunned before announcing the result. Meanwhile, medical personnel rushed to the scene to attend to the airborne Jing Tian. He had lost consciousness but still exhibited signs of life, though he suffered multiple compound fractures that would likely confine him to a hospital bed for the remainder of his life. Upon learning this news, a faint smile appeared on Zhao Hu's face. At the moment he attacked Jing Tian, he had controlled the force, ensuring that not only would Jing Tian's future be fraught with pain, but he had also avenged his brother. One could only commend the serum developed by Mr. Su. It truly is a remarkable creation. On the other side, the super soldier Ma Sheng advanced to the next round without a hint of suspense. Thus, the final 4 of the combat tournament emerged, featuring 2 warriors from the Unbreakable Nation and 2 from the Dragon Nation. This marked the first time in history that the top 4 consisted of competitors from the same country. Furthermore, previous participants from the Dragon Nation had always stopped here. Yet Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng seemed unstoppable, poised to clash in the finals. Chapter 117. Dominating the combat tournament's top 2, the super soldiers claim the crown. Good heavens! 2 representatives from our Dragon Nation have reached the final 4. This was beyond my wildest imagination before the tournament began. Did no one notice that this year's matches concluded several hours faster than usual? It seems our 2 soldiers possess such overwhelming strength that they resolve their battles in mere moments. Truly impressive. I still cannot forget Zhao Hu's spectacular performance. Hammering Jing Tian into the ceiling, it was so cathartic. This spectacle is bound to go viral on the internet. As the final 4 were determined, the citizens of the Dragon Nation erupted in excitement. Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng's prowess eclipsed that of all other competitors. Those who once appeared formidable were reduced to mere stepping stones in their presence. Even if they faced all opponents at once, it is unlikely they would suffer even a scratch. One could say this year's tournament lacked substance, overshadowed by 2 monstrous warriors whose brilliance eclipsed all others. Moreover, this tournament unveiled new possibilities for humanity. The Dragon Nation harbors ultimate warriors who surpass all limits. Truly astonishing. The semifinals quickly unfolded. I concede, the soldier from Gallia, upon facing Zhao Hu, raised a white flag, adhering to a long-standing tradition. Thus, Zhao Hu effortlessly advanced to the finals. Meanwhile, the soldier from the Unbreakable Nation stood stupefied, having previously conspired with the Gallian warrior to endure at least 5 rounds. Now what should he do? Engage in combat with the Dragon Nation's Ma Sheng, despite the absurdity? Though Ma Sheng did not exhibit Zhao Hu's terrifying power, in terms of speed, he was unrivaled among all participants. His form was imperceptible to the naked eye, discernible only by high-speed cameras. Against such an opponent, one could expect only to be on the receiving end of blows, with no chance to retaliate. Furthermore, the image of Jing Tian's brutal defeat haunted the Unbreakable Nation soldier like a nightmare. He certainly did not wish to suffer multiple compound fractures, spending the rest of his life confined to a hospital bed. Thus, after a struggle with his thoughts, the soldier finally stammered, "Victory is yours, Dragon Nation warriors." I concede. Consequently, the finalists were determined. Dragon Nation's Zhao Hu faced off against Dragon Nation's Ma Sheng. This was an unprecedented occurrence in the history of the International Military Combat Tournament. After all, as the competition progressed, the opponents only grew stronger. No nation could claim superiority in martial prowess or physical conditioning. Even the top superpower, Eagle Sauce, had never achieved such a feat. Thus, the fact that both finalists hailed from the Dragon Nation left the audience in awe. I never imagined that the Dragon Nation would sweep the championship and runner-up positions. What were the elite soldiers from other nations doing? What were their true capabilities? Oh, they were all eliminated by our Dragon Nation. How fortunate. Is there even a need for a showdown? The Dragon Nation has already claimed victory. The top 2 are ours. And the feeling is profoundly gratifying. Yet, was there no curiosity as to which of these superhuman warriors was truly superior? I am grateful they both belong to the Dragon Nation. I would feel no remorse regardless of the outcome. Amidst the fervent discussions of the audience, the final showdown quickly commenced. This scenario was anticipated by both warriors. If they had injected the super soldier serum and failed to reach the finals, they would have squandered Mr. Su's painstaking efforts. Bang! Boom! Crash! In unison, they engaged in a symbolic display of their prowess. Both warriors moved with incredible speed and delivered immense force, the sound of their collisions resonating like thunder, like 2 unparalleled masters engaged in a duel. The spectacle was such that not only the viewers behind the screen, but even the audience in close proximity to the arena struggled to keep pace with their astounding speed. It was utterly surreal. Could this truly be a clash of humanity? To the uninitiated, one might easily mistake the 2 dark figures for mere special effects, entangled in a high-speed ballet. Moments later, the 2 figures retreated to the edges of the stage, where Ma Sheng clasped his hands in a gesture of humility, graciously conceding, "Brother Zhao, I admit defeat. Time was running short. Should they truly seek to determine a victor, they might well engage in battle for an entire day and night. While they could endure such a contest, the audience could not afford to wait." Furthermore, Ma Sheng, who had only recently been administered the super soldier serum, recognized Zhao Hu as a senior. Thus, he wisely chose to end the bout on a high note. I hereby declare that the crown of this international military competition has been awarded to the warrior of the Dragon Nation, Zhao Hu. As the host's voice boomed, a wave of exhilaration surged through both the live audience and the online viewers. What did I tell you? When Zhao Hu dispatched Eagle Sauce's Daniel, his championship potential was unmistakable. Indeed, our Dragon Nation has claimed the top honor. How magnificent! Only a compatriot could hold their ground against our esteemed athletes. I boldly conclude that foreign competitors lack even the qualification to challenge them. This is remarkable. Our Dragon Nation boasts two of the most elite talents in military prowess and quality. Zhao Hu's victory not only elevates our national prestige, but is also immensely gratifying, especially witnessing the clash of these two top-tier warriors, akin to celestial beings competing against one another. It was merely a few minutes of combat, yet I have never witnessed anything quite like it. The audience erupted in cheers, and in the observation room, Yang Jun and his colleagues wore expressions of sheer delight. They were intimately familiar with the super soldiers, and, while they anticipated a victory, they had not expected the competition to unfold so smoothly. Observing Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, whose brows remained unperturbed by sweat, it seemed they had not even exerted themselves as much as in their regular training sessions. Their triumph was astonishingly effortless. Indeed, based on the final contest, Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng had fully harnessed the serum's potential. The intensive training they had undergone yielded exceptional results. I am thoroughly satisfied. Su Bai remarked, Mr. Su, it is indeed your latest research that has made this possible. Yang Jun interjected, giving enthusiastic thumbs up in praise. The extraordinary performances of these two super soldiers during the competition would surely resonate across the globe. What of Eagle Sauce's mercenaries or Sakura Nation's elite warriors? Before our Dragon Nation soldiers, they appeared as feeble as ants. It is not an exaggeration to assert that even an entire team could be swept aside by Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng. Such is the confidence of super soldiers. The only shortcoming lies in their limited numbers. As of now, there are merely 2 superhumans. This potent serum must be disseminated without delay. Imagining a future army populated with super soldiers, filling the air with an overwhelming sense of security, Yang Jun's heart brimmed with anticipation. Thus, the Celestial Soldier Project and the establishment of a super army must be expedited. Chapter 118. Is new technology related to favorable winds? Initiating the super selection. Now, let us welcome the champion of this competition, Zhao Hu of the Dragon Nation, to deliver a speech. As the host announced, Zhao Hu approached the microphone with measured steps. Holding the medal that signified his victory, a sense of duty welled within him. I owe this championship to the dedicated researchers who have overseen my rigorous training every day. It is our Dragon Nation's premier research team that has bestowed upon me this extraordinary strength. Long live our motherland. Zhao Hu's impassioned speech was met with thunderous applause from the audience. Alas, it has not been an easy journey. Since the inception of the International Military Combat Competition, our Dragon Nation has endured many years of being mere participants, and at last, we have secured the championship medal. Research team? Did certain magnates invent something extraordinary that rendered Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng so formidable? This is truly remarkable. Who would have thought this was a victory for science? While other nations' competitors may still be laboring through arduous training, our Dragon Nation has already chosen a new path to strength. Online discussions flourished, brimming with joy. However, once Zhao Hu concluded his acceptance speech, viewers from other nations began to voice differing opinions. What? The superhuman strength of the Dragon Nation's athletes derives from their research team? What kind of development is this? I'm quite curious. When did Dragon Nation's technology become so astonishing, even extending to the human body? Wait, is this even legal? The Dragon Nation has dispatched 2 scientifically modified superhumans, while the other countries field genuine warriors. This is unfair. The citizens of Sakura Nation express their discontent. The Dragon Nation must be secretly conducting inhumane human experiments. Who knows how many ordinary soldiers have been sacrificed to produce these 2 ultimate beings? I demand an immediate investigation by the International United Assembly into the so-called technology of the Dragon Nation. Among the online audience, opinions divided into 2 factions. The first genuinely congratulated the Dragon Nation on its victory, thoroughly impressed by the awe-inspiring performances of Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng. The second group, however, questioned the integrity of the Dragon Nation's win, predominantly composed of viewers from Sakura Nation. After all, the highly anticipated previous champion, Jing Tian, was reduced to a mere shadow of his former self against Zhao Hu. Not only was he knocked out with a single punch, but he also shattered through the ceiling, suffering multiple fractures. He could be considered the most unfortunate past champion. The citizens of Sakura Nation felt deeply humiliated, not only in terms of military strength, but also in the notion that, as Zhao Hu suggested, the technological advancements enhancing military physicality had left Sakura Nation far behind. How could they endure this? Consequently, the people of Sakura Nation resorted to various slanders and insults, claiming that the Dragon Nation's technology was of dubious origin and that this competition was invalid. In response, many Dragon Nation netizens swiftly retaliated, alongside others from foreign nations who could not bear the disparagement of Sakura Nation. Sakura Nation can't take a loss, can they? With Jing Tian's mediocre skills. Zhao who could crush him with a mere pinky. What's the matter? Not satisfied? Come at me. Is our Dragon Nation's technology questionable? Clearly, it's your Sakura Nation that lacks the capability to match us and is merely envious. A bunch of blind fools. The times have long since changed. The people of Sakura Nation, with their petty attitudes, mirrored the dimensions of their own territory in a rather telling manner. The technological prowess of the Dragon Nation is indeed unparalleled, and this is a fact that even we, the Bear Nation, recognize. In this verbal skirmish, Sakura Nation gradually found itself at a disadvantage. On one hand, they lacked a solid foundation for their claims. All participants in the combat competition were undoubtedly qualified. Clinging to this point would only reveal their own insecurity. On the other hand, pro-Dragon Nation sentiments were rampant. Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng garnered immense popularity, while Sakura Nation's strongest ally, Eagle Sauce, remained notably silent, leaving them to fight a lone battle. Thus, it was not long before the situation tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the Dragon Nation. Not only had their competitors been vanquished, but they had also suffered a comprehensive defeat in public opinion. News of the combat competition spread like wildfire across various platforms in the Dragon Nation. On the trending topics list, the bright red word explosive stood out prominently. Shocking. The two superhuman soldiers of the Dragon Nation dominate and claim the championship. Dragon Nation's technology reaches new heights, triumphing in the combat competition. Watch this video to understand just how extraordinary the Dragon Nation soldiers have become. In the wake of recent events, various astute self-media platforms began to publish articles that captivated the general public. What? Our Dragon Nation has triumphed in a martial arts competition? I recall that we were consistently at a disadvantage in this arena. The previous competition was particularly disheartening. I even vowed to stop watching. Yet, this time we secured first place. How did I miss that? Not only did we clinch the top spot, but we also swept the podium with both gold and silver. When did our nation's soldiers become so formidable? Goodness, this strength, this speed. I could boast about it for a millennium. What a delight it is to have vanquished the previous champion, the formidable fighter from the land of cherry blossoms, rendering him incapacitated with a single blow. Truly satisfying. It is rumored that a certain technology was employed. Could I possibly attain such superhuman strength? Alas, those ahead should rest. Such technology is certainly a closely guarded state secret. If you aspire to become stronger, allow me to suggest a course of action. Consider employment at Shunfeng Company. Perhaps therein lies your fortune. Indeed, has no one noticed the correlation between the remarkable enhancement in the physical prowess of these two extraordinary soldiers and the recent advancements among Shunfeng employees? I dare to speculate that this new technology is undoubtedly linked to Shunfeng. Millions of netizens have engaged in fervent discussions, with many drawing connections between Shunfeng's enigmatic new product and this recent competition. It is hardly surprising that this high-tech courier company has produced such astonishing innovations. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Dongfeng Research Institute, Su Bai reviewed the status of the serum production line under the diligent supervision of Qin Yu. Progress had been commendable over the past few days, and by next week, they would be ready to mass-produce vials of the super soldier serum. Consequently, Su Bai shifted his focus to the implementation of the Celestial Soldier Program. As the project leader, his first task was to select elite warriors akin to Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng. The Dragon Nation's military is replete with talent, and there are numerous individuals whose abilities rival those of the renowned Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng. Thus, Su Bai resolved to conduct a grand selection process across all branches of the military. Not only the Army, but also the Air Force, Navy, and Special Forces, an extensive recruitment initiative. With ample time and comprehensive assessment criteria, they would rank the soldiers' overall combat effectiveness. The inaugural phase of the Celestial Soldier Program would identify the top 100 soldiers. Once the first super unit was established, it would rapidly expand in teams of 100 until all martial champions became super warriors. As a result, news of this grand selection swiftly spread throughout the various military divisions of the Dragon Nation. In the Baihu military district, on a clandestine training ground, a multitude of elite soldiers from various military regions gathered, numbering in the tens of thousands. They had all come to participate eagerly in this unprecedented national-level selection process. Having served since enlistment, they had encountered numerous selection events, but most were confined to their respective military districts. Never before had there been a selection of such magnitude. Thus, the elite warriors buzzed with excitement. My goodness, Are we truly gathering the majority of our nation's finest? What is the purpose of this? Each individual present is a paragon of military prowess. How can I possibly compete against such an array of talents? This is surely something monumental, and I am filled with anticipation. By the way, has anyone seen Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, those two prodigies? The warriors speculated among themselves, many steering the conversation towards the recently concluded military martial arts competition. Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng's combat capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary, and there was unanimous agreement that they deserved to be ranked among the top 2 soldiers of the Dragon Nation. Moreover, according to Zhao Hu, it was a new technology that had significantly enhanced his abilities, prompting skepticism among many. Why should Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng be privy to this new technology while others remain in the dark? Just as this discourse unfolded, Yang Jun surveyed the assembly from the elevated platform and spoke with solemn authority. Esteemed warriors, let me make this clear. The scope and duration of this selection process are unprecedented since the inception of our Dragon Nation. You must understand its significance. We shall first identify the strongest 100 warriors among you. Prepare yourselves. With that, Yang Jun observed the fervent gazes of the soldiers below, his heart filled with profound emotion. This assembly represents the creme de la creme of our military. Their prowess is undeniable. Truth be told, it pains me to see any warrior eliminated. Each one is a valuable asset. However, without enduring this grueling selection akin to hell, we cannot extract the most exceptional talents from this pool. Thus, Yang Jun implemented the stringent standards set forth by Su Bai, initiating a series of rigorous assessments. The first task was straightforward, a marathon for physical endurance. Those who took longer than 2 hours and 12 minutes would be disqualified. In the initial round alone, a third of the elite warriors were eliminated. Following this, assessments of comprehensive aptitude ensued, evaluating shooting skills, combat abilities, and adaptability. Particularly, the combat evaluation was a significant test of physical fitness, with only the most outstanding candidates qualifying. After the second round, thousands more elite warriors were dismissed. The final evaluation focused on the grueling tests of endurance and psychological resilience. True superiority requires one to endure hardship. Super soldiers must excel not only in physical prowess, but also in mental fortitude. After the third round, merely over 600 elite warriors remained. Yet this was still excessive, leaving Yang Jun with no choice but to conduct another round of assessments. Thus, the grand selection persisted for a full half-month. Ultimately, the initial cohort of 100 required for the Celestial Soldier program was successfully identified. In a conference hall within the Baihu Military District, the 100 soldiers stood tall, awaiting further instructions. Congratulations to all of you. You have persevered until the end. I can assure you that in the future, you will take pride in the sweat and effort you have invested over the past half-month. Yang Jun begun. Subsequently, he distributed the relevant SSS agreements to each warrior. Many gasped upon seeing the 3 resplendent letters on the cover. SSS level? This is the most confidential agreement issued by the state. Even those entering special forces receive only an S designation. Clearly, this selection is extraordinary. Without hesitation, the warriors swiftly completed the signing of the agreements. Commander Yang, what exactly are we to undertake? One individual raised a hand, unable to contain their curiosity. The Celestial Soldier Program. The state will use you as models to create one super unit after another. Yang Jun promptly elaborated. Celestial Soldier Program? What imposing name. What exactly is a super unit? How does it fundamentally differ from our previous Special Operations Forces? Super? Are we to become like Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, those extraordinary super soldiers? The elite warriors naturally drew parallels to Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng, their eyes filled with inquisitive anticipation. Yang Jun nodded in affirmation. He continued, indeed, Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng became renowned superhumans after being injected with the super soldier serum and undergoing scientifically rigorous training. Our Celestial Soldier program aims to create an ever-growing number of superhumans, assembling an invincible army. As he spoke, he retrieved the data regarding the super soldier serum. The deep blue reagent displayed upon the screen shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, emanating an aura of enchantment, as if it were a product not of this era. The warriors gazed in awe, profoundly shaken. The super soldier serum, wasn't this the very substance injected into the protagonist of the film Captain America? To think that our dragon country had managed to develop such a thing. So this was the new technology that Zhao Hu had spoken of, truly astounding. The marvels of science fiction had been brought to life by our nation. How impressive. Who could be the mastermind behind this creation, or which team had forged it? Could it be that I am destined to become a superhuman? How extraordinary. The increasingly bewildered warriors felt their scalps tingle as they pondered the implications of the Celestial Soldier Project and the Super Soldier Serum, which shattered their previous understanding of reality. Just then, the appearance of a figure drew considerable attention. Who was this individual? He appeared remarkably youthful. Not resembling a soldier, he bore a unique aura, reminiscent of a successful entrepreneur. Wait, how did he find himself in the main seat? Isn't that the position of Colonel Yang? Some were perplexed and could not help but murmur amongst themselves. Esteemed colleagues, allow me to introduce this individual. This is Mr. Su Bai, the head of the Celestial Soldier Project. He is also the chief engineer of the Super Soldier Serum Program. Colonel Yang promptly interjected. At this announcement, all present were left in a state of disbelief. The leader of the Celestial Soldier Project is a mere youth in his 20s? This is simply incredible. After all, this is an SSS-level classified project. Is it not somewhat rash to entrust such responsibility to someone so young? However, as the crowd learned that he was also the developer of the serum, many quickly came to understand. Having Mr. Su guide their efforts was the most suitable course of action, for no one was better acquainted with the Super Soldier Serum than he. Yet this raised another question. How could a young man in his 20s have developed such a groundbreaking serum? Surely, this was no jest. Chapter 120. Su Bai takes command, giving birth to 100 superhumans. The warriors grew increasingly perplexed. How could a mere youth, hardly more than a graduate student, produce something as outrageous as the Super Soldier Serum? Observing their confusion, Colonel Yang gestured, and in a flash, two imposing figures arrived at the front of the conference room. Standing tall, radiating an undeniable presence, they were none other than the two super warriors, Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng. Esteemed soldiers, would you like to become the superhumans standing beside me? Su Bai inquired, his demeanor calm and composed. The warriors nodded vigorously, as if pecking a grain. Was this even a question? Who would not desire the ability to single-handedly defeat the strongest warriors of Sakura Nation? This extraordinary power was something every soldier yearned for. Furthermore, as the elite among soldiers, they constantly sought ways to enhance themselves. Now, with a shortcut to greatness presented before them, none would dare to overlook this opportunity. Thus, all doubts harbored by the warriors dissipated. This young man was undeniably the commander of the Celestial Soldier Project. There could be no question about that. Mr. Su is indeed a prodigy, having developed the Super Soldier Serum. With him at the helm, I am fully convinced. Might I, too, attain boundless strength like Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng? That would be splendid. Today could be the day I surpass my limits. Imagine, if we all became super soldiers, a formidable force of over 100 warriors. Invincible. The excitement among the warriors surged, their voices rising in fervor. With a subtle gesture, Su Bai raised his hand, instantly silencing the expansive conference hall. This was the voice of the commander of the Celestial Soldier Project. All present were obliged to focus intently on his words. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to reiterate one crucial point. Participation in the Celestial Soldier Project is entirely voluntary. If you find the prospect of injecting the serum unacceptable, you may leave at this moment. Su Bai surveyed the room, his expression unwavering. This was a necessary clarification before commencing, as individual perspectives varied. Some preferred to toil gradually to attain strength. After a silence of over 10 seconds, not a single warrior chose to rise. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Was it not merely the injection of a substance into their bodies, exchanged for invincible might? There was no reason for hesitation. Excellent, then. I shall take responsibility for the creation of this Super Soldier Battalion. Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. Mr. Su, shall we commence the injection of the serum immediately? An eager warrior inquired, raising his hand. One moment. First, I will devise a tailored training regimen based on each of your physical conditions. This will last approximately 10 days before we proceed with the injection. Additionally, I will oversee the subsequent training programs until you have all fully transformed into super soldiers. Su Bai explained swiftly, shaking his head. Upon hearing this, some warriors were filled with anticipation, while others took a deep breath, their expressions turning serious. This did not seem to align with their expectations of an instantaneous transformation. They wondered what this training regimen would entail. One thing was certain, it was bound to be far from simple. To attain superhuman strength, one must pay the requisite price. And many warriors had already prepared themselves for the challenge. However, the following days of training diverged greatly from their expectations. Rising promptly each day, adhering to schedules for meals, workouts, and rest, these routines were nothing new for them. After all, which warrior had not emerged from the crucible of hardship? Their seemingly arduous lifestyle felt quite manageable to them. The only perplexing aspect was the quantity of food at each meal, which had increased significantly, almost 2 to 3 times the usual amount. Some warriors were left utterly bewildered. A meal or two was tolerable, but with every meal being such a feast, they found it overwhelming. Their stomachs were on the verge of bursting. Moreover, the training activities were largely similar to those in the military, with no allowance for increased training intensity. This meant that the energy they consumed far exceeded what they expended. Within just a few days, several warriors felt noticeably heavier. Their once well-defined muscles seemed to have lost some of their definition. If this continued, they would soon resemble bloated pigs. Despite some complaints, the thought of this being the necessary path to becoming super soldiers kept them resolute. What was a little extra food? After all, thus, after approximately 12 days, the group arrived at a laboratory. Unlike traditional biological labs, the most striking feature before them was a series of medical beds. Each bed was flanked by curved metallic gates, adorned with various interfaces and apparatus. Additionally, the deep blue liquid in the transparent vials captivated their attention. This must be the super soldier serum. At last, they were about to undergo the injection. For reasons unknown, a sense of nervousness crept over them. These devices resembled those from films. The creations of Mr. Su were indeed exceptional. Superhumans, here I come. The warriors could not contain their excitement. Mr. Su, all medical beds are prepared. We can inject 8 individuals at once, and we will proceed in 13 batches. Reported Qin Yu quietly from the side. After the completion of the production line, Su Bai reassigned several key technical personnel to the Celestial Soldier project, among whom was Qin Yu. After all, she was an exceptionally talented graduate student. In contrast, some academicians and professors were unable to participate in the Celestial Soldier project due to their numerous other commitments. Qin Yu felt immensely grateful. Over the past few months, she had nearly become an industry expert in fields such as human physiology and pharmacology. A true polymath across various disciplines, she owed much of her progress to Mr. Su. All right, let us commence, Su Bai remarked, nodding in approval after reviewing all the data. Thus, 8 elite soldiers reclined on medical beds as researchers monitored their vital signs during the injection process. No unforeseen incidents occurred, and the procedure was completed swiftly. Aside from feeling slightly dizzy for a couple of minutes after stepping down from the medical bed, there were no adverse reactions. In less than 2 hours, 100 brand new superhumans came into existence. Some were exuberantly raising their fists and jumping around, yet they did not perceive any miraculous transformations. Nevertheless, their faces were still brimming with hope, for Su Bai had emphasized that with a few more days of training, the differences would become markedly apparent. As the soldiers emerged from the laboratory, lively discussions ensued. Zhao Hu, just wait. I too shall become a demigod. The captain of our squad shall be me. Another exclaimed. Am I already a super soldier? It feels just like before, but never mind, I shall trust in Su Bai. In the days that followed, the soldiers gradually discerned some peculiarities. A warm current flowed through their abdomens, dispersing energy throughout their bodies. Their appetites stabilized at approximately 3 times their original intake. Yet they felt no discomfort from overeating. Most significantly, their strength, speed, and endurance were visibly enhancing. Weights that once exceeded 100 kilograms could now be lifted effortlessly with one hand. Their 100-meter sprint times, initially around 11 seconds, were easily reduced to under 10 seconds, with several even breaking world records. In marathon events, the soldiers felt capable of accelerating throughout without a trace of fatigue. This was truly astonishing. A few overzealous soldiers engaged in competitions with Zhao Hu, and while they still could not endure a single round, they were surprised to find that the super soldier Zhao Hu did not seem as invincible as before. Clearly, the super soldier serum was indeed effective. Is this what it means to be a superhuman? I feel as though I possess boundless strength. It's incredible. Su Bai does not deceive me. The serum we injected is indeed powerful. Just give me another 20 days of training, and I guarantee I can take Zhao Hu down. In disbelief, one soldier remarked previously, I would have to exert myself for half a year just to shave off a mere 1/10 of a second from my 100-meter time. Now, I can run it in under 7 seconds. The technology developed by Su Bai is truly formidable. The soldiers were filled with admiration. The sensation of genuinely becoming stronger was remarkable. Rapid changes occurred almost daily, and what once seemed like unattainable world records now felt effortlessly within reach. Some attempted to imitate the protagonist from the Eagle Captain series, lifting a small car, and found it was not as challenging as they had anticipated. Subsequently, small vehicles no longer sufficed. The training grounds were cluttered with abandoned armored vehicles and tanks, tools for the super soldiers' daily strength training. If outsiders were to witness this, they would surely be terrified. Beneath the seemingly floating tanks were individuals lifting these colossal machines, each one a veritable Hercules. Any single soldier possessed extraordinary combat prowess, and, collectively, they numbered over 100. If they unified, it would be an immensely terrifying force. Mr. Su, the data regarding the initial 100 super soldiers has been compiled. Qin Yu reported softly, holding a thick stack of documents. After administering the serum and following your training regimen, the physical qualities of these 100 soldiers have undergone a groundbreaking enhancement. Overall, their differences compared to super soldiers Zhao Hu and Ma Sheng are minimal. Moreover, during this period, none have exhibited any adverse reactions. This signifies that the Celestial Soldier Project is progressing smoothly, yielding significant results. Qin Yu continued, her bright eyes sparkling with joy. Indeed, the transition from 0 to 1 is the most challenging phase, and Mr. Su has developed the Super Soldier Serum. Accomplishing this arduous step, moving forward, we can replicate this process to transform all soldiers into super warriors. The initial cohort of 100 is just a step away from completion. With another 10 days of observation, we can deem it a total success. Following that, we can create more super units in batches of 100. With this thought, Qin Yu gazed at Su Bai with profound admiration. It is indeed Mr. Su who has made a significant contribution to the defense of Longhua. Excellent. Let us continue advancing. The next step is to create the second, third, and subsequent batches of super soldiers. Su Bai declared, thoroughly satisfied after reviewing all the data. The military had invited him to serve as the chief commander of the Celestial Soldier Project, and Su Bai was determined to ensure everything proceeded flawlessly. Although he had been immersed in the White Tiger military district for several days and had hardly returned to the company, he entrusted the affairs there to his diligent secretary, Yang Shui, whose meticulousness allowed the company to flourish without his oversight. Now, with the Celestial Soldier Project no longer requiring his constant attention, Su Bai contemplated the development of new technologies. Qin Yu, what do you perceive as the critical flaws in the weaponry and equipment I have developed? Su Bai Wei, glancing at her. Today, she was clad in a pristine research uniform, her high ponytail framing her fair visage, and her starry eyes gazed at him in confusion. Critical flaws? Qin Yu stammered, momentarily bewildered by Su Bai's sudden inquiry. Whether it be the Tianxiong fighter, the White Tiger robot, or the Dongfeng missile vehicle, they all possessed formidable power and comprehensive functions, verging on perfection. If one were to identify any shortcomings, do not hesitate. Please share your thoughts. Su Bai Inquieted. Noting her thoughtful expression, Mr. Su, while I cannot identify any shortcomings in the Dongfeng missile vehicle, the Tianxiong fighter and White Tiger robot do have weaknesses, primarily in their endurance. Qin Yu elucidated softly. The energy sources for the Tianxiong fighter and White Tiger robot are finite. Despite their impressive endurance times, they still require recharging periodically. Should this critical information fall into enemy hands, it could lead to battlefield failures. Endurance? Energy, you say? Su Bai furrowed his brow, lost in contemplation. Many technological advancements require robust energy support for further research. Is there any development that could address this crucial issue? Su Bai began perusing the advanced technologies available in the marketplace. A Dyson sphere, a colossal structure designed to envelop a star, capable of harnessing all the energy it emits. Is this truly as remarkable as it sounds? Upon glancing at the price once more, Su Bai briefly thought he was seeing things. The number of zeros before the decimal point was staggering, an astonishing 9-digit figure for technological points. Farewell to his hopes. Reluctantly, he continued to scroll down the page until he finally located the technology he desperately needed. Controlled nuclear fusion technology, also known as the artificial sun. It harnesses tritium and deuterium to generate fusion reactions, unquestionably a limitless and sustainable energy source. After reading the summary, Su Bai felt immensely satisfied. The price, however, was a daunting 99,000 technological points. The points he had painstakingly earned from the Super Soldier Serum were about to vanish in an instant. A pang of regret washed over him. Yet, the thought of possessing controlled nuclear fusion technology, akin to laying a solid foundation, made future research significantly more efficient. Gritting his teeth, he resolved, no more hesitation, he would redeem it. In the next moment, a flash of white light enveloped him. A golden, substantial set of research materials appeared vividly in Su Bai's mind. Chapter 122. The profound significance of controlled nuclear fusion, launching 2 major projects simultaneously. The complete dossier on controlled nuclear fusion. Su Bai immediately flipped to the first page. The materials were exceedingly comprehensive, encompassing everything from the construction of the reaction apparatus to the reactor, reaction vessel, and energy conversion module. The core of achieving controlled nuclear fusion is referred to as the arc reactor. Furthermore, the arc reactor is categorized into large, small, miniature, and super-large reactors, sufficiently catering to the energy supply needs of various weaponry. The more he read, the more engrossed he became, until he unknowingly reached the end. This technology is indeed formidable, well worth the expenditure of nearly 100,000 technological points. However, with only a little over 30 individuals in Lu Wei's team, it was impossible to realize it. He would still need to enlist the help of Elder Qin, Su Bai. If it were a miniature reactor, it could indeed be crafted by hand. Yet clearly, Su Bai's ambitions extended far beyond that. If he were to pursue it, he would aim for the large arc reactor. However, developing a large controlled nuclear fusion reactor entails significant deficiencies in funding, talent, and raw materials. Support from the state would greatly enhance efficiency. Returning to the present, Su Bai glanced at Qin Yu, who was diligently handling documents beside him, and paused before speaking. Qin Yu, I recall that you studied physics, correct? How well do you grasp nuclear physics? Yes, Mr. Su. As for nuclear physics, I am not particularly knowledgeable, but I can engage in intensive study. Qin Yu replied with a slight nod. The branches of physics are extensive. She specialized in optical physics. And nuclear physics, despite the mere difference of one word, felt as if separated by an insurmountable chasm. Nevertheless, since Mr. Su had inquired, she could not admit her limited knowledge. After all, under Mr. Su's guidance, she had gradually acquired interdisciplinary knowledge in human physiology, pharmacology, and more. Therefore, she felt quite confident in tackling the basics of nuclear physics. Excellent. Then, for the next project, you must study diligently, Su Bai said with a smile. The next project? Qin Yu's mouth fell slightly agape. Her delicate face a mixture of surprise and joy. The joy stemmed from the implication that Mr. Su's words meant she would once again join his project team. To conduct research under Mr. Su was a dream for many esteemed scientists. Yet, Qin Yu was puzzled. With the Celestial Soldier Plan underway, would undertaking another project be feasible? The Celestial Soldier Plan, barring any unforeseen circumstances, should proceed without a hitch. We must make the most of our time. Hence, I intend to embark on something grand, Su Bai said, feigning mystery. Upon hearing this, admiration sparkled in Qin Yu's clear eyes. Mr. Su's tone suggested he intended to simultaneously pursue two heavyweight projects. Only Mr. Su could accomplish such a feat thus over the next few days. Su Bai meticulously examined the physical data of 100 super soldiers while organizing the information on controlled nuclear fusion. The principles were not overly complex. The challenges lay in the materials and construction of the reaction apparatus. Su Bai furrowed his brow, contemplating. Controlled nuclear fusion, in essence, utilizes isotopes of hydrogen, specifically tritium and deuterium in Blue Star. Under certain conditions, tritium nuclei and deuterium nuclei can undergo fusion reactions, producing a helium nucleus and releasing a neutron. This process unleashes a tremendous amount of energy while generating minimal radiation and nuclear waste, rendering it exceptionally clean and efficient. With it, humanity could potentially harness nearly limitless energy, liberating itself from the shackles of traditional fossil fuels. Its implications extend far beyond weapon research, affecting numerous facets of daily life, thus underscoring the profound significance of this technology. For instance, in terms of electricity generation, the data indicated that a large arc reactor could provide power over millions of square kilometers. This implies that if several such reactors were constructed, one day, the 1,400 million citizens of Dragon Country would no longer need to worry about electricity bills. Furthermore, within the realm of Shunfeng Express, the greatest demand for electricity naturally comes from the Dawn robots. Equipping them with miniature arc reactors would maximize their operational range and significantly enhance efficiency. Unless components were to fail, the Dawn robots would continue to operate incessantly. The mere thought of this caused a smile to unconsciously curve Su Bai's lips. Setting aside other considerations, the perpetual operation of the Dawn robots would effortlessly allow Shunfeng to expand its operations globally. Clearly, mastering this technology was imperative, and the sooner, the better. After a period of compiling information, Su Bai felt he was ready and promptly dialed Academician Qin Guoxing's number. Mr. Su, how is the Celestial Soldier Plan progressing? Qin Guoxing's tone was exceedingly amiable. Elder Qin, it is proceeding very smoothly. According to my plans, the first super troop will be fully formed within a week. Listening to Su Bai's response, Qin Guoxing felt immense joy. He seemed to recall something and spoke gravely. By the way, has that girl Xiao Yu caused you any trouble? Qin Yu had been serving as one of Su Bai's assistants during this time, much to Qin Guoxing's delight. After all, Mr. Su was a leading figure in national scientific research. Benefiting from his guidance was invaluable. Had he not been juggling multiple roles, Qin Guoxing would have wished to participate in the project himself. However, since the opportunity had fallen to his granddaughter, he hoped Qin Yu would seize it. Elder Qin, you jest. Qin Yu is exceptionally bright. She grasps concepts with remarkable ease. She has been a tremendous help. Su Bai replied with a smile. That is splendid news. Qin Guoxing's eyes sparkled with delight. Exceptional intelligence and quick comprehension. What high praise. That little girl has certainly brought honor to our family. By the way, Mr. Su, why have you called me? Qin Guoxing couldn't help but ask. Elder Qin, the situation is as follows. I wish to simultaneously advance the Celestial Soldier Plan while launching new research. Su Bai quickly articulative. This new research requires substantial financial backing, as well as talent and raw materials, and I would greatly appreciate your assistance in procuring them. New research. A significant amount of funding and talent? No problem, since Mr. Su is able to simultaneously unfold two projects, I wholeheartedly support this initiative. Qin Guoxing confidently asserted. What a joke. Who is Mr. Su? A super genius traversing multiple domains. An unparalleled luminary of scientific research. Whatever he requires, he need only voice it. So, Mr. Su, what new technology is this research focused on? Qin Guoxing inquired with great anticipation. It is controllable nuclear fusion technology. Old Qin, what I aim to achieve is a highly efficient, clean, and inexhaustible new energy source. On the other end of the line, Su Bai's tone was resolute, leaving Qin Guoxing momentarily speechless. Chapter 123. In Conference Room 001 of the Dragon Academy. A significant meeting convenes. What? Controllable nuclear fusion? Qin Guoxing doubted his own hearing, utterly taken aback. Indeed, old Qin, it is the very controllable nuclear fusion technology that major powers across the globe are diligently researching. I have sent you the relevant materials. After hanging up the phone, Qin Guoxing felt a sense of numbness wash over him. This research is monumental. Once accomplished, it could fundamentally shatter the energy blockade imposed by Western hegemonic nations. After all, it represents a near-infinite energy source. If the Dragon Nation pioneers this development, it will achieve a remarkable leap forward, leaving other nations far behind. Soon after, the computer before him chimed, the title boldly proclaiming controllable nuclear fusion research technology. Instinctively, Qin Guoxing took a deep breath and hastily donned his reading glasses. His aged right hand trembled as it grasped the mouse, clicking to unveil the contents. But, controllable nuclear fusion? So many pages? The initial sections introduced the principles, followed by methods for constructing reactors, sourcing materials, crafting reactors, reaction rings, and reaction devices, as well as the development processes for energy storage and conversion modules. As Qin Guoxing delved deeper, he felt an increasing sense of trepidation. The level of detail in this document was extraordinary. Every nuance, material ratio, and necessary equipment was meticulously cataloged. This document is truly invaluable. Given that Qin Guoxing specializes in aerospace technology, he was not particularly well-versed in nuclear physics and material science. As such, there were numerous complex aspects within the material that he could not grasp immediately. Nevertheless, he harbored a strong intuition that Mr. Su, the architect of this document, was highly likely to realize controllable nuclear fusion. This is an extraordinary prospect indeed. With this in mind, Qin Guoxing promptly returned the call to Su Bai. Mr. Su, I must apologize for my limited understanding. There are many areas within the materials that I find unclear. However, since it is you, Mr. Su, who is pursuing controllable nuclear fusion, I trust you completely. Qin Guoxing expressed, his tone filled with admiration. Old Qin, relying solely on the research team will yield insufficient efficiency and a concerning success rate. For this technology, I require support from the state. Preliminary estimates indicate that the highest standard nuclear physics laboratory, along with a multitude of expert professors in this field, is essential. Furthermore, a substantial financial investment is necessary. Su Bai articulati swiftly. Mr. Su, the state will undoubtedly strive to meet all these requirements. However, please bear with me for a moment. As the information and technological content in your materials is immense, we need to convene a special meeting to discuss it. Once the results are available, I will inform you immediately. Though Qin Guoxing served as the vice president of the Dragon Academy, he had no authority to make decisions on such a crucial project alone. The primary objective of the upcoming meeting was straightforward: to assess whether the controllable nuclear fusion outlined in Mr. Su's materials was feasible. If it proves to be viable, we must determine the financial implications. If it falls within the hundreds of billions or even trillions of dragon coins, there would be no room for debate. We would proceed without hesitation. However, should there be additional zeros involved, further consideration will be necessary. That leaves it to you, old Qin. Su Bai post. Seconds after hanging up, Qin Guoxing felt his heart racing within his chest, taking a considerable amount of time to calm down. The prospects of controllable nuclear fusion are vast. It is no exaggeration to say that once humanity harnesses endless energy, our current way of life will undergo a profound transformation. With no time to lose in contemplating the possibilities, Qin Guoxing swiftly called his assistant, Zhang Cheng. Xiao Zhang, you must remember what I am about to say. Zhang Cheng, who was in the midst of a meal, immediately set down his chopsticks upon hearing the gravity in Qin Guoxing's voice. He opened a recording application and approached the computer to document the relevant information. With his hands poised over the keyboard, he prepared to respond quickly. Old Qin, please go ahead. Rapidly, Qin Guoxing articulated, assemble all academicians and experts in the fields of nuclear physics, material science, and energy at the Dragon Academy. Additionally, invite the top scholars from the list I sent you. Convene an emergency meeting in conference room 001. Zhang Cheng was left momentarily stunned. Such a grand affair? All the leading figures in nuclear physics, materials, and energy are to be summoned? Since Zhang Cheng began assisting Qin Guoxing, he had never encountered such a significant matter. Moreover, the mention of conference room 001, a venue reserved for confidential discussions with stringent security and visible armed guards, underscored its high level of secrecy, rarely utilized throughout the year. Furthermore, to prevent leaks, no electronic devices are permitted, highlighting the strictness of the protocols. Zhang Cheng was momentarily at a loss, pondering what this could entail. Could it be that the state has a major strategic plan to discuss? The names on the list revealed potential leads. Senior figures in the field of nuclear fusion, like academician Duan Jingwu, and authorities in material science like academician Ding Xueren, who has dedicated decades to the field and authored numerous works, were among the many illustrious experts. The gathering of such esteemed individuals for a meeting could only signify the discussion of a remarkable project. Xiao Zhang, are you listening? It was only after Qin Guoxing's repeated emphasis that Zhang Cheng snapped back to attention. Old Qin, I will inform them right away. Zhang Cheng promptly affirmed. Wait. Just as Zhang Cheng intended to leave immediately, he suddenly felt the urgency to ask, Old Qin, is there anything else you wish to convey? Xiao Zhang, confidentiality is paramount. Qin Guoxing enunciated with gravity. The technology of controllable nuclear fusion holds profound significance for any world power. Reports indicate that if the United States is granted approximately 15 more years, they will likely achieve controllable nuclear fusion. With vast financial resources, top-tier technology, and keen interest in this field, should the Dragon Nation manage to secure a breakthrough first. Mastering core technology and establishing a technological monopoly would propel us onto a new trajectory, one that neither the United States nor Japan could hope to match. Therefore, this information must remain strictly confidential. Rest assured, Old Qin, Zhang Cheng replied confidently. With extensive experience in maintaining confidentiality, he was well equipped for the task after years of serving as an assistant to Qin Guoxing. Let's start with academician Duan. Subsequently, esteemed individuals such as Elder Ding and Elder Wang, upon receiving notifications, hastily made their way to conference room 001 of the Dragon Science Institute. Chapter 124. Unanimous approval to initiate the controlled nuclear fusion project. Within conference room 001, a contingent of armed police stood resolutely, their expressions grave, before the imposing entrance. Several security checkpoints awaited, including identity verification and electronic device storage. Only after rigorous scrutiny could one gain entry to the inner sanctum of the meeting room. This expansive conference hall could accommodate hundreds, with each delegate's workstation equipped with advanced display screens and other devices for reference and note-taking. As the luminaries from various fields gathered, expressions of bewilderment adorned their faces. What could possibly be afoot today? The gathering of such prominent figures in conference room 001 hinted at the announcement of a significant undertaking. Uncertainty loomed as seasoned experts in nuclear fusion, such as Elder Duan, and notable authorities in material science, like Elder Ding, mingled with a plethora of experts in energy. What could this gathering signify? I have been summoned here by Elder Qin's assistant, Zhang Cheng. Could it be that an industrial assessment has unearthed something extraordinary? Yet, this seemed implausible, as this was the most secure meeting room of the Dragon Science Institute. Breakthroughs in civilian research would not be discussed at such a level. The scholars engaged in fervent discussions. Just as they were exchanging thoughts, a figure emerged at the head of the table. Indeed, it was Qin Guoxing, the vice president of the Dragon Science Institute. Old Qin, why have you summoned us? One inquired, I have halted a significant project to be here. If this is merely a trivial matter, you owe me a grand feast. Another chimed in, what on earth is happening? I've never seen you so agitated. The assembled experts directed their attention towards Qin Guoxing. Though he held the position of vice president and was renowned as a leading expert in aviation technology, many present possessed equally impressive credentials and contributions. Consequently, some of the more irascible academicians spoke without reserve. Calm down, everyone. Please gather around. I have a special document I wish for you all to review. Qin Guoxing explained promptly. In this urgent assembly of distinguished minds, he needed to present something compelling. Qin Guoxing was confident that Mr. Su's documentation would undoubtedly captivate the audience. Special document? What kind of information could it contain? Even old Qin seems uncertain. Which field has made groundbreaking advancements? Is it the 6th-generation aircraft engine or the construction materials for space stations? Old Qin, why this secrecy? Let's see what you have. The experts urged, filled with curiosity. Please take a look. Qin Guoxing then unveiled the research materials on controlled nuclear fusion. The prominent title on the first page sent a tremor through the assembly. Controlled nuclear fusion? Old Qin, are you suggesting that someone has made significant progress in this area? Is the realization of controlled nuclear fusion imminent? That seems implausible, especially since even the Eagle Nation has invested heavily without any tangible results. After a moment of shock, the experts regained their composure. Who could deny the importance of controlled nuclear fusion? It represented a near-infinite source of energy. Currently, world superpowers had poured immense resources into its pursuit, yet the returns had been minimal. Reports indicated that even the Eagle Nation would not achieve successful application for at least 15 years. Thus, upon merely glancing at the cover, skepticism became evident among the attendees. Noticing this, Qin Guoxing remained unflustered as he projected the materials onto the screens before them. This reaction apparatus appears markedly different from what we typically encounter. Fascinating. This is the first time I've seen such an innovative design for a reaction chamber. Wait, could it be that this document genuinely outlines a feasible method for achieving controlled nuclear fusion? As they delved deeper into the content, astonishment grew among the experts. The descriptions were exhaustively detailed, covering everything from the principles of controlled nuclear fusion to the design of various devices, material selection, installation of apparatuses, and the development of energy storage and conversion modules. Furthermore, the information was not haphazardly presented. Several experts in the field recognized its intricate nuances due to their extensive experience. One extraordinary approach. Why didn't I think of constructing a reactor in this manner? Remarked academician Duan Jingwu, a veteran in nuclear physics, unable to contain his admiration. Old Duan, do you believe the proposed methods are indeed viable? Inquired Ding Suiren, a leading figure in materials science, his tone serious. Well, it's still too soon to draw definitive conclusions. However, from what I observe, the probability of success stands at approximately 80%. Duan Jingwu responded while continuing his examination. Not only he, but the other experts also began to share their insights. Some believed that academician Duan was being overly cautious, asserting that such groundbreaking research held at least a 95% likelihood of achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Others defended Duan's prudence, acknowledging his status as the foremost authority in the nation on this matter. Regardless, an 80% success rate was commendable, especially considering that this was controlled nuclear fusion, a concept that had eluded the world's most brilliant physicists. Gentlemen, it appears we have thoroughly reviewed the document. Its feasibility is indeed promising. Now, let us deliberate on whether we shall proceed with the next steps. Qin Guoxing surveyed the room. The feasibility of the document was one consideration, but they also needed to factor in other elements, such as research costs, the required talent and materials, and the duration of the project. Absolutely, we must proceed. I roughly estimate that the cost of developing a large-scale arc reactor would be around 300 billion dragon coins. However, once we construct the first one, subsequent optimizations will significantly reduce expenses. With such comprehensive documentation, there is no reason not to follow through. If our nation were to pioneer controlled nuclear fusion, it would be an unprecedented achievement. I too choose to proceed, as I have a strong premonition that our nation will experience a transformative leap due to this technology, leaving others in our dust. Consequently, the assembly of scholars raised their hands to vote. Initially, the number of those in favor of the project exceeded half. However, given the substantial financial commitment involved, a support rate of at least 90% was necessary to advance further. Otherwise, the proposal would be dismissed. As the number of raised hands continued to grow, a smile gradually emerged on Qin Guoxing's face. Indeed, Mr. Su's documentation has garnered the recognition of so many scholars. Ultimately, 132 experts raised their right hands, achieving unanimous approval. Chapter 125. Whose genius is behind this documentation? Is there any field in which Mr. Su lacks expertise? Since everyone present has opted to proceed, I hereby declare that our nation is officially launching the controlled nuclear fusion project. Qin Guoxing proclaimed with immense excitement. Unanimous approval was a rarity in Conference Room 001, for the experts gathered were all seasoned professionals, each possessing their unique perspectives. This clearly demonstrated that Mr. Su's documentation had captivated everyone. Indeed, it has received a resounding approval. I had anticipated that Elder Duan would voice his objections, considering his notoriously stringent nature. After all, an 80% success rate hardly seems sufficient. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that we have yet to unravel the mysteries contained within this document. With such comprehensive elucidation, I am confident that adherence to the guidelines will yield remarkable results. Lao Qin, from where did you procure this information? Who is the esteemed individual responsible for its compilation? Or perhaps it hails from a particular research institution. A sudden wave of curiosity erupted among the crowd. This inquiry sparked enlightenment among the assembled experts. Indeed, all the veteran fusion specialists from Longwo were present in the conference room. If it was not their proposal, then whose could it be? Could it be a luminary spanning multiple disciplines? However, after much deliberation, no conclusions were reached. Was it Elder Shun, who has gracefully stepped back for the forefront? Or perhaps Elder Kong, whose esteemed reputation is marred by health issues? Yet, both of these titans seem to have had little involvement in projects related to nuclear physics. With them ruled out, no alternatives remained. Haha, I completely understand your eager sentiments. However, due to confidentiality protocols, I am presently unable to divulge further details. Rest assured, once the initiative commences, all will be revealed. Qin Guoxing explained with a genial smile. This only deepened the confusion among the attendees. Here we were in the highly secure Conference Hall 00, one of the Lonka Institute, and yet there were still things left unsaid. Nevertheless, no one pressed further. Given Lao Qin's emphasis, it was best to await future developments. Furthermore, allow me to clarify. This controllable nuclear fusion project holds unparalleled significance for our nation. Its success would grant us dominion over an inexhaustible source of clean energy, efficient and ever-flowing. It is common knowledge that many Western hegemonic nations have amassed vast fortunes through traditional energy sources, such as oil and coal. Should we shatter this constraint, the future could be boundlessly promising. Qin Guoxing continued, articulating his thoughts with poise. Indeed, Lao Qin speaks the truth. Whether in the realm of great power rivalry or civilian applications, energy remains paramount. It is the bedrock of modern societal development, playing a crucial role in social stability and the enhancement of livelihoods. Should we master controllable nuclear fusion, I can hardly fathom the glorious prospects that await Longwa. The scholars nodded in agreement, their expressions brimming with fervor. Lao Qin, what shall be our first course of action? Someone inquired, raising a hand. Financially, we have unanimous approval, and the funds requested from above will soon be allocated. As for the research personnel, all present are welcome to participate. However, if you have other significant projects that demand your attention, you will need to sign an SSS-level confidentiality agreement. Moreover, our current team is wholly insufficient, so I kindly ask each of you to recommend talents from relevant fields. They will be incorporated into the project following a thorough review. Qin Guoxing elaborated further. In accordance with Mr. Su's requirements, this is a colossal project necessitating approximately 1,000 individuals. Consequently, the preliminary preparations for talent selection must not be overlooked. Additionally, I will promptly submit requests for research facilities and various necessary procedures. It appeared that the coming days would be quite busy for him. I must admit, the more I perused this document, the more engrossed I became. However, there are indeed numerous elements I have yet to comprehend. I can only wait for an opportune moment to seek clarification. Alas, I have a full schedule of projects over the next 3 years and cannot personally engage in the controllable nuclear fusion initiative. What a significant regret. Nonetheless, I shall send my most capable students. Their skills rival my own. I am fully committed to supporting the controllable nuclear fusion project, for once successful. It shall be enshrined in the annals of Longwa's scientific history, as well as global scientific history, marking a new milestone. The discussions continued fervently among the crowd, their fervent expressions revealing their enthusiasm for the controllable nuclear fusion endeavor. After extensive discourse on various details, the conference stretched from afternoon into evening, finally coming to a close. As the assembly dispersed, Several distinguished experts pinched themselves, desperately hoping this was not a dream. Indeed, the pain confirmed their reality. Many lingered, pondering. Infinite energy, this seemingly fantastical technology. Are we truly on the brink of its realization? Despite having several projects at hand, I'm already eager to dive into the research on controllable nuclear fusion. I must promptly inform Xiao Li to dismiss all other commitments. Our journey leads to the stars and the vast seas. With controllable nuclear fusion as our energy foundation, we may boldly explore the cosmos, bringing these once unreachable ideals closer to humanity. Subsequently, Qin Guoxing meticulously organized the meeting minutes before swiftly contacting Su Bai. Old Qin, how goes the situation? Su Bai inquired after a brief pause. Mr. Su, guess what? Your document has garnered unanimous acclaim from the leading figures in Longwa's nuclear fusion, energy, and material sectors, who deem it highly feasible. Qin Guoxing's voice brimmed with elation. Remarkable. Mr. Su, a businessman in the courier industry, possesses an unparalleled talent in scientific research. To label him merely a military-industrial genius would be an understatement. He is, without a doubt, a once-in-a-century polymath. Old Qin, what does this imply? It has passed. 132 experts have expressed their desire to pursue this project. This means the controllable nuclear fusion initiative shall soon commence. Qin Guoxing exclaimed, his breath quickening. Previously, he had always been the one to evaluate Mr. Su's projects for their applicability to national defense. Yet this time, Mr. Su had quietly bestowed upon him a tremendous prize. With such depth of understanding regarding controllable nuclear fusion, is there any domain Mr. Su does not grasp? That is splendid. Old Qin, what about funding, personnel, facilities, and related procedures? Are there no issues? Su Bai continued his inquiries. Indeed, Mr. Su, you need not concern yourself with those matters. I will handle them all. Your task is straightforward. Serve as the chief engineer of this project and dedicate yourself to the research and development of controllable nuclear fusion. Qin Guoxing could scarcely contain his excitement. Chapter 126. Wealth Beyond Measure. The sole candidate for chief engineer. Mr. Su, the position of chief engineer for this project is unequivocally yours. Qin Guoxing expressed with utmost sincerity. Absolutely, Old Qin. Su Bai replied without hesitation. Guiding the experts to achieve controllable nuclear fusion was a decision that required no deliberation. After all, it was his initiative, and the significance of controllable nuclear fusion was monumental. Frankly, regardless of whom else it might be entrusted to, Su Bai would find it hard to relax. It was better for him to take the reins himself. Very well. I shall notify you as soon as I am prepared. Qin Guoxing reflected with a sense of admiration. This young man, barely in his 20s, wielded two monumental projects, the Tianbing Initiative and controllable nuclear fusion, all while serving as the chairman of Shunfeng Company. In contrast, he himself had achieved nothing significant at that age. Truly, comparisons can be disheartening. Thus, in the ensuing days, Su Bai diligently compiled materials on controllable nuclear fusion, striving to devise a research and development process that would enable all participants to engage swiftly and effectively. On this day, at the headquarters of Shunfeng, in the office of the chairman, Yang Shui, with evident delight, presented a cup of rich coffee to Mr. Su, exclaiming, "You have finally returned." Clad in a classic black and white professional outfit, she accentuated her graceful figure. Her charming face, adorned with crimson lips and a delicate nose, alongside her starry-eyed gaze, captivated the attention of those around her. Mr. Su, upon noticing Yang Shui after a long absence, observed that her beauty had further blossomed, possessing an enchanting allure akin to that of a goddess, which was truly remarkable. Mr. Su, it must be the miraculous effects of the Qinglong Gene Serum. Yang Sui smiled, revealing a row of pearly teeth. While the Qinglong Serum did not possess any cosmetic effects, it significantly enhanced physical fitness. Yang Shui's increased work efficiency allowed her the energy to maintain daily exercise, thus naturally enhancing her appearance. By the way, please provide an update on the company's situation over the past few days. After a brief exchange, Mr. Su paused. Mr. Su, are you implying that there is a new project underway? A flicker of melancholy crossed Yang Shui's delicate features. She thought Mr. Su was exceptionally talented, continuously launching project after project. She had anticipated spending more time together this time. Nevertheless, she was well acquainted with handling any matters at Shunfeng, and there was no room for error under her stewardship. To begin with, in the realm of express delivery, our drones are unmatched by any competitor. On land, our kamikaze transport vehicles have captured 85% of the market share. Furthermore, domestically, the Dawn robots have also reached saturation. Overall, everything is steadily improving. We have secured 70% of the express delivery market in Longhua. After a brief moment, Yang Shui swiftly reported. In addition, we have also expanded into overseas markets. In the 14 countries neighboring Longhua, particularly in Southeast Asia, we have established multiple delivery stations and engaged in fierce competition with local enterprises. Currently, the situation is promising, and we anticipate capturing the entire Southeast Asian land market within a quarter. Yang Shui continued, her excitement evident in her sparkling eyes. The remaining 30% of the market in Longhua will be gradually encroached upon. The overseas express delivery sector is indeed a lucrative opportunity. The entire Southeast Asia market is vast and profitable. In a short span, we have already achieved a net profit of 5 billion long yuan. Yang Sui executed MR. Su's strategy, first securing neighboring Southeast Asia, then expanding to the entire Asian continent, and subsequently venturing into Europe and Africa. By that time, Xuanfeng's operational scope would be immensely vast. Upon concluding her report, Yang Shui gazed at Mr. Su with profound admiration. The young boss was not only exceptionally gifted in research, but also a commercial genius, amassing wealth rivaling that of the legendary Tao Zhu. Excellent, Mr. Su remarked. Thoroughly satisfied, after reviewing the financial statements, he acknowledged that having such a capable secretary was indeed a blessing, allowing him to focus solely on research and development. Encouragingly, he added, Yang Shui, maintain this momentum. The more Shunfeng earns, the greater your bonuses will be. After delegating the remaining tasks and ensuring all materials were prepared, Mr. Su boarded his dedicated vehicle and arrived at the Dongfeng Research Institute. In a moderately sized conference room, the atmosphere was charged with anticipation, filled with academicians, professors, and researchers who had all signed SSS-level confidentiality agreements. As they awaited the meeting's commencement, hushed conversations ensued. Has everyone signed the agreements? I can finally speak. Our project aims to develop controllable nuclear fusion. What? Controllable nuclear fusion? Such a challenging undertaking. Why is the confidentiality so stringent? Is a certain prominent figure guiding us? Perhaps academician Duan Jingwu from the nuclear fusion field? Although he sat in the front row, something felt amiss. Soon, two figures appeared before the assembly. The elderly gentleman was instantly recognizable. Academician Qin Guoxing from the Lonka Institute. The individual behind him, in his 20s, exuded a distinctive aura, reminiscent of a successful person, yet radiating a powerful scientific presence. Thank you for your patience. Allow me to introduce our lead for this project. Academician Qin began. This is Mr. Su Bai, who will serve as the chief engineer for this endeavor. Upon hearing Qin Guoxing's introduction, the gathered scholars were momentarily stunned. A young man, so seemingly inexperienced, was proclaimed the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project? Surely this was an absurd jest. By appearance alone, he could only be a graduate student. How could he possibly lead such a prestigious assembly of experts? Noticing the confusion in their expressions, Qin Guoxing continued, Mr. Su has another identity as well. He is the chairman of Shunfeng Company. The well-known Shunfeng drones, kamikaze transport vehicles, and Baihu robots are all products of Mr. Su's innovation. Furthermore, the materials displayed on the screen have also been compiled and authored by him. The revelation left the audience in a state of disbelief. Mr. Su was indeed a scientific prodigy. It was astonishing to realize that the mastermind behind one of Longhua's leading technology firms was such a young individual. Subsequently, relevant materials were presented, and although some senior experts had seen them before, Mr. Su had added numerous intricate details. My goodness, every aspect required for controllable nuclear fusion is meticulously documented. How could this be even more comprehensive than what I reviewed previously? Mr. Su's depth of knowledge is profound. The thoroughness of the documentation left many in awe, igniting fervent discussions among them. At that moment, their gazes towards Mr. Su were filled with admiration. Those scholars who had previously harbored doubts regarding Mr. Su's capabilities now found their faces flushed with embarrassment. Having committed the fundamental error of judging a person's scientific prowess based solely on age, Mr. Su, despite his youth, had achieved remarkable feats, and the feasibility of his documentation was undeniable. It appeared that he was indeed the most suitable candidate for the role of chief engineer, or perhaps the only choice. Chapter 127. The creator of multiple cutting-edge technologies. How could Mr. Su not be impressive? The expansive conference room resonated with various exclamations of astonishment. Today's revelations were overwhelmingly abundant. An intricately detailed document on controllable nuclear fusion, and the chairman of Shunfeng, a young innovator who had developed an array of groundbreaking technologies. Many regarded Mr. Su with not only reverence, but also a hint of envy. In his 20s, possessing such extraordinary scientific capabilities and remarkable looks, how could others compete? Observing the atmosphere, Mr. Su tapped the microphone, signaling for attention. The room fell silent as everyone straightened their posture, focusing intently forward. The project chief was about to speak, and utmost attention was crucial. Ladies and gentlemen, I am truly honored to lead you in achieving controllable nuclear fusion in the upcoming period. Let me first outline the research and development process. Mr. Su began, his tones steady and clear. This project primarily involves the development of a large arc reactor. We will first perfect controllable nuclear fusion, after which the energy produced will be converted into electrical energy. While the engineering task is not overly complicated, it is replete with technological intricacies. The fabrication of the reaction apparatus, the development of materials, the construction of energy storage modules. Each detail presents significant challenges, and even a slight misstep could necessitate starting over. As Su Bai recounted the process, the esteemed academicians and professors below listened with rapt attention, some even diligently taking notes, as if transported back to their student days. Thus concludes the entirety of this project process. Upon the completion of Su Bai's narrative, many experts relaxed their furrowed brows, their faces illuminated with expressions of joy. Although there remained some areas of uncertainty, Mr. Su elucidated the complexities in the most succinct manner, clearly demonstrating his profound research capabilities. Collaborating with him on controlled nuclear fusion is not a mere fantasy. This project is undoubtedly destined for success. Are the youth of today truly this formidable? Mr. Su has truly widened my horizons. I find myself astonished by the numerous ambiguities I held regarding nuclear fusion. My admiration knows no bounds. I wonder how long Mr. Su devoted to compiling this comprehensive dossier? Honestly, even a lifetime would not suffice for me to organize such extensive information. It appears I must learn much more from Mr. Su. In the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, he is indeed my mentor. In just a brief meeting, I feel I have grasped a wealth of knowledge. My heartfelt thanks to Mr. Su. The air was filled with the excited murmurings of the crowd, utterly captivated by Su Bai, and coupled with the allure of this project. Many faces flushed with exhilaration and hope, setting aside the question of whether controlled nuclear fusion will succeed. Merely being part of Mr. Su's project team promises immense learning opportunities. With the foremost scientific experts of our nation, creators of numerous groundbreaking technologies. How could it not be remarkable? Given the enthusiasm in the room, there is no time to waste. We shall commence the research and development of controlled nuclear fusion tomorrow. Please prepare all necessary matters expeditiously. This meeting is adjourned. After delivering his words, Su Bai strode confidently out of the conference room. Currently, he is engaged with two projects, the Celestial Soldier Program and controlled nuclear fusion. Thus, his upcoming schedule will be exceedingly demanding. Subsequently, the experts gradually rose, reflecting on the remarkable events that had just transpired, feeling somewhat reluctant to part ways. What an extraordinary young man, with such a scientific expert in our nation. How could we ever despair of revitalization? All we have seen are the unmanned aerial vehicles, the kamikaze transport vehicles, and the White Tiger robots, yet I am certain Mr. Su has also been developing numerous new military weapons. Now that he is crossing multiple domains to tackle controlled nuclear fusion, it is indeed impressive. In his 20s, he has already produced such an array of products. If he can maintain this momentum, by the time he reaches my age, he will likely be a contender for several Nobel Prizes. The next day, at the Dongfeng Research Institute, in Su Bai's dedicated office. Controlled nuclear fusion research? Mr. Su, are you certain you want to assign me to this endeavor? Qin Yu's clear eyes were filled with astonishment. She had never anticipated that the next project Mr. Su mentioned merely days ago would involve such a challenging technology. What astonished Qin Yu even more was the startling efficiency. Within just a few days, the research on controlled nuclear fusion was set to commence. Indeed, the Celestial Soldier Program has entered a stable phase. With esteemed academicians like Zhou Lao and Guo Lao on board, it should be sufficient. We will now shift our focus to controlled nuclear fusion. Su Bai nodded and swiftly explained, "Here is the list of research groups I have organized. Please distribute it." "Understood," Qin Yu replied with a slight nod. Quickly glancing at the document, she was momentarily taken aback, seeing a plethora of renowned experts' names listed. Authorities in the field of nuclear fusion, such as academician Duan Jingwu and the distinguished material scientist, academician Ding Suiren, among hundreds of other luminaries, would be collaborating under Mr. Su's leadership. This certainly indicates that Mr. Su possesses absolute confidence in bringing controlled nuclear fusion to fruition. By the way, I have also sent you a complete set of materials. If you have time, feel free to delve into them. Do not hesitate to ask if you encounter any difficulties. Su Bai added. All right, thank you, Mr. Su. Qingyu responded eagerly. During her graduate studies, she majored in optical physics and had limited knowledge of nuclear physics. However, she felt reassured. After participating in several projects with Su Bai, she discovered his remarkable ability to tailor his explanations to the listener's level of comprehension. For instance, when addressing academicians, he would delve into profound and cutting-edge concepts, while with graduate students, his explanations would be accessible and easily understood. Thus, Qingyu resolved to diligently study the materials in her spare time, summarizing any challenges she encountered, and later seeking Mr. Su's insights. After all, this was a project, and while Mr. Su encouraged questions, he was undoubtedly busy and would have limited time to assist a graduate student. Regarding the group list, Qingyu could discern that the project was divided into 3 major teams: the materials development team, the module research team, and the equipment development team. Yet, she was entirely uninformed about the specifics of their tasks, the issues to be collected and organized, which data would be deemed ineffective, and what constituted the critical components. It could only be said that Mr. Su had immense faith in her learning capabilities, granting her such an opportunity that she must seize. With this thought in mind, Qingyu swiftly communicated the group details to the entire project team. Chapter 128. The Large Arc Reactor and the Grand Military Parade. Inside a laboratory at the Dongfeng Research Institute, a colossal structure stood before everyone. A massive vacuum chamber constructed from double-layered, specialized materials, resembling a hollow ring, with an outer diameter of approximately 18 meters and a height of 14 meters. Its design deviated from that of conventional tokamak devices, yet the underlying principles remained largely the same. This was the preliminary form of the large arc reactor that Su Bai, alongside academician Duan Zhengwu and other experts, had developed over the past few days. In essence, this impressive apparatus functions as a high-energy particle accelerator, enabling accelerated protons to collide within a designated area, thereby generating various plasmas. Due to its significantly larger volume compared to typical tokamak devices, it is capable of producing higher output energy. The onlookers gazed up at the arc reactor, marveling at its grandeur. Is this truly the large reactor we aim to construct? The thought of controlled nuclear fusion occurring within, and being one of its witnesses, stirred a sense of exhilaration. Truly remarkable is Mr. Su. In just a few days, he has fashioned a prototype of such a reactor. At this pace, it seems completion is merely months away, a velocity akin to that of the divine. However, I do have a question. While the external structure appears nearly complete, the double-layered specialized materials for the vacuum chamber and the corresponding superconducting magnets surely cannot be easily procured. Amidst the awe of the experts, one raised a valid concern. Many curious gazes turned towards Su Bai. Indeed, the material requirements for the large arc reactor are exceedingly stringent. It remains to be seen how Mr. Su intends to address this challenge. There is no need for concern, everyone. The materials for the reactor are one of the greatest challenges of this project. The research team on Ding Lao's side is already diligently working on this. Su Bai slowly began to elucidate the situation. At that moment, Qingyu approached from behind, reporting, Mr. Su, we have received news from academician Ding. They have successfully achieved the first phase of progress. According to computations, utilizing the latest materials in the reaction device, the theoretical Q value can reach around 10. As Qingyu spoke, her delicate face brimmed with joy. The Q value is one of the most critical metrics in determining the success of controlled nuclear fusion. It refers to the ratio of energy released from the fusion reaction to that required to sustain it. A Q value greater than 1 signifies that the controlled nuclear fusion reaction has succeeded. Reports indicate that the most advanced experiments in this field, conducted by the United States, yield a Q value of merely around 0.9. Although it seems only a fraction away from 1, the completion of their efforts remains a distant goal. Now, however, we have achieved a Q value of a remarkable 10, albeit theoretically, which was enough to stir excitement among the crowd. Goodness, we have invested immensely in controlled nuclear fusion. Yet, after years, our Q value has never surpassed 0.85. Who would have thought that, following Mr. Su's data, we could suddenly break through to 10? How is it that Mr. Su can develop so many groundbreaking technologies? His intellect surpasses ours. Alas, it seems I cannot resist the passage of time. The experts present could hardly contain their enthusiasm. Is it true that the Q value has reached 10? Does this mean that once the reactor is completed and all devices are in place, we can declare success? Is happiness arriving so unexpectedly? They fervently debated. Let's not be hasty in our jubilation. Su Bai interjected, dousing their excitement with a dose of reality. Firstly, a Q value of 10 is merely theoretical and has yet to be validated. Moreover, if the final outcome is only a Q value of 10, our controlled nuclear fusion will still be deemed a failure. This figure is merely its starting point. Many were left questioning their understanding. Was a Q value of 10 merely the beginning for the large-scale arc reactor? Did this imply that Mr. Su could achieve even greater heights? Such a notion seemed almost unfathomable. Countless elite researchers had expended tremendous effort, only to find themselves stymied at the last hurdle. Yet Mr. Su exuded complete confidence, embodying the very essence of genius. With renewed vigor, the team plunged back into their work. Everyone was acutely aware of the implications of controlled nuclear fusion. It heralded the dawn of an era of limitless energy, promising to transform every facet of societal life. For these researchers, possessing infinite energy even a day sooner would open the door to space exploration, a dream cherished by many in attendance. Thus, the controlled nuclear fusion project, guided by Su Bai, gradually found its footing. As time passed, the initiative began to take shape. Concurrently, another significant project, the Heavenly Soldier Program, completed training its initial cohort of 100 soldiers. Today, Su Bai would command a parade to showcase the fruits of their labor. On the viewing platform, military leaders awaited with bated breath. The most elite warriors had been selected for this program. The superhumans Zhao, Hu, and Ma Sheng had left a lasting impression during the combat competition. What performance would this elite battalion of over 100 exhibit? Boom! 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 As the parade commenced, the field revealed no soldiers, but rather a cacophony of colossal sounds emanating from all directions, causing the very walls of the viewing area to tremble. What is happening? Is this an earthquake? Aren't we supposed to be having a parade? What on earth is going on? Look over there. Amidst the confusion, someone pointed towards the right side of the field. Following their gaze, the high-ranking official's eyes widened, frozen in disbelief. Before them, enormous Type 99 tanks hovered in midair. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that each tank was being held aloft by a soldier. Astonishingly, some soldiers even ran with tanks hoisted on their shoulders, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Then, with a resounding crash, the heavenly soldiers sequentially hurled the tanks to the ground, akin to shot putters launching their weights, sending shockwaves through the ground. The initial display lasted several minutes, leaving nearly all the high-ranking officials utterly astonished. Was this truly the extent of human capability? A Type 99 tank, weighing over 50 tons, seemed as light as a toy in their hands. Envisioning a battlefield scenario where enemy tank divisions faced these 100 super soldiers, the prospects were terrifying. One tank after another could be flung aside without resistance, rendering them utterly ineffective. Such was the extraordinary physical prowess of the heavenly soldiers. The ranks of high-ranking officials buzzed with astonishment. Chapter 129, Redefining the Army. Creating a super battalion. For these super soldiers, lifting tanks with their bare hands had become a routine task. Yet for the military leaders in attendance, witnessing such a display of extraordinary ability was unprecedented. This was a feat unseen even in films, where typically only one protagonist emerged victorious. Here, however, over 100 super soldiers stood before them. These top-tier warriors were truly remarkable. It was no wonder Zhao Hu could effortlessly toss warriors from the United States and Sakura country during the combat competition. If they could handle tanks, what chance did an ordinary person stand? Today had truly opened their eyes. This was the true power of super soldiers, each akin to a demigod. I am certain that once fully operational, no one on this planet would stand a chance against them. It appears Mr. Su is indeed formidable. The super soldier serum he developed has exponentially surpassed human limits. The rapid enhancement of our national defense is largely due to Mr. Su's monumental contributions. The buzz of admiration echoed throughout the crowd, clearly swayed by the heavenly soldiers' flawless performance. Yet the spectacle was far from over. Even more jaw-dropping displays awaited them. Next came a demonstration of speed, an ultramarathon of 100 kilometers. Upon the command, all heavenly soldiers surged forward, not a single one slowing down. Their velocity increased, and to the military leader's astonishment, the figures on the screen transformed into mere shadows, moving too swiftly to discern as human. The onlookers grew increasingly incredulous, their expressions etched with sheer shock. In no time, the 100-kilometer ultramarathon was completed, and as the race concluded, the military leaders gradually caught sight of the soldiers. At that moment, almost everyone stood in a state of numbness. How could they have finished a 100-kilometer marathon in such a brief span? I can hardly comprehend it. With their speed maxed out, not a bead of sweat was visible on any soldier's brow. Could it be that 100 kilometers was merely a warm-up for them? This is utterly terrifying. Their endurance must be dozens of times greater than that of ordinary soldiers. I'm truly relieved that these super soldiers are part of our Dragon Country's military. Otherwise, we would have no means to contend with them. As the crowd continued to marvel, the next segment of the parade swiftly unfolded. Navigating through the obstacle course, which includes trenches, barbed wire, walls, tunnels, and various terrains, closely resembles a genuine battlefield. This exercise rigorously tests the soldier's speed, agility, and dexterity. It is a relatively conventional undertaking, classified among the routine training regimens of special forces. However, since the Celestial Warriors are super soldiers, they naturally eschew conventional routes. Initially, the soldiers dash from the starting point with the swiftness of a whirlwind. Upon reaching the trenches, they leap over them with ease. Some even manage to clear 2 trenches in a single bound, their bodies tracing elegant arcs in the air. Following this, a towering barrier of barbed wire looms before them. The Celestial Warriors employ various tactics. Some crash through, leaving a man-sized hole in the wire, while others opt to climb, swiftly reaching the summit over 30 meters high with remarkable ease. Next comes the formidable wall, and this time, every soldier chooses to demolish it. The resultant noise is so thunderous it resembles a minor earthquake. Subsequently, they enter the tunnel, where the super soldiers form groups of 3, 2 lift 1 comrade, and after a brief run-up, they hurl him upwards. The sound of impact resonates as he strikes the tunnel's ceiling, creating a fissure. Indeed, this is the most rudimentary form of a human cannonball. The remaining groups replicate this maneuver, continuously launching their comrades upwards, gradually expanding the crack into a small hole, which eventually transforms into a gaping void. The Celestial Warriors spring forth through the breach, concluding this segment of the exercise. The officers in the stands, having witnessed this display, can only feel a tingling apprehension. For the super soldiers, traversing the obstacle course is akin to play. Nothing could possibly impede their progress. As the parade concludes, the grandstands erupt in a cacophony of thunderous applause. The performance of these over 100 super soldiers is undeniably flawless. The serum that transforms them into super soldiers is indeed extraordinary. It redefines what constitutes an army in an entirely new dimension. Mr. Su's groundbreaking technology has left me in awe. Today has been a truly exhilarating experience. Strength, speed, reflexes, and endurance, all at peak levels. Moreover, once all soldiers become super warriors, they adopt an entirely new tactical synergy that is simply astonishing. The officers remain captivated. 100 super soldiers are already so formidable. One can only imagine the sight if their numbers were to swell. Yang Jun, the commander of the White Tiger Military District, could not help but suggest, Mr. Su, might we train more superhumans to forge an invincible legion of super soldiers? Upon hearing this, all eyes turned eagerly toward Su Bai, filled with hope. An elite legion? To be candid, the Celestial Plan indeed aims for this as its ultimate goal. In the future, we shall witness thousands of super soldiers, forming formidable battalions. Su Bai paused momentarily before explaining swiftly. Upon hearing this, joy radiated from everyone's faces. An army of super soldiers, densely packed with superhumans. Once fully trained, they could dominate the entire blue planet. It is astounding that such a monumental task is being accomplished by a young man in his 20s. Mr. Su is truly a pillar of a nation. The Tianxiong fighter jets, Dongfeng missile vehicles, White Tiger robots, and now this elite legion of super soldiers, Mr. Su has made indelible contributions to the defense of Long Nation. The military bigwigs showered praises upon Su Bai, nearly elevating him to the heavens. Today's parade was merely a prelude. The selection for the second and third phases of the Celestial Plan as warriors would soon be arranged by Su Bai. Once all matters were settled, Su Bai promptly returned to the laboratory, continuing his research on controllable nuclear fusion. Mr. Su has finally returned. I have several points of confusion that I would appreciate your input on. Mr. Su, the energy storage module team, is encountering challenges. Mr. Su, there seems to be a deviation in the design of the reaction vessel. We have searched thoroughly, yet cannot identify the issue. As soon as he stepped into the laboratory, a throng of experts surrounded him, akin to eager students seeking their teacher's guidance. Upon seeing this, Su Bai gestured for calm. Please be patient. I will address each issue one by one. Chapter 130. The Celestial Warriors' First Combat, a devastating blow to the Black Continent warlords. Su Bai swiftly entered the zone. The questions presented by the experts were resolved at a glance, the simplest in mere seconds and the most complex within 3 minutes. Originally, The entrance to the laboratory was bustling with people, but within just over 20 minutes, after Su Bai had elucidated all the queries, the laboratory returned to its usual state. Everyone resumed their tasks, occasionally emitting gasps of astonishment. My goodness, it is indeed Mr. Su. He has truly unveiled the truth. I had been pondering it all night. But with just a nudge from Mr. Su, I immediately grasped where the error lay. The reaction vessel could be designed in such a way. I have learned so much. Mr. Su always perceives the essence of the problem. How come I lack such capability? The energy storage module, improved by Mr. Su, has outperformed similar products on the market by leaps and bounds. It will absolutely meet the demands of controllable nuclear fusion. Mr. Su is simply remarkable. Upon returning to his exclusive office, Su Bai found Qin Yu seemingly waiting for him, holding a thick stack of documents. She approached softly, saying, Mr. Su, I have compiled the difficulties encountered by academician Ding's group. Su Bai directly took the documents, reviewing them at lightning speed. His left hand flipped through the pages while his right hand wielded a red pen, jotting down pertinent notes. Within minutes, Su Bai completed the task, looking up at Qin Yu and saying, all right, expedite this to academician Ding and the others. Qin Yu was almost left speechless, her face marked with astonishment. She distinctly recalled that this was the compilation of issues faced by the materials research group, including prominent figures like academician Ding Xueran, throughout the week. For Mr. Su to resolve it so swiftly, his speed is akin to that of a deity. Noticing Qin Yu's hesitation, Su Bai jested, Qin Yu, do not dawdle. With every second of delay, the birth of controllable nuclear fusion will be postponed by a day. Why yes, Mr. Su, I will take care of it immediately. Upon hearing this, Qin Yu hurriedly grabbed the hefty stack of documents and dashed out of the office. When she delivered the documents back to Ding Xueran, she was panting, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Observing her state, Ding Xueran remarked solemnly, thank you for your hard work, Assistant Qin. By the way, did Mr. Su just return? How could he have completed it so quickly? Actually, Mr. Su took only about 5 or 6 minutes to resolve all your difficulties. Qin Yu quickly responded, recalling the astonishing scene, still in disbelief. How long? 5 or 6 minutes? Ding Xueran questioned in disbelief, his expression shifting rapidly from confusion to calm, ultimately feeling a prickling sensation on his scalp. It turned out that the issue lay in the proportions. The beryllium element required an increase of 0.2%. Moreover, concerning the proportion of rare earth elements, it appears that if we adhere to Mr. Su's methodology, success seems attainable. Meanwhile, Ding Xueran nodded in admiration while inspecting the data. Quickly, let's implement Mr. Su's modifications. He commanded, do not concern yourselves with the underlying principles for now. Simply execute the plan. Report the subsequent experimental data at the earliest opportunity. He hastily instructed his assistant nearby. Observing the bustling materials laboratory, brimming with enthusiasm, Qin Yu let out a sigh of relief. It seems that within a mere few minutes, Mr. Su indeed pinpointed the crux of all issues. What an extraordinary scientific expert. I must hasten to comprehend the materials thoroughly. Otherwise, I shall be the sole laggard in the entire project team. Thus, Qin Yu resolved silently. Simultaneously, in the Baihu military district of the Dragon Nation, within a large operations room, over 100 elite warriors sat in disciplined posture. At the forefront was the captain of this unit, Zhao Hu, who also happened to be the first super soldier of the Dragon Nation. Among this group, Zhao Hu possessed the strongest capabilities across all dimensions. Although everyone present was a superhuman, individual variances meant that those faster than Zhao Hu lacked his strength, and those stronger than him were outmatched in speed. Hence, when viewed holistically, Zhao Hu stood as the paragon among superhumans. Captain, may I inquire why we have assembled here? One of the team members could not resist asking. Rumor has it that we are about to engage in practical combat exercises. Another chimed in. However, the specifics of our destination remain unclear. Zhao Hu shook his head. Practical combat exercices? After such a prolonged wait, are we finally heading to the battlefield? I'm exceedingly eager. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly erupted with excitement, each warrior brimming with fervor and readiness. Shortly thereafter, Commander Yang Jun of the Baihu Division stepped forward, his expression grave. Super Warriors, your inaugural mission is about to commence. The target is a warlord organization located in the Kenny Nation of Black Continent, led by an individual named Boka. We have received intelligence indicating that this warlord is covertly supported by foreign powers, well-armed, and with a considerable force exceeding 5,000 personnel. Furthermore, they employ various violent methods to oppress and even attack our enterprises and personnel in Black Continent. Additionally, They resort to disinformation and slander to tarnish the international image of our dragon nation. This warlord organization is heinously culpable. Your objective is to annihilate the enemy and execute a devastating strike. As Yang Jun spoke, he displayed the gathered intelligence. The screen illuminated with visuals of devastated Dragon Nation factories in the region and oppressed railway companies, among others. Some cases were harrowing, revealing Dragon workers brutally killed by these savages. Witnessing this, the celestial soldiers instinctively clenched their fists, their eyes ignited with fury. Scoundrels! These warlords dare to lay hands on our citizens. They must be tired of living. Supported by foreign powers, it is no wonder they run rampant. They might appear to be attacking local enterprises indiscriminately, but do they think we cannot see through their facade? We must deliver a profound lesson to these lawbreakers. As the elite forces of a Dragon Nation, we must showcase our prowess. The warriors engaged in fervent discussions, their spirits ablaze. Excellent. This is the very spirit we need. Yang Jun expressed his satisfaction. Historically, the Dragon Nation has had limited means to contend with those warlords and terrorist organizations operating in the shadows. We either face misfortune or issue condemnations through international discourse. Alternatively, we could deploy special forces to assist, but these measures fail to resolve the underlying issues. There are numerous similar warlords supported by external forces around the globe. Therefore, our dual objectives for this operation are clear. First, to eradicate the warlords of Black Continent and bring justice to the victims. Second, to set an example and deter any entities with malicious intentions against our Dragon Nation, thereby asserting our national strength. Days later, over 100 celestial warriors arrived in the Kenny Nation of Black Continent, advancing towards the stronghold of the Boca warlord at an astonishing pace. Shadows flitted through the dense forest, soon reaching a mere 5 kilometers from the target base. Captain Zhao, who reported to the command center, report to command, the celestial forces will initiate the assault on the target within 1 minute. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Nation command room, Yang Jun's voice resonated. Understood. I will reiterate the plan. Annihilate the enemy and capture their leader, Boca, alive. Acknowledged. Zhao responded emphatically. He then switched the communication channel to the celestial forces, ordering, all personnel, follow my lead. We will launch the attack in 50 seconds. Before long, a fortress-like structure came into view. Armed warlord personnel patrolled the perimeter, and gun emplacements dotted the walls, providing formidable defenses. Additionally, armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters were arrayed, resembling a regular army. The abundance of equipment alone indicated that they were significantly better equipped than 99% of the warlords in Black Continent, clearly suggesting the backing of external influences. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted, accompanied by the sounds of anguished cries. Many of the base's patrol personnel were startled, glancing towards the source of the noise. They beheld figures charging forward with astonishing speed, ruthlessly dispatching the guards along their path. What on earth is that? How can a person run so fast? Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Prepare for battle! Stop them, quick! The alarm blared, and the patrol personnel, in a state of panic, instinctively reached for their machine guns. Gunfire erupted, the muzzles blazing as they unleashed a hail of bullets towards the approaching figures. Many warlord soldiers wore triumphant expressions, confident that mere flesh and blood could be dealt with swiftly. However, an unforeseen turn of events unfolded. The 100 or so figures charged forward unflinchingly, bullets striking them without effect. The higher-ups among the warlords stared in disbelief. What is this? Bullets have no impact on them? What sort of monsters are these? Clear the way. Bring forth the rocket launchers. Amidst the chaos, someone produced a handheld rocket launcher and aimed it at the celestial warriors, firing rapidly. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions erupted, igniting a vast expanse of flames, engulfing the battlefield in smoke. Everyone anxiously fixed their gazes on the billowing black smoke. Still reeling from the earlier spectacle, could there truly be creatures capable of withstanding bullets? Surely this time, they must be finished. Someone scoffed. I thought they were formidable. The foreign rocket launchers are indeed effective. Oh no, they're still alive. They're charging at us again. A voice cried out in fear from the crowd. In the next moment, hundreds of figures emerged from the thick smoke, almost upon them. At the forefront, Zhao Hu delivered a powerful punch. The sound of air being sliced through echoed as a warlord soldier was struck in the abdomen and sent flying several meters away. However, the ordeal was far from over. This individual, accompanied by more than 10 others, violently collided with the wall, resulting in a gaping human-shaped hole. The once formidable wall was now riddled with countless breaches, causing the very ground to tremble. Shortly thereafter, the remaining celestial soldiers arrived on the battlefield, engaging in close combat, effortlessly dispatching dozens of foes with a single move. The expansive base was instantly transformed into a scene reminiscent of a hellish nightmare. What? What is happening? Have we been invaded? What are those things? In the command room, upon witnessing the footage displayed on the surveillance monitors, the warlord Boca felt as though his jaw had dropped in disbelief. The soldiers on his side fell like insignificant ants, suffering heavy casualties in an instant, while their adversaries appeared as though they had descended from the heavens, impervious to blades and firearms, radiating a divine power that left them utterly defenseless. Boss, it seems to be the forces from Dragon Country. Those two at the front appear to be the champions of the military combat tournament. One subordinate hastily interjected. What? Are you referring to those two extraordinary soldiers? Boca recalled, his expression one of incredulity. The performance of those two in the combat tournament had indeed been astonishing, far surpassing the limits of human capability. Yet, Boca could never have anticipated that their true prowess was even more formidable. Every offensive maneuver from his side either missed its mark or was effortlessly neutralized. What kind of physique was this? It was utterly outrageous. Quick, call for the helicopter. We must retreat. Boca suddenly realized that he could no longer bear to watch. The entire base was on the brink of destruction at the hands of these superhuman warriors. Boss, it's over. Our helicopter has been destroyed by the enemy, a trembling subordinate reported. What nonsense are you spouting? How could the helicopter be destroyed? Boca glared at him, then turned back to the screen, where the ensuing scene would haunt him for the rest of his life. Their tanks and armored vehicles were being lifted as if they were mere toys, and even a few armed helicopters were casually hoisted with a single hand as though they were nothing more than playthings. Then, like a shot put being hurled, the armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters were flung far away. Boom! 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 Upon crashing to the ground, they were utterly obliterated, flames engulfing the sky. In an instant, all of their heavy weaponry lay in ruins. Witnessing this, the majority of the brothers in the base abandoned all resistance, either fleeing or raising their hands in surrender. It was absurd. If the enemy did not even regard tanks with respect, the battle was undoubtedly lost. Demons. They're all demons. Seeing this, Boca collapsed onto the floor, his eyes filled with despair. Crash. The next moment, the heavy door of the command room was violently assaulted, bursting open. Before Boca stood a soldier of imposing presence, his gaze icy, emanating an intense aura of lethality. Kill him. Execute him quickly. Boca stammered, trembling as he attempted to command. Several subordinates had already fled in terror, their legs shaking, unable to stand. Bang! Bang! Boca instinctively drew his pistol and fired at the celestial soldier, but it was all in vain. The bullets were ineffective, and the soldier remained unyielding, slowly advancing. He seized Boca by the collar, lifting him off the ground as one would a chicken destined for slaughter. Subsequently, the celestial soldier swiftly reported, "Report, Captain. Warlord Boca has been captured alive. Please provide further instructions." Chapter 132. Dominating the trending searches. The super soldiers live up to their name. After apprehending the warlord, there remained a faction of stubborn resistors within the base. The celestial soldiers were determined to eliminate every last one. Their mission was to annihilate all enemies, leaving no one to escape. In a matter of moments, the entire base was littered with corpses. Aside from the soldiers from Dragon Country, there were no survivors. Report, Captain. The area has been completely cleared. Boca's armed organization, consisting of 5,332 personnel, has been reduced to just its leader, Boca. All others have been eradicated. A celestial soldier reported. Immediately, Zhao notified the command center of the situation. Well done. Your inaugural mission has been successfully completed. On the other end, Yang Jun's voice was filled with excitement. He glanced at the time. From the commencement of the operation to the report's conclusion, no more than 40 minutes had elapsed. A warlord organization of over 5,000 had been effortlessly dismantled. Such speed was nothing short of miraculous. Moreover, among the more than 100 super soldiers, aside from the expended ammunition, there were no other casualties. Not even a single lightly injured comrade could be found. This remarkably disproportionate casualty rate was unprecedented. The serum developed by Mr. Su had indeed delivered a staggering blow, proving to be extraordinarily effective. Yang Jun couldn't help but marvel. Subsequently, after Boca was brought back to Dragon Country, he was immediately subjected to trial. Given Boca's heinous crimes, suppressing Dragon Country's enterprises and oppressing its employees, his offenses were deemed unforgivable. Consequently, he was sentenced to death with immediate execution. The official announcement from Dragon Country followed suit. Recently, the Boca warlord organization in Black Continent had unjustly oppressed several railway and mining enterprises of Dragon Country, causing immeasurable economic losses and severe social repercussions. Our nation dispatched a team of super soldiers, not only delivering a heavy blow, but also capturing their leader, Boca. The following judgment against Boca is as follows. In accordance with Article 232 of Dragon Country's Criminal Code, Boca violated multiple rights of Dragon Country citizens and is hereby sentenced to death, to be executed immediately. Upon the release of this news, it quickly ignited fervent discussions across the internet. Related keywords soared to the top of trending searches, with the word explosion standing out prominently. What on earth am I seeing? Did we actually eliminate a warlord organization of over 5,000 in Black Continent? Is our motherland this formidable? Hobari! These warlords dared to lay hands on our Dragon Country companies. They must be taught a lesson. A bunch of heartless beasts. Send them to hell. Gratitude to our motherland. Gratitude to the soldiers. My son was killed by this warlord in Kenny Country. I thought I would never have the chance for revenge. Incredible. We easily dealt with this warlord, didn't we? Dragon Country's defense capabilities are growing stronger. A group of over 5,000 is no insignificant organization. I wonder how many troops were deployed. If too many sacrifices were made, it wouldn't be worth it. What kind of unit is this super soldier team? It sounds impressive. A multitude of netizens engaged in endless discussions, gradually shifting the topic to the super soldiers. Many were curious about what kind of force could annihilate over 5,000 warlords in one fell swoop. After all, this Black Continent warlord had a notorious reputation locally, well-equipped and numerous. Typical special operations forces would truly struggle to contend with them. Just how powerful must these so-called super soldiers be? Under the guidance of the Dragon Country officials, some combat videos were gradually released, showcasing the gallant figures of the celestial soldiers for the first time in the public eye. There are videos. Quick, click to watch. Huh, what are those hundreds of black dots up there? Am I seeing things? Wait a moment, those aren't mere black dots. They appear to be human figures. Indeed, they are advancing. No, could it be? Moving at such an incredible speed, I can barely discern them. A multitude of online observers was instantly taken aback. Is this what constitutes a super soldier? With a pace akin to lightning? Though they are ostensibly marching towards the warlord's base, it resembles travel by vehicle. Their speed is simply astonishing. What followed left the audience utterly agape. What on earth is happening? The enemy's bullets strike them without inflicting any pain. Goodness, do these individuals possess an invulnerable shield? They seem impervious to harm. Not only are they unaffected by machine gun fire, but even rocket blasts leave them unscathed. How terrifyingly robust their defenses are. Is their skin made of titanium alloy? One soldier sends a throng of foes flying with a single punch. This is something even the movies would hesitate to depict. Walls are riddled with holes from their sheer force. What tremendous power must this entail? What has transpired? I initially believed the combatants in the tournament were extraordinarily formidable. Yet it appears that was not their true strength. As viewers continued to watch, their astonishment intensified. This is a genuine battlefield scenario. Such an extraordinary spectacle is beyond the capabilities of many special effects companies. Over 100 super soldiers, each seemingly embodying the essence of a war god, dispatching these warlords as effortlessly as squashing a pile of ants. What on earth are they doing? They have placed their hands on the edge of a tank. What could this possibly mean? My goodness, they're actually lifting the tank with their bare hands. That colossal machine weighs several tons. Helicopters and armored vehicles too. What appear to be formidable weaponry now resembles mere oversized toys in their grasp. It is astounding. Many felt a chill run down their spines. The tanks and armored vehicles, once symbols of pride for the Black Continent warlords, are being dispatched by the super soldiers with nothing but their bare hands. No anti-tank cannons or sophisticated equipment, just the most straightforward brute force of lifting and tossing them aside. Effortlessly, many began to entertain the illusion that the enemy's heavy machinery might be made of paper. When did humanity evolve to such a terrifying extent? They attempt to lift nearby heavy objects, only to find them as burdensome as ever. This can only mean that these super soldiers have surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. Even more astonishing to the online community is the fact that this unit consists of over 100 members. Does this imply that the Dragon Nation has developed a mature methodology for creating super soldiers? Remarkable. I recall the champion of the combat tournament stating that new technology has endowed him with extraordinary strength. This technology is truly remarkable. It seems the Dragon Nation has completely mastered it. Each soldier appears akin to a superhero, truly deserving of the title of super soldier. Our homeland has quietly bestowed upon us a grand surprise, a force capable of commanding respect on the world stage. I am eager to see who would dare to challenge them. Who is responsible for developing this technology? I am reminded of Shunfeng Company, whose employees are all as robust as bulls. And these super soldiers have been enhanced 1,000-fold from that foundation. There seems to be a connection. The discussions among netizens surged ever higher, with today's trending topics entirely dominated by related discussions. Chapter 133. The terrified Black Continent warlords do not offend the Dragon Nation. The incident involving the super soldiers dismantling the Black Continent warlords remains a hot topic. After all, the Dragon Nation rarely flexes its muscles. As the saying goes, if they do not strike, it is as if they do not exist. When they do strike, they astonish the world. Everyone is astonished that the Dragon Nation has developed such formidable technology. Superhumans capable of appending tanks. And there are over 100 such warriors. This battle is invigorating. I am astounded to witness the emergence of such an illustrious unit from our Dragon Nation. A militia of over 5,000 has been completely obliterated without any casualties on our side. They are indeed formidable. Support for our homeland's actions. The Boca Warlord organization has committed numerous atrocities in the country of Kenny. These barbarians thought themselves beyond the reach of justice. The moment they laid hands on citizens of the Dragon Nation, they sealed their fate. Did they truly believe the Dragon Nation was a soft target, easily bullied? Our homeland has executed this perfectly. It is time for these miscreants to witness the true might of the super soldiers. Meanwhile, in the Black Continent of Kenny, another large warlord organization, led by one Coney, is watching the video of the super soldiers who resemble gods of war, his eyes wide with disbelief. Their side has also received support from the Eagle Nation, with plans to strike the local Dragon Nation Railway Company in a week. However, upon witnessing the reality, he felt a chill run down his spine. What action could they possibly take? The Dragon Nation has dispatched a super force capable of annihilating their faction effortlessly. But Chief, the Eagle Nation is pressing us. What should we do? A subordinate revealed with a bitter expression, having accepted the Eagle Nation's equipment. Failure to act would certainly draw their ire, especially since the Eagle Nation is openly recognized as the world's leader. However, if they were to attack the Dragon Nation's enterprises, they would undoubtedly meet the same fate as the Boca Warlord organization. Now, they truly find themselves in a bind. How should I know? Coney shot a glare at his subordinate, his brow furrowing in frustration. Both sides are colossal powers, and now, it is evident that the Eagle Nation can't afford to delay, while the Dragon Nation is not to be trifled with. From now on, encounters with Dragon Nation companies must be avoided at all costs. What about the other countries? Any news from Soma or Libya? Coney inquired with a grave expression. Boss, it is said they're similar to us. Even if they accept the Eagle Nation's equipment, they will not target Dragon Nation enterprises. A subordinate quickly responded. That is good. After all, we are not the only ones doing this. In any case, the Dragon Nation is an entity we cannot provoke. Pass the word down. If we encounter anyone from the Dragon Nation, we must steer clear. Coney's voice trembled slightly. It is not without reason. The pressure from the Dragon Nation's super soldiers is overwhelming. Facing such opponents, there is only one outcome. He desires to live a few more years. Yes, yes, boss. The subordinate hurriedly nodded and swiftly relayed the orders to all the brothers. Similar events unfolded within various Black Continent warlord factions. It seemed a consensus had been reached. Do not provoke the Dragon Nation. Those who do shall perish. Eagle Nation, Pentagon. An emergency meeting was convened. What? That scoundrel Coney is untrustworthy, is he? How infuriating. The representatives from Soma and Libya are also quite passive. How could this be? Defense Minister Marshall slammed the table, seething with anger. Mr. Charles, I believe it is necessary to teach these fellows a lesson. They take our advanced equipment, yet act hesitantly. What in the world is going on? Marshall glared at Foreign Affairs Minister Charles, gritting his teeth. Had I known the warlords of the Black Continent were such spineless cowards, I would never have sent over so much equipment. Not only has our objective not been achieved, but we also cannot retrieve our assets, resulting in significant losses. Mr. Marshall, do you still not grasp the current situation? The Dragon Nation's super soldiers are far too formidable. We currently possess no means of counteraction. Even if we were to employ military force to intimidate these warlords, they would not act lightly. Instead, they would turn their weapons towards us. Charles shook his head, his brow furrowing into a deep crease. The Dragon Kingdom was becoming increasingly enigmatic. A few months prior, an explosive weapon had silently obliterated an uninhabited island of Sakura Nation. And to this day, our side had been unable to decipher its nature. We obtained relevant data from Sakura Nation, and the conclusion drawn was that it appeared to be a stealth missile, with destructive capabilities rivaling that of a nuclear bomb. Not only was Sakura Nation's defense system rendered ineffective, but even our esteemed Eagle Nation could detect no trace of it. Now, the Dragon Kingdom had unveiled their latest technological marvel, super soldiers of extraordinary prowess. At the military combat competition, a contingent of Eagle Nation experts found themselves utterly baffled by this advancement. It significantly enhanced human attributes and, astonishingly, came with minimal side effects. Could such a phenomenon truly exist? With the exposure of battlefield footage from Kenny Nation, many experts from Eagle Nation were left aghast. The Dragon Kingdom had reportedly produced over 100 super soldiers, an endeavor that seemed almost celestial. Not only impervious to weaponry, their speed was breathtaking, and their strength left onlookers speechless. Tanks weighing several tons appeared as mere scrap metal in their hands. How could one contend with such beings? At least for the moment, the super soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom posed an insurmountable challenge. Mr. Charles, are you implying that this loss must be borne solely by us? Marshall's tone was tinged with reluctance after hearing Charles's words. What jest? Eagle Nation was undeniably the reigning world power, having meticulously strategized in Africa. It was unexpected that they would stumble so dramatically against the Dragon Kingdom. With so many warlords at stake, if they failed to seize profits from the Dragon Kingdom, 2/3 of them would likely not survive until next year. In other words, the super soldiers of the Dragon Kingdom could very well shatter our long-standing plans. What other option is there? Engaging the super soldiers in direct confrontation is utterly unwise. These monsters could effortlessly dismantle the warlords of Africa. Such combat capability necessitates that we avoid their might. Charles wore an expression of displeasure and felt compelled to clarify. In his view, Marshall was a man of distinct strengths and weaknesses. His decisiveness and execution were commendable, yet his rigidity and lack of adaptability were glaring flaws. Fortunately, he was able to maintain control today. Otherwise, a grave error would have ensued. After all, in the past year, the Dragon Kingdom had unveiled many peculiar advancements: stealth missiles, super soldiers, and the rocket artillery seen in the Golden Triangle. This clearly indicated a rapid evolution in their technological prowess, and the Eastern Lion appeared to be ascending with surprising stealth. It was prudent to observe the situation carefully and minimize localized conflicts with the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, Charles sighed with resignation. Chapter 134. Progressing unprecedentedly under Mr. Su's guidance. In the Dongfeng Research Institute, within a dedicated office, Qinyu entered gracefully, her footsteps light. Mr. Su, here is this week's research and development progress report, she announced softly. Clad in a pristine white lab coat, her ponytail swayed gently, and her fair complexion bore a subtle smile. The reason for her buoyant spirits was that she had finally comprehensively absorbed the materials assigned by Mr. Su. Regarding controlled nuclear fusion, she was no longer in a state of ignorance. In fact, as the project advanced, she had mastered a wealth of profound knowledge, thereby establishing herself as a genuine interdisciplinary talent. One could hardly deny that collaborating on projects with a luminary like Mr. Su truly fostered exceptional progress. Mr. Su, the construction progress of the large arc reactor stands at 75%. The materials team, led by Old Ding, is also progressing smoothly. The latest calculations indicate a Q value of 39. Additionally, the development of the energy storage module and energy conversion is nearing completion. Qinyu promptly reported. Satisfactory. Su Bai glanced over the report and nodded. Qinyu felt a twinge of confusion at Su Bai's indifferent reaction. After all, the simulation Q value was approaching 40. What a remarkable achievement. In the realm of controlled nuclear fusion, it was reported that the most advanced Eagle Nation had never exceeded a Q value of 0.92, rendering our progress astronomically superior. A Q value greater than 1 would signify successful controlled nuclear fusion. Yet, here we were achieving a value of 39, even if it was merely a simulation, which should have been cause for excitement. But Mr. Su seemed to have anticipated all of this, which was quite perplexing. A Q value of 39 is still far from sufficient. It appears I must personally oversee matters with Old Ding and the team. Su Bai frowned, exhibiting a visage of dissatisfaction. Qinyu questioned whether she had misheard. How could a Q value of 39 fail to impress Mr. Su? His standards were exceedingly rigorous. However, upon reflection, it seemed Mr. Su possessed absolute confidence that, through optimization, they could elevate the Q value further. This presented an excellent opportunity for her to learn, especially in the area of materials, where she still had much to master. By the way, Qinyu, the soldiers for Phase 4 and 5 of the Celestial Soldier Program are scheduled to receive the serum today, correct? Su Bai suddenly recalled and inquired. Yes, Mr. Su, Qinyu affirmed. With the serum production line for the super soldiers now fully operational, the speed at which they would train super warriors would only accelerate. That is reassuring. Please compile the data for the subsequent batches of soldiers. When time permits, we can optimize the process. Su Bai contemplative. He was immensely satisfied with the inaugural combat performance of the celestial soldiers. Over 100 individuals had successfully eradicated an entire warlord organization of over 5,000 within 40 minutes, with none sustaining injuries, an unprecedented achievement. The current issue lay in the fact that the scale of over 100 was simply too small. The higher-ups desired to create a super battalion, which would surely require a force of at least 10,000. Wouldn't it? Given the current pace, the first batch of super soldiers comprised approximately 100 individuals, and the quickest timeline from serum injection to full training would be around 50 days. Furthermore, their training facility could accommodate only 2 batches of soldiers simultaneously. By this calculation, at the present rate, assembling a battalion of 10,000 would take at least 6 years. By then, it was feared that the opportunity would have passed. Hence, Su Bai was tirelessly contemplating how to more efficiently expand the scale of the celestial soldiers. First and foremost, it was imperative to secure additional facilities while ensuring confidentiality. Not only the Dongfeng Research Institute, but all 5 major military districts across the nation could be utilized. Secondly, adequate personnel for related research was essential. Both aspects required discussions with the military and elder Qin, so Su Bai decided to postpone these matters. Once they had successfully achieved controlled nuclear fusion, they would proceed with those discussions. Days later, in the materials research team, early in the morning, Ding Xueren and other researchers arrived at the laboratory. They discovered Su Bai still typing on the keyboard in front of the screen, his hair slightly disheveled, and his complexion less than ideal. "Mr. Su, are you conducting research? Having pulled an all-nighter?" One researcher whispered, unable to contain his curiosity. Ever since Su Bai had shifted his focus to materials research, his presence in the laboratory had become a constant. He was always the first to arrive in the morning and the last to leave at night. "It seems so, Mr. Su is indeed full of energy. Youth is truly a blessing," another remarked. "But one must not overdo it. A balance of work and rest is essential to maximize efficiency." Ding Xueren couldn't help but furrow his brows and suggested, "Perhaps we should remind Mr. Su. In my youth, I often burned the midnight oil for research, and there was a time I fainted, lying in a hospital bed. It took me half a month to recuperate. It was truly not worth the cost." "Indeed, Mr. Su is the foremost research expert in our dragon nation. Should he ever succumb to exhaustion, it would be a tremendous loss." "Yes, our progress in controllable nuclear fusion has been remarkably swift. There is no need to rush for a day or two. Mr. Su need not push himself so hard." The experts exchanged murmurs. Naturally, these words reached Su Bai's ears. A smile played at the corners of his mouth. After all, he possessed the Azure Dragon Gene Serum. Robust as an ox, it was merely an all-nighter, having no impact whatsoever. With his fingers flying across the keyboard, he finally pressed the enter key with a flourish. "Done. Old Ding, I have completed the material optimization for the reaction ring apparatus. The next simulation Q value will surely reach unprecedented heights." Su Bai rose confidently. "Is it true? Really?" Ding Xueren exclaimed. "Mr. Su, you have worked so hard. Please go rest. We can handle things here." He was visibly elated. After Su Bai took his leave, he hurriedly instructed the research personnel, "Quickly, run a simulation of the Q value using Mr. Su's latest methods." Immediately, the entire laboratory sprang into action. Meanwhile, Ding Xueren gazed at the novel element ratios, a look of confusion etched on his face. To be frank, Mr. Su had made radical changes to the original plan, and even with his status as an academician, he found it utterly incomprehensible. A Q value of 39 had already left the other countries far behind. However, since Mr. Su was dissatisfied, changes must be made. Perhaps this time we can achieve around 42? Ding Xueren pondered. Moments later, everyone anxiously watched the window on the screen, awaiting the results. Just then, the relevant software suddenly crashed. "Old Ding, what does this mean?" Someone couldn't help but inquire. Ding Xueren, equally bewildered, marveled. Could it have exceeded the limit value of 99? That seems improbable. Let's try again. Chapter 135. Approaching the conclusion, ignition experiment on the horizon. The materials research team was in a frenzy, commencing another round of experimental testing. Yet, the results remained unchanged. The software consistently crashed at crucial moments, and a solution was not forthcoming. The experts exchanged glances, their brows knitted in concern. Could it be that Mr. Su's improved method truly resulted in a Q value exceeding 99? Such a leap was profoundly hard to believe. The current dilemma was that we were unable to ascertain the precise data, making it challenging to determine the subsequent research plan. What shall we do? Should someone contact Mr. Su? The experts engaged in lively discussion. Some felt it would be troublesome to disturb Mr. Su, who had just gone to rest and might still be asleep. All eyes turned to Ding Xueren, the leader of the research group. Everyone looked to him for direction. Let us compile the issues for Assistant Qin and focus on other tasks for now, Ding Xueren decided after contemplation. Despite his curiosity gnawing at him, he knew he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight without resolving the question of the improved Q value. Nevertheless, it was prudent not to disturb Mr. Su. Everyone, I almost forgot one thing. The software also needs improvement. Just then, a youthful figure appeared at the entrance of the lab. Mr. Su, Mr. Su. The crowd greeted him with nods. To everyone's astonishment, Su Bai appeared invigorated and brimming with energy, a stark contrast to the man they had seen just hours before. Had it really only been 3 or 4 hours? How could Mr. Su have recovered so quickly? It was quite an extraordinary constitution. My apologies, everyone. I regret that you've been toiling away for so long, Su Bai said as he swiftly continued typing. Hearing this, the experts shook their heads in unison. Mr. Su was the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. It was not his place to apologize. If anything, it was the equipment from the East Wind Research Institute that lagged behind Mr. Su's expectations. Moments later, Su Bai finally completed the modifications and turned to Ding Xueren, saying, "Old Ding, it's ready. Let us give another try." Subsequently, the experts skillfully commenced the simulation experiment. For researchers, failure was a common occurrence. Prior to this project, the Q value had been stuck around 0.8, which many had come to accept as the norm. However, under Mr. Su's leadership, not only had they surpassed 1, but they had also reached a remarkable value of 39, a true miracle. As all steps were completed this time, everyone craned their necks towards the display screen. Many felt their hearts racing, sensing that the Q value would undoubtedly be an unexpected figure, though none could guess what it might be. When the number representing the final result flashed onto the screen, the room was filled with gasps of astonishment. It was utterly astounding. Mr. Su truly deserved his reputation as the most exceptional research expert, having elevated the Q value to such lofty heights in just a few days. Days later, before a massive device towering over 10 meters, a group of researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in debugging. Mr. Su, from Academician Duan's side, the research on the energy storage module has also concluded. Qin Yu hurried over, her face alight with joy. She too wore a simple research outfit, yet it still accentuated her beauty. Perhaps this was the essence of a true beauty, one who would shine even in a burlap sack. Excellent. It appears that the overall project has reached a completion rate of 95%. Su Bai nodded with satisfaction. The large arc reactor before them was nearing completion. The related facilities for the reaction kettle and reaction ring had been installed and were ready. Moreover, the modules for energy conversion and storage had just been announced as complete. This meant that a brief test was all that remained before the ignition experiments could commence. The so-called ignition experiment was a critical step in the research process of controllable nuclear fusion. Should it succeed, witnessing the rise of an artificial sun would signify humanity's complete mastery over controllable nuclear fusion, ushering in a new era. Everyone, let us give it our all. The first ignition experiment is scheduled for 5 days from now, Su Bai proclaimed, surveying the room. Wow, it's been quite a journey. We are finally approaching the moment of truth, he continued, feeling a twinge of nervous excitement. After all, this was controllable nuclear fusion. If it succeeded, the implications were beyond imagination. Time had flown by. Just a few months had passed, and controllable nuclear fusion was nearing fruition. Working under Mr. Su had been equivalent to the entirety of my previous 30 years of research experience. I have truly learned so much. I am filled with anticipation, hoping for a successful outcome. It would mean that the Dragon Nation could break free from the shackles of traditional energy. However, if it were to fail, that would be quite normal. No, what am I saying? After such thorough preparation, failure is simply not an option. The researchers in the front were filled with fervor, their discussions buzzing with excitement. 5 days hence, perhaps a day that will be inscribed in the annals of Longwa's history, an event of monumental significance was at hand. Without delay, Su Bai dialed the phone of Qin Guoxing. Old Qin, regarding the controllable nuclear fusion project, we are set to conduct the ignition experiment in 5 days. On the other end, Qin Guoxing abruptly rose from his seat. The ignition experiment? Mr. Su, are you implying that controllable nuclear fusion is nearing fruition? His words were laden with incredulity. Indeed, Su Bai replied succinctly yet emphatically, causing Qin Guoxing's hand, which clutched the phone, to tremble slightly. Mr. Su, I shall come over at once. Qin Guoxing hastily summoned his assistant and drove towards the Dongfeng Research Institute. Moments later, upon witnessing the colossal apparatus before him. His breath quickened. Is this truly the large-scale arc reactor? It dwarfs the conventional tokamak devices by several magnitudes. Qin Guixing marveled. Old Qin, the energy it can unleash is astronomical, far beyond mere size. Su Bai asserted with a confident smile. Observing Qin Guixing's familiar expression, he too felt a surge of excitement. This is controllable nuclear fusion, an inexhaustible source of energy beckoning us. Henceforth, our Longhua shall no longer fret over energy shortages, ushering in a transformative era for society. Qin Guixing gazed at the imposing device, envisioning a prosperous future for Longhua. Lower electricity costs, even the prospect of free energy, would propel all sectors toward a brighter horizon. That day was finally approaching. Chapter 136, a comprehensive lockdown across land, sea, and air, ushering in a new era. By the way, Mr. Su, the significance of controllable nuclear fusion cannot be overstated. This ignition experiment represents a milestone event for our Longhua's scientific community, worthy of historical documentation. I wish to invite the military and the higher-ups to witness it. I wonder what your thoughts are on this, Mr. Su? Qin Guixing proposed eagerly. Upon hearing this, Su Bai felt a surge of pressure. Clearly, old Qin had immense faith in him. He was unafraid of the gathering of such esteemed figures. But what if it all went awry? That would indeed be a source of great embarrassment. Nevertheless, Su Bai held unwavering confidence in his project and nodded. Old Qin. Of course. Splendid. With your assurances, I am at ease. Qin Guixing expressed his satisfaction. Moreover, this ignition experiment must not be regarded as a mere ordinary test. In the next 5 days, there will be a comprehensive lockdown by land, sea, and air to prevent any foreign detection of related signals. Tomorrow, various military units will begin to arrive at the Dongfeng Research Institute. So I hope you will not take offense, Mr. Su. Qin Guixing continued. Su Bai couldn't help but click his tongue in astonishment. Goodness, a lockdown across all fronts for such a grand affair? Yet, he quickly realized that given the potential of achieving controllable nuclear fusion for the first time in human history, such precautions were indeed justified. After discussing a few more matters, Qin Guixing hastily took his leave. Time was of the essence. The ignition experiment was imminent, and he needed to urgently inform the higher-ups of Longhua, hoping they would all come to witness this historical moment. That evening, at the Dongfeng Research Institute, in a large conference room, Su Bai gathered the entire project team, nearly 1,000 individuals, and emphasized the importance of the ignition experiment. Ladies and gentlemen, our project is nearing completion. After today's adjustments, we have decided to commence the final acceptance phase, the ignition experiment, at precisely 7 o'clock in 5 days. Su Bai's tone was measured, yet the scientists below could hardly contain their excitement. Initially, this news had circulated only as whispers among the team. Some even questioned whether it was too soon, as only a few months had passed since the project began. The prospect of mastering controllable nuclear fusion in such a brief period felt almost surreal, akin to a mediocre student awakening to find themselves transformed into a prodigy overnight. They wondered if perhaps a more thorough inspection was warranted. Do you all lack confidence in the fruits of your labor? Su Bai gently interjected. I can assure you that, provided all goes smoothly, the Q value of our large-scale arc reactor will not deviate from the simulated results by more than 1%. Sensing the doubts of some experts, Su Bai explained calmly. Mr. Su's confidence is reassuring. What do we have to worry about? They mused. The past few months of research have felt almost dreamlike. We have progressed seamlessly. And this is truly a first in our extensive careers. The realization of controllable nuclear fusion is finally upon us. To be involved in this project and to have hands-on experience feels like a stroke of fortune. Of course, the lion's share of the credit belongs to Mr. Su. The success or failure of the ignition experiment hinges on this moment. Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of impending examination filled the air, reminiscent of stepping into an examination hall for the college entrance exam, especially with so many dignitaries set to attend. I just hope nothing goes awry that day. The researchers exchanged fervent discussions, their expressions a tapestry of emotions. Some were exuberant, while others took deep breaths to alleviate their tension. After all, this was controllable nuclear fusion, an entirely new, efficient, and clean energy source. The implications of energy were clear to all present. The reigning global hegemon, the Eagle Nation, had tightly controlled oil and the dollar system for over a century, amassing wealth while igniting conflicts in the Middle East. Why? Because of the vast reserves of oil, coal, and other traditional energy sources in that region. As long as the Eagle Nation maintained control over oil, it could hold onto its throne as the foremost power for the foreseeable future. Unfortunately, that unexpected turn of events was about to unfold in Longhua. Achieving controllable nuclear fusion would herald an entirely new era. It is no exaggeration to say that the significance of this energy revolution rivals that of the Industrial Revolution centuries ago. Now, the tide of history surged forth, choosing Longhua as its vessel. If Mr. Su asserts that the Q value of the large-scale arc reactor aligns closely with the simulated results, I can boldly predict that should controllable nuclear fusion be widely applied, future electricity costs will plummet. Electricity is intrinsically linked to modern life. The second industry's consumption alone constitutes an astronomical figure over the course of a year. If controllable nuclear fusion were to provide our electricity, we could save a considerable sum, which could then be reinvested elsewhere, thus fostering a virtuous cycle. Do you not possess any imagination? Lower electricity costs are one aspect. With controllable nuclear fusion, humanity's long-held dreams of space exploration are now one step closer to reality. They exclaimed, acknowledging that the pace of space exploration had been hindered by traditional rocket fuels in recent years. However, with boundless energy, reaching Mars, or even venturing beyond the solar system is no longer a distant fantasy. The assembly of experts spoke animatedly, their faces alight with hope. After all, they were all researchers, naturally inclined to contemplate the prospects of space exploration. The profound transformations that controllable nuclear fusion will bring to society extend far beyond what has been mentioned. In summary, new technologies will emerge one after another, proliferating like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, propelling the future towards a more promising trajectory of rapid development. Su Bai gazed at the passionate discussions unfolding in the conference room, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. For him, the pursuit of controllable nuclear fusion is merely a stepping stone towards the development of more innovative technologies, laying a solid foundation for the future. Within the system's marketplace, numerous formidable and divine technologies are evidently unattainable with the current energy structure. Therefore, in addition to the large-scale array reactors, Su Bai must also focus on the development of small and micro-reactors. The Dawn robots, the White Tiger robots, and the Celestial combat aircraft, which require enhanced endurance, must first be equipped with controllable nuclear fusion technology. Their functionalities and combat capabilities will ascend to a new echelon. As for other weapons, their necessity will depend on the circumstances. For instance, the Tianquan missile vehicle, a formidable piece of equipment capable of striking at the heart of targets, may not find immediate use. Indeed, there is still the Tianbing project to oversee, leaving him with much to occupy his time. Chapter 137. A national treasure, a historic moment. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. Throughout this period, the Dongfeng Research Institute was bustling with armed soldiers, the atmosphere thick with vigilance, and security measures heightened several notches compared to usual. Today, sleek black Hongqi armored vehicles appeared, transporting high-ranking officials from across the nation, some even returning from overseas. Furthermore, notable figures have postponed significant engagements, flying in by helicopter specifically for this occasion. It is well understood that controllable nuclear fusion is a matter capable of altering the destiny of Longhua. What could possibly be more pressing? When the attendees learned that the mastermind behind this groundbreaking technology is none other than the chairman of Shunfeng Company, a wave of respect washed over them. Although many had never met Su Bai, it did not diminish their admiration for this preeminent scientific expert. Today, Shunfeng stands as Longhua's largest courier service, as well as a company with immeasurable research prowess. All of this is intricately linked to its leader, Su Bai. However, in order to ensure the smooth execution of the ignition experiment, the high-ranking officials were observing from a designated area and had yet to greet Su Bai. At the Longhua Institute, aside from Vice President Qin Guoxing, the other two vice presidents and President Sun Banghua, an academician of both institutes, were present. The military was represented by the leaders of major military districts, such as Yang Jun of the White Tiger and Wei Hong of the Azure Dragon, exuding an aura of authority. Additionally, high-ranking officials from the political realm, including the Minister of Commerce and the Minister of Science and Technology, along with secretaries from the office, gathered in unison. To prevent aerial surveillance, the White Tiger Military District, where the Dongfeng Research Institute is located, had the rocket army on standby. Gazing upward, 36 military satellites in synchronous orbit conducted thorough reconnaissance in space. Concurrently, maritime reconnaissance patrols were activated in the East China Sea and South China Sea. Orders to safeguard the ignition experiment were communicated across air, land, and sea, ensuring no external interference would disrupt the proceedings. As the clock struck 6:40 in the evening, the esteemed leaders engaged in hushed discussions. Initially, I thought the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project was an elder named Duan. I never imagined it would be the chairman of Shunfeng. However, this makes sense, given his remarkable accomplishments in advanced technology. Today, we may finally witness the true visage of Mr. Su. Not only is he a successful businessman, but he is also a remarkable scientist who has even achieved controllable nuclear fusion. Truly impressive. Today could very well mark a historic milestone, as Longhua embarks on a new path and a new journey, and we hope the ignition experiment will proceed smoothly. Here he comes. Mr. Su has arrived. The experiment is about to commence. At that moment, someone suddenly called out. All eyes shifted as a young man in his 20s, handsome and exuding confidence, approached the control console of a large reactor. Is that Mr. Su? Is the young man in the center the one? This seems unlikely. Did the young man walk into the wrong place? Shouldn't the chief engineer be in a different area? Confusion flickered in the eyes of many dignitaries. Could it be that the expert behind controllable nuclear fusion is this young fellow? Impossible. Indeed, it is he, the scientific genius who has developed numerous advanced products. The one and only prodigy, Su Bai. Someone in the crowd quickly clarified. The high-ranking officials, unaware of the specifics, were left astounded. This young man, who appears to be no more than a graduate student, is the chief engineer of such a significant project. This is hard to believe. Yet the dignitaries, being seasoned and knowledgeable, swiftly adjusted their perspectives and accepted this reality. Throughout history, many scientific luminaries have achieved remarkable feats at a young age. If such individuals can emerge in other nations, why not in Longhua? What shortcomings does Mr. Su possess compared to those historical experts? Thus, the high-ranking officials began to extol him. Mr. Su is young and accomplished. Should the ignition experiment succeed, he will undoubtedly be immortalized in textbooks across various disciplines. An indisputable cross-disciplinary genius. Even though Mr. Su may not yet be older than my son, the achievements he could attain will surpass those of all of us. The new generation indeed propels the old, and Mr. Su is a rising star. The future of Longhua must rely on such young talents to drive progress. Su Bai surveyed the room. It was undeniable that numerous high-ranking officials had gathered. Each exuded an aura of strength, making it impossible not to feel nervous. Fortunately, he possessed a unique method of self-regulation. Taking a deep breath, he quickly composed himself. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the ignition experiment for controllable nuclear fusion, Su Bai announced with conviction. Subsequently, he heard the reports from various reconnaissance departments through his professional headset. Artillery in position, aviation in position, military satellites, all set, space station ready. Once all departments reported their readiness, another researcher's voice reached Su Bai's ears. Report, Mr. Su, all preparations are complete. We are ready to proceed with the ignition experiment. Then, let us commence the preliminary adjustments. Su Bai nodded. Judging by the scale of the operation, it has been many years since Longhua conducted an experiment with such a high level of confidentiality. After all, this is controllable nuclear fusion. If successful, it will become a national treasure of immense significance. Therefore, the involvement of so many departments is not a mere waste of resources. The forthcoming controllable nuclear fusion will prove its value, making every effort worthwhile. Before the large arc reactor, researchers clad in white lab coats diligently pressed various buttons on the control panel. Subsequently, purified hydrogen, deuterium, and other fuels were sequentially introduced into the reaction ring, which then gradually entered the large arc reactor. Additionally, other devices, including laser instruments, energy detectors, and energy storage modules, were all calibrated without any anomalies. Su Bai inadvertently glanced at a red lever position to his right. With a simple push upward, the energy converter would soon commence operation. Mr. Su, all modules of the ignition experiment have been successfully debugged. They're all operating in a normal state. Another report echoed in his ears. Su Bai paused for a moment, placing his hand upon the crimson lever. At that instant, a myriad of visions flashed through his mind, depicting a future dragon country, its citizens thriving in peace and prosperity, technological advancements unfolding at a breathtaking pace, a splendid vista of flourishing prosperity. Regaining his focus, Su Bai commanded with urgency. Everyone, heed my instructions. 3, 2, 1. Ignite. Chapter 138. The Successful Ignition Experiment. A New Era of Energy Revolution. On site, numerous researchers felt their palms dampen with sweat, their hearts racing. Even the seasoned academicians Duan Jingwu and Ding Sui Ren sensed a hint of trepidation. The experts manning the various control consoles had hands that trembled slightly as they pressed the buttons. Fortunately, this procedure was already second nature to them. and no errors occurred throughout the process. Once everything was in order, Su Bai exerted force with his right hand, gently pushing the red lever upwards until it reached its zenith. At that moment, a resounding bang erupted from the colossal arc reactor. The laser instrument used for detection emitted a dazzling, resplendent beam of light. Furthermore, the energy detection apparatus instantaneously registered the successful conversion of electrical energy. As a green energy column ascended slowly from below, the energy detection devices, laser apparatus, and other equipment were all functioning normally. Su Bai intently observed the various detection facilities, murmuring to himself, "Report, Mr. Su. The energy conversion module is functioning perfectly. The energy storage module is operating normally." A continuous stream of researchers reported on the ignition experiment status. Thus far, everything had proceeded exceedingly well. Meanwhile, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country, observing from a distance, focused intently on the laser instrument, some furrowing their brows, a flicker of concern crossing their eyes. "Old Qin, I see that the reactor is emitting light. Shouldn't that be considered a success?" inquired Wei Hong, the commander of the Qinglong Military District, unable to contain his curiosity. "Indeed, old Wei. However, we must wait a little longer. Controlled nuclear fusion is gradually unfolding, but whether it meets the standards remains to be seen." Qin Guoxing quickly explained as he turned his head. "So that's how it is. Let us observe further." Wei Hong nodded, his doubts finally alleviated. He remained motionless, fixated on the laser instrument as time ticked by. In the next moment, the previously distant light, akin to the high beams of a car, seemed to surge with newfound energy, radiating a blinding brilliance, outshining even the largest searchlights. It was now past 7 in the evening, and the entire laboratory was illuminated as if it were daylight. The artificial sun lived up to its name, captivating the gaze of nearly everyone present. "Report, Mr. Su. We have detected that the Q value of the controlled nuclear fusion in this ignition experiment, calculated by the supercomputer, falls within the range of 982 to 1024. Furthermore, the power output of the arc reactor is approximately 660,000 megawatts, with a sustained duration of around 25 hours. Subsequently, the seasoned nuclear fusion expert Duan Jingwu excitedly reported, having dedicated decades to this field and enduring countless failures, even he had prepared himself for the possibility of failure prior to today. Now, gazing at the energy detection instrument, where a green energy column shot skyward, he felt as though he were in a dream. In his seasoned judgment, the ignition experiment had not only succeeded, but had achieved unprecedented success. A Q value nearing 1,000. What does that signify? Even a decade from now, achieving a Q value above 15 would pose a challenge for the Americans. In other words, the colossal apparatus ahead was an extraordinary feat, brimming with technological sophistication, outpacing contemporary technology by at least half a century. Indeed, Su Bai's earpiece crackled with data, each piece causing the smile at the corners of his mouth to widen. 660,000 megawatts of electrical energy could only be described with one word: abundant. A sustained duration of 25 hours was nothing short of remarkable. Most importantly, the Q value approached 4 digits. Additionally, every module operated flawlessly, functioning in perfect harmony. All signs pointed to a singular conclusion. Humanity had finally tamed the formidable beast of controlled nuclear fusion. "I hereby declare that this ignition experiment has been successful," Su Bai exclaimed, turning with evident joy. As his words echoed in the laboratory, the researchers erupted in jubilant cheers. Some excitedly waved their fists, while others leaped in exhilaration. Had this not been an experimental facility, they might have even broken into an impassioned slide. "Wonderful, Mr. Su. Our efforts over the past few months have not been in vain," exclaimed Qin Yu, her radiant smile lighting up her fair face. The other experts and scholars echoed her sentiments, brimming with enthusiasm. "I feel as though I am dreaming." Controlled nuclear fusion, a technology researched since the 1950s, has been accomplished by the Dragon Country after over 70 years. It's unimaginable just a few months ago. Congratulations. We have achieved a monumental milestone in scientific history. Thanks to Mr. Su, without his leadership, we might not have completed even 1% of the project. My heavens, 660,000 megawatts of electrical energy, exceeding a full day's duration, along with an astonishing 4-digit Q value. If this is not a miracle, then nothing can be deemed miraculous. Endless energy beckons to us. We have not disappointed. Indeed, we have firmly grasped it. The new wave of energy revolution sees the Dragon Country as both a pioneer and a leader. The expansive laboratory buzzed with animated discussions. Some in lab coats had smiles stretching from ear to ear. A brief mental calculation revealed just how staggering the electrical output from this colossal arc reactor was. Generally speaking, the total electricity consumption of 10,000 ordinary citizens over the span of a year amounts to approximately 1 megawatt. This experiment, however, produced 660,000 megawatts, instantly satisfying the electricity needs of 660 million ordinary individuals, with a total population of around 1.4 billion in the Dragon Country. A simple calculation suggests that only 3 large reactors would suffice, alleviating any future concerns about electricity bills. Of course, this only considered household electricity, which accounts for roughly 15% of total consumption. The actual situation would be far more complex, given that the secondary industry constitutes the bulk of electricity usage. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that the most challenging step, from 0 to 1, had been triumphantly accomplished. Moving forward, the main concerns would simply revolve around how many reactors to construct and where to establish them. With the success of this experiment, the next step would undoubtedly involve large-scale application, signaling that the Dragon Country would soon achieve energy independence. This development would usher society into a period of upheaval. The negative impact would entail many workers at nuclear power plants and traditional power stations facing layoffs. However, the positive aspects were innumerable. Once energy was liberated, it would unleash productivity across various sectors, creating numerous new job opportunities, leading to a generally stable and positive developmental trajectory. Applause erupted like thunder, reverberating into the ears of all present. Upon looking ahead, the distinguished leaders clapped fervently, their joy nearly spilling over. "Mr. Su, we have succeeded. I knew he could do it." The first to speak was Yang Jun, who felt his breath quickening. Chapter 139, Elevating the Technological Apex, Achieving a Transcendent Milestone. Mr. Su is truly remarkable. He has even developed controllable nuclear fusion. I am 100% certain that there is no scientific project in the world that can thwart him. Beside him, Qin Guoxing was also clapping vigorously, his murky gaze filled with delight. "Old Qin, you are an expert in this field. I simply wish to ask, after the realization of controllable nuclear fusion, to what extent will our Dragon Nation's defense capabilities be enhanced?" Yang Jun turned to inquire. "Oh, the implications are vast, Old Yang. This represents boundless energy. The first achievement will be the liberation of electrical power. Take production lines as an example. Many cutting-edge weapons require substantial amounts of electricity for their development. Furthermore, we need not limit ourselves to mere weaponry. We can envision further. Imagine fighter jets and aircraft carriers powered by controllable nuclear fusion. In the future, we can operate them freely without concerns about fuel shortages. How incredible is that? In essence, the only limits are those we impose upon ourselves." Qin Guoxing excitedly expounded, feeling parched from his fervent speech. "Ah, your insights as a scientific expert are indeed expansive. It appears that Mr. Su has truly accomplished a groundbreaking achievement." Yang Jun remarked with a sense of awe. In military applications, the prospects of controllable nuclear fusion are immense. In the civilian sector, its potential is even more boundless. Yang Jun seemed to glimpse the majestic rise of a great nation through the youthful figure before him. Ladies and gentlemen, we must continue to observe for a while longer. In stark contrast to the excited researchers, Su Bai exhibited an air of calm. Controllable nuclear fusion can sustain itself for 25 hours. Yet the relevant testing is far from complete. Ding Lao, what is the current load on the electrical conversion module? Isu being quiet, gazing intensely at Ding Sui Rei. "Mr. Su, the load is at 26%. The fluctuations are within a range of 0.3%, meeting our expectations. Additionally, all indicators for electrical transmission are within our calculated parameters, with no abnormalities detected." Ding Sui Ren promptly reported after checking the data on the display screen. "And what of the energy storage module?" "The loss is at 0.08 per thousand, Mr. Su, which also falls within normal loss parameters. As for other aspects, I will report them to you one by one," Ding Sui Ren added after a brief pause. Seeing Su Bai so deeply engrossed, many researchers felt invigorated. Truly, Mr. Su maintains a remarkably clear mind at all times, and it is no wonder he has achieved controllable nuclear fusion. After another half-hour of diligent work, Su Bai finally confirmed that the ignition experiment had been utterly successful and flawless. He turned around and surveyed the room, stating, "Thank you all for your hard work. We have succeeded in the controllable nuclear fusion project. However, there are still many matters that require your strong support. The next step should be to achieve electrical freedom for our Dragon Nation." Upon hearing this, the experts and scholars erupted in joyous cheers. Had they not been in a laboratory, they would have eagerly lifted Su Bai in celebration of this monumental moment. It is indeed Mr. Su who leads this initiative. He is not only the project's initiator, but also the architect of the entire process. Without his guidance, it would take us a century to achieve this. A genius crossing multiple fields, he is also at the helm of the leading company, Dongfeng. What is even more enviable is that Mr. Su is merely in his 20s, with a future brimming with promise. Electrical freedom for our Dragon Nation? Such a notion, typically reserved for science fiction, is on the verge of realization. A single reactor can provide 660,000 megawatts of electrical power. That day is imminent. The assembled scientific experts engaged in fervent discussions, nearly elevating Su Bai to celestial heights. Meanwhile, in the distance, the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Nation were gradually departing from the Dongfeng Research Institute. In less than an hour, they had witnessed the success of controllable nuclear fusion, bearing witness to history, a tremendous gain. Many gazed longingly at the brilliance of the laser apparatus, harboring a strong premonition that the Dragon Nation would shine like an artificial sun, illuminating every corner of the globe. While other nations grappled with the complexities of controllable nuclear fusion, little did they know that we had surged ahead. We can stand tall and declare that the Dragon Nation has forged a new path. Those unable to keep pace will inevitably be left behind. Chief Qinglong Wei Hong could not help but exclaim, "Old Wei is right. I must ask how other nations will compare. We possess advanced technologies, such as the Tianqiong fighter jets and Dongfeng missile vehicles, and once controllable nuclear fusion is realized, even more new weaponry will emerge, leading to overwhelming superiority." Yang Ju nodded in agreement. Many of the high-ranking officials who met Su Bai for the first time were equally impressed. Compliments flowed freely. "Mr. Su is indeed a pillar of our nation. In the military-industrial sector, various black technologies are awe-inspiring, while Dongfeng stands unrivaled in logistics. With controllable nuclear fusion now completed, who knows how much GDP it will generate for the Dragon Nation." The Minister of Commerce was nearly overflowing with excitement. This young man has immense potential. The limits of modern technology have been elevated time and again by him. I dare assert that with this development, this year's Nobel Prize is surely his. The head of the Science and Technology Innovation Department declared confidently, "The Nobel Prize represents the pinnacle of human achievement in science." The Dragon Nation has been absent from the Nobel Prize for over 20 years. Once this news is announced, the only conceivable recipient of the Nobel Prize in Physics will be Mr. Su. 3 days swiftly passed, and following extensive testing by the researchers, the large array reactor exhibited no anomalies and operated smoothly. "Mr. Su, here are the relevant data for the reactor. Please have a look." Qin Yu delicately handed over a thick stack of documents, softly reminding him. She observed Su by flipping through the pages with intense focus, her bright eyes filled with admiration. This young man, her peer, had achieved controllable nuclear fusion. He was indeed a true prodigy. In comparison to Mr. Su, she felt a vast chasm between them. Moving forward, our focus must shift toward electrical freedom. Who could have imagined that the one working for the welfare of our 1 billion citizens would be a dashing young man in his 20s? Excellent. This aligns perfectly with our initial vision for controllable nuclear fusion. Su Bai quickly perused the documents, expressing his satisfaction. The next step towards liberating electrical power would involve a citywide power supply plan, for which he was currently drafting the corresponding proposal. Originally, this segment was to be completed by Old Qin, but in the realm of controllable nuclear fusion, he was thoroughly familiar. Writing this proposal for the first time was somewhat challenging, yet it became progressively smoother as he continued. As for the city power supply, which city should we designate as a pilot? Su Bai mused, glancing at the map of the Dragon Nation, lost in thought. Chapter 140. The Urban Power Supply Plan. A towering technological barrier. In the exclusive office of the Dongfeng Research Institute, Qin Guoxing cheerfully remarked, "Mr. Su, you have completed the monumental project of controllable nuclear fusion. Discussions are underway regarding the rewards for this achievement. This matter is of profound significance. Thus, the rewards will be unprecedentedly generous. While your company, Dongfeng, was recently awarded the title of an outstanding military-industrial enterprise, Mr. Su personally has yet to receive any significant accolades." Qin Guoxing pondered, recognizing that both material and honorary rewards must be duly considered. Like any conventional villa, material rewards, such as cash, are absolutely indispensable. As for honors, all accolades in the relevant domestic fields have been bestowed upon Mr. Su without any dissent. Furthermore, titles such as professor and academician are entirely fitting for Mr. Su. Given his numerous groundbreaking technologies, even the title of academician seems somewhat diminished. The Tianqiong fighter jet Dongfeng missile vehicle, White Tiger robot, and Super Soldier Serum have elevated the defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation to unprecedented heights. Additionally, with the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, which promises to benefit the one. For billion citizens of the Dragon Nation, Mr. Su has undeniably become the foremost figure in scientific research within the country. Old Qin, I kindly ask you to extend my gratitude to the higher-ups. By the way, regarding the urban power supply plan, the initial areas for electricity provision are still being finalized. Su Bai paused before continuing. Indeed, I believe we can take our time. The first city to enjoy free electricity can be selected from the second and third-tier cities in the central and western regions of the Dragon Nation. Qin Guoxing furrowed his brow and analyzed. Based on the energy provided by the large square array reactor, 660,000 megawatts can supply at least a quarter of the Dragon Nation's energy. Therefore, a second or third-tier city would be more than sufficient. However, we must not rush the urban power supply. We need to consider various factors. For instance, laying down the necessary equipment and integrating it into the existing power grid involves numerous departments. To be prudent, it would be best to start with one city as a pilot. Yes, Old Qin makes a valid point. Once we establish one city, the subsequent pace will accelerate. And we aim to have the citizens of the Dragon Nation utilizing free electricity by the end of this year. Su Bai nodded in strong agreement. By the end of this year? Qin Guoxing was evidently taken aback by Su Bai's assertion. However, upon reflection, he realized that since this plan is spearheaded by Mr. Su, there is little to worry about. Moreover, the infrastructure development speed in the Dragon Nation is world-leading. While it may sound daunting at first, upon closer examination, it truly seems feasible. Days later, in Longdu, Dragon Nation, an important meeting was convened. Attendees included numerous high-ranking officials from the political arena, heads of the Ministry of Science and Technology, Ministry of Commerce, Office of the General Secretary, Ministry of Finance, and other departments. Additionally, figures from the scientific community, including the president of the Dragon Academy of Sciences and several vice presidents, were present. Among them, a youthful visage garnered considerable attention. Who is that young man? I've never seen him before. Is he Old Qin's assistant? He doesn't quite resemble one. That is Su Bai, Mr. Su, the chairman of Shunfeng Company and the chief engineer of the controllable nuclear fusion project. An enthusiastic voice from the crowd explained. Upon hearing this, those unfamiliar with Su Bai immediately stood in reverence. A young individual, yet possessing such an array of identities? Shunfeng, a burgeoning company in the Dragon Nation, has swiftly become a formidable leader in the courier industry. Reports indicate that Shunfeng has captured 4/5 of the Dragon Nation's express delivery market. Furthermore, their expansion into the Southeast Asia market is nearing completion, positioning them as a colossal enterprise, a mere matter of time. Additionally, to be the chief engineer of controllable nuclear fusion was beyond anyone's expectations. A project of such complexity successfully brought to fruition by him, a true genius of the scientific realm. Subsequently, the meeting commenced with the office secretary addressing the attendees. Recently, our nation has successfully achieved controllable nuclear fusion, a cutting-edge technology. The next step is to gradually implement the urban power supply plan, ushering in a new era of free electricity nationwide. I hereby announce that Mr. Su Bai, chairman of Shunfeng Company, will lead this initiative and commence the power supply project immediately. Let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Su for his directives. As the words fell, the vast conference hall erupted with thunderous applause. The high-ranking officials regarded Su Bai with admiration. This young man must be in his 20s. Truly a pillar of the nation. We must ensure his protection. How has Mr. Su accomplished this? In such a short span, not only has Shunfeng Company emerged triumphantly, but he has also managed to develop controllable nuclear fusion. What a remarkable feat. The urban power supply project stands as the most significant endeavor for the Dragon Nation in the foreseeable future, without exception. With Mr. Su at the helm, I am utterly reassured. The discussions among the crowd were fervent. Su Bai then approached the front, pulling up a series of prepared materials. Greetings, esteemed leaders. It is a tremendous honor for me to be entrusted with the urban power supply plan. I will devote my utmost effort to achieve energy autonomy for the Dragon Nation at the fastest pace possible. Allow me to first explain the energy capabilities of the large arc reactors. Preliminary calculations suggest that approximately 5 arc reactors are required to facilitate nationwide power supply. Based on the timeline, we anticipate that by the end of this year, all reactors will be completed. At that point, the electricity generated from controllable nuclear fusion will become the mainstream energy source, gradually phasing out traditional energy sources such as oil and coal. Su Bai eloquently outlined the prospective applications of controllable nuclear fusion, captivating the attention of the prominent figures in attendance. They nodded in agreement at times, while also frowning in contemplation. After all, the liberation of electricity will inevitably usher in a period of societal upheaval, such as layoffs in thermal power plants, among other challenges. This phase will require careful navigation to ensure a smooth transition. Furthermore, the implications of controllable nuclear fusion on the global landscape are equally profound. Su Bai continued his discourse. The audience became increasingly astonished. They had initially thought that merely saving substantial electricity costs each year was an impressive achievement. However, this was merely a fraction of the overall impact. To illustrate, possessing limitless energy places the Dragon Nation on par with those who control oil and the dollar system, carving out a new path that is even more exaggerated in scope. After all, this cutting-edge technology is solely under the aegis of the Dragon Nation. For a considerable time to come, other nations will scarcely be able to touch even the surface. This towering technological barrier will definitively delineate the Dragon Nation from the rest of the countries on Blue Star. The rise of a great power, a formidable resurgence. This long-term objective is on the verge of realization. Chapter 141. The technology that changes the nation's fate. A global reshuffle is upon us. I finally comprehend the profound truth behind the adage that science and technology are the primary productive forces. With controllable nuclear fusion, all difficulties are surmountable for our Dragon Nation. This is a technology capable of altering the nation's destiny, and its developer, Mr. Su, commands my utmost respect. Mr. Su is truly the finest gift bestowed upon the Dragon Nation. With such a top-tier researcher at our disposal, how could we despair of revitalization? After listening to Su Bai's presentation, the high-ranking officials expressed their profound sentiments. Should the future Dragon Nation achieve a leapfrog development, this young man in his 20s will undoubtedly be a pivotal contributor. The meeting subsequently concluded amidst the fervent discussions of the attendees. Meanwhile, Su Bai returned to the Dongfeng Research Institute to organize relevant materials. The urban power supply project is a significant undertaking. Meticulous planning is essential for the construction of reactors and the layout of the associated power grid. Additionally, he took time to return to Xuanfeng's headquarters to address some related matters. What? Mr. Su, are you saying we will soon have access to free electricity? Yang Shue's mouth fell open in astonishment, her delicate features etched with shock. Clad in a striking purple blazer, paired with black stockings that accentuated her long legs. Her hair cascading with gentle curls at the ends, she exuded an undeniable charm. However, when Su Bai concluded his exposition, she momentarily lost her composure as a beautiful woman. For months, she had only known that President Su was preoccupied with research, and due to the sensitive nature of the work, she had refrained from inquiring further. It was not until today, upon hearing terms such as controlled nuclear fusion and urban power supply plan from the young boss, that she was utterly taken aback. She had heard whispers of controlled nuclear fusion, touted as a clean, efficient, and inexhaustible energy source. Yet, she never fathomed that its successful development could grant the entire Dragon country freedom from electricity costs. The leap seemed too immense. After a brief moment of disbelief, she gradually began to accept this reality. President Su, allow me a moment to calculate. If electricity is free, how much can we save at Shunfeng? The financial enthusiast within her ignited, her mind racing with calculations. Though she could not pinpoint the exact figure, she knew it would be astronomical. So, President Su, will our coastal city be among the first pilot areas for the urban power supply? After abandoning her calculations, her bright eyes sparkled with anticipation. If the coastal city was included in the pilot scope, it would be nothing short of spectacular. The first thing that came to her mind was the large electricity consumers, such as Dawn Robotics, which could then be utilized freely. Moreover, according to President Su, the urban power supply plan would soon be unveiled to the public. At that time, not only would the domestic populace rejoice, but it would also garner immense global attention. Shunfeng Company, as one of the prominent enterprises in the coastal city, could rapidly expand its operations. The mere thought of this made Yang Shui envision a flood of wealth beckoning her way. You seem to have quite the imagination. To be frank, the coastal city is not included. Su Bai interjected with a smile. Well, that is disappointing. The light in her eyes dimmed instantly, as her grand plans crumbled. However, I can assure you that by the end of this year, the entire Dragon country will achieve freedom from electricity costs. Su Bai proclaimed with unwavering confidence. By the end of this year? Well, that is acceptable. Upon hearing this, Yang Shue's spirits soared once more. She had initially expected this to be a long-term project that would take 6 or 7 years to complete. It was clear that President Su was a paragon of efficiency. Well then, may Shunfeng flourish. Yang Shui, you are the greatest contributor, and your bonus will be doubled. By the way, regarding today's matters, Su Bai began, producing a confidentiality agreement. President Su, I understand. I will keep it under wraps. Yang Sui Biamed, revealing a row of pearly white teeth as she eagerly accepted the SSS agreement, hastily signing her name without a glance. Furthermore, I want TB at the company for the next few months, you. President Su, I completely understand. With me at Shunfeng, you need not worry. Yang Shui interjected swiftly before Su Bai could finish his sentence. Days later, an announcement from the Dragon Country's government detonated like a bombshell, igniting fervent discussions among countless netizens. Recently, our nation has successfully achieved controlled nuclear fusion, ushering in a new era. Special thanks to the dedicated researchers whose relentless efforts have bestowed humanity with boundless energy. As soon as this news broke, related topics surged to the top of trending lists, with the deep crimson explosive label standing out prominently. What on earth? What has the government announced? The Dragon Country has achieved controlled nuclear fusion? This must be an official declaration. I can't be mistaken. Is this genuine? Controlled nuclear fusion is a monumental technological breakthrough. Since my school days, there have been claims that if controlled nuclear fusion is realized, the entire world will undergo a significant transformation. Such an incredible technology has suddenly been accomplished? Unbelievable. Controlled nuclear fusion, an almost limitless energy source, far superior to oil or coal. I can hardly believe it's true. I'm just a novice. Could anyone enlighten me on the significance of this? As the online fervor continued to rise, some ordinary citizens who stumbled upon the discussions were left bewildered by the barrage of praises for the Dragon Country, exclamations of national pride, and similar sentiments. Soon, a helpful netizen took it upon themselves to clarify. Controlled nuclear fusion, simply put, produces clean and efficient energy. If it can be applied on a large scale, the most immediate effect would be that electricity costs could plummet to rock-bottom prices, with the possibility of free electricity as well. Moreover, advancements in military research, aerospace exploration, and technological innovation will be expedited. In summary, it will have profound and positive impacts on society as a whole. Many novices, upon seeing the phrases about drastically reduced electricity costs, felt their eyes light up. Wow, is this technology really that incredible? Does this mean I can crank up the air conditioning in summer and the heating in winter without concern? Aren't the major beneficiaries the companies in the secondary industry? Industries such as construction, mining, and manufacturing, which are heavy electricity consumers, must be overjoyed. And aerospace exploration. I thought reaching Mars might be a dream for my lifetime. But now that we've mastered controlled nuclear fusion, the boundaries of human exploration will expand exponentially. The Dragon Country has been unveiling various cutting-edge technologies for over a year now. Now, even the dilemma of controlled nuclear fusion has been resolved. Kudos to the researchers. I wonder which magnate or team led this project. They have made outstanding contributions to our nation and will undoubtedly be etched in history. Millions of netizens excitedly commented, maintaining the fervor for days on end. Chapter 142. The world trembles, anxious leaders of Eagle Sauce. The news of the Dragon Country achieving controlled nuclear fusion spread like wildfire across the globe. Meanwhile, the reactions from foreign netizens varied wildly, as if in a chaotic dance. What? The Dragon Country has actually developed controlled nuclear fusion? Their research capabilities are truly unfathomable. This is indeed cause for celebration. Let us quickly align ourselves with this great Dragon Country. What? This is impossible. Even if the Dragon Country has achieved controlled nuclear fusion, there's still a long way to go before it can be commercially applied on a large scale. Our cherry blossom country will surely catch up. Is this real? When did the Dragon Country become so formidable? What are the scientists in Eagle Sauce doing? At this rate, we may lose our position as the world's leading power. Is this a deliberate release of false information by the Dragon Country? What would be their intention? We must remain vigilant. Something significant is likely brewing in the Dragon Country. Meanwhile, in Eagle Sauce, within the Oval Office, several high-ranking officials wore grave expressions around an elongated conference table. The man seated at the head of the table, age 79, with silver hair and keen eyes, was none other than Ronald, the leader of the most powerful nation on this planet. Ladies and gentlemen, the Dragon Country has developed controlled nuclear fusion. What are your thoughts on this news? Ronald inquired, his brow furrowed in concern. Sir, this is utterly unbelievable. How could the Dragon Country outpace us in conquering this challenge? Mark, the chief scientist and head of the Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, raised his hand to speak. According to our timeline, It would take at least 12 more years for controlled nuclear fusion to succeed in our laboratories. As an industry insider, Mark was acutely aware of the complexities involved in achieving controlled nuclear fusion. Since the 1950s, the United States has been diligently working on the development of controllable nuclear fusion. The investment of manpower, resources, and capital has been immense, yet progress has been sluggish. Even the United States requires over a decade to approach the core of controllable nuclear fusion. How could the Dragon Kingdom possibly leap ahead so swiftly? Such a scenario is fundamentally at odds with the laws of objective reality. Mark, are you suggesting that the Dragon Kingdom's official statements are mere fabrications? Ronald's tone was frigid. Well, Your Excellency, it's difficult to ascertain. Regardless, the Dragon Kingdom's announcement of this significant development undoubtedly carries special implications. Mark responded with an awkward and ambiguous demeanor. As the chief scientist of the United States, he would never concede that their technology had been outpaced by the Dragon Kingdom. In the past year, the Dragon Kingdom has indeed unveiled numerous peculiar technologies. The stealth missiles that obliterated uninhabited islands in the Sakura Nation, and the extraordinary super soldiers have disrupted our strategies in Africa. This Eastern nation is undeniably enigmatic. Ronald's reflections on recent events deepened his confusion. From an overarching perspective, the technological prowess of the United States is certainly far superior to that of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet in certain domains, the Dragon Kingdom has inexplicably surged ahead, leaving the United States trailing significantly. The same holds true for controllable nuclear fusion. Your Excellency, I believe the Dragon Kingdom is merely posturing. They may have made some progress in controllable nuclear fusion, but the results are likely not substantial. Furthermore, given the Dragon Kingdom's penchant for expediency, this announcement is simply a maneuver to bolster their international influence. They have developed controllable nuclear fusion, but fail to mention its practical applications, leaving many of their gullible citizens ensnared by their politicians. Charles, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, quickly analyzed, exuding an air of superiority as if he alone possessed profound insight into the Dragon Kingdom. Indeed, Charles makes a valid point. Regardless of the Dragon Kingdom's intentions, we must expedite our efforts on the controllable nuclear fusion project. Mark, I will allocate $200 billion for research funding. When can we expect results? Ronald turned his gaze, a hint of anxiety evident in his expression. Everyone present understood the immense significance of controllable nuclear fusion for a nation. This technology far surpasses the value of oil. And the reason the United States remains steadfast at the pinnacle of global power lies in its firm grasp of oil and the dollar system. No one anticipated that the Dragon Kingdom would suddenly overturn the table and abandon this paradigm. Such a development is simply untenable. Faced with this situation, there are only two courses of action. Either stifle the Dragon Kingdom's burgeoning momentum in its cradle, which appears too late to achieve, or the United States must swiftly catch up. If controllable nuclear fusion research is completed, the United States can still maintain its leading position. If a nation with lesser technological standards like the Dragon Kingdom has achieved controllable nuclear fusion, then why should the United States, with its superior capabilities, not succeed? Your Excellency, this is not merely a matter of funding. Nevertheless, we will exert every effort. Mark's expression turned serious. Similar meetings unfolded across the world's major powers, including the Sakura Nation, the United Kingdom, and the War Chariot Nation, all analyzing the credibility of the Dragon Kingdom's controllable nuclear fusion claims. Naturally, not all nations possess the financial might of the United States. Only the Sakura Nation has prioritized controllable nuclear fusion as a key project, increasing its funding by 30%. Research and development are inherently costly, and the nebulous nature of controllable nuclear fusion makes it an especially bottomless pit. In summary, many countries are fixated on the Dragon Kingdom, eagerly anticipating its next moves. The Dragon Kingdom soon issued an announcement, unveiling plans for urban power supply initiatives. Initial, small-scale pilot tests would be conducted, gradually expanding until the entire nation is covered. This news ignited a frenzy across the internet. Utilizing controllable nuclear fusion for urban power supply, could happiness arrive so abruptly? I had thought we would have to wait several years. Who claimed that large-scale applications of controllable nuclear fusion were still years away? Their faces must be swollen from the slap of reality. Our motherland is remarkable. I hope the first pilot city will be my beloved Nanyang. What does this mean? Does the urban power supply plan imply that we will no longer have to spend any money on electricity? How delightful. My heavens. Is the Dragon Kingdom's controllable nuclear fusion truly about to be implemented? Those so-called experts from the United States, who analyzed everything with great authority. Why are they now all silent? I am genuinely envious of the Dragon Kingdom. I wonder how long it will take to cover the entire nation. If it's soon, I might seriously consider immigrating to the Dragon Kingdom. What is the United States doing? The people of the Dragon Kingdom are on the verge of enjoying free electricity, while we pay substantial taxes annually, only for them to be squandered. Chapter 143, A Prodigy of Science, a Master of Project Management. Within a conference room at the East Wind Research Institute, a throng of electrical engineers, energy engineers, safety inspection experts, and other notable figures in the power grid domain had gathered. They were selected as core personnel for the Urban Power Supply Project, each face illuminated with joy. After all, this is a monumental initiative that benefits the nation and its people, bringing fortune to the 1.4 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. Before the meeting commenced, the attendees engaged in hushed discussions regarding the project. Who might be the distinguished figure overseeing this endeavor? Is it academician Duan Jingwu from the field of nuclear fusion? Or perhaps academician Qin Guoxing from the Dragon Academy? It is unclear, but it is certain that they are among the elite researchers who have made controllable nuclear fusion a reality. Truly impressive. One wonders how long this grand project will take to complete. 5 years? 10 years? Hopefully, it can be done swiftly while ensuring quality. Then, two figures, one elderly and one young, appeared at the main seats. The elder was well-known, academician Qin, a leading authority in aerospace technology and a consultant for numerous nuclear fusion projects. The other young man exuded confidence in every gesture, possessing an aura of a business elite that seemed incongruous with the gathered crowd. Who is that lad? Has he mistakenly taken the wrong seat? Does Qin's assistant lack discernment, requiring Qin to fetch materials for him? Something feels amiss. It seems that Qin holds this young man in high regard, which is indeed perplexing. The crowd was bewildered, unable to suppress their curiosity. Qin Guoxing was the first to speak. I believe everyone is eager to know who has spearheaded the development of controllable nuclear fusion. He is none other than Mr. Su Bai. As the chief engineer of the Controllable Nuclear Fusion Project, Mr. Su will collaborate with all of you to realize the Urban Power Supply Initiative. Upon hearing this, the assembly of scientific experts was left in utter astonishment. Many had assumed that the creator of controllable nuclear fusion would be a venerable luminary, possessing the demeanor of an immortal sage with vast experience. Alternatively, they envisioned a seasoned elite in their 40s or 50s, perhaps a bald middle-aged man. However, Su Bai defied both archetypes. In his 20s, he appeared to be no more than a graduate student, and most astonishingly, he was exceptionally handsome. He was the very embodiment of a prodigious genius in the realm of science. At such a young age, achieving remarkable accomplishments, even solving the global conundrum of controllable nuclear fusion, is truly commendable. Chief Engineer Su, you are exceedingly youthful when I was your age. I had yet to amount to anything. Could it be that our Dragon Nation is on the verge of producing a scientific luminary? I cannot help but think that it could very well be Chief Engineer Su. Should the Urban Power Supply Project proceed smoothly, the Nobel Prize for that year will undoubtedly belong to Chief Engineer Su. Mark my words. The audience was filled with astonishment, their gazes towards Su Bai now infused with admiration. Observing this, Su Bai calmly retrieved the meticulously organized materials and stated, "Ladies and gentlemen, in the upcoming period, we must collaborate closely. Allow me to elucidate the specifics of a large-scale array reactor. The energy generated by a single reactor is approximately 660,000 megawatts. According to our calculations, constructing just 5 reactors will suffice to cover the entire nation. Our inaugural pilot area has been designated as Jiangsheng, a secondary city in the central region of our Dragon Nation, with expectations to connect to the controllable nuclear fusion power grid within a month. Upon successful testing, the remaining 4 reactors will be gradually constructed, and following the established protocol, by the end of this year, all citizens of our Dragon Nation will have access to free electricity." The materials were exceedingly detailed, and Su Bai's explanations were exceptionally thorough. Upon hearing the projected completion date, many in the audience expressed skepticism, questioning if there had been a miscalculation. After all, this is a monumental project that spans the entire nation. How could it possibly be completed in just a few months? However, as the explanations progressed, they gradually realized that perhaps this endeavor was not as insurmountable as it initially appeared. The plan devised by Chief Engineer Su was characterized by one key word: solidification. It was neither a shoddy project, easily crumbling under the pressure of haste, nor a meandering, protracted venture with no end in sight. In essence, it promised to ensure quality while also maintaining speed, and the more they contemplated it, the more astonishing it seemed. Chief Engineer Su was not only a pioneer in controllable nuclear fusion, but also a prodigy in project management. The meeting concluded swiftly. The Urban Power Supply Initiative, aside from a core team of several hundred, required extensive communication and collaboration with various departments. Fortunately, with support from above, Su Bai side encountered no obstacles. The first reactor in Jiangcheng was completed within the allocated time frame. In the brand new control room, a multitude of researchers clad in white lab coats were diligently engaged in final adjustments. During this period, they were thoroughly impressed by Chief Engineer Su's solid research foundation. Many had never encountered an arc reactor before, and in the initial days, they faced numerous challenges and errors. Yet, under Su Bai's precise coordination and flawless command, operations became increasingly smooth, and within a remarkably short time, everything was successfully completed. This young man truly deserved his position as chief engineer. The fuel modules, energy conversion units, and the integration with Jiangqing's power grid were all ready. "It's done," informed Elder Qin. After receiving the complete reports, Su Bai swiftly dialed Qin Guoxing's number. Qin Guoxing expressed great delight, promptly assuring him that he would relay the latest news to the authorities. Subsequently, the Dragon Nation's official announcement was timely issued. Our country's first pilot city for the Power Supply Initiative, Jiangcheng, will commence the integration of the power grid tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock. During this time, there will be a brief power outage lasting 5 minutes. We kindly ask the residents of Jiangcheng to prepare accordingly to welcome the dawn of free electricity. Upon the release of this news, it instantly topped the trending charts, capturing the attention of numerous online users. Is it happening this quickly? I haven't even prepared myself yet. As a local of Jiangcheng, it is a tremendous joy to be among the first to enjoy free electricity. Thank you to the nation and to the diligent researchers. I envy my brothers in Jiangcheng. When will it be our turn in Haiban City? If it takes a few years, I might as well find a job in Jiangcheng. Wow, the Urban Power Supply Initiative has materialized in such a short time. The efficiency of our country is truly commendable. I own 30 rental properties. While I will lose a significant amount of income from electricity bills each month, in the long run, this initiative benefits the nation and the populace. I wholeheartedly support it. The savings on electricity expenses will be distributed as base salaries to each of our employees. Millions of residents in Jiangcheng eagerly anticipated the moment. Time soon arrived on the following afternoon. Chapter 144. Free electricity in Jiangcheng. Successful application of controllable nuclear fusion. At 6:50 p.m., in front of the large arc reactor, a throng of lab-coated individuals busily operated numerous control panels. All departments, please report on the current status. With time drawing near, Su Bai in the central control room raised his voice. Soon, a series of reports echoed through the earpieces. Chief Engineer Su, the seawater purification module is functioning normally. The fuel module, reactor vessel, and reaction ring are all operating stably. The energy storage unit and energy conversion unit are functioning well. All relevant transmission, supply, and distribution networks in Jiangcheng are in good order. In no time, all adjustments were complete. Su Bai took a deep breath and decisively announced. The Dragon Nation's Power Supply Initiative, first pilot area, Reactor 1 of controllable nuclear fusion, is now commencing operation. Following his declaration, the official announcement was promptly issued. Attention residents of Jiangcheng. At exactly 7 p.m., there will be a brief power outage lasting 5 minutes. At 7:05 p.m., we will officially connect to the new power grid. Almost all news apps followed suit, disseminating the official updates. Given the significance of this event, not only the ordinary citizens of Jiangcheng were concerned, but millions of netizens across the Dragon Nation focused their attention on Jiangcheng. Naturally, international news outlets were also providing live reports, with Jiangcheng becoming the focal point of the world. The large-scale application of controllable nuclear fusion, what form will it take? For the average individual, aside from the prospect of reduced electricity bills, what further implications does this technology hold? Many imaginations soared into the realm of possibilities. However, numerous individuals living paycheck to paycheck were less inclined to ponder extensively. For them, it simply felt like a newfound source of income. Why not indulge in a celebratory feast? At this moment, it coincided with the peak of the workday, and despite being an unremarkable Wednesday, some employees had taken time off to return home. Their tables adorned with cakes, champagne, and other festive items. They eagerly awaited the power restoration to celebrate to their heart's content. Ultimately, the public's enthusiasm paralleled that of the Dragon Nation's first manned spaceflight. It's coming, it's coming. Something monumental is on the horizon. Free electricity beckons to me. I could hardly contain my envy. Jiangcheng is the first pilot city. Could my city, Nanyang, be the second? Goodness, every app is reporting on this event. The entire nation is captivated, underscoring the significance of controllable nuclear fusion. With only 3 minutes until 7 p.m., the Dragon Nation, having weathered countless trials over the years, has nurtured a generation of scientific talent. Now, our nation enjoys peace and prosperity as we stand on the cusp of breaking free from the shackles of energy dependence. I sincerely wish for our country to continue thriving. Although this is merely a small step, and life may not dramatically change with free electricity, I remain exhilarated. A small step for Jiangxing signifies a giant leap for humanity. In addition to the incessant refreshing of web pages and the emotional outpourings in the comment section by netizens, the residents of Jiangxing, upon receiving the news, wore expressions of either tension or anticipation as they traversed the local streets and alleys. Furthermore, the iconic Jiangxing Square was thronged with a large crowd. Although there remained a considerable stretch of time before New Year's Eve, today was equally significant. With special permission from the authorities, preparations for fireworks and firecrackers were underway, set to illuminate the night sky of Jiangxing at precisely 7:05 p.m. As each second ticked by, anticipation mounted, with only 15 seconds remaining until the hour. Su Bai promptly issued a command. Everyone, prepare for power shutdown. Connect to the reactor. Yes, yes. The engineers skillfully pressed the corresponding buttons on various control panels. At the stroke of 7, Jiangxing was plunged into darkness. In the streets and homes, some residents closed their eyes in silent prayer, hoping for a successful outcome, while others turned on backup lights, intently watching the clock and eagerly counting down. Meanwhile, online, the comments flooded in incessantly. Jiangxing has lost power. 5 minutes to wait for good news. Why am I sweating for them from the next city over? Never mind. I trust our nation and the researchers. There will be no mistakes. I'm in the midst of writing my thesis, and suddenly there's a blackout. Nothing has been saved. Damn it. Jiangxing is connecting to a free power grid? Why wasn't this announced sooner? Simultaneously, the traffic on the official Longhua website surged to unprecedented heights. Luckily, ample server capacity had been reserved in advance. Otherwise, the site would have been overwhelmed. Shifting focus back to Su Bai, a stream of reports continuously reached his ears. The arc reactor is operational. All systems normal. The energy conversion module is running stably. Energy output is within the prescribed range. Power levels are normal. Successfully connected to Jiangxing's power transmission network, supply grid, and distribution network, all functioning optimally. At that moment, Su Bai wore a calm demeanor, for he was intimately familiar with every step of the process, and the prospect of any issues arising was unfathomable. As the clock struck 7:05 p.m., Jiangxing's power was restored. The lights blazed forth, and the LED giant screen on the Jiangxing building announced with fervor, "Our city has successfully connected to the free power grid." Fireworks erupted in Jiangxing Square, and the jubilant expressions of the citizens reflected their elation. Everything was operating normally. There were no issues at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we have succeeded. Once Su Bai confirmed all the data from reactor number 1, he turned to speak. Upon hearing his words, the engineers erupted in cheers, their spirits soaring. Some vigorously pumped their fists in the air, while others even slid to the ground in a passionate display of excitement. Chief Engineer Su, you are magnificent. A monumental project involving thousands of processes, and we encountered not a single error. A miracle one would only expect to see in a science fiction film has truly been realized. Jiangxing has ushered in a new era of free electricity, and soon, the entire populace of our great nation will enjoy the benefits of energy freedom. To be a part of this historical creation is a fortune beyond measure. Of course, we must also extend our gratitude to Chief Engineer Su, whose guidance throughout this project made our smooth progress possible. In the control room, the sound of jubilant cheers echoed continuously. Our nation announces that the Jiangxing Power Supply Project has been a resounding success. We have become the first country to achieve the mature application of controllable nuclear fusion. The nearly overloaded Longhua website promptly released this statement. Chapter 145, a global sensation, grasping the leg of Longhua tightly. Following the official announcement from Longhua, the entire internet boiled over like water at a rolling boil. Related topics dominated the trending list, with entries from 1st to 10th place, aside from advertising slots, all marked with a deep red explosive tag. This marked the first occurrence of such a scene in the history of the Weibo app, highlighting the extraordinary level of interest. Our nation officially announces the success of controllable nuclear fusion application. From now on, humanity enters an era of limitless energy. Raise a toast to celebrate. The people of Jiangxing have access to free electricity. Shocking. Why are fireworks being set off in Jiangsheng before the Spring Festival? One video explains the significant implications of controllable nuclear fusion. In addition to official sources, various self-media and science communication channels also released articles. UC News daily headlines and Weibo Express sent out pre-prepared content, and due to the inherent excitement surrounding controllable nuclear fusion, many articles garnered high view counts. Conversely, several foreign news outlets that sought to disparage Longhua found their plans foiled. Articles such as Longhua fails to keep its promise, power has not been restored by 7:15, and controllable nuclear fusion supplying power to Jiangsheng. This is a lie from Longhua, contained serious misleading information. They had hoped that even if controllable nuclear fusion were developed, numerous practical issues would arise. Given Jiangsheng's status as a second-tier city, they anticipated that such a large-scale power supply project would undoubtedly encounter flaws. However, the entire project proceeded smoothly, without a hitch. Many were left waiting for a spectacle of failure from Longhua, but now they found themselves speechless. Nonetheless, these disparaging articles were not rendered obsolete. They would simply be revised and republished for the next opportunity when Longhua might experience even the slightest misstep. In summary, since Longhua announced controllable nuclear fusion, the world's focus gradually shifted toward this ancient Eastern nation with over 5,000 years of history. At this moment across the internet, millions of netizens from Longhua expressed their elation. Wow, the Longhua website is crashing. I thought there was an issue. Finally refreshed. Congratulations to the citizens of Yunqing for gaining access to free electricity. Let us celebrate our nation's entry into the era of infinite energy. Humanity has successfully tamed the formidable beast of controllable nuclear fusion. Today will surely be remembered in history. With this technology, perhaps 100 years from now, our descendants will be scattered throughout the solar system, and venturing beyond the Milky Way would not be impossible. I've sung the praises of my Jiangsheng brothers enough. Can the authorities reveal where the next power supply city will be? I hope to see my name among the coastal cities. Wait a minute. Am I seeing things? The top 10 trending topics are all marked with explosive. The excitement surrounding Yunqing's access to free electricity seems to surpass even that of the World Cup final. Our nation is truly remarkable. To the frontline researchers, your hard work is deeply appreciated. Hats off to you. Can we dare to dream a little? With controllable nuclear fusion, could Longhua's international standing suddenly soar? Perhaps even the eagle-eyed will be unable to catch a glimpse of our exhaust. Just returned from foreign news. The entire world is abuzz about Jiangsheng's free electricity. International news will likely dominate for a long time. Are there any brothers from Jiangsheng willing to share their experiences? I am in Jiangsheng, still toiling away at work late into the night, but my heart resonates with one word: bliss. No more electricity bills in the future. What a relief. Traditionally, our nation has decent extraction and reserves of oil and coal, but now with controllable nuclear fusion, my goodness, thinking about it. Longhua is destined for greatness. The netizens of the Dragon Kingdom erupted in jubilant celebration, while the atmosphere on foreign platforms was starkly contrasting. Many citizens flocked to their respective national official accounts, their intentions unmistakably clear. Look at the Dragon Kingdom. They've already achieved controllable nuclear fusion. What is our country even doing? Or perhaps, with the Dragon Kingdom set to soar to new heights, those who can cling tightly to their coattails will keep pace with the currents of the times. While the Dragon Kingdom feasts, we merely sip the broth. How delightful. The citizens of the Bear Nation sincerely congratulated the Dragon Kingdom on its groundbreaking development of controllable nuclear fusion, expressing hope that the Dragon Kingdom would share some technological insights, as they too desired access to free energy. By the way, will the Dragon Kingdom be selling those controllable nuclear fusion reactors? My nation may not have much else, but we do possess an abundance of oil. We hope to make a friend of the Dragon Kingdom. How has the Dragon Kingdom become so formidable in just the past couple of years? The citizens of the Cherry Blossom Nation felt a sense of indignation, insisting that all researchers must work tirelessly to ensure they too produce controllable nuclear fusion. Goodness, the world is on the brink of a major reshuffling. With the technology of controllable nuclear fusion, the Dragon Kingdom will undoubtedly unleash a wave of groundbreaking innovations. I'm already contemplating whether to acquire Dragon Kingdom citizenship. However, was it truly worth the fervent discussion over merely free electricity in a second-tier city? Let's wait until the Dragon Kingdom fully realizes energy freedom. I calculated it would take about 20 years. Across the globe, various nations expressed envy, jealousy, and resentment, as the reputation of the Dragon Kingdom's Jiangsheng soared, leaving a significant mark. Meanwhile, in the Bear Nation's palace, King Syed addressed his son, the first Prince Hader. Your Highness, the Dragon Kingdom's successful application of controllable nuclear fusion is indeed a monumental event. Hayter exclaimed, his face reflecting astonishment. The rapid advancements of the Dragon Kingdom over the past 2 years have truly taken us by surprise. We must strengthen trade relations with the Dragon Kingdom, Syed urged. If possible, let us trade our oil for some of their controllable nuclear fusion technology. The portly elder nodded, imparting his wisdom. Syed, the aging king of the Bear Nation, was preparing to step back and entrust affairs to his son. Previously, the Bear Nation had relied on its vast oil reserves to maintain stability in the Middle East. But now, the Dragon Kingdom's sudden development of controllable nuclear fusion heralded a new energy revolution, posing a significant threat to a nation so heavily dependent on traditional energy sources. Thus, on the eve of this tumultuous era, Syed felt compelled to re-emerge and foster closer ties with the Dragon Kingdom. Otherwise, the Bear Nation would be ruthlessly cast aside by the tides of time. Your Highness, the product from the Dragon Kingdom are indeed extraordinary. Last year, we spent $30 billion on weaponry that continues to surpass our expectations. Who knows if the Dragon Kingdom would be willing to sell such advanced technology as controllable nuclear fusion? Perhaps we should observe for a while, Hayter suggested, furrowing his brow. After all, whether they can achieve widespread electricity supply remains uncertain. Fool, how could you not know this already? Syed glared at his son, disappointment etched across his face. It was evident that his son was hesitant to part with such a significant sum. Since last year's expensive acquisition of the Dragon Kingdom's Sky Dome fighter jets, Divine Might rocket artillery, drones, and kamikaze transport vehicles, the military strength of the Bear Nation had surged dramatically, quieting neighboring countries. However, Syed understood that to maintain long-term stability, they must align with international trends. Previously, the trend favored the Eagle Nation, but in recent years, the tide shifted towards the Dragon Kingdom. Only by steadfastly aligning with the Dragon Kingdom could the Bear Nation keep pace with a new energy revolution. Your Highness, I understand now. To use a term from the Dragon Kingdom, it is wise to remain vigilant in times of peace. Hayter remarked thoughtfully. Indeed, a teachable youth. Syed responded, pleased to hear the phrase. The Dragon Kingdom, a civilization with a 5,000-year history, had weathered numerous storms and continued to stand resilient. In contrast, the Eagle Nation was merely a brash upstart, having thrived through opportunism over the past 200 years. I predict that within 3 years, the Dragon Kingdom will achieve nationwide free electricity. In 5 years, the Dragon Kingdom will emerge as a singular entity on this planet. Thus, Hayter, you must understand what our next steps should be. As Syed approached his retirement, he delved into numerous historical texts about countries around the world, growing increasingly in awe of this ancient Eastern power. With its rich history and industrious populace, it was a nation steeped in depth. Hence, the Dragon Kingdom's rapid ascent was not without reason. If given the chance, Syed would very much like to visit the Dragon Kingdom and experience its breathtaking landscapes. Your Highness, I will initiate communication with the Dragon Kingdom next week, Hayter declared, pausing momentarily. He had already steeled himself for the likely outcome of being unable to purchase anything related to controllable nuclear fusion, given that the Dragon Kingdom had only recently achieved it and was not in dire need of funds. However, he believed that simply making their presence known and fostering a spirit of friendly cooperation would pave the way for the Bear Nation to eventually acquire reactors and similar technologies. Next week, the opportunity will have passed by then. I expect you to go tomorrow, Syed insisted, delivering a firm reprimand to the prince. Yes, Your Highness, Hayter nodded, suppressing the discomfort of his father's reprimand. In the Cherry Blossom Nation's council chamber, a gathering of high-ranking officials convened. At the forefront, the leader Mikomo, barely 50, yet already displaying deep furrows of worry on his brow. Damn it, the Dragon Kingdom's controllable nuclear fusion is real. Ishida-kun, how do you intend to explain this? Mikomo glared menacingly at the chief scientist of the Cherry Blossom Nation, as if he were about to devour him whole. Why, Your Excellency, our intelligence was flawed. Logically, it should have been impossible for the Dragon Kingdom to accomplish controllable nuclear fusion so swiftly. Their progress over the past 2 years has been perplexing. We must conduct a more in-depth investigation to make accurate determinations, Ishida stammered in response. Recently, the Cherry Blossom Nation had encountered numerous frictions with the Dragon Kingdom, all of which had ended in failure. The fishermen's incident had resulted in the loss of an uninhabited island and hundreds of square kilometers of territorial waters, significantly impacting their interests. The attempt to steal the Dawn robot by Inoue and his team had become the most significant scandal in the Cherry Blossom Nation's scientific community in decades, leading to a brain drain of high-level talent. Additionally, the international martial arts competition had seen their representative, left incapacitated, still confined to a hospital bed. Now, With the Dragon Kingdom unexpectedly developing controllable nuclear fusion, the technological gap between the Cherry Blossom Nation and the Dragon Kingdom was widening. In-depth investigation? Ifidakun. What do you propose as a method for this? Makumo asked coldly. Your Excellency, we have indeed uncovered some clues. In the past 2 years, a courier company named Shunfeng has experienced explosive growth, expanding its operations at a rocket-like pace. The Dawn robot, the kamikaze transport vehicle, and the Shunfeng, one drone. These formidable products all hail from the Shunfeng Corporation, although there is no concrete evidence. I harbor significant suspicions that controlled nuclear fusion is undoubtedly linked to Shunfeng. Ishida furrowed his brow, swiftly analyzing the situation. What? A single enterprise can be connected to controlled nuclear fusion? Mickey, perplexed, questioned Ishida-kun. Do you even realize what you're saying? It was hard to believe that the chief scientist of Sakura Country, an authority in domestic physics, would utter such naive assertions. The challenge of achieving controlled nuclear fusion is immense, requiring substantial financial, human, and material resources. It is utterly ludicrous to suggest that a mere courier company could be intricately tied to such advanced technology. Chief, if I may say, we should take preemptive measures. Once Dragon Country concludes its power supply in Jiang City, it is highly probable that they will direct their efforts toward achieving power supply over a larger area. While they're caught off guard, we must launch an offensive to disrupt Dragon Country's plans. At that moment, Vice Admiral Yamamoto of the Sakura Navy stood and proposed. However, before he could finish his sentence, he noticed Mickey gesturing vigorously for him to pause. Stop! Stop! Yamamoto-kun, may I ask, how many stealth missiles does Dragon Country possess? Are you aware of how many uninhabited islands Sakura Country has? Mickey's voice brimmed with anger. Yamamoto suddenly realized the weight of his words and was momentarily at a loss. Watching his foolish expression, Mickey nearly fainted. A chief scientist had just uttered an exceedingly juvenile statement, and another vice admiral could only resort to military might. How had his trusted aides devolved into such a state? But chief, we must act swiftly. If one day Dragon Country develops a fleet of combat aircraft carriers powered by controlled nuclear fusion, we will be doomed. Yamamoto insisted again, standing up with determination. Mickey chose to ignore him and turned to Ishida. Ishida-kun, your budget has been increased by 30%. What is the current progress on controlled nuclear fusion? Upon mentioning this matter, Ishida's countenance turned ashen, and he spoke with a tone of embarrassment. Chief, I fear we may not be able to develop it. Chapter 147. Hiring the controlled nuclear fusion team? The nationwide power supply plan. What? Not able to develop it? Ishida-kun, you have deeply disappointed me. Mickey's face darkened. His heart weighed down with frustration. Sakura Country, after all, is one of the leading technological nations in the world. Now, Dragon Country has not only achieved controlled nuclear fusion, but has also successfully implemented urban power supply. In stark contrast, we can't even grasp the basics of controlled nuclear fusion. How can we proceed from here? How much funding do you require? Facing the energy revolution sparked by Dragon Country, we cannot afford to remain stagnant. Ishida-kun, please respond candidly. Mickey's expression was grave as he paused. Chief, this is not merely a matter of funding. Controlled nuclear fusion is fundamentally a black hole. No matter how much manpower or resources we invest, it will consume them all. Ishida's face bore the marks of bitterness. Sakura Country has only 2 options to achieve controlled nuclear fusion. The first is to purchase it from Dragon Country, or the second is to acquire it through theft. Yet, it is evident that controlled nuclear fusion is a matter of utmost secrecy, and the success rate of theft is nearly non-existent. As for purchasing it, whether Dragon Country would even consider selling it is uncertain, and if they do, the price would surely be astronomical. Thus, we can only contemplate the second option, collaborating with the Eagle Nation, which might have the potential to realize controlled nuclear fusion. The mere mention of cooperating with the Eagle Nation cast a complex expression upon Mickey's face. After a moment of contemplation, he resignedly declared, Ishida-kun, the responsibility of promoting collaboration with the Eagle Nation in the development of controlled nuclear fusion falls to you. Yes, Chief. Ishida bowed deeply in response. Ah, the Eagle Nation. The White House. Bang. Ronald slammed his fist on the table, the tension in the room palpable. Ward. Charles, do you remember what you said last time? That Dragon Country's controlled nuclear fusion is merely a political trick? And now, you don't actually believe that the millions of citizens in Jiang City are fools, do you? Feeling the sharp gaze firmly fixed upon him, Foreign Affairs Minister Charles instinctively recoiled. Chief, we have indeed fallen into Dragon Country's trap. They have achieved controlled nuclear fusion, and the power supply in Jiang City is genuine, but these were all meticulously prepared beforehand. Dragon Country must have invested several years to realize the power supply in Jiang City, intentionally concealing and gradually releasing the news. All of this was aimed at garnering greater prestige. We need not worry excessively. I am confident that Dragon Country's next city powered by controlled nuclear fusion will be announced in 3 years. Charles had long prepared this rhetoric. Being a diplomat, he could adapt his lines to suit varying circumstances. This was his expertise. Fool, your explanations are utterly feeble. Charles, even now, you fail to grasp the gravity of the situation. Dragon Country has successfully applied controlled nuclear fusion, while we in the Eagle Nation have yet to even complete the laboratory phase. If this continues, Dragon Country will soon surpass us. Ronald could no longer contain his fury. Having just taken office at an advanced age, he did not wish to witness Dragon Country's comprehensive ascendancy during his tenure. How would future generations describe him? As the most unsuccessful leader of the Eagle Nation? A historical villain? Would his incompetence be blamed for the Eagle Nation losing its position at the helm of the world? No. Ronald would not allow events to unfold in such a manner. Chief, I have just received news. Sakura Country is willing to dispatch experts and scholars in nuclear physics and energy to the Eagle Nation to collaborate in the development of controlled nuclear fusion. Just as the entire conference room fell into silence, Mark, the head of the Advanced Defense Research Projects Agency, raised his hand to speak. Sakura Country's nuclear physics experts and energy scholars? What use are these inept individuals to us? Ronald's eyes were filled with disdain. Collaborating with them on controlled nuclear fusion? What a joke. He knows all too well that Sakura Country's research capabilities are lacking. They would be nothing but dead weight, severely hindering our progress. At present, only Dragon Country has successfully developed controlled nuclear fusion, and the most efficient approach would naturally be to employ their relevant researchers. If that fails, we must consider alternative strategies, such as abduction or outright elimination. Chief, according to our intelligence personnel stationed in Dragon Country, controlled nuclear fusion has been classified as a highly confidential matter. We find it exceedingly difficult to access the research team behind controlled nuclear fusion. Hiring them would be an uphill battle. Mark's furrowed brow betrayed his anxiety. His ascension to the position of chief scientist in the Eagle Nation was not without merit. Leveraging extensive connections and substantial financial resources, efforts were made to bribe certain researchers in the Dragon Nation, yet the outcomes were profoundly disappointing. Some individuals, upon receiving the funds, vanished without a trace the very next day. The remaining few could not be approached regarding controllable nuclear fusion, which left Mark in a state of considerable frustration. It appeared that this avenue was futile. Consequently, we must undertake the following 2 tasks. First, we shall fully embrace the researchers from the Cherry Blossom Nation, expediting the development of controllable nuclear fusion with utmost speed. Naturally, it is preferable to keep their funding and benefits within a reasonable limit. Second, we must train a greater number of more specialized spies to infiltrate the Dragon Nation and gather intelligence. The singular objective is to unearth the research team dedicated to controllable nuclear fusion. After pondering for a while, Ronald issued his orders. Yes. In the Dragon Nation, at the Jiutian Huafu, within a standalone villa, a plethora of materials pertaining to geological engineering and electrical engineering lay scattered across the desk. Additionally, an electric screen displayed a topographic map of the Dragon Nation marked with a variety of annotations. Among them, the conspicuous red numbers 1 and 9 stood out, strategically dispersed throughout the nation, with the number 1 precisely situated in Jiang City. Indeed, the decision is made. The plan for 5 reactors is hereby scrapped. We shall adopt the second proposal, constructing 9 large arc reactors in the Dragon Nation, which will not only fulfill the power needs of the nation's 1 billion ordinary citizens, but also provide free electricity for industrial and commercial use. Su Bai proclaimed, his eyes shimmering with determination. After several days of data organization, Su Bai gradually came to recognize the vastness of his homeland. Jiang City, a mere second-tier city with a population of several million, was dwarfed by the Dragon Nation S1. For billion inhabitants, the area encompassed a staggering 9.6 million square kilometers, meaning that achieving power supply for a single city was a vastly different endeavor than providing it for the entire nation. Fortunately, after diligent overtime work, Su Bai felt confident in his ability to tackle everything. With this thought in mind, he promptly dialed Qin Guoxing's number. "Mr. Su, you're still awake at this late hour?" came the amiable voice of Qin Guoxing from the other end of the line. "Qin Lao, it's like this. I have completed the documentation regarding the National Power Supply Plan. If possible, I would like to expedite its implementation." Su Bai replied after a brief exchange of pleasantries. After merely glancing at the relevant materials, Qin Guoxing felt his breath quickening. Just 9 controllable nuclear fusion reactors were all that was needed to provide free electricity for the entire Dragon Nation. Whether for residential, industrial, or commercial electricity, everything would be free in the future. Furthermore, the construction period was a mere few months, if all went smoothly. The project could be completed by the end of the year. Were this plan submitted by anyone else, Qin Guoxing would have undoubtedly discarded it as lunacy. Typically, constructing a single reactor would take at least 4 to 5 years. The notion of completing 8 in just a few months was sheer madness. Yet, this was Mr. Su's plan, and Qin Guoxing chose to believe in it wholeheartedly. He felt he lacked the standing to question the credibility of a nation as foremost scientific expert. Mr. Su, I wholeheartedly support this initiative. However, given its significance, we must convene a large-scale meeting. Qin Guoxing eagerly responded. Days later, in the Dragon Nation, at Longdu, a colossal conference room accommodating over 1,000 attendees buzzed with activity, every seat occupied. In addition to electrical engineers, safety inspectors, and energy engineers, the gathering also included leaders from various provinces and municipalities. Even before the meeting commenced, many cast envious glances at the head of Jiang City. When we get to enjoy free electricity like Jiang City? It should be soon, considering the pilot program has been remarkably successful. The electrification process was flawless, and to date, there have been no reported issues. I suspect the purpose of today's meeting is to expand the coverage of free electricity. Given the vastness of our nation, densely populated coastal cities in the east should gradually start enjoying free electricity. But for us in the western inland cities, it seems unlikely. The leaders whispered amongst themselves. Although controllable nuclear fusion had proven successful in Jiang City, many believed such cutting-edge technology would initially benefit areas capable of generating the greatest economic value, such as the 4 first-tier cities or some heavy industrial cities. Moreover, uncertainties loomed over the potential to expand the power supply, the duration of the project, and required investments, leaving everyone in doubt. After all, the Dragon Nation was vast and rich in resources, with each city presenting unique circumstances. In the worst-case scenario, it would simply mean that the technology had not yet reached the standard necessary for widespread application, limiting controllable nuclear fusion to Jiang City and its neighboring regions. Even if that were the case, everyone would have no choice but to accept it. As for the prospect of nationwide free electricity, honestly, no one in attendance had entertained such an idea. It seemed utterly unrealistic. At that moment, 2 figures appeared on the stage. The elder was recognized by many as academician Qin Guoxing from the Dragon Academy, renowned not only as a leading aircraft expert, but also as the head of the Industrial Foundation Special Task Force. The other, a young man, drew considerable attention. In his 20s, he exuded an entrepreneurial aura and possessed an impressive demeanor. Wait a moment, something feels off. Why is he taking the main seat? That is Su Bai. Mr. Su, the chief commander of Jiang City's first reactor. Some engineers who had participated in the construction of the first reactor quickly recognized Su Bai and excitedly shared their observations. Wow, what? He is the chief commander of the first reactor? This is simply unbelievable. What? This young man is also the chief engineer for the controllable nuclear fusion project? He looks younger than my son. A genius. Undoubtedly a genius researcher. May the Dragon Nation be blessed with such incredible scientific talent. A wave of astonishment swept through the researchers and leaders from various provinces and cities. After all, among the nearly 1,000 attendees, the average age was over 45. While Su Bai not only was the youngest but also the most technically proficient. This was somewhat contrary to objective expectations. Thus, the gazes directed at Su Bai were imbued with curiosity, surprise, and profound admiration. Su Bai gently blew into the microphone and gestured for silence, and the vast conference hall fell silent. Everyone sat up straight, attentive, their expressions focused. The primary developer of controllable nuclear fusion was about to speak. They needed to be alert, not missing a single word. Ladies and gentlemen, not long ago, the pilot program for controllable nuclear fusion in Jiang City achieved outstanding success. I'm sure you are all curious about the location of the second batch of pilot areas. I can unequivocally inform you that there will be no second or third batch. Su Bai statit gamli. Upon hearing this, the entire assembly was left in a state of bewilderment, as the mention of the cancellation of the second and third batches echoed through the room. Many leaders wore expressions of shock. What does this mean? Could it truly be the most dire of circumstances, with controllable nuclear fusion applicable solely in the vicinity of Jiangcheng? Moreover, the latter half of Su Bai's statement left them questioning the reliability of their own hearing. Free electricity nationwide? Such an ambitious objective seems utterly colossal. Jiangxing has a mere fraction of the population and area compared to the entirety of Longhua, which spans vast distances with complex terrain and a multitude of residents. Chief Engineer Su, a youthful dynamo, certainly brims with enthusiasm. However, would it not be somewhat hasty to expand the electricity supply plan from Jiangxing to encompass the whole of Longhua? Indeed, ambition can lead to overreach. Progress must be incremental, as one must take each step carefully and savor every bite. Naturally, I wholeheartedly support Chief Engineer Su's plan, for no one in Longhua possesses a better understanding of controllable nuclear fusion. Yet, we must remain realistic. Nationwide electricity supply is a monumental task. Those present voiced their doubts, either subtly or directly. It was not a matter of distrust in Su Bai, but rather the sheer incredibility of supplying electricity across the nation. Expanding the scope of free electricity from Jiangxing to Longhua would escalate the challenge geometrically. The most pragmatic approach would undoubtedly be to gradually construct reactors, systematically replacing traditional power plants. Certain regions may have to be abandoned due to practical constraints. Anticipating the audience's reaction, Su Bai shook his head and maintained a calm demeanor, stating, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold, the subsequent 8 reactors, their processes, locations, and sequences have all been meticulously planned. Simply follow the documentation, and in 4 months, we shall achieve nationwide electricity supply." Chapter 149. Chief Engineer Su will be immortalized in history. No one can surpass him. Su Bai's proclamation sent ripples through the assembly, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, creating a tempest of astonishment. How many? 8 reactors, completed in 4 months? Surely I must have misheard. Is Chief Engineer Su suggesting that only 9 reactors are sufficient for nationwide electricity supply? Is controllable nuclear fusion truly that extraordinary? It is unfathomable to imagine that by year's end, we could all be utilizing free electricity at such a divine pace. Many in attendance were taken aback by the figure of 400 million. While Longua's infrastructure development ranks at the pinnacle globally, such speed seems implausible. Is the construction of a reactor truly so straightforward? Numerous individuals found themselves questioning whether they were ensnared in a dream. Only the head of Jiangxing and a select few engineers who had participated in the first reactor possessed unwavering confidence in Su Bai's vision. However, as Su Bai elaborated, more and more individuals began to grasp the gravity of the situation. What? A single controllable nuclear fusion reactor can generate an astounding 660,000 megawatts? My heavens! Have we truly advanced to such a level of technology? Perhaps I'm misinterpreted. Each reactor occupies a modest footprint, and coupled with a clean and efficient energy output method, many unnecessary facilities, such as air purification systems, can be omitted. The reactors described by Chief Engineer Su are far from flimsy constructions. Each one is immaculately solid. It seems I have indeed aged, unable to comprehend such innovative technology. The crowd erupted in waves of astonishment. Even those in leadership positions who were oblivious to these technical aspects could glean the superiority of controllable nuclear fusion from the engineers' awestruck reactions. For months, 8 reactors, and a goal of providing electricity to Longhua. This seemingly insurmountable endeavor might very well become a reality under the guidance of this young visionary. To label it a miracle of Longhua would be an understatement. It reflects the natural progression following the attainment of a certain technological pinnacle. Thus, the entirety of a nationwide electricity supply plan has been laid out. Upon the conclusion of Su Bai's remarks, the vast conference hall erupted in thunderous applause. We stand behind Chief Engineer Su. The city of Nanyang will unquestionably comply with his directives, ensuring the flawless operation of reactor number 2. With Chief Engineer Su at the helm, Longhua will soon liberate its electricity supply and embark on a new era of free power for all. This is a monumental initiative that benefits both the nation and its citizens. In just a few months, residential and commercial electricity will be entirely free, and I can hardly fathom the joy that will envelop the populace of Longhua at that moment. Excitement buzzed through the crowd as they envisioned the scene of free electricity, citizens with fuller pockets, a new surge in GDP, and a significant enhancement of Longhua's international influence, all intricately tied to the figure of Chief Engineer Su before them. The meeting concluded swiftly, and Su Bai departed with purpose. The ensuing months would be his most frenetic yet. He must oversee the construction of all 8 reactors and the intricate details of Longhua's electrical grid connection, ensuring that no aspect falters. In the days that followed, whispers of rumors began to circulate. Given the vast expanse of Longhua's territory, Such a colossal undertaking necessitated the reallocation of a certain percentage of employees from various local power grids and stations to assist in the new project. Consequently, netizens began to speculate, swiftly steering the conversation towards the nationwide free electricity initiative. What is happening? Are employees from the power grid companies coming forward to share insights? This operation is quite grand. What could it possibly entail? It must be the urban electricity supply plan. Though I can't quite grasp why all of Longwa's power grid and related enterprises are mobilizing. Is it possible that the second pilot area has already been determined? And following Jiangxing's success, reactors are to be constructed throughout the nation? Let us await official announcements. Whether the electricity supply will be nationwide or gradually phased in remains unclear. Regardless, I have resolved to seek employment in Jiangxing next month. No electricity bills. What bliss! As time flowed by, 3 months elapsed. At the Dongfeng Research Institute, within the central control room of the 9 controllable nuclear fusion reactors, all reactors have been successfully erected across the nation. Reactor number 1 is operating normally, supplying electricity not only to Jiangxing, but also producing a substantial surplus, now preparing to connect to additional regions. Maionville, reactors 2 through 9 are in the final stages of testing. After reviewing the relevant data, Su Bai could not restrain a smile. Almost there. According to the plan, in this final month, the new electrical grid will gradually come online, and the entire project will reach successful completion. Ladies and gentlemen, I hereby announce, the nationwide controllable nuclear fusion electricity supply initiative is officially underway. Then, addressing the engineers before him, he proclaimed with vigor. The individuals present had only recently joined the core team, and under Su Bai's precise guidance, they had rapidly advanced. Now, at the final verification stage, the engineers were filled with admiration. Our chief engineer Su, besides being the chief engineer of controllable nuclear fusion, is also the chairman of Shunfeng Company, a prodigious inventor of groundbreaking technologies. At such a young age, he has achieved remarkable feats. He is indeed a divine gift to Longwa. Absolutely astounding. I have never participated in such a smoothly running project. Every step has gone flawlessly, and we have encountered no difficulties whatsoever. I even find myself wondering if I could develop controllable nuclear fusion too. Just kidding, it all hinges on Chief Engineer Su. Without him, we would be utterly lost. In just a few months, all 8 reactors have been completed. To describe this as a miracle would not be an exaggeration. Chief Engineer Su is undoubtedly destined to be etched into the annals of history as a remarkable scientist. At merely 20-something, he has bestowed blessings upon the 1 billion citizens of the Dragon Kingdom. I can scarcely fathom the magnitude of his future accomplishments. No one can surpass Chief Engineer Su. If anyone can, it would only be himself. We have finally awaited this day. To speak candidly, I am quite nervous. Once we achieve free electricity in the Dragon Kingdom, what shall be our next step? Space exploration, perhaps, to roam freely among the stars? Regardless of what lies ahead, I am fervently excited. The engineers cast admiring glances toward Su Bai. All right, everyone, let us hasten to make the final preparations. Upon seeing the eager faces, Su Bai gestured for calm and imparted his instructions. Chapter 150. Free electricity in the Dragon Kingdom. The world is envying us. Once Su Bai concluded, the engineers and experts sprang into action. Meanwhile, Su Bai took a deep breath, focusing all his attention. Following this was an extensive series of tests and adjustments. Every detail needed to be flawless to eliminate all potential hazards. Chief Engineer Su, the first reactor in Jiangxi, Hunan, Guangdong, and surrounding regions were fully prepared for grid connection. Reactors 2 through 9 were likewise primed for operation. After 2 arduous hours of testing, the deputy commander of the National Power Supply Project reported back to Su Bai. Excellent. Let us commence immediately. Su Bai nodded, issuing his orders with alacrity. Yes. Following this directive, the National Power Supply Project gradually unfolded. Given that this endeavor spanned a staggering 9.6 million square kilometers, it was inconceivable to replicate the swift 5-minute power restoration of Cloud City. This process would be phased and region-specific, unfolding gradually according to the grid conditions of the reactors, and would continue into the following month. Report: Reactor 1's power supply grid in Jiangxi, Hunan, and Guangdong has successfully connected, with full power expected in 2 weeks. Reactor 2 has achieved comprehensive grid integration. Reactor 3. A continuous stream of reports flowed into Su Bai's ears, from 10 in the morning until 1 in the deep night. After confirming that all 9 reactors were functioning normally, Su Bai rose, invigorated, and announced to the engineers, "Everyone, we have succeeded. If all goes well, in 29 days, Every citizen will have access to free electricity. Applause erupted like thunder throughout the venue. Despite many having labored for over 10 hours, their spirits remained high and their excitement palpable. My mind is still in a haze, as if I am dreaming. To cover such an expansive area of the Dragon Kingdom with free electricity, involving countless intricate processes, and to have made no mistakes, it can only be said that Chief Engineer Su is truly extraordinary. To relieve 4 billion citizens of their electricity bills is something that could only be envisioned in science fiction. Yet we have made it a reality. Everything is inextricably linked to Chief Engineer Su. He is remarkable. The Dragon Kingdom is truly on the rise. With free electricity, next year's GDP will undoubtedly soar to astounding heights. Perhaps we will even surpass the strongest nation in the world. Moreover, they will never be able to match the growth rate of the Dragon Kingdom. Finally, it is our turn to lead the world. As the engineers engaged in fervent discussion, the Dragon Kingdom's officials swiftly disseminated the news. From now until December 27th, we will gradually achieve the integration of the controllable nuclear fusion power grid. At that time, we will usher in a new era of free electricity for the entire nation. Upon the release of this information, the topic instantly soared to the top of the trending charts, with the striking crimson explosive word catching the eye. Almost every second, a multitude of comments flooded in. What? Free electricity across the nation next month? Am I dreaming? This is astonishingly swift. Just a few moments ago, we experienced a power outage, and I thought something had gone awry. Soon after, I received the news that we now have access to free electricity. Our motherland has quietly granted us a grand surprise. In Jiangsheng, I have been using free electricity for some time now. Although life remains a cyclical routine, I must proclaim to the world that the Dragon Kingdom is the mightiest nation. I am moved to tears. Our Dragon Kingdom has stood for over 70 years, weathering countless storms, with innumerable martyrs striving for the beautiful life we enjoy today. Now we can proudly declare that their efforts have not been in vain. In my childhood, electricity was not as accessible as it is now. At night, we often had to light candles. Now, our motherland has achieved a leap in development. Starting next month, we will bask in the glow of lights, and the Dragon Kingdom will become the first and only city that never sleeps on Blue Planet. Millions of netizens left their heartfelt comments. Beyond the young people surfing the internet, many in reality shared the news through social media, short videos, and word of mouth. After all, with such a vast population in the Dragon Kingdom, many elderly citizens who are not tech-savvy were completely unaware of this monumental event. Some even questioned their children's sanity, incredulous that they would not have to pay electricity bills starting next month. How can something so wonderful be true? However, as the news was relayed through various residence committees, many finally grasped the situation and rejoiced. Thank you to the scientists and the teams who developed controllable nuclear fusion. Your hard work has significantly enhanced the quality of life for ordinary citizens. The frontline scientists have toiled tirelessly. I wonder who the esteemed leader of this project is. The past few months have been a roller coaster of exhilaration. Controllable nuclear fusion, Jiangxing's power supply, and now the nationwide electricity project, one surprise after another. Regardless, the technology of the Dragon Kingdom is undeniably advancing. With the numerous cutting-edge products from Shunfeng Company and the advent of controllable nuclear fusion, as we enter the era of free electricity, we can anticipate the emergence of many more enterprises akin to Shunfeng. In the Dragon Kingdom, the fervor remains unrelenting. Each day, different regions connect to the free power grid. Thus, the most common phrases on the internet during this period include, "Congratulations to a certain city for free electricity," and messages of congratulations pouring in from various places. Conversely, the external narrative presents a starkly different perspective. What? The Dragon Kingdom is gradually achieving free electricity? My goodness, why am I not a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom? I am utterly envious. This is unreasonable. Jiangsheng in the Dragon Kingdom has only just succeeded in its pilot, and now the entire nation will soon have free power. Their technology has advanced to a level I cannot comprehend. Why? My country, with a population exceeding 1 billion, cannot follow in the footsteps of the Dragon Kingdom, who will not have to pay for electricity, while we are bound to do so. This world is so unfair. What? The Dragon Kingdom has managed to cater to every inch of its territory and every citizen? Such a monumental project, with news emerging mid-year and completion by year-end, is simply unfathomable. Look at them. What are the higher-ups in Eagle Sauce doing? Invest money to acquire controllable nuclear fusion technology. Or, better yet, steal it. We are the world's leading power. How can we allow the Dragon Kingdom to surpass us? The scientists in Eagle Sauce are utterly incompetent. Do the researchers in the Dragon Kingdom truly surpass you? In our nation, controllable nuclear fusion is but a distant dream. Shit. Among the citizens of the West, the netizens from Eagle Sauce were the most bewildered. After having held the esteemed position of elder brother for so long, the prospect of electricity freedom in the Dragon Country has suddenly instilled a sense of crisis among them. Chapter 151. Nations rush to seek cooperation. Dragon Country's influence soars. On the European continent, in the Clockwork Nation, the latest international joint conference convenes. High-ranking officials, foreign ministers, envoys, and dignitaries gather in unison. Unlike previous gatherings, however, before the meeting even commences, a multitude encircles Hisong, the Dragon Country's diplomatic envoy, bowing and flattering him with sycophancy. Even representatives from nations that have previously harbored unfriendly relations with the Dragon Country seem to have suffered a bout of amnesia, excessively ingratiating themselves with Hisong. After all, the Dragon Country is on the verge of achieving national electricity freedom, being the first nation in the world to harness controllable nuclear fusion. As the world's second-largest economy, it is poised to liberate itself from the shackles of traditional energy, paving a new path forward. Given time, surpassing the Eagle Nation is merely a matter of course. The Dragon Country is the direction of the tide, prompting nations that once maintained amicable relations with it to seek to deepen their collaboration. Neutral countries see an increasing number of representatives leaning towards the Dragon Country, while those who have had past conflicts with it now sweat profusely, silently praying that the Dragon Country does not harbor grudges. How could this be? The Dragon Country has merely developed controllable nuclear fusion. Must they ascend to the heavens? In a corner, Charles, the Eagle Nation's foreign minister, looks upon this bewildering scene, his face turning a shade of green. Previously, the Eagle Nation basked in popularity, with Charles being followed by throngs wherever he went, enjoying immense prestige. Now, however, the Dragon Country has seized all that attention, becoming the focal point of the world, and every move they make draws scrutiny. Charles clenches his fists, struggling to accept this stark disparity. Mr. Charles, may I inquire when our joint controllable nuclear fusion project will bear fruit? Next year? The year after? Or perhaps 3 years hence? Beside him, Nishimura, the foreign minister of the Cherry Blossom Country, cannot help but ask, his face a mask of despondency. The Cherry Blossom Country has dispatched numerous scientific experts to the Eagle Nation, but rumors have surfaced that progress on controllable nuclear fusion has encountered significant obstacles. As domestic experts have stated, controllable nuclear fusion resembles a black hole, consuming any amount of funding, manpower, and resources invested into it. Nishimura contemplates recalling these experts. Rather than toiling over the elusive controllable nuclear fusion, it may be wiser to pivot to another project. What is the matter, Mr. Nishimura? Do you not trust the scientific capabilities of the Eagle Nation? Charles retorts coldly, his irritation palpable. The Cherry Blossom Country is one of the few nations that remains loyal to the Eagle Nation. Their fates intertwined. How can the Cherry Blossom Country waver now? Charles absolutely will not permit such a situation to unfold. Moreover, he longs to give each of the researchers working on controllable nuclear fusion a resounding slap across the face. A wasteful lot, having poured in hundreds of billions of dollars alongside the assistance from the Cherry Blossom Country, and yet they have yielded no visible results. The Q value of controllable nuclear fusion has never surpassed 0.92, although only a mere 0.08 remains. Each experimental improvement sees the Q value change only in the minutiae. At this rate, genuine controllable nuclear fusion may not be realized for another decade. 10 years, and by then, the Dragon Country will have achieved nationwide free electricity in just over 20 days, widening the gap ever further. Why can the Dragon Country's researchers develop controllable nuclear fusion, yet the Eagle Nation cannot? Charles has pondered this disparity countless nights, unable to comprehend the underlying reasons. Mr. Charles, I did not mean it that way. Nishimura hastily waves his hands, but at that moment, he seems to catch sight of something momentous. In his line of vision, the first prince of the Dog Nation, Prince Hader, is engaged in amiable conversation with Hisong of the Dragon Country, suggesting a familiarity in a relationship that is anything but shallow. The robust and expressive prince of the Dog Nation has also aligned himself with the Dragon Country. Mr. Charles, I believe it is necessary to stir up the situation in the Middle East. Nishimura asserts gravely. Rest assured, just as before, we will provide the necessary support behind the scenes. Following their defeat, the Cherry Blossom Country has faced military and economic restrictions, leaving them no choice but to quietly rally support for the Eagle Nation. Let us discuss this matter further after the current events. Charles shakes his head, his expression impassive. Lost in thought, Could it be that the recent stability of the Dog Nation and its neighboring countries bears some connection to the Dragon Country? After considering, Charles finds it highly plausible. Reports from the War Department indicate that certain local conflicts have inexplicably resulted in defeats for the Dog Nation, as if they possess superior weaponry. Everything appears exceedingly strange. However, the Middle East is not solely within the purview of the Eagle Nation. This matter requires further deliberation. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mr. He-song, shall we resolve this matter with great pleasure? Prince Hader beams, next month, we will dispatch a professional team to discuss the specifics of our cooperative project with the Dragon Country. With the Dragon Country standing tall as a vibrant tree, ready to reach new heights, the Dog Nation realizes that by fostering relations with the Dragon Country, they will ride the wave of this energy revolution and ensure their future prosperity. Yes, let it be so. He-song maintains a composed exterior while delighting internally at the prospect of deep collaboration with the Dog Nation, which promises substantial economic benefits. Although traditional energy sources, such as oil and coal from the Dog Nation, will become increasingly trivial for the Dragon Country, their wealth of mineral resources remains advantageous. Coupled with the Dog Nation's penchant for extravagant spending, the Dragon Country is poised to reap significant rewards. It must be noted that after developing controllable nuclear fusion, the Dragon Country's international standing has skyrocketed, akin to being propelled by a rocket. Nations that previously disregarded the Dragon Country now seek trade relationships with eagerness. Meanwhile, established powers on the European continent, such as the Britain and the War Chariot Nation, either remain observant or have sent envoys hoping to mend relations with the Dragon Country. Lastly, nations from the Middle East and Africa, long oppressed by Western hegemony, despite lacking material wealth, have unequivocally aligned their stance with the Dragon Country. Mr. Su, the mastermind behind controllable nuclear fusion, is truly a priceless treasure of the Dragon Country. He-song cannot help but reflect. Mr. He-song, please take a look at our Kenny Nation. Mr. He-song, the Syrian nation is eager to engage in trade with the Dragon Country, and I represent the Thousand Islands. A multitude of national representatives again crowd around. Everyone, please remain calm. First, consult with my secretary, and then we shall discuss matters in due course. Observing the scene, He-song beams with joy, his happiness nearly spilling over. Chapter 152, The New Era of Electricity Freedom, the Dawn of the Second-Generation Robot. If there is one person who has been busier than any other in the Dragon Country over the past month, it is undoubtedly He-song, the diplomatic envoy. Overwhelmed by an array of cooperative agreements, his eyes have grown weary. Naturally, these agreements pertain to trade and diplomatic relations, with many seeking to acquire information regarding controllable nuclear fusion, all of which He-song has resolutely declined. After all, this technology has only just been developed by the Dragon Kingdom, and it has taken considerable effort to establish a technological barrier. Other nations should not even think of encroaching upon it, regardless of the financial incentives or costs involved. There is no possibility of divulging even the slightest information regarding controllable nuclear fusion. The upper echelons have specifically discussed this matter with Chief Engineer Su Bai, and the Dragon Kingdom has gained comprehensive control over controllable nuclear fusion. The question arises, can we exchange the reactor technology or some new innovations for greater economic benefits? Mr. Su's response was that there is currently no necessity to sell the reactor technology. It will be prudent to wait 2 or 3 years before considering it. For now, all control over the reactors must remain firmly in the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, with other nations only permitted to use them. Hence, the Dragon Kingdom can take this opportunity to gradually widen the gap with other countries. As the year drew to a close, all regions of the Dragon Kingdom were connected to the latest power grid, and an official announcement was made. Our country has achieved free electricity nationwide, ushering in a new era of electrical freedom. Special thanks were given to the frontline researchers who have worked tirelessly and made remarkable contributions. This brief announcement sparked intense discussions among millions of netizens, both domestically and abroad. It truly was completed by the year's end, a colossal project executed without delay or error. The Dragon Kingdom has indeed transformed. Although daily life may not have changed dramatically, I firmly believe that with such a groundbreaking technology as controllable nuclear fusion, new innovations will emerge like mushrooms after a rain within a few years. Who says there hasn't been any change? Working in the Ministry of Commerce, I am utterly exhausted. Countless countries are clamoring to strengthen trade cooperation with our Dragon Kingdom. Such a notion would have been unthinkable in the past. Enough said. I must return to my overtime work. How frustrating it is to be studying abroad, unable to enjoy this tremendous blessing. But I am returning next month, and I can finally embrace my homeland once more. Our company has raised the base salary by 10%. This is the benefit of electrical freedom. I am grateful to the brilliant researchers who developed controllable nuclear fusion. I have been accepted into the Dragon Institute, where I will study nuclear physics. Inspired by the research team that achieved controllable nuclear fusion, they are my role models. Salute to the researchers. Many are sharing their joy online, detailing the changes in their lives following the advent of free electricity. Meanwhile, ordinary citizens from abroad are flocking to the Dragon Kingdom for tourism, creating a bustling atmosphere at airports, customs, and popular tourist cities. Foreign visitors are also voicing their sentiments. The Dragon Kingdom is truly amazing. Previously unaware, I now realize that this ancient Eastern nation with over 5,000 years of history is profoundly rich in culture. I have decided to reside here permanently. The Dragon Kingdom has simply achieved electrical freedom. There is nothing to envy. Living near the equator, our electricity costs are negligible year-round. There is hardly any difference. Congratulations from the citizens of India. May I inquire if we could exchange our miraculous Ganges water for controllable nuclear fusion reactors? The Dragon Kingdom must have employed some sort of sorcery to enchant its populace. In reality, they have not achieved electrical freedom at all. After all, controllable nuclear fusion can only be developed by us, the Eagle Nation. The Dragon Kingdom is far behind. Meanwhile, after confirming that all 9 reactors were operating smoothly without any issues, Su Bai returned to the Dongfeng headquarters. Mr. Su, you are finally back. It has been ages. Yang Shui quickly offered the freshly brewed coffee with a smile. Dressed in a classic black suit, her hair neatly tied back, revealing a neck as smooth as fine jade. Her rosy lips and delicate nose made her resemble a movie star. Indeed, Yang Shui, your skills have improved significantly. Su Bai praised, taking a sip. Having traveled extensively across the country to construct controllable nuclear fusion reactors, he often worked late into the night, and the coffee he brewed in haste was rather lackluster. In contrast, Yang Shui's brew was rich and aromatic, with just the right amount of sweetness, perfectly suited to Su Bai's taste. Mr. Su, actually, this isn't my brew. If I told you it was crafted by the Dawn robot, would you believe me? Yang Shui replied with an awkward smile. She had thought today would be an uneventful Wednesday, but with the sudden return of the boss and time pressing, she had enlisted the help of the Dawn robot, not expecting such a delightful result. Well, that's a testament to your training. The robot has achieved the level of a coffee master. I must study the one in your office thoroughly. Su Bai rephrased his praise. The Dawn robot could indeed handle some household chores, but its capabilities were limited, as the specifications of its smart chip dictated that its learning curve would flatten after a certain point. Thus, Su Bai contemplated exchanging for more powerful carbon-based chips and accompanying lithography equipment in the system marketplace. By utilizing a micro-arc reactor, the next generation of Dawn robots would possess a significantly higher level of intelligence. Without hesitation, Su Bai delved into his consciousness to browse relevant products. After successfully developing controllable nuclear fusion, the system rewarded him with 180,000 technology points, substantially enriching his resources. Found it carbon-based chips. They boast lower power consumption while achieving higher operational efficiency. For the same area, the power of carbon-based chips is several dozen times that of conventional silicon chips, with only a quarter of their energy consumption. Moreover, carbon-based chips can realize new forms such as flexibility and transparency, offering numerous possibilities for product design. After reviewing the description, Su Bai felt quite satisfied. Exchange. However, a pop-up window appeared the next moment, notifying him that his balance was insufficient. Su Bai then realized that this item required a full 190,000 technology points, leaving him short by 10,000. All right. I'll have to wait to develop carbon-based chips later. Returning to the present, he noticed Yang Shui's eyes, resembling flowing water, fixed intently upon him. Yang Sui? What is it? Su Bai Waiyiv. Basiv. Oh, it's nothing. She quickly replied. Mr. Su, with the nationwide implementation of free electricity, although Dongfeng is merely a courier company and cannot compare to construction or mining enterprises in terms of power consumption, we have certainly benefited greatly. Yang Shui shook her head repeatedly. Chapter 153. An all-powerful high-tech enterprise. Storm exoskeleton armor. After Yang Shui spoke, admiration shone in her beautiful eyes as she gazed at Su Bai. She vividly remembered him stating that by the end of this year, the nation would achieve free electricity. To her astonishment, it was not mere boasting. Thus, it was evident that Mr. Su had been deeply involved in the research and construction of controllable nuclear fusion during his months of development work. Perhaps he was even the chief engineer of these monumental projects, a certainty in Yang Shui's mind. After all, the young boss had developed such extraordinary black technologies, establishing unrivaled research capabilities, allowing the people of the Dragon Kingdom to access free electricity. He deserved a 99% share of the credit. Many benefits? Do tell me what they are. Su Bai expressed keen interest, pausing briefly. Mr. Su, it's actually not very apparent just yet. After all, apart from Jiang City, the rest of the nation only connected to the new power grid a little over 20 days ago. Our highest electricity consumption is in automated sorting equipment, conveyor belts, scanners, and the Dawn robots. Moreover, the hybrid kamikaze transport vehicle, along with the Shunfeng No. 1 drone, will no longer incur electricity costs for subsequent charging and endurance. Upon detailed calculations, we can save a staggering 800 million dragon coins each quarter, a substantial sum indeed. Yang Shui reported softly, her delicate face brimming with delight. Indeed, just from the electricity expenses alone, we have reaped significant profits. So, what is the current state of the company? Su Bai nodded and inquired further. Mr. Su, I have compiled the data. Please take a look. Yang Shui remarked, her slender fingers deftly clicking twice on the mouse, sending the latest financial report to Su Bai's computer. She then proceeded to explain swiftly. Mr. Su, Shunfeng has now unequivocally transformed into a colossal enterprise. Our total number of employees has surpassed 200,000, predominantly located in Longhua and across Southeast Asia. In the domestic market, we stand unrivaled, commanding a staggering 83% market share. In many provinces and cities, we are the sole courier company, and as long as we avoid major mishaps, profits are virtually guaranteed. Furthermore, we are on the verge of completely dominating the Southeast Asian market, with 4 out of every 5 parcels being handled by Shunfeng. Additionally, our operations continue to expand outward, gradually infiltrating the Middle East, West Asia, and Europe. We anticipate that by the first quarter of next year, our quarterly net profit will surpass the remarkable threshold of 10 billion dragon coins. Yang Shui concluded, her bright eyes radiating excitement. Gazing at the financial statements adorned with red figures, Su Bai felt immense joy. Shunfeng has truly flourished and strengthened. In just over a year, it has metamorphosed from an unremarkable courier company into a giant in Longhua's logistics industry. Even on a global scale, there is no courier company brave enough to challenge us. Indeed, Mr. Su, our remarkable achievements are not solely due to our efforts, but are inextricably linked to the robust support from the government. Regions such as Southeast Asia and the Middle East have seen government representatives actively assisting in negotiations. Without their involvement, penetrating these markets would have proven exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, Shunfeng enjoys tremendous popularity among netizens. When certain companies launch new products, we often trend alongside them. It seems that netizens regard Shunfeng as a formidable high-tech enterprise. Yang Shui added with a radiant smile, revealing a row of gleaming teeth. Logically speaking, given Shunfeng's vast scale, it would be expected to encounter some negative press. However, unfavorable news about Shunfeng is exceedingly rare. Firstly, we face no competition within Longhua. Secondly, Shunfeng is committed to delivering tangible results, significantly enhancing delivery speed for the populace, rendering any attempts at discreditation futile. In summary, Yang Shui felt that if this trajectory continues, Shunfeng might soon become invincible. Is that truly the case? There remains a 17% market share yet to be captured domestically. Yang Shui, what do you believe should be our next area of business refinement? Su Bai inquired with a furrowed brow. Well, Mr. Su, regarding the delivery personnel's vehicles that we discussed previously, do you have any thoughts? Yang Shui pondered briefly before suggesting. She is undoubtedly a seasoned industry expert, and in her view, there remains ample room for improvement in Shunfeng's delivery speed. For instance, the last mile segment is the most crucial stage in the logistics chain, directly influencing customer satisfaction and service efficiency. In Longhua, the last mile delivery faces various challenges, from congested urban environments to rural areas with sparse populations and lengthy delivery routes. If we consider vehicles such as electric tricycles, e-bikes, or vans, they seem inadequate to address these pain points. Is there a more efficient single-person transport device available? Su Bai mused, swiftly delving into the system space. He began sifting through the options from the bottom up, and soon, he discovered a solution: the Storm exoskeleton armor, designed for all weather conditions. It is easy to wear and capable of flight. Priced at 63,000 technological points, is a worthy investment. In the next moment, a flash of white light illuminated his mind, followed by a dazzling array of information appearing before Su Bai's eyes. Eagerly, he flipped to the first page. This exoskeleton armor utilizes controlled nuclear fusion as its energy source, ensuring an unparalleled endurance that alleviates any concerns regarding power supply. Additionally, it features a cargo rack with a capacity of approximately 1 ton, more than sufficient for delivering small packages. Most importantly, its flying speed and altitude comfortably meet the demands of daily deliveries. Naturally, each set of Storm exoskeleton armor is equipped with automatic cruising and call functions. Given that delivery personnel typically navigate on the ground, the transition to aerial delivery might require some adjustment to deter any ill-intentioned employees from misusing this technology. The armor is installed with an automated supervision system. Should it detect any deviation from the delivery target, it will issue a warning and automatically correct its course. If 3 warnings go unheeded, it will disregard the courier's commands and return to the original route. The last mile indeed presents a complex array of conditions. Traversing the road is merely a waste of time, and utilizing the exoskeleton armor for aerial delivery is far more efficient. The high-precision navigation system ensures swift and accurate deliveries, with each delivery hub monitored by a central control room, eliminating any safety concerns. This is remarkable. This technology is truly tailor-made for delivery. Su Bai marked, growing increasingly satisfied. Chapter 154. A genius concept, a product decades ahead of its time. Mr. Su, have you conceived of something to develop? Observing Su Bai's confident demeanor, Yang Shui could not help but inquire. Indeed, the last mile issue can certainly be resolved with my latest innovation. Su Bai nodded, teasing a hint of mystery. Is that true? However, since it's you, Mr. Su, I have complete faith. Yang Shui exclaimed, initially taken aback before offering her praise. She struggled to fathom what could genuinely alleviate the persistent last-mile dilemma. Before Shunfeng reached its current scale, many courier companies were stymied by this challenge. Various methods were employed, including small delivery drones, but their effectiveness was dismal, restricted to specific locations. Subsequently, nearly all courier companies concluded that human delivery was the way to go, the last mile. With its complex terrain and variable road conditions, rendered any machinery or drones unreliable. After all, even seasoned couriers struggle to navigate such intricate routes, making it even more daunting for machines. Yet, Yang Shui firmly believed that the young boss could devise a solution. From the inception of Shunfeng No. 1, there had been an abundance of cutting-edge technology. Mr. Su had never faltered, and she was confident he would succeed once more. Mr. Su, are you suggesting that you will dive back into research and development? Yang Shui inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity. Let us take a brief pause. I can rest here while simultaneously organizing our D materials. Moreover, I entrust all company affairs to you. I shall refrain from intervening for the time being. Su Bai contemplated before responding slowly. Firstly, having just concluded the national initiative for free electricity, a moment of respite is in order. The reason for not delving into the matters of Shunfeng is attributed to Yang Shui's adept management, which has rendered operations orderly and flourishing. As the saying goes, it is best to entrust professional matters to those with expertise. This secretary has effectively overseen the company's affairs, ensuring its steady expansion without unnecessary interference. Mr. Su, this. No problem. Everything will be handled as you say. Yang Shui hesitated, her bright eyes betraying a hint of melancholy. Entrusting all affairs to her? It sounded impressive. Yet was it not akin to the previous few months? Mr. Su still maintained a hands-off approach. Reflecting on this, Yang Shui could not help but marvel at Mr. Su's unwavering passion for research and development. Fortunately, his unparalleled technical prowess justified his role as a hands-off manager. Yang Shui, I need to ask you for a favor. Su Bai's voice interrupted her reverie. Mr. Su, please feel free to command. A flicker of confusion crossed Yang Shui's fair face. It was unusual for Mr. Su to request anything from her. We're out of coffee. Let us have another cup. Su Bai posed soutfully. A few days later, in the chairman's office of Shunfeng Company, Yang Shui's clear eyes were filled with astonishment as she inquired, Mr. Su, are you suggesting that we can utilize this exoskeleton armor for parcel delivery? Indeed, what better solution to tackle the last mile than a flyover it? Su Bai swiftly analyzed from this perspective, the exoskeleton armor is perfectly suited. It was only then that he noticed Yang Shui today, clad in a deep blue professional outfit. Her long legs adorned with black stockings, cascading hair framing her delicate features, resembling a movie star in beauty. Yet, her almond-shaped eyes were wide with astonishment, seemingly overwhelmed by the implications of their discussion. Yang Sui instinctively wished to refute. But the image of a delivery person donning the Storm exoskeleton armor flashed in her mind, prompting her realization. Indeed, the last mile was exceptionally complex. No matter how advanced the ground vehicles, their effectiveness remained limited. Therefore, flying over it was undoubtedly the best choice. Oh my god, Mr. Su. This is truly a genius idea. Yang Suis exquisita face radiate pure admiration. While other global delivery giants were still pondering how to enhance efficiency with small drones and similar technologies, Shunfeng had already forged a unique path. What is the carrying capacity of your small drones compared to the Storm exoskeleton armor? This apparatus not only accommodates far more than a small drone, but can also fly and has an autonomous cruising function, coupled with a supervisory system. We need not worry about the safety of our delivery personnel. In comparison, it is a product that is decades ahead of the world. However, Mr. Su, this exoskeleton device must consume considerable power, right? Our Shunfeng No. 1 and Dawn robots recharge automatically when energy is low. What about the exoskeleton device? Yang Sui pondered aloud, her brow slightly furrowing. After all, the delivery personnel would need to wear it, necessitating the elimination of any safety hazard from the outset. Fear not, Yang Sui. Our dragon country has achieved energy independence. Products that frequently face energy shortages are relics of a bygone era. Su Bai responded with an air of nonchalance. Upon hearing this, Yang Shui's mouth fell slightly open, and enlightenment dawned upon her. Of course, Mr. Su was a prominent figure involved in the research of controllable nuclear fusion. His scientific prowess knew no bounds. In contrast, she was merely an outsider, lacking understanding. Since Mr. Su had decided to develop the exoskeleton armor, there was little room for skepticism. Very well, moving forward for approximately 4 to 5 months. Yang Shui, can I entrust the company to you during this time? Su Bai Rose, 4 to 5 months? Mr. Su, is the exoskeleton armor that complicated? Why would it require such an extensive time frame? Yang Sui inquiret, perplexet. She recalled that the Dawn robot had seemingly been completed in 2 months. Despite the exoskeleton device's impressive nature, it could not possibly take that long under Mr. Su's expertise. There is more than just this to consider. I have many projects in mind. In the afternoon at the Kamikaze Research Institute, Mr. Su, long time no see. What new project do we have this time? The last one was the Qinglong gene serum, and after injecting it, I was full of energy all day, dedicating it to study and research, experiencing rapid technological growth. I truly must thank you, Mr. Su. It's a rare fortune to work alongside you. Lu Wei, leading a group of 31 researchers, expressed their joy. The assembly of researchers indicated that yet another promising product was on the horizon. Our upcoming research direction is an exoskeleton armor, Su Bai stated directly. Upon hearing this, the researchers began to murmur among themselves. What is this? Exoskeleton armor? It sounds like something only the military would use. I know it can be worn to assist in lifting, but all existing exoskeletons on the market are rather ineffective. None of them are truly functional. What we aim to create will surely differ from existing products. Please take a look. Su Bai quickly retrieved the data for the Storm exoskeleton armor. The first thing that caught their eye was a meticulously crafted device in a striking black and red design. Following was a 3D animation demonstration, showcasing an adult male donning the armor with remarkable speed, walking effortlessly as if flying across flat terrain. Additionally, the exterior featured several extension brackets capable of carrying numerous small packages, even larger items like refrigerators and televisions. As for stability, there was no issue. The exoskeleton's framework, akin to the Dawn robot's hands, could autonomously deliver parcels directly to customers. As the audience beheld these visuals, their eyes widened in disbelief. What is this? This is incredible. It completely outclasses all existing exoskeleton devices. Wow! It operates seamlessly on flat surfaces, significantly reducing the delivery personnel's burden. The speed is astonishing, surpassing that of electric scooters. Mr. Su's creativity is truly boundless. The researchers anticipated the demonstration nearing its conclusion. However, none expected what followed. The screen displayed the adult male, now running faster, suddenly lifted off the ground, blue flames erupting from his feet and back. He hovered in midair, effortlessly navigating the bustling streets of the city, while below him lay congested traffic. While what? This exoskeleton device can fly? This is absolutely extraordinary. Huh? Flying over traffic will save so much time. It's remarkably ingenious. My goodness, if this technology is developed, our delivery efficiency will likely multiply several times over. The excited murmurs of the researchers crescendoed, evidently captivated by the Storm exoskeleton armor. Yet, just as the excitement peaked, Lu Wei raised his hand, unable to contain his curiosity. But Mr. Su, as impressive as this device is, I have a few points that puzzle me. Go ahead. Su Bai nodded in encouragement. First, what is the source of its kinetic energy? although we have previously developed the Shunfeng drone and the Dawn robot, both of which utilize cutting-edge battery technology, allowing for rapid charging. I must inquire whether the Storm exoskeleton armor operates on the same principle. If it were employed for delivery purposes, would it not face the necessity for constant recharging due to its daily airborne activities? Lu Wei furrowed his brow as he spoke. The others, momentarily perplexed, turned their inquisitive gazes towards Su Bai. You are well informed in this regard. The Storm exoskeleton device is powered by energy derived from a compact arc reactor, utilizing controlled nuclear fusion. Unless the equipment deteriorates, there is absolutely no need to worry about energy supply. Su Bai swiftly. A compact arc reactor? Controlled nuclear fusion? Su Bai, does this imply that the liberation of electric power achieved by our Dragon Nation is a result of your endeavors? The officials have continuously expressed gratitude to the researchers. It turns out it is you, Su Bai. The employees were visibly astonished. While some had speculated that Su Bai's absence over the past few months might have been spent on the reactor project, the revelation left everyone in awe. In the pursuit of welfare for billion citizens of the Dragon Nation, Su Bai is indeed among the scientists engaged in frontline research. Furthermore, given Su Bai's research capabilities, it is plausible that he plays a leading role, perhaps even serving as the chief engineer. All right, enough about energy. The technology of controlled nuclear fusion is something you have yet to encounter. I shall handle that. Lu Wei, do you have any further inquiries? Su Bai gestured for silence, pressing his palm down. Su Bai. Lu Wei swallowed hard, taking a moment before continuing. The Storm exoskeleton armor can fly freely in the air. Might this not lead to issues with aerial regulations? Additionally, many residential areas likely prohibit such flights, considering it harbors a living individual. What if, hypothetically, an unqualified delivery person were to misuse it? Lu Wei's questions left the development team equally perplexed. It is essential to recognize that the aspiration to soar through the skies is one of humanity's dreams. Aircraft, rockets, and similar innovations have been birthed from such visions. Now, with the advent of this exoskeleton armor allowing unrestricted flight, it surpasses the thrill of any glider. Surely, it would be exhilarating, especially upon its release. It will undoubtedly ignite fervent discussions among the public. Imagine a scenario where someone walks down the street while delivery personnel zip overhead. That scene could indeed be quite daunting. What if a small parcel were to fall? Rest assured, I have contemplated the scenarios Lu Wei mentioned. Firstly, regarding aerial regulations, I will engage with the relevant authorities following the product's launch. Secondly, each exoskeleton unit is equipped with an automatic supervision system, designated solely for delivery purposes. Should it deviate from its designated path, it will return autonomously after an unsuccessful warning. Additionally, all delivery personnel utilizing the exoskeleton will undergo appropriate training. Lastly, the concern regarding falling objects is unwarranted. The structure of this device is sturdier than the arms of the Dawn robot. Su Bai explained calmly. The assembled crowd nodded in understanding, their expressions reflecting enlightenment. Subsequently, several employees raised questions regarding safety, flight altitude, and speed, all of which Su Bai addressed with meticulous detail. Indeed, Su Bai's intellect is exceptional. He has anticipated every conceivable challenge and proposed solutions. Truly remarkable. What is there to hesitate about? Let us follow Su Bai's lead. Utilizing a flying exoskeleton for deliveries will surely propel Shunfeng to the forefront of trending topics, and this innovative delivery method will astonish the world. The discussion among the crowd was fervent, their eyes brimming with anticipation. Excellent. Since there are no objections, let us not delay and commence the development of the Storm exoskeleton armor immediately, Su Bai announced with vigor. He then divided the 31 research personnel into 3 teams, one focusing on the main frame development, another on the power and connection structure, and the last on the cruising and supervision systems. Upon reviewing the materials distributed to them, many individuals' eyes sparkled with inspiration. The design concepts were ingenious, and what initially appeared to be an immensely complex device was rendered comprehensible through Su Bai's thorough breakdown, significantly reducing its perceived difficulty. One could only commend Su Bai's extraordinary research capabilities. Chapter 156, Soaring Through the Skies. Mr. Su's equipment is incredibly advanced. The development of the Storm exoskeleton armor progressed smoothly. Within a month, from material preparation to frame construction and component assembly, everything unfolded seamlessly. When Su Bai decisively pressed the enter key, the black and red coated device illuminated with a brilliant glow from the indicator lights on the shoulders. It is complete. The Storm exoskeleton armor has been successfully finished. Su Bai turned around, joyfully exclaiming, "We truly are astonishingly swift. We have created this phenomenal device in just 1 month." The craftsmanship is exquisite. If we were to remove the support structure and change the coating to a rose gold hue, I would almost mistake it for the armor from Iron Man. It bears a striking resemblance, aside from the absence of weaponry. Our exoskeleton can also fly. The development team could not help but express their admiration. All right, now we move on to the testing phase. Lu Wei, are you ready? Su Bai turned his gaze towards him, pausing momentarily. The exoskeleton is designed for adult delivery personnel, although it could also accommodate female couriers. Initially, I considered selecting someone from Shunfeng, but Lu Wei volunteered, granting him this opportunity. Su Bai, everything is prepared. Lu Wei took a deep breath and replied, very well, let us proceed. You should be familiar with the donning process by now, correct? Su Bai, I understand. Lu Wei responded eagerly, approaching the exoskeleton, turning his back to it, standing upright, and extending his arms through the support structure. He first underwent facial recognition and iris scanning biometric identification, causing the armor's shoulder indicators to glow green. Once Lu Wei was confirmed as a delivery personnel, the entire set of equipment automatically conformed to him. Within moments, Lu Wei found himself enveloped in the red and black armor. He took a few enthusiastic steps, producing a satisfying mechanical sound. Wow, this feels incredibly comfortable. It does not pinch at all. Truly remarkable. Lu Wei's eyes sparkled with excitement as he began to walk faster, soon breaking into a run. In no time, he was hurtling forward like a flash of red and black. Su Bai. The average speed on flat ground is approximately 20 kilometers per hour, which is most suitable. A nearby researcher reported the data. Indeed, it is best not to exceed that speed within urban environments. Su Bai nodded in agreement. The Storm exoskeleton armor can certainly achieve greater speeds, but there is no necessity for that. It is designed for navigating the streets and alleys, and excessive speed could easily lead to accidents. Despite the internal installation of an automated navigation system capable of intelligently circumventing numerous obstacles, should an inquisitive individual approach, precautions must ensure they do not inadvertently interfere. In matters of safety, our equipment has consistently been fortified to the utmost. Lu Wei, let us test the flight capabilities. Su Bai instructed swiftly. Understood, President Su. Lu Wei responded, executing an abrupt halt, bringing the armored exoskeleton to a standstill on the testing grounds within mere seconds. His emotions, a blend of exhilaration and trepidation, were palpable. After all, this was his inaugural flight test, and to claim he was devoid of nerves would be an understatement. Taking a few deep breaths to steady himself, he activated the flight function of the exoskeleton. With a spectacular display, the soles and back of the apparatus emitted a deep blue flame, lifting Lu Wei several feet above the ground. Haha, I'm actually flying. This is quite unbelievable. Not only Lu Wei, but also the team of researchers observed this astonishing spectacle with a mixture of awe and trepidation. If I had known I could have tested it, I would have jumped at the chance to be an aerial performer. Remarkable, he is ascending higher and higher. Soon, he will be out of sight. They marveled at the advanced capabilities of this device for delivering parcels. Meanwhile, Lu Wei had reached an altitude of approximately 100 meters, akin to the height of a typical urban residential building. Gradually descending, the support structure extended forward, simulating the process of parcel delivery. President, the stability of the exoskeleton and the grip of the support on the package are both within the anticipated data range. A researcher reported promptly after reviewing the relevant data. Excellent. We have several more tests to conduct. The cruise function, route correction, and the oversight system's warning capabilities, among others. Su Bai nodded, continuing to issue instructions. Before long, the exoskeleton successfully passed all tests. No wonder such a stringent oversight system is necessary. This equipment is truly extraordinary. Lu Wei, once he had removed the exoskeleton, was nearly bursting with joy. Splendid, this equipment is now fully operational. However, we must delay mass production for a while. Su Bai contemplated the issues surrounding aerial regulation and public acceptance, realizing it was imperative to consult the relevant authorities. If a multitude of exoskeletons were produced only to be rendered obsolete by prohibitory regulations, it would be a futile endeavor. Thus, Su Bai promptly yielding wuxin. Old Qin, we have developed a set of exoskeleton equipment for parcel delivery, and I would like your assistance in reviewing it. Su Bai articulated quickly. What? An exoskeleton for parcel delivery? Qin Guoxing was momentarily taken aback, his voice laced with disbelief. Indeed, Old Qin, I have already sent over the relevant data and testing videos. If we wish to launch it to market, we must formulate appropriate regulations for aerial control. Su Bai elaborative. On the other end, Qin Guoxing furrowed his brow, momentarily questioning whether he had misheard. Aerial control? What does that have to do with an exoskeleton? Surely, this device cannot fly. He hastily opened the materials, and the striking black and red exterior, coupled with its unique support structure, indeed suggested it was intended for parcel delivery. Yet he had to admit, this exoskeleton outshone its contemporaries in terms of aesthetics. It can reach such speeds? With an automated cruising function, there's no need to worry about delivery personnel getting lost. This is impressive. The exoskeleton's capacity exceeded 1 ton, accommodating parcels of various sizes. It can actually fly. This device can carry a person and ascend into the air. The more Qin Guoxing examined the details, the more astounded he became. He finally comprehended the significance of the aerial control that Mr. Su had consistently emphasized. Even he, a seasoned expert accustomed to flying robots, was taken aback by the capabilities of this armor, let alone ordinary customers. Qin Guoxing swallowed hard and replied, "Mr. Su, this equipment is extraordinarily advanced. I must come see it in person." Chapter 157, Storm Dynamics Armor, the pinnacle of individual equipment. Moments later, at the Kamikaze Research Institute. "Mr. Su, this device is exceptionally well crafted." Upon his first sight of the Storm exoskeleton, Qin Guoxing was immediately captivated. The black and red coating, seemingly made from special material, fits seamlessly together, appearing almost otherworldly. "Old Qin, why not give it a try yourself? Our product guarantees absolute safety. Furthermore, both altitude and speed will automatically adjust according to the wearer," Su Bai suggested, noticing the astonishment in Qin Guoxing's eyes. "Me? Mr. Su, I think I shall pass. At my age, I'm better off watching from the sidelines." Qin Guoxing shook his head repeatedly. While the vast sky is a dream for many, Qin Guoxing had devoted nearly his entire life to the development of aircraft, and he was acutely aware of its allure. However, the mere thought of donning the exoskeleton and soaring through the skies was enough to send his blood pressure soaring. A flight gone awry could land him in the hospital. There would be ample opportunities in the future, and given that this was Mr. Su's innovation, Qin Guoxing had complete faith in its safety. He could gradually acclimate before taking to the skies. "Very well then, Lu Wei, you shall do it." Su Bai understood and instructed accordingly. Lu Wei approached the exoskeleton, and within a matter of seconds, the device seamlessly conformed to his body, proving remarkably convenient. "Mr. Su, is this using biometric recognition technology?" The method of donning, it is astonishingly novel. Qin Guoxing marveled, feeling as though he were witnessing a science fiction film. Indeed, each delivery person is matched with a specific exoskeleton. It cannot be taken by others, and any unauthorized attempt to wear it will trigger a warning. Su Bai affirmed. Elaborating further, then, Lu Wei, as before, activated multiple supports, placing a plethora of small parcels into the specially designed compartment on his back. He commenced a vigorous sprint on land, gradually accelerating until he moved like a whirlwind. Upon halting, the small parcels within the compartment were neatly arranged, entirely unaffected by the rapid motion. Qin Guoxing was left speechless. The stability of this armor at such incredible speeds was nothing short of extraordinary. Mr. Su has truly invested considerable effort in this aspect. Lu Wei, next is the flight test. Lu Wei expertly controlled the flight, ascending smoothly to several dozen meters in height. Upon locating the appropriate parcel, he extended the support to deliver it, simulating the parcel delivery process with remarkable fluidity. This method of parcel delivery is exceedingly advanced. The general public, unaware of the details, will certainly need time to adapt. By the way, Mr. Su, may I inquire how long Lu Wei has been wearing this equipment? Qin Guoxing could not restrain his curiosity. Old Qin, just a day. To be precise, he became familiar with the exoskeleton's operation in a matter of hours. In the realm of express delivery, the efficiency with which the couriers adapt is equally remarkable. Su Bai elucidated swiftly. Impressive indeed. Mr. Su has considered nearly every conceivable scenario, ensuring rapid delivery while eliminating all potential hazards. I am confident that the relevant authorities will undoubtedly grant you a green light. Utilizing such advanced equipment for deliveries will not only yield substantial profits for Shunfeng, but also allow customers in Longhua to relish the conveniences brought forth by new technologies. Qin Guoxing enthusiastically lauded, unreserved in his praises. "We can initially implement this in select pilot areas to gauge its effectiveness, observe the challenges encountered in practical application, and gather feedback from the public and clients. Coupled with the regulations governing aerial traffic control, we can gradually expand its deployment nationwide. Given time, Shunfeng couriers will be clad in this gear while delivering parcels." Subsequently, Qin Guoxing proposed, this innovation must be approached gradually. After all, neither Longhua nor the world possesses a comprehensive framework for aerial road regulations. In other words, Shunfeng is pioneering in this domain, and Mr. Su has indeed accomplished something extraordinary. Indeed, Elder Qin makes a valid point. Let us proceed with the establishment of the production line for the Storm exoskeleton armor. Su Bai nodded in agreement. Mr. Su, I actually have another request. Once you have completed your current commitments, could you possibly modify the exoskeleton equipment for military applications? Qin Guoxing earnestly inquired. This device not only possesses the ability to fly and boasts remarkable carrying capacity, but it also utilizes controllable nuclear fusion as its power source. If we were to equip it with certain weaponry, would it not become the quintessential individual combat apparatus? It need not be as formidable as the White Tiger robot. My vision is for every soldier in Longhua to don an exoskeleton suit. If we could truly realize this, our national defense capabilities would undoubtedly soar. Elder Qin, to be candid, this armor is not particularly amenable to modifications for weaponry. Su Bai posed momentarily. Upon hearing this, Qin Guoxing's hopeful expression dimmed considerably. It seems there is no prospect. If even Mr. Su deems it unfeasible, then it is indeed impractical. However, Elder Qin, we can embark on the development of an entirely new device. I've already compiled the relevant data. The Storm Power Armor. Su Bai pivoted the conversation with a smile. Storm Power Armor? Upon entering the office and beholding the red and black suit that resembled something out of the film Iron Man, Qin Guoxing found himself at a loss for words. Aside from the color discrepancy, it was akin to a real-life Iron Man suit. It possessed extraordinary mobility, with high-speed thrusters integrated into its palms, soles, and back. The array of weaponry included impact devices, missile launchers, and ultrasonic weapons. Furthermore, it boasted an integrated intelligent AI for navigation and tactical analysis, along with a filtration system, regenerative capabilities, and an emergency escape system. Su Bai elaborated exuberantly on the myriad functions, leaving Qin Guoxing utterly astonished. Initially, he had envisioned outfitting the exoskeleton with traditional weapons, such as machine guns and rocket launchers. As long as the device could fly, it could achieve air superiority in low-altitude engagements. However, the Storm Power Armor completely shattered his preconceptions. One suit of armor could rival the combat effectiveness of multiple elite armies. The Celestial Soldier Program and Super Soldier Initiative have already significantly elevated Longhua's national defense capabilities. If we could further establish an Iron Man Legion, Qin Guoxing could hardly fathom the implications. He swallowed hard and continued, Mr. Su, I wholeheartedly support the Storm Power Armor project. Chapter 158. The Invincible Delivery Model and Global Expansion Plan. A month later, the production line for the Storm exoskeleton was officially completed, yielding numerous black and red suits. The pertinent issues regarding aerial traffic control had been approved by the relevant authorities. Consequently, Shunfeng Company promptly issued an announcement. We are launching a new exoskeleton device designed for parcel delivery, capable of rapid movement and flight, featuring an automatic cruising system. Effective immediately, it will be rolled out in several cities. Following this were specifications and videos showcasing the Storm exoskeleton armor. Simultaneously, the first batch of couriers, having undergone requisite training, donned the equipment and commenced their innovative delivery operations. In no time, discussions proliferated online, catapulting the topic to the top of trending searches, with a bold crimson word explosive standing out prominently. What is this? An exoskeleton armor for delivering parcels? Not only does it move swiftly, but it also has a high carrying capacity and can fly. My goodness, how astonishing. I just witnessed a courier fly to my window, delivering my package from the sky. Their equipment is truly miraculous. I can't believe it. I need to place another order. I haven't seen enough yet. Incredible. They are delivering parcels by flying. Shunfeng has truly created something extraordinary. I am tempted to join Shunfeng as a courier just for the experience. It looks so enjoyable. The comments from netizens were filled with awe. Many placed orders simply to witness the Storm exoskeleton armor in action, leading to unexpected outcomes. The speed was astonishing. Within certain designated cities, delivery times improved by more than fivefold. Often, the factors limiting delivery speed were the treacherous and variable conditions of the last mile. However, with the exoskeleton armor, this issue was promptly resolved. Witnessing couriers soaring through the air, personally delivering packages using mechanical support, left many in a state of shock. This was a scene only seen in science fiction, yet had materialized in reality. However, the Storm exoskeleton armor also faced some criticism, not for slow deliveries or damaged goods, but concerning aerial safety and the potential hazards of falling objects, leading a minority to express significant concerns. Regardless of how this armor achieves flight, is it truly safe to navigate the skies? What if it collides with a power line? Wouldn't that pose a grave danger? The framework of this device is laden with packages. If something were to fall from such heights, it could certainly be fatal. The national authorities ought to regulate shun foam. Such a high-risk product should not be widely promoted. If the power runs low during deliveries, what will the courier do? Furthermore, I find it quite unsettling to have these devices flying above my head, despite these doubts raised by a segment of the population. Xuanfeng's long-standing positive reputation ensured that nearly all products received unanimous acclaim. Many netizens firmly believe that this was a mature technological enterprise. The concerns of ordinary citizens would surely be addressed by shun foam. Consequently, as time went on, netizens were astonished to discover that the armor had never encountered even the slightest issue. There were no instances of erratic flying, entanglement with power lines, or dropped packages. Each delivery was flawless. As for the unease experienced by some, it faded with familiarity. The likelihood of the exoskeleton armor plummeting from the sky was virtually zero, rendering worry unnecessary. As a result, an increasing number of netizens clamored for the implementation of exoskeleton devices in their cities without delay. Only the shun foam won. While the shun foam transport vehicles are exasperatingly slow, rendering them intolerable at such a tortoise pace. Consequently, the Storm exoskeleton armor swiftly expanded into the national market, where millions of customers gradually reveled in the immense benefits brought about by this technology. Naturally, the news spread globally, garnering widespread attention worldwide. What? Am I seeing this correctly? The Dragon Nation is actually employing flying exoskeleton devices for deliveries? Goodness, how astonishing. The Dragon Nation's cutting-edge technology is incessantly emerging. Having achieved nationwide free electricity, they have now developed this marvel, delivering packages airborne. They not only dare to imagine it, but have also put it into practice. How enviable is the Dragon Nation? What? Are the people of the Dragon Nation insane? This device flies through the air. If an accident were to occur, even just one, it would provoke global condemnation. Their research capabilities are indeed formidable, but new technologies should not be recklessly implemented. My goodness, what is the Dragon Nation up to? Deliveries can now be conducted in flight? Why can't my Eagle Nation produce such a product? Just wait. Their creations will certainly be banned due to accidents. How could the Dragon Nation invent something that the Eagle Nation does not possess? A multitude of foreign observers, consumed by envy and resentment. Due to the Dragon Nation's every move attracting global scrutiny, certain countries hastily inquired whether this technology could be introduced to their territories. However, the response from shun foam was a firm, not at this time. The company's strategy is to gradually capture the market through shun foam drones, Shinkansen transport vehicles, and various regional stations. One day, Xuanfeng's presence will span the globe, and we will see delivery personnel soaring through the skies everywhere. In the Dongfeng Research Institute, within a dedicated office, Mr. Su and the esteemed Ding Lao have all arrived. Qin Yu entered with a light step, softly reminding them. Since the research had not officially commenced, she was adorned in a pure white dress, her supple hair, fair complexion, and eyes as clear as lake water, radiating the youthful purity and beauty of a young lady. All right, I understand. Mr. Su nodded. Your company's Storm exoskeleton armor is truly remarkable. Qin Yu couldn't help but praise as they walked toward the conference room. It not only significantly increased delivery speed, but also garnered unanimous acclaim from netizens, leaving foreign observers utterly astonished. Shun foam had even surpassed high-tech companies like Fruit and Amazon, becoming one of the most anticipated tech firms. Many foreign citizens lamented why shun foam had yet to establish a presence in their countries. Compared to traditional courier companies, shun foam could effortlessly overshadow them, with its rapidly flying drones, versatile Shinkansen transport vehicles, and airborne exoskeleton armor. This amalgamation of various cutting-edge technologies created an almost invincible delivery model. No company could replicate it. The global market was immeasurably vast. Once this project is completed, it will be time to initiate Xuanfeng's global expansion plan. Mr. Su mused. Chapter 159. The Iron Man Legion. The Dragon Nation becomes a top power. In a moderately sized conference room at the Dongfeng Research Institute, a throng of experts and scholars from major research institutes, military districts, and design academies filled the space. During the waiting period, a cacophony of hushed discussions ensued among the researchers. According to Qin Lao, this project features yet another new product from Mr. Su. How marvelous! I wonder what he is concocting this time. Is Mr. Su serving as the chief engineer? No way. He is the most distinguished research expert in the Dragon Nation. If I get to participate in his project, I will undoubtedly devote myself with utmost concentration. Mr. Su's company has been on a remarkable trajectory lately. That exoskeleton device has me intrigued. If only shun foam would hire part-time delivery personnel, I too would want to experience it in the skies. The crowd buzzed with excitement. Yet many others, upon hearing their conversation, appeared bewildered. Who is this Mr. Su? Is he truly that renowned? A curious individual interjected. He is not merely a research titan. He is the chairman of Shunfeng, a young man in his 20s. Do not underestimate Mr. Su due to his age. Many of Shunfeng's groundbreaking products, such as Shunfeng 1, the Shinkansen transport vehicle, and the recently popular Storm exoskeleton armor, were most likely developed by him. He has also provided the Dragon Nation's military with numerous exceptional innovations. The super soldiers, those formidable beings who annihilated thousands of warlords in Black Africa, are closely related to Mr. Su. Furthermore, their S-controlled nuclear fusion. It is said Mr. Su is the chief engineer for this project, and the Dragon Nation's ability to achieve energy freedom is largely credited to his contributions. Before the meeting had even commenced, the excitement among the crowd escalated, with first-time visitors to the Institute feeling as though they were hearing tales of the extraordinary. A young individual has created such astonishing inventions. Could he be an alien? This is beyond incredible. Suddenly, a figure appeared at the front, handsome in appearance, exuding confidence with every gesture, radiating the aura of a successful entrepreneur. Mr. Su has arrived. Show quiet. Many quickly hushed, sitting upright and directing their gazes forward. Esteemed experts and friends, after a brief introduction, Mr. Su presented information on the Storm Power Armor. This is our research objective, the Storm Power Armor, an ultimate individual soldier equipment. Utilizing a small arc reactor and controlled nuclear fusion as its energy source, it is equipped with an intelligent AI for navigation and combat assistance. Additionally, it features a variety of weaponry, including laser weapons, impact suits, ultrasonic weapons, and melee beam sabers, capable of maximizing combat effectiveness. In terms of speed, it is outfitted with 12 launch ports, averaging about Mach 3 in the air. Moreover, this power armor includes auxiliary functions such as a urine filtration system, a regeneration system, and an emergency escape system. Mr. Su elaborated, while the researchers below gaped in astonishment, unable to fit an apple in their mouths. This is astounding, if developed. It could wreak havoc on an unparalleled scale. Such was the sentiment of those who had previously participated in projects. Meanwhile, those experts meeting Mr. Su for the first time appeared utterly petrified. Surely this cannot be a product from a science fiction film? Given the current technological era, achieving even 1% of this seems implausible. Anticipating their reactions, Mr. Su said little and instead distributed the prepared materials. Upon receiving their respective portions, the expressions of the crowd changed rapidly, from furrowed brows and confusion to a dawning comprehension. Ultimately, nearly everyone was in awe, marveling at the innovation. Wow, incredible. If this material form is utilized as the core of the power armor, its strength will undoubtedly be maximized. And this design structure? No wonder this equipment can accommodate so many weapons. It seems I was rather naive. It appears promising, although I find many aspects unclear based on past experiences following Mr. Su's provided materials will undoubtedly yield results. The chatter of excitement surged among the crowd. Thus, the Storm Power Armor was methodically developed. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 2 months had elapsed before the gathered spectators appeared a set of black and red-coated equipment, exuding a palpable sense of technological sophistication, remarkably akin to Iron Man. Under the illumination of the lights, it reflected a dazzling brilliance that captivated the onlookers. Comrade Zhao, what do you think? Care to give this power armor a try? Su Bai inquired, turning his head. A soldier had been requested from the military for testing purposes. And to his surprise, Yang Jun had dispatched the familiar Zhao. However, this was fortuitous, as his super soldier physique would enable him to push the limits of the Storm Power Armor even further. Mr. Su, this armor is precisely the embodiment of my dreams. Zhao exclaimed, swallowing hard in anticipation. With the assistance of several researchers, Zhao successfully donned the armor, enveloping himself snugly within its embrace. The sound of crisp mechanical clicks resonated as he took his first steps. Initially, Zhao struggled to adapt, but within a few minutes he moved with newfound ease. Mr. Su, is this how one takes flight? Zhao questioned, placing his palms flat against the ground. Suddenly, deep blue flames erupted from the launch ports, and he found himself gradually lifting off the ground, floating magically in the air. This sensation is simply extraordinary, Zhao exclaimed as he accelerated, swiftly vanishing from sight. Upon his return, all tests concerning flight speed had been concluded. The results were remarkably successful, with an average speed of Mach 3, comparable to many supersonic fighter jets. Next came the assessment of weaponry potency, where a massive boulder was effortlessly shattered by the impact beam in his grasp. Zhao, who was evidently taken aback by this formidable power, while he could indeed shatter rocks with his bare hands, wielding a weapon offered an entirely different experience. The range of the impact gear far surpassed what his fist could achieve. Consequently, all tests were passed, and the storm power armor was officially unveiled. Following this, production lines were established, and Su Bai integrated the armor into the Dragon Kingdom's military forces, bolstering the Celestial Soldiers and the Iron Man Legion, thereby dramatically enhancing national defense capabilities. Coupled with the profound influence of controllable nuclear fusion, the Dragon Kingdom gradually ascended, establishing itself on the world stage as an undeniable superpower.